Chapter 371. Yes. After researching the information together, Sue discovered that the purple gold treasure chest was a rare type of gold treasure chest, not a higher level one. The relationship between the two was like that between the ice and snow limited edition refrigerator and an ordinary treasure chest. So Little Pumpkin was wrong from the start, pinning his hopes on the purple gold treasure chest. He was trying to find some epic or god-level equipment. It's not that the purple gold treasure chest was bad, it's just that Little Pumpkin's expectations were misguided from the start, so it's normal that the results weren't what he wanted. Sue didn't know how to comfort Little Pumpkin. After all, it was hard for her to judge Little Pumpkin's mentality, greed, ambition, or self-motivation. Is its possessiveness abnormal or normal given its skills? In Sue's eyes, Little Pumpkin was perfect in every way. Soon, Little Pumpkin stopped worrying because a new challenge appeared. The environment in the second level suddenly changed. Another round of escalation. On an ordinary Thursday, just 1 hour. The temperature soared from 40 or 50 degrees Celsius to 60 or 70, and it continued to rise. The sun was blazing, and the air felt parched. Little Pumpkin was running full blast, and the air conditioner was set to maximum cooling to maintain a comfortable temperature indoors, exhausting himself like a little wilted dog. The family didn't dare go out. The outside was like an enlarged air fryer or electric oven, and everyone was afraid of being roasted if they went out. Just when Sue was worried that the temperature wouldn't soar another 100 degrees, and the system was going to turn all players into a scorching mess, Sue saw the server-wide announcement. System, ding dong, congratulations to the player's shattered mirror for failing to clear the second level. Failure reward. The server-wide environmental severity for the second level will increase by 20%, and the server-wide environmental severity for the first level will increase by 40%. The negative buff of this reward will not be removed until the second level is cleared or the number of players in the first level reaches 0. From today on, the environmental severity will increase by 1% per day. The second level will be extremely hot, and the first level will be extremely cold. Please continue to work hard to pass the levels. Sue felt a sudden buzzing in his head, and his head felt dizzy. It's hot enough, and yet they're still coming. And will the system actually speak human language? Congratulations on failing to clear a level. And a reward for failure? The penalty for failure is pronounced as a reward, and they're also trying to drag down the interests of all players. Does it think the current situation is too harmonious and want to stir up internal strife? Forget it, this system has always been quiet, with this kind of sarcastic style. Sue realized that the system was deliberately trying to mess with her mind, and quickly calmed down. She studied her energy reserves. Because of her personality, she loved hoarding, so her energy reserves were sufficient. The high temperature outside shouldn't affect their survival too much, but Little Pumpkin will have to work harder for a while. Suddenly encountering such bad news, Sue felt that the players' moods would be grim, especially those at the bottom of the hierarchy, who might face life-threatening danger. Under such circumstances, the public screen wouldn't be very peaceful. She hadn't wanted to see it, but Sue couldn't help but scroll through it. Sue found that the players were, as expected, very irritable. Some even took their anger out on the players, who failed to clear the level, breaking their mirrors and spreading rumors, slander, and insults. Some said she was deliberately colluding with the system to trick the players. Some said she was overestimating her abilities by trying to break through, and some called her a traitor to humanity, saying she shouldn't have tried and was a sinner against humanity. There were so many unpleasant things said, all sorts of things. Sue had only randomly selected a portion of the world news from the entire server, and 9 out of 10 comments were malicious. Perhaps everyone knew that this was the system deliberately trying to disgust people. But so what? Many people didn't care about right or wrong, they just wanted a target to vent their dissatisfaction. After all, they were already suffering so much. As luck would have it, the system provided such a target, so they reveled in insulting and humiliating her, using the most vicious language to attack and focus on this character, releasing their inner anger. In this world, the most beautiful thing is the human heart, and the most disgusting thing is also the human heart. Sue never assumed the worst of people. So she withdrew from the crowd, lived alone, and didn't even want to add anyone to her friends list. The system's purpose had almost succeeded. After this incident, the system had learned its lesson, and had almost figured out how to manipulate this race to the greatest extent possible, provoking internal strife. Just when Sue thought this would end, the strategy group appeared. Many strategy group members spoke together, gradually drowning out the chaotic insults. Strategy group Hua Ming, don't insult heroes. Every challenger is a pioneer of humanity. Pioneers are heroes of humanity. Heroes bear the greatest risks and cannot shed blood, sweat, and suffer heartache. Heroes are the glory of humanity. Praise heroes. Strategy team colorful flags. Praise the heroic player shattered mirror. Humanity's pioneers embrace the flames and march towards a new future. Strategy team Xiangyang. Salute the heroic challenger shattered mirror. The hard-working challengers keep moving forward. Humanity's future is filled with hope. Praise the heroes. Praise the advancing humanity. Suen felt indescribably moved upon reading these messages. Yes, it's always like this. When there's absolute despair over this awful world and the awful humanity, there are always some idealists who emerge, striving with their utmost to showcase humanity's brilliance. Civilization can weather storms and remain everlasting. System announcement. All servers platform Huacheng. This is the Doomsday China Alliance. Jiqingli Mingshu, the manager of Area 00001 and the head of the Stability Maintenance Team, is here to take in players who have been affected by the first-level disaster. Players struggling to survive can apply for refuge in Huacheng. The members of the strategy team and the advanced squad have collectively pledged to enter the third-level challenge within 24 hours, completing it within 5 days, and ending the disaster conquest. Top players are sincerely invited to join the fight. Server-wide announcements appeared one after another on the public screen. Under the items, these announcements popped up server-wide and played as voicemail. The promise was clear and audible. It resounded throughout the silent space. Li Mingshu, the head of the Huacheng platform, spoke with a gentle yet powerful young woman's voice, as if all disasters were nothing to her, instilling a deep sense of reassurance. It doesn't matter. Just survive. If you really can't survive, you can seek refuge in Huacheng. The humans of Blue Star will always have a home. The voice of the middle-aged woman leading the strategy team was sonorous and powerful. In a survival game where women's strength is dominant, it was simply synonymous with power. It was warm and caring. Suen felt at ease. This peace of mind came not just from her own resource reserves, but from a different kind of peace of mind. She turned to the dolls and said, "Everyone, let's try to run as fast as possible to clear the level." "I agree," said Little Pumpkin. "This is so scorching hot. I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's get out of this scorching place as soon as possible," said Little Pumpkin animatedly. Chapter 372. At this point, she was in a bad mood, clearly annoyed by the sudden temperature increase over the past hour. Great. Huan raised her hands and feet in support. This was a great idea. "I can drive all night," Xiong said, using action to prepare himself. Remaining mileage, 630,000 kilometers. Level quest completion progress, LV9/LV10. Set target, 630,000 kilometers. Estimated arrival time, 42 days. That wouldn't do. Suen pulled out a stack of game mileage cards. The denominations ranged from 30 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers. This thick stack of game mileage cards, dropped from daily accumulation activities, had been sitting and used in her warehouse, numbering perhaps several hundred. Like her water and electricity cards, they were stacked thickly. Suen wasn't one to waste time. She prepared them and used them immediately. As the game mileage cards disappeared one after another, the mileage target for the main quest grew rapidly, leaving only a few hundred kilometers to fall. Suen paused. She still had nearly 100 game mileage cards left, a thick little tray, but there was no need to use them anymore. These few hundred kilometers were only a short throttle push for the little pumpkin carriage. It could have covered the distance on its own. The priority now was to level up. Suen looked at her level experience bar, which still had half of it remaining. She fell into thought. With half a bar left, she could advance to level 10, apply to enter the challenge platform, and complete the mission. Or maybe she could go to Yiming City and spend some money, soak in a hot spring, recuperate, eat some good food, and increase her experience points. She had the money anyway. Suen nodded. Compared to fighting monsters, this method was clearly more comfortable. It would cost a bit of money, but aren't gold coins meant to be spent? Leaving them in your backpack and used is the same as having no money at all. Suen wasn't a miser. Saving when you can and spending when you can have been her motto. The purpose of making money was to be able to spend freely, and without regret when the mood struck. Suen turned to look at the dolls. She spoke, suggesting a trip to Yiming City tonight. Xiongzheng was surprised that he had just decided to stay up all night to travel, and then Sister Anin took care of it, saving him the hard drive. It felt like having a lot of unfinished homework, just as you decided to stay up all night to finish it, only to find it was gone. A little melancholy, but mostly relaxation. Then Su Mo heard his master say he was going to take them for a bath. His eyes widened instantly. Okay, not only did he not have to do his homework, but he could also go out and have some fun. Faced with the pressure of advancing levels quickly, Suen opted for a bath and the enjoyment of leveling up instead of the arduous journey and monster killing. While a bath in the summer isn't as relaxing as in winter, it offers a spiritual path. Regular bathing improves skin tone and boosts experience. Who wouldn't enjoy it? Crucially, Suen discovered that regular bathing benefits one immensely. The dolls were all mama's girls, so they didn't refuse anything Suen decided, especially the idea of going out for fun. Soon, everyone decided to go to Yiming City for a night of revelry, a perfect combination of rest and spiritual practice. Around 3 p.m., Suen took everyone to bed to catch up on some sleep, preparing for a night of fun in Yiming City. Thinking of a good night's sleep and the chance to go out and play the moment she woke, Wan, who hadn't been sleepy at all, quietly slept in bed. At 7:30 p.m., the sky began to darken. The family, having just woken up, drove into Yiming City in a pumpkin carriage. It had been almost 2 weeks since Suen and his group had been in Yiming City. Suen felt that the place looked newer and newer. It seemed as if the entire city had undergone a new transformation. Suen looked around through the window of the cab. The illuminated city scenery under the night sky was beautiful, but some details were different. Suen noticed that the trees and flowers along the road had changed, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason. He secretly made a note of this, and planned to ask a familiar shop owner about it later. Despite his talk of partying all night, Suen had no plans to stay overnight in Yiming City. Yiming City was comfortable, unlike the hot and humid conditions outside the highway, making it a perfect place for a break. But Suen didn't plan to stay in Yiming City for long. Because the conditions for all players on the highway worsened with each passing day, Suen still wanted to end it all sooner rather than later. In reality, it wasn't about completing levels or being a savior. Suen never considered himself capable of saving anyone. He simply felt that he could do it. He had to complete levels sooner or later, and moving his plans forward a few minutes was at least contributing. After all, it was getting hotter every day, and even with the air conditioner cranked up high, Little Pumpkin didn't want to stay. Also, he wasn't completely unrelated to the entire Blue Star player population. The more players who survived, the more he benefited. This was especially true with exchange trading. Only with a large number of surviving players could he earn game currency from selling items, and purchase items cheaper from the exchange than from the system mall. Suen's plan tonight was to take the dolls out for dinner, go shopping, buy some fun little things, buy the outdoor gear she needed for the platform mission, and then take a bath. She planned to return home around 2 or 3 in the morning. Buying outdoor gear and taking a bath were the main priorities of this trip to Yiming City. This platform mission was a non-vehicle mission, so the family needed to prepare for outdoor accommodations during the mission. A simple outdoor stove, ready-to-eat food, a tent, sleeping bags, and a makeshift toilet were all necessary. As for where the mission information came from, Sui Jing shared information about the platform mission shortly after the strategy team released the announcement. It's free on all platforms. Any player can see the information about completing the second and third levels. Suen was impressed and wanted to call her sister, "You're awesome." While the strategy team sincerely thanked Sui Jing and gave her many gifts, Suen anonymously gave her a bottle of high-grade white and red water healing medicine. After all, thanks to his unwitting luck in being the first to reach the second level, Suen and the renowned spirit level expert, Sui Jing, were in the same zone. This information was the first to be seen. After all, the strategy team members had sent information about the clearance platform to every decent player. But one should always be cautious. Whether everyone considered this information fake, Suen wasn't so shady at the moment. She believed it was 99% true. Unless this top-tier expert wanted to be expelled from the ranks, he wouldn't try to trick anyone at this critical juncture. However, even if it was fake, Suen would only lose a little money for outdoor gear and the anonymous potion. Not a big deal. The pumpkin cart drove into the streets of Yiming City. Suddenly light appeared. Chapter 373. Suen looked at the clean and tidy streets of Yiming City, feeling a sense of indescribable change. First stop, Suen went to the Old Goose Hotel to find the owner, Old Goose, and book a ticket for tonight's hot springs. Old Goose Hotel. The owner, still the elegant gentleman, puffed on a leaf cigarette as he sat in a rocking chair in the first-floor lobby, flipping through a book. "What, dear Sunshine Bear player, you want to go to the spiritual hot springs?" "Sorry, I don't recommend it," said Old Goose, extinguishing his leaf cigarette. "Money isn't a problem, I just want better results," said Suen. "Oh, I know you're just too eager to improve. I mean, the spiritual hot springs aren't for you. Pa, your talent, your mortal body. Old Goose seemed to be in a state of utter confusion. After a few minutes, he finally understood his words, and spoke only to his own point. Dear, we're friends now. I suggest you buy this level of hot spring ticket, and enjoy the exclusive private bath package. The Old Goose pointed to a 300 gold ticket, significantly cheaper than Sue and 700 gold option. It looked at Sue and said, this will be enough to solve your group's problems, and help you advance. Your talent is already high, buying something too expensive would be a waste. Sue followed the Old Goose's recommendation. After all, it had a reason to recommend the cheaper ticket, when he had chosen the 700 gold package. Farewell, her luxurious spiritual level private bath package. As Sue left the Old Goose Hotel with the ticket, she felt a sense of loss. It felt like she missed out on something. Sue-Ann's decision to choose the 700 gold coin package wasn't because she was rich, but because the offer was irresistible. Regenerating severed limbs, healing skin, whitening and removing scars, and beautifying hair were just minor things. It was the removal of pollution, drug toxicity, and the ability to advance to higher ranks that really captivated Sue-Ann. Not only could it upgrade from level 9 to level 10, it could even help mortals advance to spiritual rank. Just hearing about it was enough to make her excited. Besides her, Bear and Little Pumpkin Huan also needed a bath, especially Bear, who was already level 10 and facing the transition from mortal to spiritual rank. Sue-Ann couldn't move after seeing the brochure. When it came to the chance of advancement, 700 gold coins seemed like a bargain. Leaving the Old Goose Hotel, Bear secretly complained, it's so expensive. Sue-Ann rubbed the sensible little bear and said, it's okay. We earn money to spend it well. We deserve any gold coin-based hot spring. The bear nodded. For dinner, the group ate at the Ease Night Market in Yiming City. A few silver coins were enough for everyone to enjoy a variety of snacks, filling their bellies. The few silver coins were spent because of Bear and Huan's voracious appetites. If Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin had been browsing the food stalls, they would have spent a few hundred copper coins at best. After eating and drinking, Sue-Ann led everyone from stall to collect their pre-ordered food. These were snacks that everyone had recently found delicious during their food tour, and after trying them, they had purchased large quantities to stockpile. Having a refrigerator that could keep food fresh for a month without spoiling was, to put it mildly, a time-stopping artifact that could return whatever was in it. Sue-Ann could buy as many of these ready-to-eat snacks as she wanted, without worrying about spoiling them or becoming inedible after being frozen and reconstituted. The crispy, portable pies, with their crispy texture and piping hot, fragrant filling, garnered unanimous praise from Sue-Ann and her dolls. After tasting them, Sue-Ann began placing orders for every flavor, 100 of each, for a total of 700 pies, to be picked up later. After Sue-Ann and her group left, they wandered over to the next stall. The goose lady baking the pies was so exhausted from trying to keep up the supply that her paws were practically leaving a mark. Besides the pies, which could be a staple, Sue-Ann also stocked up on a variety of other items. She stocked up on a variety of barbecued vegetable skewers, which provided a wealth of vitamins. She stocked up on thousands of skewers, almost filling up half the barbecue stall. The roasted eggs from the fat goose stall were a specialty snack worthy of a travel brochure. The egg whites were crispy and fragrant, while the yolks were runny and slightly salty, fragrant but not greasy. She bought hundreds of them, and stored them in her large refrigerator. Grass cakes are the specialty of Yiming City. You won't find such refreshing, unpretentious cakes anywhere else. Give me 500 small cakes. Sue-Ann stockpiling makes no sense. In her eyes, exchanging game coins for food storage is a very cost-effective way to avoid waste. After picking up food at the last food stall, Sue-Ann suddenly thought of the flowers and plants in Yiming City that had transformed since she arrived. So she casually asked the owner of the grass cake shop at the entrance of Eden Night Market. The owner was a large white goose. Perhaps from daily interactions with grass cakes, its wings were stained with the color of grass juice. Everyone liked to call it the Green Wing Boss. Green Wing said enthusiastically, "Dear visitor, this is because Yiming City is about to enter the rainy season. The flowers and plants will change their shapes in advance as the rainy season approaches. Don't you know this? I thought you bought so much food this time for this reason." Sue-Ann couldn't help scratching her head. To be honest, she hadn't really known. People tend to act up when they're embarrassed, and Sue-Ann was no exception. She asked the shop owner Green Wings about the rainy season and learned that Yiming City would enter the rainy season in the next 3 to 5 days. Without hesitation, she placed an order for another 500 cakes. Rainy season. This corresponds to the player's 3rd level. Oh my goodness, Yiming City is about to enter the 3rd level. Suen had previously learned from the Gooseman Jenny that different stations would gradually enter different seasons. This process was clearly a hidden rule of the dungeon. If players didn't clear the levels quickly, they would encounter fewer and fewer stations. Without stations, it would be difficult for players to replenish resources on the road except from treasure chests. The current situation is that with treasure chests that work 4 days a week and rest 3 days a week, and a low update rate, it's difficult to maintain a good living for players. At best, they can only keep them in a state of neither starvation nor death. It's not impossible to enter the platform across seasons, but not all players can find the props to bypass the checkpoints and enter the platform. Like the platform slickers described by Sai, go to Beilafing, they come and go like the wind, playing so freely and unrestrainedly. Upon hearing this news, Suen smacked his lips and thought, this is good news. After all, he was also thinking about reaching the next level, so it would be helpful to get to Yiming City early. A sweet taste smacked his mouth. A piece of green grass meat floss cake was stuffed into his mouth. In front of him was the shop owner, Green Wings, with a warm smile. This is our new product. Suen had just unconsciously smacked his lips, allowing the shop owner to slip in a piece of cake. This was indeed a bit presumptuous. But it was delicious. It was late at night. After strolling through the Xinguang White Goose Night Market, comprehensive market, Suen and his group were almost exhausted. Shopping isn't an easy task. Choosing the right item from a dazzling array of goods always takes a lot of effort. Especially with Suen's wealth, making decisions becomes even more difficult. In the past, shopping was mainly about comparing prices and weighing the pros and cons. It's different now. With money, you want everything you see. There's nothing you don't want. Unfortunately, your wallet allows for such unbridled thinking. Chapter 374. There's always a voice saying, if you have the money, take it all, why hesitate? But Suen knew she didn't need much of these outdoor gear. She only needed one set. After all, the warm and comfortable little pumpkin car was the best, and these outdoor gear wouldn't be used often, so having them was enough. So, she put in the effort and carefully selected them. Suen bought a 4-person tent, a temporary camping cover, an air purifier filter, a temporary toilet, a field stove, a portable canopy, portable camping tables and chairs, insect repellent. In short, she tried her best to buy everything she could think of for outdoor living. The total cost was 122 gold. Of these, the temporary camping cover was the most expensive, and Suen's favorite item. When in place, the cover automatically cleared hidden dangers within a 10-meter radius, creating a clean space. It also blocked out high temperatures, maintaining a habitable temperature for 10 hours daily. This is a boon for today's outdoor temperatures, which frequently soar to 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Although expensive, its temperature-regulating effect is truly remarkable. With it, you don't even have to worry about cooling down. Sleeping in high temperatures can solve the most dangerous problems. And it's durable. Although it's a disposable item, it's not time-limited. It can be used repeatedly as long as the protective shield's defense value is not depleted. This obviously makes it easier to modify. For the little pumpkin, as long as it's not a time-limited item, it's easy to dispose of. With the little pumpkin, it will become a more durable item that can be recharged repeatedly. After shopping, the group happily went to the baths. The recreational time was wonderful. The pumpkin carriage drove into the Goose Hot Spring City, and, guided by a mechanical goose, it journeyed into the secluded depths. This was a much more exquisite bathhouse. Compared to the simpler style of the previous bathhouse, this one, only 3 times more expensive, was truly luxurious. The carved railings and jade masonry style. The white jade railings and steps gave this hot spring an exquisite and detailed feel. After entering the bathhouse, Little Pumpkin was very curious, flying here and there to touch and explore. When the family had all changed into their swimsuits, she was holding a jade pillar, touching it like a treasure. Suen came over and called to Little Pumpkin, Nanling, stop playing, and let's take a bath together. Little Pumpkin whizzed over from the fence and said, Master, this is amazing. Suen was surprised. Little Pumpkin had seen so many good things recently, that he was always disappointed with non-epic items. Why did he become so upset when faced with a few white jade pillars? Suen leaned over, looked at the pillars, touched them, and was stunned. Looking at the system pop-up window in front of her, she almost cried with envy. Sorry, she was ignorant and had no experience. Never underestimate Little Pumpkin's yearning for beautiful things. Anything that can make Pumpkin unable to walk is a good thing. The entire pillar, including the white jade fence, is a high-level prop. This was also the first time Suen had seen such a large high-level prop. Item, jade-like fence. Quality, epic, tattered, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note: inside the fence, energy, experience, absorption is increased by 200%, mental activity is increased, and the risk of drowning, injury from absorbing too much spiritual energy, is reduced by 50%. The system's exploration revealed only a single simple note, but it was incredibly useful. Sometimes, the simpler, the more powerful. Sue-An looked at the small hot spring pool. In the distance, more hot spring pools lay hidden within it. Shadows and shadows loomed. I wonder how many hot spring pools like this there are in Yiming City. You know, this price isn't the best for hot spring tickets. Yiming City, simply, heartless. Little Pumpkin wanted it badly. Sue-An wanted it too. But both of them knew that some things are worth having and others are not, and not all good things can be taken for personal use. They just wait and see. Sue-An swallowed his saliva, calmed down, and entered the hot spring. Little Pumpkin was left drooling, rubbing against the pillar. Summer hot springs are cooler than winter ones, warm, but not overly hot, making them more bearable. Little Bear and Wan Wan were already fully immersed in the hot spring. Bears are heavier and sink more easily in water, while Wan Wan, with her normal density, swims comfortably. Sue-An, soaking in this more expensive hot spring, felt truly comfortable, and his experience bar increased faster. This change was likely due to the different ratio of spiritual energy in the hot spring water. This hot spring water is considered a unique formula in Yiming City, similar to a colorless, odorless, and side-effect-free cultivation potion. The fact that Sue-An was generous with her money and brought everyone here proves she believes this stuff is truly good. You should know that water containing spiritual energy shouldn't be casually soaked by mortal creatures, as it risks drowning. This is why Ginny warned them not to go in the water when they were fishing at Moon Lake. It's probably similar to how oxygen is good, but if it's too high in the air, it becomes toxic to humans. And so on. Sue-An suddenly thought, the first level is cold, the second is heat, the third level is water, the rainy season, and then the foggy season. During this period, will the system's disaster affect the air? Besides ordinary rain during the rainy season, could there be acid rain, environmental pollution, or even air pollution that could cause physical harm? If this rain isn't just rain, then it could cause physical damage. It could also cause mental damage. Sue-An also loves reading apocalyptic novels, and her imagination runs wild when she thinks about many apocalyptic disasters. This imagination, combined with the hidden sanity panel she saw early in the game, made Sue-An's thoughts utterly terrifying. But she quickly remembered that Janelle mentioned fishing during the rainy season, and that fishing is generally good for food. This rain was likely normal, not as bad as she imagined. Suddenly Little Bear leaned over and asked cautiously, Sister Inan, are you okay? Chapter 375. Sue-An finally returned her attention to reality. Just now, she seemed to have been lost in thought for too long, causing Little Bear to worry. It's okay, I was just lost in thought, Sue-An replied. This hot spring seemed to activate the human mind. Normally, she would ponder information about future levels, but not on such a wide scale or in such a large scale. Little Bear looked at her gentle master in the misty spring water and nodded in response, feeling relieved. This hot spring was truly soothing. From the first second she entered, the warm energy of the water seeped into her body, making her scalp tingle with pleasure. She almost drowned in it. Shy, the bear suppressed a pleasant sound. Because of the pleasure, she couldn't help but keep her eyes on her master, fearing something might be wrong. That's why she quietly came over to remind him. A humming sound came from behind her. The bear twisted his head, watching Wan Wan lying on the surface, her entire body submerged, leaving only her head above to breathe. Her expression was one of enjoyment, and she hummed something, as if mumbling something. But listening closely, it was just a series of meaningless interjections. The little ghost in a white dress floated on the water, like a holy white jade lotus. Hey Wan Wan, are you okay? The little bear asked. Hee hee. Wan Wan seemed to want to respond to the bear, but she didn't say anything, only letting out an unconscious laugh. Oh no! Wan Wan was stunned. Sue-An and the bear exchanged glances, each reading the other's inner thoughts. Quickly, very quickly, the bear instantly grew larger, creating a wave of water in the hot springs. Wan Wan was pulled from the water and placed on shore, where she was positioned to lie on the white jade bed beside the pool. Wan Wan, can you speak? The bear asked. Wan Wan spat out a mouthful of water. This. Wan Wan's reaction was slow. It looked like she needed a while to recover. After making sure Wan Wan was alright, the bear turned and entered the water, coming to Sue-An's side, his gaze still fixed on Huan Huan. She seems a little confused. I get her out first to clear her head, and then go back in. And more. The bear pointed at the little pumpkin clinging to the fence post, rubbing against it, and asked with a puzzled expression, Sister Nen, are we not going to worry about Nan Ling? Shouldn't we ask her to get in the water sooner? Every minute and every second counts now. Let her cling to the post and rub against it. Suen looked at the bear, who had a worried look on his face. Especially the look it gave little pumpkin, which was like watching a prodigal son squandering money. Suen rubbed its head and stroked its soft ears. Bear had been incredibly talkative today, mainly because she was so worried she couldn't stop herself. She come over when she's had enough, Suen said to the little bear. Suen thought. This hot spring, it seems, has some side effects. The increased mental activity, intended to reduce the risk of drowning, can lead to overthinking. It's turning a happy little bear into a worried little bear. Overthinking isn't always a good thing. Suen felt he needed to soothe Bear, as she was dealing with the emotions brought on by excessive thinking during her active thinking. Don't worry about everyone, don't be anxious, baby. She hugged the bear, stroking its back soothingly, her tone like one coaxing a baby, very comforting. The bear froze at first. Its breathing hitched. Her heart stopped, as if it had missed a beat. But then, it began beating violently, a frenzy that made her head dizzy, thump, 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 thump. It threatened to burst out of her chest, to show Sister Nen her excessive joy. Finally, perhaps it was beating out of exhaustion. Suemo felt limp all over, his legs, his paws, his arms, his ears. It felt as if he had lost all his strength. It felt as if it were about to dissolve into a pool of water, merging into the hot spring, drowning in its owner's care, losing all defenses and resistance, strength and means. It was simply displaying its own softness. It was floating. The bear was floating, literally. The excessive spiritual energy flooded its flesh, giving it buoyancy in the water. Suen regained consciousness and discovered that the bear had become like Huan Huan, limp and unresponsive to any calls. If there were drowning spirits, could there be drunken spirits? Is this a drunken spirit? Suen held the bear, which seemed to float on the surface, but was actually heavier, and laboriously helped it to shore, fearing that staying any longer would harm its health. Although Little Pumpkin was obsessed with sticking to the pillars, he was also concerned about his master's situation. Seeing his master in need, he immediately rushed to help. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to drag the bear out of the water. Hee. At this moment, the bear's laughter was even more like a fool's than Huan Huan's. Little Pumpkin looked quizzically at the gleeful bear and the vacant Huan Huan on the other side, then asked, somewhat bewilderedly, can this hot spring make dolls stupider? I'm not sure, but mentally, it makes people more active, Suen said. Great, let me soak in this hot spring. Little Pumpkin took off, taking off in a standard diving stance. Without any twists or tricks in the air, he plunged straight into the water, gently hitting the surface with a splash. Diving, then floating out. Somehow, a vortex formed on the surface of the water, trapping Little Pumpkin. Looking closely, he saw that spiritual energy was constantly flowing into Little Pumpkin's body. Suen saw Little Pumpkin's energy bar begin to rise. Wow, there's so much spiritual energy here. So much. So easy to absorb. Woohoo, master, save me. I'm being held hostage by a spiritual vortex. A moment later, Suen heard Little Pumpkin's cries and swam over. Grabbing Little Pumpkin's armpits, he lifted the little creature out of the water and carried it to the edge of the pool. Master, the hot spring water is a bit strong. I take it slowly. Little Pumpkin sat by the pool, wiped his face, not sure if it was sweat or the hot spring water, and replied. Her mind was now clear. Not far from Little Pumpkin, Huan Huan, the first to emerge, had returned to normal. Her face wore a questioning expression. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Huan Huan looked around. When she came to her senses, she came directly to Suen and Little Pumpkin. I'm sorry, master. I was enjoying the bath so much just now that I got lost in it and worried you. I be careful next time. Chapter 376. No rush. Let's take our time. This night was long. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, after repeatedly entering the hot springs to soak and rest, something changed for the bear. Sister Nen, I seem to be able to sense the power of the elements and grab these tiny things. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, your puppet Sumo's level 10 experience bar has reached full value, and his attack power has reached 100. Comprehend the power of the basic elements. Do you want to use the spirit level promotion stone to assist in his spiritual level advancement? You currently have one spirit level promotion stone, earth, 1 spirit level promotion stone, gold, and 1 spirit level promotion stone, wood. Suen took out all the promotion stones in one go, and handed them to the little bear to choose from. Xiao Mo, which one do you want? If not, I go out and buy some with other attributes. At this moment, the energy within his body was gathering momentum. Bear's entire body was unconsciously absorbing spiritual energy, his stomach and head swollen. He knew now was not the time to hesitate. He needed to make a decision quickly. The advancement stones in Sister and Anne's hand radiated an alluring glow. Instinctively, Bear chose the one closest to him, the one he felt most comfortable with. From Su-An's perspective, Bear pointed to an ochre-colored advancement stone and said, Sister Anne, I want this one. Su-An handed Bear the spiritual level advancement stone, Earth, he had chosen. As soon as Bear received the advancement stone, it began to glow along with it. Soon, a wind began to blow around him, and circles of visible mist and white light surged into Bear's body. Little Pumpkin and Wan Wan, who had been quietly bathing, were small and light, and were nearly swept toward Bear by the vortex. Luckily, both dolls could fly, so they simply took off and flew away from the vortex where the bear had advanced. Su-An, on the other hand, had already been doggy paddling towards shore. The vortex caused some resistance, but her weight and size more than made up for it. After all, the hot spring pool wasn't very large, and she was already at the edge. With a few quick doggy paddlings, they were on shore. Ashore, Su-An sat with the two dolls in a row, watching the bear advance. Half an hour later, the light from the bear's side faded, and the bear emerged in the hot spring pool, refreshed. The system information in front of Su-An also changed. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear's doll, Su-Mo. Your experience points have reached full, and you absorbed the spirit level advancement stone, Earth, to advance to level 10, and then to level 11. Ding dong, experience points cleared. Conversion to upgrade energy. The spirit level upgrade stone, Earth, provides earth elements. It has been detected that it is absorbing the special spiritual spring energy from the Evening City hot springs. The difficulty of advancement has been significantly reduced. Ding dong. Sumo's puppet has been successfully upgraded. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear's puppet Su-Mo for reaching the first spiritual level. Your puppet's current level has surpassed 99.99% of players, becoming a giant earth bear with an affinity for the earth element. Please explore the upgrade path after the spirit level on your own. Su-An knew that the system's prompts mostly relied on its inspection skills. Simply put, it collects, processes, and displays data. 99.99%? I just don't know if this data is an approximate number or a real number. If it is, it seems that quite a few players have already advanced to the spirit level. Su-An reacted quickly and figured this out. But she didn't delve into the question further for now, because there were more important things before her. Sister Anne, I successfully advanced, the bear said happily. Su-An, along with Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan, applauded, praising the bear in the way they love to praise good things. Yes, Su-An's most important priority at this moment was to praise her bear. After loudly praising the bear, the atmosphere became joyful. The family continued to soak in the hot springs. Perhaps it was because the bear's advancement had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from the pool. The spiritual energy in the entire pool had decreased significantly, making the soak much more comfortable. Su-An didn't have any of those overthinking issues, and the two dolls didn't get dizzy from the rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Everything was just right. The upgraded bear jumped around the edge of the pool, gesturing and studying its new skills. Su-An continued soaking in the pool. She noticed how her experience points were increasing rapidly despite the lack of spiritual energy in the pool. She finally understood what Old Goose had said. This pool was more than adequate, and even more suitable. Old Goose's advice was truly spot on. She wondered what Old Goose's boss's true strength was. Recalling the gentle, side-effect-free, risk-free hot springs she'd previously visited, Su-An felt they were undoubtedly formidable. Time slipped by, and by the late hours of the night, the family was starving. They clearly enjoyed a hearty meal, but after a few hours, the food was gone, and the hunger was growing. Su-An nudged Little Pumpkin, who pulled the snacks he bought that night from his newly acquired refrigerator. The unpredictable fresh-keeping layer was completely different from appliances in the human world. After taking it out, she left the food to retain its original warmth and state. Su-An simply stuffed a pie and 2 baked eggs into her stomach. During the meal, Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan both advanced, prolonging their eating time considerably. Huan Huan advanced from level 9 to level 10, and Little Pumpkin from level 9 to level 10. Su-An absorbed experience along with everyone else. Since everyone else had advanced, she wasn't far behind. Sue-An looked at her experience bar, which was just a short distance away. She felt a little sleepy. With something in her stomach, she felt groggy. It was already very late at night, and normally, she would have slept soundly at such a late hour. She dozed off. When she woke up again, she realized she had advanced from level 9 to level 10. A painless upgrade. No lag at all. Didn't even pause for 5 or 8 minutes, like Little Pumpkin and Juan Juan. Sue-An checked the time. It seemed she had just leaned against the edge of the pool, dozing for less than 2 minutes. She checked the system information. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for reaching full experience points and starting to upgrade to level 9, which will be 10. Experience points cleared, converted to energy, upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for reaching level 10 of the ordinary item. Your current level has surpassed 99.5% of players. Note, your current spirit level has surpassed the spirit level, approaching super spirit. Please pay close attention to your mental state. The system information flowed incredibly smoothly, without a single pause, just like her smooth advancement. At that moment, Sue-An even half-heartedly thought that this level increase wouldn't bring her much of a difference, at most, a slight improvement in her health. Checking the time, it was a little after 2 in the morning, almost dawn. Sue-An climbed out of the hot spring pool and called for everyone to change clothes and get ready to go home. Logically, after a night of soaking, one's skin should be wrinkled. But thanks to Yiming City's magical technology, after soaking in the hot springs, Sue-An felt his skin was white and tender, and his hair was black and shiny. The features advertised in Yiming City's brochures were never exaggerated. Calling the mechanical goose outside the pool, Sue-An mentioned the packaging of the hot spring water, which he quickly and successfully did. Before daybreak, the pumpkin carriage left Yi Hot Spring City in the morning light and returned to the highway. He slept until noon. After a satisfying meal and rest, Sue-An took out his clearance application card. Choose to start the clearance application. Go, go, go! Chapter 377. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, are you sure you want to spend one apply for a level pass card to enter a random platform? Please note, there's no turning back on the road. Once you complete the test, you can't return. The test level is in non-vehicle mode, so vehicles can't be used. Failure to complete the level will result in you remaining at this platform until you pass, die, or get lost. Sue-An, fully armed and ready with his puppets, stands at the foot of the road, holding an oil paper umbrella, and chooses to enter the platform. Player Sunshine Bear, the platform you're challenging is Cat Valley. Your task is to find 3 cat flags. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Sue-An and his puppets entered a valley. The scenery here appeared to be lush green mountains and clear waters, naturally clear and natural, but it carried an indescribable oppression. Sue-An was familiar with this feeling, suspecting it was similar to Dream Fairyland. Beneath the oppression lay an invisible pollution. At this moment, as he entered the platform, Sue-An's task panel updated. Mission name: find 3 cat flags. Background: Cat Valley is home to the remnants of the cat people. It said these lost creatures possess a lost and damaged divine item, the cat flag. Obtaining the cat flag will unlock the secrets of Cat Valley. Please find 3 cat flags and hand them over to the system to initiate teleportation from the platform. Tips: during this period, the platform will gradually enter its 3rd level over the next 3 days. Please pay attention to weather changes and prepare for them promptly. Mission reminder: none? Please explore on your own. Finding the cat flag. Is it a flag-like item? Sue-An muttered to himself after seeing the mission information. Next. She read the mission to everyone several times, briefly analyzed it, and began exploring the map. As you can imagine, finding items on such a seemingly endless platform is definitely not easy. First, they should look for the cat people and see if they can find any clues. Sue-An had seen quite a few cat people, whether they were individual residents of Yiming City or at the Scorpion People's sacred site. The last time they had a close encounter with the cat people was with the cat people uncle working at the Scorpion People clothing store. Sue-An's impression of this species was that they were generally gentle and sweet-spoken, but being on this platform meant they couldn't be careless. After all, no one knew the true nature of the cat people living here. In short, they had to get moving. Staying too long on this depressing platform was bad for their health, and could easily lead to mental pollution and assimilation. It would be best to complete the mission and return home quickly. The group walked through the wilderness. It was a forest, and there weren't even any paths between the trees. Walking was very arduous. This platform was still in the 2nd level, and the weather was extremely hot. Because of the pre-registration strategy, This wasn't a vehicle-based platform, and involved outdoor walking and camping. Suin, prepared for the outdoor environment and prepared for insects, rats, and ants, had dressed quite extensively. He was wrapped tightly in a windbreaker. If it weren't for the cooling effect of the oil paper umbrella, which helped keep the temperature down, Suin would have been even more miserable. At the moment, Suin's walking was relatively effortless. One person and 3 puppets walked through the valley. The bear, transformed to a size of 2 meters, led the way, with Suin following behind. Wan and Little Pumpkin clung to the edge of the umbrella, keeping watch. At the same time, Wan and Little Pumpkin used their telekinesis to clear the space above Suin, causing the branches and leaves to automatically move aside, clearing a path for the oil paper umbrella to be opened. This walk was a truly exhilarating hike. They walked for who knows how long, until Suin was drenched in sweat, soaking her like she'd been showered several times. Her breathing was rapid and noticeable, yet they were still in the forest. Even the surroundings had become much the same. Master Anan, let's rest for a while. The bear, who had been walking and stopping, keeping a close eye on his master, paused and said to Suin with a worried look on his face. Bears have good stamina, they're naturally adapted to the forest. However, urban dwellers, perhaps having been away from the jungle for so long, might find it difficult to adapt. Suin wanted to hold on a bit, but when she saw the bear stop to show concern, she knew her condition was seriously dire. Not one to be stubborn, she immediately nodded and agreed to rest. Wan and Little Pumpkin flew out of the umbrella, one on each side, searching for a suitable spot, using their telekinesis to clear a small space. Although the pumpkin carriage couldn't be summoned, it served as Little Pumpkin's true form, and everything inside could be retrieved at any time. Soon, the ground was filled with a mat, a small coffee table, and a steady stream of food. Pre-boiled and cooled spring water, some fruit and snacks bought in Yiming City. Instantly, the wilderness walk transformed into a high-end outdoor outing. Suin felt her calves tremble as she sat on the mat. She didn't know exactly how long they had been walking. The constant pace of following Little Bear occupied her mind. A quick glance at the time revealed it was already past 5 in the evening. Over 3 hours had passed since they woken up, packed up, and entered the station in the afternoon, and they were still wandering around the forest. The station was called Cat Valley, but they didn't see any valley or cats. Suin didn't rest for long. He drank some cold water and stuffed a small cake. Once the sweat had worn off, he called out to everyone to keep going. While it was still light, they naturally tried to keep going as long as they could. The climate in the hot desert checkpoint was similar to summer, with late nights and ample daylight. Sunset usually occurred around 8 or 9, giving them plenty of time to keep going. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as darkness gradually faded, they still hadn't left the forest. Suin, noticing the sky was already turning blue, stopped with the dolls to rest. Perhaps because he was used to walking, Suin wasn't as tired as he had been at the beginning of the afternoon. Suin and the dolls cleared out space for tonight's camp. First, they found a relatively flat patch of woodland and cleared away dead branches and leaves, revealing a large expanse of black soil. Next, they used a temporary camp shield to cover the clearing. The temporary camp shield was a capsule-shaped prop. Suin had everyone channel their mental energy into it, allowing the shield to identify the camp's owner. Then, they threw it toward the desired center point. Soon, an orange, translucent shield expanded from the center, gradually expanding until it reached a radius of about 10 meters, where it ceased expanding. As the shield expanded, countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants were trapped outside. Suin then entered the shield and sprinkled a circle of insect repellent around the outside to prevent them from returning and gathering. In addition to the insect repellent powder, she also prepared powder to repel predators and conceal their presence. Inside the shield, Little Pumpkin, Wan and Bear began assembling the tent, erecting the canopy, installing portable camping tables and chairs, building a makeshift toilet, and using the outdoor stove. By the time Suin had scattered several circles of powder along the protective shield and was pulled back by Wan, the inside had begun to resemble a home. It was almost dark now, and the outdoor camping light above the tent illuminated the small world. The night was like a veil, shrouding everything in mist. In the forest outside the shield, everything was hazy. Master, don't leave the shield after dark. The aura of evil spirits is strong here at night. Wan carefully instructed Su, and as she pulled him back into the shield. Chapter 378. She looked out of the jungle with a stern expression. Suin nodded, indicating she heard. While she wasn't incapable of defeating the evil spirit, there was no need to waste energy on a pointless fight. In fact, to be frank, right now, Suin was only thinking about eating and sitting down to rest. The little grass cake she eaten at around 5 o'clock was almost completely digested, and Sue-Ann felt a rumbling hunger. As for sitting down to rest, Sue-Ann did the same, barely able to straighten her back in the chair. This was too comfortable. The protective shield had built-in temperature control, much better than under an umbrella. Sitting here was so cool and comfortable that she simply didn't want to move. Perhaps there's no harm without comparison. Since entering this world and owning the pumpkin carriage, Sue-Ann had been well cared for by the dolls, living a life of comfort, practically never leaving the house. Every day was spent enjoying life in the pumpkin carriage. Even when she went off the platform to fight monsters or work on making dolls, it wasn't too strenuous. But today, she truly experienced the hardships of survival in the wild. After walking through the jungle for several hours, she could barely stand up straight. The soles of her feet ached, and blisters seemed to have formed, but she didn't dare take off her shoes yet. She would only work on her feet before bed. But even if she seemed to be struggling, in reality, she didn't do much. Much of the work was done by the dolls. The dolls were energetic and cared for their owner. She had no face to complain about the hardship, but simply kept on walking. Over the campfire, Little Pumpkin was preparing a late dinner for the evening. The bear, who had been leading the way, had run out of energy and was drooling in anticipation of a meal. Considering the bear's voracious appetite, there was no cheaper and more delicious food than monster meat. Little Pumpkin grabbed some pre-marinated meat from the refrigerator and hung it over the campfire to roast. Then, she busied herself on the makeshift stove, calling the bear, who was stuffing himself with sugar cookies, to come and help. She cooked a pot of thick pumpkin soup to accompany the barbecue dinner. The night deepened. The shadowy jungle in the distance had become increasingly blurred. The night was no longer a hazy veil, but completely obscured everything. The darkness lent the forest a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. At night, it seemed as if the forest itself had changed, taking on an unpredictable danger. Sue-Ann rested in a chair, drank some water, and took a bite of one of the sugar cookies the bear had handed her from his collection. The cookie was sweeter than honey, and just one bite choked her mouth, leaving her with nothing but sweetness. Waving a hand, politely declining the bear's offer to share more, Sue-Ann gulped down a glass of water before feeling better. She occasionally glanced outside, watching Huan, her expression grave, fly back and forth within the protective shield, as if exploring something. Sue-Ann felt as if something was about to burst out of the darkness. The sensation tightened her back, like an electric current running from her tailbone along her spine to her crown. Where it passed, hair stood on end, and a chill ran down her back. The mind reacted faster than the body. The flowering, colorful spirit bow silently emerged from midair, and the flowing light arrow unleashed. Having reached level 10, Sue-Ann's two skills displayed an even greater level of brilliance. To put it simply, it means becoming both beautiful and powerful. Personal skill, flowing arrows. Consume spirit points to summon the spirit weapon flourishing colorful spirit bow, creating several spirit arrows with ranged, group attack, mental attack, automatic enemy targeting, and purification of evil spirits. Flourishing colorful spirit bow, spirit level, player Sunshine Bear, whose soul mobilizes spiritual power, materializes a spiritual weapon with attributes such as intangible, exclusive, unique, and focused. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of piercing sounds echoed through the air, the sound of spiritual power condensed into spiritual arrows. This mental attack should have been silent, but because the owner's mental power was too strong, it instead affected the real world, causing physical piercing sounds. Followed by this. Silent screams followed. In the distance, a faint white flame appeared, burning like a cat-like evil spirit. In the light and shadow, Sue-Ann vaguely saw a cat-like figure bowing to her in thanks. It wasn't an illusion. That was her spiritual vision. The message at the bottom of the system screen began to flash. Player Sunshine Bear, you killed the cat-human demon Bev. Your cat-human hatred increased by 1, and your cat-human undead favor increased by 1. Player Sunshine Bear, you killed the cat-human demon Alyssa. Your cat-human hatred increased by 1, and your cat-human undead favor increased by 1. Player Sunshine Bear, you killed the cat-human demon Helena. Your cat-human hatred increased by 1, and your cat-human undead favor increased by 1. Master, what happened? Little Pumpkin, who was grilling meat, scurried over, almost teleporting from the campfire to Swan's position. A second before it happened, Bear turned his back, covered his eyes, and buried his head in the chair, leaving only his butt facing the outside. Muttering, "Don't look, keep calm. Don't cause trouble for Sister Ann and everyone else." "It's okay, I just killed some evil spirits," Sue-Ann explained. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Indeed, She had just killed some evil spirits, and even the system's prompt said the same thing. If anything, it was that these evil spirits seemed to have names. But she didn't know why her body was so alert. These aren't simple evil spirits. They aren't chaotic, ignorant, and polluted spirits. They're evil spirits with names and intelligence. One appeared out of nowhere, her face serious and her voice steady. One displayed a serious expression she had never seen before. The darkness of the jungle, coupled with the temperature-controlled shield that filtered the warm wind into a cold breeze, whizzing by. The atmosphere was simply overwhelming. Sue shuddered. Then horror movies played through her mind. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. A light breeze blew. Suddenly, Chapter 379. A large face approached her. It was Huan. Sue nearly jumped in fright. She patted her chest. She shook her head, trying to shut out the horror movie plot, telling herself not to scare herself. Little Pumpkin's voice came from beside her. Little Pumpkin asked in confusion, "What's wrong with the evil ghosts? Why are you getting so close? Who are you trying to scare? Aren't they just the same species as you? It's okay, we can kill them anyway. Don't scare people here." Sue nodded. Indeed, ghosts weren't that scary. The biggest ghost was right next to her. She was indeed startled just now, but because it was Huan, the fear subsided. Wait, these evil ghosts seemed no different from the evil spirits of the past. I'm not an evil ghost, I'm a play ghost. We're not the same species. Forget it, Pumpkin. Your head is so small, I can't explain it clearly. No need to explain. Aw, Huan, are you itching again? You want my loving education? Why are you talking to Pumpkin? You only been good for a few days and a half, and now you're talking like that again. Little Pumpkin and Huan were bickering again. But for some reason, with this interruption and bickering, the tension seemed to completely dissipate. Sue, who had been feeling a little scared, felt less frightened. Even Bear, who had been keeping his head down, fearing that if he emerged, he would be contaminated by the evil spirits outside and cause trouble for everyone, turned sideways to look at Little Pumpkin and Huan. However, this also made Sue feel unusual. His fear had returned so quickly. Am I really that afraid of ghosts? Not necessarily. Every day, holding the cool Huan in his arms, he slept soundly. Amidst the bickering between Little Pumpkin and Huan, Sue also understood why Huan's face had grown stern. Her lively personality had become restrained, and she had become considerably more mature. Because there was something wrong with the evil spirits here. In Huan's words, to remember one's own name and memories, to become a ghost, one must possess a deep obsession and a sense of grievance. This is why in traditional stories, ghosts are always depicted as harboring deep resentment. After becoming a ghost, they carry a strong sense of resentment and are extremely powerful spiritual beings. Many dead creatures, after their physical bodies die, their souls gradually dissipate, though the lucky ones can retain a confused and dazed spirit. The evil spirits that wander the highways at night are often like this. The confused spirits of deceased players or other creatures, tainted by corruption, become aggressive evil spirits. However, these evil spirits are generally very weak. Their attacks primarily erode the willpower and mental strength of the living, weakening them mentally, which is expressed in the system statistic as a loss of mental strength. Only when the player's mental power drops to a certain level, meaning they become mentally drained and collapsed, can they exploit their weakness and induce them to self-harm, thereby inflicting physical damage. Simply put, these creatures have no physical attacks at all. Only beings like bears, with their low mental power and high attack power, are particularly vulnerable to evil spirits. This statement is somewhat offensive to the bear, but the bear accepted it naturally. Sue continued to listen to Huan. Evil spirits generally possess abilities, inheriting their names and memories, even their skills and abilities, from their previous lives. Embracing twisted resentment, they can even become even more powerful. The living are naturally afraid of evil spirits. This is perfectly normal. In fact, this fear isn't due to timidity, but often stems from the mental pressure they wield, a mental attack skill similar to a fear aura. What was different was that at night, the forest was filled with the scent of evil spirits, but these spirits didn't seem very powerful. It was very likely that some creature was creating evil spirits. As soon as Huan finished speaking, everyone felt their backs tighten. Evil spirits, could they be created? How could they be created to brutally abuse and kill the deceased while they were still alive? Forgive Suen's dark thoughts, but according to Huan's logic, this was the only solution he could come up with. Suddenly, Suen smelled something. What's that smell? Suen asked. It sounds like something's burning, said Little Bear, scratching his head. Oh no, my barbecue. Little Pumpkin turned his head and saw that the barbecue hanging over the campfire had caught fire. It darted away, flying towards the campfire stove. Sue-Ann looked at Bear, then at Huan-Huan. The three of them exchanged glances, then rushed over to help. Regardless of how many evil spirits there were out there, how powerful they were, or where they came from, the most urgent thing was to eat and sleep. Sue-Ann inquired carefully and confirmed that the spirits were blocked by the protective shield and couldn't get in. He could only use some intimidating and mentally intimidating tactics from a distance, which put his mind at ease. In this situation, he couldn't do anything to himself, Huan-Huan, and Little Pumpkin. It was just that the bear was more or less in danger. But it didn't matter. Xiaomo knew his weaknesses, and was very self-aware and cautious at night, hiding whenever possible. And with them on guard, the bear wouldn't be easily fooled. Sometimes later, everyone ate their late-night dinner together. The barbecue looked quite good, with no trace of the recent burn. Little Pumpkin carefully cut off the charred black part and threw it into the campfire to recook the barbecue to a golden crust. This is the key to both beauty and deliciousness. Sue-Ann nibbled at the barbecue and sipped on the pumpkin soup, feeling a sense of well-being. The food from the refrigerator was still fresh and warm, but Sue-Ann thought Little Pumpkin's freshly cooked meals were even better. In the forest, a simple bowl of soup was worth 1,000 delicacies. After dinner, everyone packed up and went to the makeshift bathroom to wash up. A bucket of water, a hose, and Little Pumpkin or Huan-Huan's telekinesis made a simple shower. Next to the shower stall, a pit and a shovel made a simple toilet. Outdoors, everything was as simple as possible. Sue-Ann showered for 3 minutes, just to rinse off the sweat, and then immediately helped everyone shower. After everyone finished washing and changed into clean, sweat-free clothes, they all felt much more relaxed. The tent was opened, and the dolls worked together to add and remove details. The tent was a simple triangular tent, with a space of 3 or 4 square meters, enough for 4 people to lie side by side. The tent was fully enclosed, its floor covered in a thick layer of waterproof fabric. Huan-Huan turned on the ceiling light, brightening the interior. Little Pumpkin laid out the moisture-proof mat, and Bear arranged the enormous sleeping bag. Swan sat at the edge of the tent, finding a chair and a basin to soak his feet. After washing his feet, he faced the light, and pricked the blisters on the soles of his feet with a small wooden thorn. He then applied some disinfectant alcohol to prevent inflammation. The night grew darker. After everything was done, he finished his work. Chapter 380. Finally, Sue-Ann and the dolls squeezed into the tent to sleep. It had been so long since she slept on the ground, and even with the moisture-proof mat, Sue-Ann felt a little uncomfortable. She could sense a ground energy rising from the ground. Xiong said it was the power of the earth element. The ground beneath the tent was simply cleared, not perfectly smooth, with occasional pebbles. Even through her sleeping bag, Sue-Ann could still sense some areas separating her from the others. Mainly, because it was hot, the sleeping bag wasn't very thick. Lying on the ground, it felt hard. Sue-Ann felt like she almost become the princess, and the pea thanks to Little Pumpkin's care. Just sleeping, and she noticed so many things. Despite all the discomfort, Sue-Ann was exhausted. Being extremely tired wasn't something she resented. Because the protective shield was under Little Pumpkin's control, Little Pumpkin would detect if its defense value dropped below 80%, eliminating the need for a night watch. Sue-Ann fell asleep with Little Pumpkin resting on top of her, leaning against Bear and Huan-Huan. In the middle of the night, Sue-Ann suddenly opened her eyes. Through her mental connection, she sensed that Bear was feeling unwell. The lights inside the tent had long since been turned off, leaving only the camping lantern outside. The camping lantern was a small, elegant item. Besides illuminating the wilderness, it also had a subtle effect in dispelling evil spirits. Sue-Ann used the dim light to find Bear. The bear, half asleep, trembled beside her, seemingly struck by something. Frightened, Sue-Ann quickly touched it, channeling her mental energy to offer comfort. Little Pumpkin, however, was fine, soundly sleeping on her body, and she could hear its breathing. Sue-Ann stretched out her hand and tossed and turned, but nothing disturbed her sleep. While comforting the bear, Sue-Ann quickly realized that Huan-Huan was nowhere to be seen, neither to her left nor right, nor under her feet. Perhaps she had gone out to do something. Just as Sue-Ann was debating whether to wait until the bear was settled before going out to look for her, suddenly, a figure appeared through the tent. It was a beautiful face, heavily made up, and in the dim light filtering through the tent, it looked particularly eerie. The backlight was quite frightening. Sue-Ann's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly realized it was Huan-Huan in her ghostly form. The gorgeous ghost in the costume noticed Sue-Ann awake and realized she had accidentally frightened her master. Her expression changed from a fierce, still unrepressed one to a state of surprise. Sleeves dancing, the ghost spun gracefully, covering her mouth, eyes wide. Soon, she realized that in the dead of night, in her gorgeous costume, any expression would be frightening, so she immediately transformed into her simple ghost form, slowly drifting over. As she flew, she reflected on herself. She hadn't known her master was awake. If she had, she would have obediently opened the tent and come in, instead of using her racial ability to pass through walls. From her master's appearance, it seemed he wasn't frightened by the wild ghosts outside, but rather by her. "Master, there was a lot of noise outside last night, keeping the bear awake. I just grew bigger to scare them," Wan said, explaining her late-night stroll. "Is Big Bear okay?" "I chased them away now," Wan asked. Suin stroked the bear's body, which had stopped shaking. It seemed Wan's scare had been effective. The ghost had drifted away, and the bear wasn't frightened by their pressure anymore. The bear was now much calmer, his breathing even. Suin said, "Looks like everything's fine." Suin checked the time. It was past 1 in the morning, still dark, so everyone went back to sleep. A dreamless night. When daybreak finally dawned, the dolls began to rise. Suin lay in her sleeping bag, half-consciously wondering, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" She soon realized she was trying to clear the level because the daily disasters had intensified. Partly for the other players, but mostly for herself, she hated the feeling of being cut by a slow knife. Suin climbed out of her sleeping bag and mentally prepared herself to accept the aches and pains. She wasn't someone who couldn't endure hardship. It's okay, she can still persevere. The jungle was beautiful in the early morning. Birds chirped in the distance, the wind rustled leaves, and everything was vibrant with life. Suin emerged from her sleeping bag, dressed, and sorted out her tent's belongings, stuffing them into little pumpkin storage. After emerging, Suin began dismantling the tent. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xiong and Wan washing up, huddled in a basin, washing their faces together. On the stove next to the tent, Little Pumpkin cooked a large pot of meat porridge and simply chopped a large radish, mixing it with seasoning for a small cold dish. The bubbling aroma of the porridge soothed Suin's discomfort from changing beds. Getting up and having a meal right away, what a blissful feeling. She hurried to wash up. For breakfast, Suin ate the meat porridge with pickled radish. Little Xiong and Wan seemed to be competing, stuffing their mouths with flatbreads. Little Pumpkin sipped the porridge slowly and spoke, "I seemed to dream yesterday that one flew out of the protective shield and circled around. It was beautiful, so pretty." At this, Little Pumpkin, a wooden spoon in his mouth, smiled idiotically. Suin glanced at Little Pumpkin. Her expression was quite unbearable. However, she was right. Wan had indeed transformed and left last night. It seemed that Little Pumpkin could still sense the comings and goings of the shield even in her sleep. It was just that, unprepared for her family, she mistook it all for a dream. She was not shy about expressing her affection for Dawan. She treated Dawan and Xiaowan completely differently. At the mention of dreams, Little Bear stopped eating his biscuit. His expression changed, and he said slowly, "I had a nightmare yesterday. It was terrifying." When he said terrifying, Little Bear glanced cautiously at Suin, as if he had done something wrong. Everyone was no fool. From Bear's expression, they knew that the nightmare that had frightened him must have been related to Suin. Seeing the bear's reluctance to speak, and its guilt-ridden expression, it was likely that Suin had experienced something terrible in the bear's dream. Suin smiled, and rubbed the bear's head. "Touch its fur, it won't scare you. Dreams are just fake." Yeah. The bear nodded vigorously. "After the nightmare, I had another beautiful dream," it murmured, blushing and lowering its head. It drank a bowl of porridge in one gulp. After dinner, everyone began packing their belongings and moving them into the pumpkin cart warehouse. They continued on their way. The bear led the way, and Suin followed. Leaving the protective shield, the temperature soared. Suin, frail, relied on the oil paper umbrella props and occasional water to barely keep up. After 2 hours of walking, Suin called Sumo to a halt. "Wait, Xiaomo, are we going in circles?" Suin pointed to a tree. There was a mark she made on the path, a triangle. She'd done this because she felt she'd seen this tree before. Xiong stopped and carefully examined the surroundings and the tree. "My sense of direction isn't wrong. We're moving in the same direction. It's this tree that's moving." Chapter 381. Xiaomo said. As soon as he finished speaking, the tree swayed its branches, as if responding to the surrounding voices. Everyone tensed instantly. The bear grew larger, and lashed out with its mace. The tree broke, leaving a wound the size of a bowl. The surroundings instantly grew cooler, and a sinister demon emerged. It charged straight at the bear. A string in Su-En's brain instantly clenched. Su-En's bow and arrow appeared, and he was about to release an arrow. Little Pumpkin's energy shield had already blocked the giant bear. Meanwhile, Wan had completed her transformation, transforming into a gorgeous playful ghost. With almost teleportation speed, she arrived behind the demon and killed it with a single claw strike. In a split second, the monster, which hadn't been a threat, was dispatched. They're very weak, not like naturally formed ghosts. To conserve energy, Wan transformed from her playful ghost form into a small demon and spoke truthfully. Perhaps there's someone manipulating them. Master, should we continue forward? Little Pumpkin asked. Su-En said, this tree was deliberately discovered by us. The evil spirit within seems to be misleading us into thinking we're stuck in circles, unwilling to let us continue forward. Su-En pondered. He had misspoken. We're here on a mission. The more we're blocked, the more we should explore. Su-En chose to trust Xiong's judgment. Xiong was leading the way correctly. They were indeed heading towards the valley downhill. Xiao Imo looked up at the sky, touched the ground, and said, I think we're not far from the bottom of the mountain. After a brief discussion, they continued on. The valley was a must-go. After all, this station was called Cat Valley, and the platform names translated by the system were often closely related to the station itself. If they found a cat in the valley, they would have a clue. They needed to find the cat flags needed for the mission as soon as possible, so they could return to the highway to rest comfortably. The harsh wilderness made it difficult for everyone to fully recover after resting, which would only make them more exhausted over time. Additionally, the area was rife with pollution, and staying there for too long would easily infect their mental seas. Fortunately, Wan's skills could clear it. Staying at this station would require Wan to constantly use her skills to clear the pollution, which would also put a long-term strain on her energy. As they advanced, the surroundings became increasingly treacherous. Trees constantly appeared in the road, attempting to confuse their sense of direction, but this did not affect the bear's directional judgment. This clearly frightened the evil spirits, but there was no point in getting anxious. As Wan put it, these weak ghosts struggled to even show up during the day. They wouldn't do much more than cause trouble or, at night, rely on their racial superiority to scare people. Trying to kill them one by one would be a waste of their energy and time. Su-En and the others were on the right track. Finally, around 10 o'clock, they reached the foot of the mountain, almost out of the forest. Standing at the foot of the mountain, gazing out into the distance, they saw a desolate valley. The valley was dotted with a vast expanse of exotic-style buildings, offering a glimpse of their former prosperity. Time had tarnished the structures, perhaps due to a lack of maintenance, leaving them with an indescribable sense of dilapidation. Occasionally, a few collapsed ruins could be seen. This place felt like an abandoned city, a dead city devoid of life. Su-En didn't rush to explore the abandoned Catman city. She had been on the road since breakfast, around 6 in the morning, and 3 or 4 hours had already passed. She needed to rest with the dolls to avoid running out of energy when faced with challenges. The wilderness was simple, and there was no time to prepare more. She simply pulled out a picnic mat from the small pumpkin space, spread it on the ground, and sat with the dolls for a while, drinking some water. While resting, the discussion continued. This forest had so many evil spirits, as weak as the evil spirits, that it was a topic worth discussing. Who on earth could mass-produce such weak ghosts? Just as everyone was resting, the bear suddenly stiffened. The bear's ears twitched, and then twitched again, with the right ear twitching 3 times in a row. The bear went from a sitting position to a standing position, and at the same time, a skill activated, its body instantly expanding to 4 meters in height. For a bear, this height corresponds to considerable strength and a certain degree of flexibility, indicating a state of readiness for combat. As it grew taller, Xiao Imo warned everyone. Sister Inan, everyone, something's coming. Be careful. Su-En glanced at Little Pumpkin. A quick decision was made. Su-En used his spirit control skill, merging with Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin transformed into his third face, the pumpkin mask placed on Su-En's head. This gave the slow-moving Su-En an extra boost of telekinesis, allowing him to levitate. At the same time, Little Pumpkin's defensive skill, a protective shield, effectively protected Su-En. Combined with ranged attacks like the Guqin and bows, this greatly facilitated team combat. Furthermore, Little Pumpkin assumed the responsibility of protecting its master. Su-En knew that only when he was safe could everyone else fight with confidence. In this team, Bear can take damage and is the primary attacker. Swan and Little Pumpkin provide ranged attack and defense, and Wan provides support and provides strong control and attack when using her ultimate. Soon, the creature Bear mentioned arrived. A leopard cat. It leaped swiftly from a distance. This creature resembled a tiger, its sturdy frame like a cheetah. Upon seeing the group, it attacked directly. Outsiders, you are the ones who harmed my people. Go to hell. Its roar was translated into Blue Star Chinese by the system. As it spoke, the attack arrived, striking with all its might. The battle was imminent. A system pop-up window opened. Ding dong, congratulations, player Sunshine Bear. You have been attacked by a white-striped leopard cat, a native of the cat platform. Below is the current creature information. Monster, white-striped tiger cat. Level, LV14 Elite, Spiritual Grade 2 Elite Monster, Habitat, Cat Valley. Notes, a surviving member of the Catman tribe, a cat clinging to its memories, twisted within them into a monster with a poor mind. Bear was the first to confront this creature. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The tiger-sized giant cat moved swiftly, its massive claws wielding. The bear, though less agile, possessed the physique and strength of a ferocious beast. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. They clashed and tangled. Bear had considered using force to suppress the cat monster. However, the cat monster was too fast, and its size reduced its agility, making it unlikely to strike. He could only engage it at this size. The cat monster carried a strong metallic aura, its claws laced with golden elemental magic. Bear had recently ascended to the spiritual grade, relying on his newly acquired earth elemental power to attack and defend. On the other side. Chapter 382. Suin, entering a warlike state, moved swiftly, strumming his guqin and attacking the attacking cat monsters with his light blades to support Xiaomo. Suddenly, a black fog descended from the distance. A closer look revealed a swarm of evil spirits pressing in from afar. So dense and numerous. Completely surrounding them. These creatures were clearly weak, hiding in the forest, and only venturing out at night. After dawn, they dared not even show their faces in the sun, clinging to the trees, only occasionally performing sneaky, frightening tricks. Now, these evil spirits, contrary to their nature, chose to confront head-on. It seemed this white-striped tiger cat was likely their master. This was clearly a difficult situation. While each evil spirit was weak, there were too many of them. And the powerful, burly bear, whose highest level could battle the white-striped tiger cat monster head-on, had exceptionally weak mental strength. We couldn't let these evil spirits get close to the bear. They were using their psychic attacks to attack Xiaomo. Without Xiaomo, the group would be in danger of facing the powerful and agile level 14 monster cat. Suin turned to glance at Wan, who nodded, instantly understanding her meaning. Wan transforming into a theatrical ghost. A graceful beauty in gorgeous attire performed on the stage, attracting the attention of all the evil spirits and easily controlling them. At this moment, Suin had no time to pay attention to Wan, who was using her skills to sing and sing. It wasn't because Wan lacked charm or her performance was unappealing, but because the situation was urgent and her attention was completely focused on Sumo. These evil spirits were weak because they lacked defensive skills. Their mental strength was actually quite strong, and their level was relatively high. Wan could control them, but not for long. Just as Xiaowan transformed into Wan, Suin used her spirit control to teleport Xiaomo, granting him some mental protection, allowing him to focus on fighting the white-striped tiger cat and avoid being affected by the approaching demon's mental intimidation aura. Synchronizing the two dolls put a heavy mental strain on Suin. However, her mental energy was high, so she could maintain it for a while. Additionally, she used mental arrows to help the bear shoot at the aggressive tiger cat. Strive for a quick victory. Because everyone's ultimates were fully activated, the energy consumption was enormous, so the battle had to be resolved quickly. Everything happened quickly. There were silent screams as some demons fell under Dawan's control, while others escaped. Dawan was now controlling the demons, fighting one demon against another. The demons fought each other in a chaotic clump, bringing with them a gust of chilling wind. The scene was a chaotic mess. Soon, many demons were dead. Suin's occasional darts would occasionally land a few piercing blows on the white-striped tiger cat's buttocks. The white-striped tiger cat paid attention to Suin, distracting its attention to cast a golden light blade spell. Although this tiger cat was mentally unstable, its attack power was extremely strong, with a wide range of combat techniques and skills. Suin dodged any attacks he could, and when he couldn't, he summoned a pumpkin to charge his shield, blocking them before dodging again. The bear, whose vision and perception were synchronized with Sister Anin, knew that Sister Anin and Little Pumpkin could handle it, so he didn't distract himself to protect her. The bear wasn't shy, seizing the opportunity Sister Anin had given him to increase his offensive, hoping to expand his victory and take advantage of the white-striped tiger cat's distraction to keep it captive. In the battle quickly, it infused its mace with all the earth element spiritual energy it had gained after ascending to the spiritual realm. Swinging its massive mace, the bear twisted into an incredible pose, striking the white-striped tiger cat from a clever angle. At this point, it had no escape. The dancing bear displayed its combined strength and agility. Its earth elemental aura, with the force of a landslide, struck the white-striped tiger cat hard. Hardly. Like a battering ram, it sent the monster flying. The air crackled with explosions, and the crackling sound of elements rubbing against each other. The white-striped tiger cat flew hundreds of meters away. Amazing. That strike just now was truly impressive. That strange cat should be dead, Little Pumpkin muttered through the telepathic link. No, I can hear it breathing, Suemo replied. The mace in its hand transformed into a meteor hammer, signaling its readiness for a ranged attack. In the distance, the white-striped tiger let out a sharp meow. Meow meow! You vicious bunch of outsiders, ##. It was furious, completely insane. It was still muttering obscenities. Entering the platform, the system's instant translation service, even the translated obscenities were muted. The shrill cat cry echoed throughout the platform. This cry, imbued with spiritual power, drowned out Dewan's opera singing. A white-striped tiger cat stood up from a distance, its body twice its size, though still looking disheveled. Blood was gushing from its mouth. Its stomach was wounded, and one leg seemed to be limp, dangling from its body. That was the result of its narrow escape during the bear attack. If it hadn't dodged, it would be dead now, not seriously injured. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it radiated a terrifying, polluted energy. The wounds on its body were also twisting and deforming, and the deformation was constantly expanding, looking rather disgusting. At this moment, its tail, wrapped in a flag, was waving, which was also the source of its distortion power. The white-striped tiger cat summoned a black pennant from nowhere, with a small cat ear on top. Suin, with his sharp eyesight and strong mental power, immediately noticed the flag on the white-striped tiger cat's tail. Cat flag. A damaged artifact, the cat flag. At the same time, when the cat flag appeared, a pop-up window appeared on the system. Mission information updated. Mission name: Find cat flag *3 background. In Cat Valley, the remnants of the cat people live. It is said that these lost people possess a lost and damaged magical item, the cat flag. Please find the cat flag. Mission reminder: the cat flag, black, has appeared. Come and collect it. Suan's mission objective: the cat flag, appeared. If they obtained it, they could leave this station, and all players on Blue Star could stop the increasingly severe environmental disasters on the roads. They had to take it back. Suan stared at the black cat flag. Suan could sense that the center of the pollution was the cat flag. The cat flag seemed to have invisible black threads connecting the vast mass of evil spirits. Dewan's opera lyrics abruptly stopped. Because the cat flag was controlling the evil spirits to sing together, the singing of a group of evil spirits above the spirit level drowned out the singing of a single operatic ghost below the spirit level. Dewan was very unhappy. Chapter 383. Dewan glared fiercely at the group of evil spirits, as if watching a neighboring opera troupe stealing their business, using unfair competition to steal the audience they had worked so hard to capture. As luck would have it, everyone has heard the original version of this song. It was a song Suan had heard while selling clothes with Sai in the Scorpion Holy Land. The Catman selling clothes had played this warm and cheerful Catman folk song in his shop. At that moment, the song echoed across the battlefield, a swarm of evil spirits singing together, sounding eerie. But no creature present could ignore the song. The song drilled into their heads relentlessly. In the hands of the white-striped tiger cat, this black cat flag connected a group of evil spirits, spreading this powerful polluting force in the form of a ballad. Terrible pollution, a terrifying method of mental attack. The operator of the cat flag didn't even spare himself. At this moment, not only the controller of the cat flag, but also the monster cat itself, was distorted by the pollution. Even Suan and his companions felt as if they were struggling to breathe. Especially the bear. Even with Suan protecting him, he could sense the bear's stiffness and lethargy. This couldn't go on any longer. We couldn't just sit there and wait for death. We had to end the battle quickly and clear the pollution. If this continued, everyone would have to grow ears, tails, and more limbs, and leaving behind diseased areas would be troublesome. especially the bear. If it became distorted, the situation would be serious. Dewan, hurry, together, let's interrupt their skills. Suin said to Dewan through a mental link. Following that, Suin used his spirit control skill to synchronize with Wan's perception. This gave Suin's head a slight tingling sensation. Synchronizing 3 puppets was a bit of a burden for her. For simultaneous visions and 4 perceptions made her dizzy, but with her powerful mental strength, Suin quickly found her balance. Skills activated. Dewan immediately unleashed all 3 of her skills, unleashing them on Suimo, the bear. Soon, Suimo became Dewan's spectator. Controlled by her own side, the bear could no longer be captured. Wan controlled the bear, as if she had once controlled a dragon. At the same time, under the combined mental power of Wan and Suin, the bear could completely abandon its mind, simply protecting its soul and leaving everything to the others. Under the combined support of Suin and Wan, the bear charged forward fearlessly, completely unfazed by the pollution that grew stronger the closer it approached. As it advanced, Little Pumpkin's shield appeared again and again, landing on the bear, just in time to block the claw-like light blades launched by the white-striped tiger cat monster. The pollution intensified, like a viscous swamp, and the bear advanced through it. The bear rushed toward the white-striped tiger cat monster, waving the cat flag, and struck it with a club. The song ended. The evil spirits scattered, some transforming into evil spirits, some shattering into fragments, some vanishing like smoke, some sinking into the ground, and some clinging to trees. The white-striped tiger cat collapsed. With resentment in its eyes, it fainted with its eyes open. A thick rage filled its eyes. Suin controlled the bear to lift the cat flag with his mace, not daring to touch the object emitting a thick black aura with its bare hands. Suin simultaneously received a system message. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for obtaining a cat flag, black, *1. The system recommends that the player place this quest item in the quest box for storage. Quest box. Cat Valley exclusive, a box that can block the aura of artifacts. Note: you wouldn't want to keep the cat flag, would you? I advise against it. If a non-Catman player holds it, it will bring misfortune. Suin didn't contradict the system. This cat flag was clearly a source of pollution. She didn't dare touch it. Retrieving the system-giving quest box, Suin controlled the bear to place the entire black cat flag inside, reducing the surrounding pollution. But it wasn't over yet. The white-striped tiger cat monster wasn't dead. Suin did it on purpose. It wasn't out of mercy. She needed to know what happened on this platform, as well as clues about the other 2 cat flags, as Little Pumpkin had reminded her. Suin and Wan controlled the bear simultaneously, using the soul-binding rope to bind the monster tightly, and then feeding it a bottle of weakness potion produced by the Scorpion Man. Suin felt relieved when she saw the monster's strength level temporarily drop from 14 to 7. The weakness potion lasted for 6 hours, and it would still work if she inquired about the situation before killing it. Next, Suin released the doll-like spirit control. Everyone transformed into their most comfortable original forms. Dewan became Xiaowan. The pumpkin mask transformed into a small pumpkin. The giant bear transformed into a small bear. Suin took out the platinum decontamination potion and immediately began to remove the mental pollution, first giving the bear a dose and then sharing it with everyone. This bottle of decontamination potion, the platinum potion he had exchanged at the Fantasy Fairyland station, held a full 500 milliliters. The bear was heavily contaminated, and after about 200 milliliters, the extra ear that had grown behind it disappeared, effectively putting it out of danger. This is the terrifying nature of contamination. Without prompt treatment, the bear would eventually develop a 3-eared bear. This process is irreversible. Even if the extra ear is cut off, the third will grow back. To prevent any accidents, Suin fed the bear a little more. Only when the bear regained consciousness and told Sister Anan to stop feeding it, saying it would be physically unable to handle it, did Suin stop. Chapter 384. If the system opened the sanity panel, Suin would see Xiong's stats, rising from 21 all the way to 120, about to break the normal sanity limit for a living being. If it went any higher, it would cause a positive, irreversible distortion. Except for certain perverts, no one would do that. Suin drank the remaining potion with Wan and Little Pumpkin. It was a large potion, and once opened, it couldn't be kept for long. Putting it in the refrigerator wouldn't work either, as the potion's power would gradually dissipate. But they didn't drink too much, just enough to feel clear-headed. Suin could also sense what Xiao Xiong said about his body not being able to handle it. If he drank any more, he'd feel like he was being overly rational and inhuman. This feeling reminded Suin of Li Mingshu. Yes, that almost inhuman being with an intermittently translucent appearance. At first, Suen thought it was a distortion caused by his contamination, but later realized it wasn't. Yin country couldn't allow a contaminated, unstable entity to exist. Control the stability maintenance group. Moreover, despite her inhumanity, her mental state possessed no negative influences. On the contrary, her excessive positive energy remained absolutely rational and calm, and everything she considered was always from the perspective of all humanity. This excessive rationality reminded Suen of an emotionless machine, and he unconsciously felt a touch of coldness and heartache. After everyone finished drinking, there was still a bottle of platinum potion left. About a few dozen milliliters. Suen looked around and saw Wan and Little Pumpkin, who were gathered together chewing the spirit source stone, waving their hands in refusal. They said they couldn't drink anymore, otherwise they would become unlike themselves. Honestly, they were already feeling that way. Specifically, the two glanced at each other and lost even the desire to argue. This was terrifying. Logically, they knew arguing was wrong, but logic also knew something was wrong with them if they didn't. Suen looked at the remaining bottle of base potion and decided to drink it himself, and then sip it on one of the dolls. Turning his head, he saw the severely injured, unconscious white tiger cat on the ground and had an idea. It seemed to be contaminated as well, shouting and killing as soon as it came up, completely unlike the docile and amiable cat people, the cat uncle in the clothing store, we had imagined. If the contamination was removed, gathering clues would be easier. Why not feed it for a while and ask questions? Suen opened the creature's mouth and poured the last bit of potion directly into it. Waiting for it to wake up, everyone found a large tree to shelter from the heat and continued their rest. Some drank their medicine, some ate. They worked to restore themselves as quickly as possible, replenishing their mental, energy, and stamina bars. Next, everyone waited for the white tiger cat to wake. Half an hour later, the white-striped tiger cat slowly regained consciousness. "Stranger, you didn't kill me." Its voice was hoarse and filled with confusion. Suddenly, its mind regained its composure, and it realized something. "Stranger, you used a precious anti-pollution potion on me." It paused, clearly aware that it had gone too far in its moment of madness. She lowered her eyes and took in her surroundings, her gray hometown, the abandoned town, her friends who had become ghosts. She relied on her natural white tiger cat, her strong resistance to pollution and her ability to control ghosts, to fantasize about becoming a hero who could save everyone. Her greed and recklessness had only led her to lose herself in her own hometown. Suen nodded. Looking at the white-striped tiger cat before her, she began, "In my impression, cat people are a very friendly race. I think we can communicate, right?" Suen smiled gently, her voice softening to an extreme. Suen spoke to the monster that had just been shouting and screaming for war, much the same way she spoke to the puppets, absolutely gentle. In front of strangers, she truly had the air of a good girl. In reality, the puppets all knew that their master had nearly killed the monster in the previous battle to gain experience. It was only at the last moment, when Little Pumpkin suggested staying behind to ask for clues about the cat flag, that Suen finally controlled Shamo's body and stopped. A few minutes later, the white-striped tiger cat struggled to transforming into a cat-eared girl. She seemed to be lacking in ability. Her humanoid transformation wasn't quite as human-like as the Catman uncle from the Scorpion Holy Land. But she barely had the humanoid form, and it was clear that she was a catwoman. "Stranger, I apologize for my actions. It was my willfulness that led to this situation, and my past carelessness that caused you harm." Weakly, she looked at her beautiful hometown and the seemingly amiable Suen. "You're a player here to fulfill a quest for the mechanists," she said. "Clever. Decontamination potions are useful after all." Suen nodded, agreeing with Kelly, the white-striped tiger cat. This statement opened the conversation. Suen then listened to the story of a station belonging to the Survivor clan, which rose from prosperity and peace to decline. 78 years ago, the owner of the Cat Valley Station, Irisna, went on a long journey, claiming to be helping a friend and bringing true liberation to everyone. From then on, they would never return. Without the protection of a supreme platform master, the station's pollution would gradually intensify, and its inhabitants would gradually lose their minds, eventually becoming true monsters. The cat people were divided into two factions, the Searchers and the Stayers. The stronger group, the Searchers, aimed to find the station master or a cat people expert who could inherit the station by jumping through dungeons in the game. The white-striped tiger cat named Kelly was a member of the Stayers. The weaker cat people in her group guarded their homeland and maintained the operation of the Cat Valley Station. Year after year passed. One by one, the the searchers died on the road to discovery. Among the stayers, many lower-level ordinary cat people became confused and deeply affected by the pollution. At the same time, the newborn kittens began to degenerate and gradually lose their intelligence. A large number of ordinary cat people turned feral and transformed into cats. The situation was getting worse by the day. Fortunately, thanks to the support of the remaining cat people, the artifact cat flag, everything was barely afloat. The platform was still operating normally, paying in-game currency and issuing platform tickets. Until 3 years ago. This barely their situation changed. New players appeared, bringing new opportunities, but also new dangers. The game mode they were playing in was the Abyss Go server, which thrust Cat Valley directly into the most dangerous Abyss Nightmare season. Their arrival brought an invasion of evil spirits. The peaceful Cat Valley, already fragile, became a cat ghost valley once infected. One by one, members of the tribe perished, some even twisted into evil spirits by the power of the Abyss. As the system tested the players, it also tested the already fragile remnants of the platform, who were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Unwilling to give up, Kelly unauthorizedly used the power of the cat flag to try to save the platform. She succeeded. She also failed. Her success was clearing all the power of the Abyss and saving all her kind, transforming them into more docile ghosts with memories. Her failure was that almost all of her kind remained, and upon death, they were transformed into evil ghosts. Even the most docile of them could not escape their evil ghost status, becoming not only weaker, but also eternally restless. Meanwhile, the cat flag went out of control, absorbing too much pollution from the Abyss and becoming a small source of pollution. However, she couldn't give up the cat flag. It was the core support of the platform. Without it, the platform could not continue. She could only use it to defend this land and her people, gradually going mad. Abyss. Suen felt like he had reached another level. Outsider, your mission is to collect cat flags, right? Suen nodded. That wasn't hard to guess. After all, she had already snatched the cat flag from the white-striped tiger cat in front of her. We already owe the system a lot of game currency. We haven't issued platform tickets to operate the platform for a long time. It's normal for it to come and reclaim our assets and take this home. Suen blinked, somewhat confused. After all, she had never been a platform owner, nor had she asked the stability maintenance team about what was needed to operate the platform. She was quite indifferent to many things that didn't concern her life. Perhaps because she saw Suen's lack of understanding, Kelly continued her question crisply. Chapter 385. Do you know about animal husbandry? Suen nodded. Next, the Catman girl across from her began to use a metaphor to describe everything. The platform is the mechanical tribe's pen pasture, and we are their captive lambs. Some of the more powerful sheep leaders have temporarily obtained management rights to the pasture, from which they can protect their people, but if we can't deliver the wool and mutton, or if we can't protect the flock, and the sheep are almost wiped out, Kelly said sadly, then it will reclaim the pasture. The moment the Catman god falls, our tribe's fate is sealed. Suen didn't reply. After all, in her heart, it was all about man conquering nature. If possible, she would never choose to enter the platform. She would lead her dolls, and strive to advance on the road until the very end. After all this, the effect of the pollution potion on Kelly was almost gone. It was almost difficult for her to maintain her human form. The cat person, Kelly, had been distorted and deformed by the pollution for years, and was already in an irreversible state. The potion Suen had fed her could only temporarily clear her mind. Suen glanced at Wan, who unleashed a decontamination treatment. Remembering her original purpose, she hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of the other cat flags. Outlander, don't waste your spiritual energy and elixirs on me. I'm beyond help, Kelly said weakly. If you can, help me liberate my people. This ghost lady possesses the power. She glanced at Wan. But more importantly, she looked at Suen. She knew who was the boss among this group. As for the cat flags, she looked at Suen with a meaningful expression. There are 7 in total. With one, you can follow the direction of the flag to find the others. Good luck. With that, she collapsed, gazing longingly at the sky. She died, her breath gone, transformed into a normal-sized tiger cat. She was emaciated, covered in wounds, her eyes wide open in death. She kept her eyes open, clinging to this world, unwilling to close them until her death. Wan, who was performing her healing skills, was stunned. She was saving someone, so how could she die so suddenly? She clearly looked like she didn't want to die. Master, she's dead, Wan said. Yes. This white tiger cat chose to use her final strength to end her life, a remarkably decisive act. They say a good death is worse than a miserable life. She demonstrated a strong attachment to life, and a resolute act of self-destruction. Soo-in hadn't expected this guy, now lucid and receiving treatment from her, with the group enjoying a pleasant conversation, to choose this final act to end his life. Was it out of guilt? She couldn't forgive herself for trying to save the platform, only to let everyone die there. It was then that Soo-in realized her previous level was 23, a third-level super spirit. Not weak, at least in Soo-in's eyes, it was quite strong. After nearly a century of wear and tear and contamination, this strength had gradually declined to this point. Even with her mind still unclear, she could still fight Little Bear on equal terms. Her inherent strength, bound by a weakening potion that controlled her movements, made it difficult for her to attack Soo-in and his group, but she could certainly understand herself. Shattered Star Core. Soo-in wasn't sure what a Star Core was, but she hazarded a guess that it was a crucial tool for spiritual cultivation after reaching the transcendental realm. The information about the Shattered Star Core came from the system panel. The system was a bit of an afterthought, and its details about Kelly were delayed. Just as it appeared to explain, the Catman died, and the morning words that followed seemed a bit unfortunate. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for understanding the secrets of the Catman Kelly, and the story behind the White Striped Tiger Cat. White Striped Tiger Cat, Catman, original level 23, Transcendental Realm Expert, titled Guardian of Cat Valley, Heroic Cat Little Kelly. The pet acquisition panel can now be opened. Oh. Kelly chose to die by shattering her star core, remaining on this land. This is both a cause for celebration and a cause for lament. Clearly, the system was shaken by Kelly's self-destruction. Master, I try to collect her soul. Wan moved quickly, instantly transforming into Dawan. The instruments tinkled. The young woman on the stage sang a morning opera. Lamenting is a common theme in opera, with classics like Bao Yu weeping for the dead and Liang Zhu weeping at the grave. Wan's rendition of this morning scene was incredibly moving. This scene was deeply moving. No wonder Wan always claimed that pain and tragedy are the nourishment of art. And then she cursed outsiders with misfortune day and night, hoping to shed a few tears as a tribute to her art. Soo-in hadn't been particularly concerned. She felt more like a distant observer than empathy for the cat people's plight. After all, she wasn't very familiar with them. Soo-in's eyes welled up with Wan singing, and she felt a certain pang of grief for the fate of the cat people, and indeed, their entire species. Cats are good, the system is bad. Many scattered evil spirits rushed out after Kelly lost her breath, wailing in what seemed like agony. They watched Wan weeping on the stage and cried along, their cries growing even louder. No cat-human ghost could resist Wan's performance at this moment. Though their memories were limited and their minds were not fully clear, they all understood the pain and suffering Lady Kelly endured to protect them. The powerful Lady Kelly could have left on her own. They could even have lived peaceful lives on other platforms. It was these ordinary cat-humans, barely even spiritually advanced, who hindered the powerful's quest for survival. These evil ghosts willingly became spectators, captives of Wan, simply because they were mourning the white striped tiger cat, Kelly. Chapter 386. Everything seemed to be going as the white striped tiger cat had predicted. She remained in this land, and Wan subdued the demonic tribe as an audience. A few dozen minutes later, Wan had gathered many cat people demonic spectators, but she still hadn't found Kelly's soul. Her soul seemed too weak. The constant use of a damaged artifact, maintained across multiple levels, had long since drained it. After the body's death, the soul simply dissipated with the wind, leaving only a few wisps of soul power. With Wan's current strength, it was difficult to capture. Wan knew that even if she did capture her, she wouldn't be Kelly. Dawan had depleted her energy bar. The show couldn't continue, so she had to end it quickly. Once the show was over, she quickly transformed into Xiaowan. Wan, now a demonic child, wiped the sweat from her forehead weakly and chewed spirit source stones, like peanuts, replenishing her strength. The demons were completely subdued on Wan's stage. The surroundings were cleaner. The entire Cat Valley seemed to have undergone a thorough cleaning, its fog and haze much less shrouded. Sister Anan, what should we do with this? The bear asked, pointing at the carcass of the white-striped tiger cat. It should have simply dismembered the body, but Sister Anan had just seemed so moved. It seemed that direct dismemberment wasn't the right approach. The bear cared little except for Sister Anan's feelings. Little Pumpkin, fresh from Dawan's performance, gathered his meager sympathy and wanted to say he'd put it in the cold storage, but noticed his owner's silence. Soo-in, staring at the emaciated cat corpse, had no other thoughts. If it were any other monster, skinning and eating the flesh to collect materials wouldn't be a big deal. But this was different. In fact, Sue-Ann hadn't intended to kill the monster long before it transformed into a cat girl and spoke gently to her. Sue-Ann had always had a favorable impression of the cat people. Perhaps it was the hard-working cat people she saw on the platform that had given Sue-Ann a natural affinity for this race. At least, Sue-Ann knew they weren't the kind of race that would immediately embrace the player with utter hatred and call for war. In essence, they loved peace and stability, lacking much ambition for war. To be hypocritical, she didn't want to kill Kelly or eat her. As for Kelly's future, whether she was subdued as a pet companion or sent to Huacheng to live and do patrolling and farming, both were fine. Otherwise, Sue-Ann wouldn't have asked Wan to treat her. Bury her. Leave her on this land she cherishes, Sue-Ann said calmly, suppressing her emotions. 10 minutes later, the grave of a cat named Kelly appeared. Kelly was buried beneath a tree, a small, slightly raised mound of earth visible. Sue-Ann used a knife to carve the words Guardian of Cat Valley, Heroic Cat Kelly into the tree trunk. She didn't speak the cat people language, so she had the system translate the words into cat people characters, and then carve them accordingly. Since the system's explanation mentioned these two titles, it proved that Kelly, the white-striped tiger cat, had indeed achieved something that was recorded by the system, earning these titles. It was just like the process of her earning those titles. After carving the simple tombstone, Sue-Ann looked at the unfamiliar string of characters. At this moment, this was all she could do. That was all she could do. Sue-Ann led the dolls away from this somewhat sad place. The dead rest in peace. The living must continue to search for a way out. Sue-Ann had already had an idea about the second cat flag. Kelly didn't keep it a secret, she made it clear. Just follow the flag's direction. Recalling when the white-striped tiger cat had taken out the cat flag, it fluttered freely without wind, and the direction indicated by the flag remained fixed. It was the direction of the city below the valley. Let's move forward. Sue-Ann said she didn't like this place. She wanted to complete the mission and leave as soon as possible. She rarely disliked a platform like this. It wasn't because of the danger, but because of the unshakable depression and sadness. As the sun set, Sue-Ann and his group experienced the situation of looking at the mountain and running to the dead horse. The city below seemed not far away, but it was actually very far away. The territory of Cat Valley was truly vast, comparable to Fantasy Fairyland, but Fantasy Fairyland allowed driving, but not here. Despite their immense efforts, the group still didn't reach the city below the valley before nightfall. They could only rest some distance away. Little Pumpkin took out his props and repeated the same steps as last night, placing the shield, pitching the tent, setting up the table, lighting the bonfire, and boiling hot soup. Everyone went through the same steps again, feeling somewhat tedious and dull. Sue-Ann had pie and hot soup for dinner, but exhaustion had made the food taste less appealing. After quickly filling his stomach, he slept early, hugging the bear as a pillow, and resting early. In the middle of the night, Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin went to the bathroom together. They had drunk too much soup for dinner, so this trip was a must. Following the light outside the tent, they crossed into the open air, heading for the bathroom, their sleepiness somewhat dispelled. Sue-Ann missed the clean, bright toilet inside the pumpkin car. After using the restroom, he emerged. Sue-Ann looked around, catching sight of a distant building and tilting his head in confusion. Little Pumpkin followed his master's gaze and froze. The night was hazy, and the moon tonight was a crescent. Compared to the first half of the night, when the moon was obscured by clouds, the moon emerged from the clouds in the second half, illuminating the distant scene. Under the moonlight, the ancient city of Cat Valley seemed to glow with a layer of light, appearing particularly dreamy. Especially from this angle, the ancient city seemed very close. So close. Look, that house in the distance, it looks like I could jump right up to it. Sue-Ann lowered her voice to Little Pumpkin. In reality, she knew it was a visual illusion caused by the notion of things being larger when they are near, and that it wasn't truly right in front of her. This was an ancient city, not some puzzle game where you play with visual distortion. It feels so close, Little Pumpkin said. She only said half the sentence, but Sue-Ann could imagine the other half. They were so close then, yet they walked until dark and still hadn't reached the destination. They kept moving in the direction of the flag, but found no clues. From this angle, it seems like I can jump, Little Pumpkin said, leaping forward. It can. Sue-Ann was stunned, and Little Pumpkin was stunned. At this moment, Little Pumpkin appeared on a house in the ancient city. From this angle, Sue-Ann seemed very close to Little Pumpkin, but she knew clearly how far away they were from the ancient city. Little Pumpkin was also confused. She had just been in the camp, and the next moment, she was on the roof of the ancient city. Yes. From a certain angle, she was indeed very close to where she had just been. But could that be the same thing? It was like relying on visual distortion. Humans can hold the sun in their hands, but does that really mean they can touch it? At this thought, Little Pumpkin shuddered. She leaped lightly, and tried to retrace her steps. It was a success. Returning to her master, she nestled into his arms, feeling light and airy. This was a major discovery. Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin tried several times, finally determining the rules for moving forward through this visual distortion. This miraculous ability to connect space reminded Sue-Ann of the cat flag. This platform, only a broken artifact like this could have such a function. Divine-level items, were truly magical. Sue-Ann returned to the tent, eager to wake everyone and leave, but considering the darkness's depressing effects on the bears, and the potential impact of poor rest, he gave up. Never mind. Taking it slow is faster. Sue-Ann slid into bed with Little Pumpkin and slept, dreaming of a level-breaking game all night long until dawn. Sue-Ann rose at first light, waking everyone, eager to share his new discovery. Everyone was excited about the clues they had found. They prepared to set off immediately. Chapter 387. Although everyone was anxiously shouting, they couldn't leave immediately, mainly because they couldn't leave the camp here. Everyone got up early in the morning and busily dismantled the tents, and put away the stove. After stuffing everything into the Little Pumpkin space, everyone realized they hadn't washed their faces or eaten. No one cared about washing the whole family's faces in the same basin of water. There wasn't much to be said for being so particular in the wild. Just being able to wash one's face was a plus. Breakfast was cooked food from the refrigerator. Each person held a few pancakes, and they set off while munching on them. From a certain angle, due to a visual misalignment, the houses were right in front of them. Sue-Ann leaped lightly, and reached the ancient city far away. It was clearly impossible, but there was a power that could pull distant spaces closer. Then, everyone appeared on the rooftop of a house in the ancient city. After searching the rooftops of the houses, Sue-Ann found no clues. He asked Wan to hold on to the anti-pollution treatment, while he took out a black cat flag to determine his direction. The flag's direction shifted, pointing upwards. Sue-Ann looked at the tower in the distance, folded up the black cat flag, and said, "We're going there." The tower in the distance was the highest point in this ancient city. But since we were already in the ancient city, was the tower really that far? After some research, it was probably just a matter of following the road. Sue-Ann and his group climbed down from the rooftop and followed the street toward the tower. The walk took almost half an hour. After half an hour, as they watched the tower grow increasingly distant, Sue-Ann and his group's optimism gradually shifted until they stopped. "Master, why do I feel like I'm getting farther and farther away?" Little Pumpkin asked first. Bear frowned and muttered, "Sister-Ann, the space here is chaotic. I feel like the direction keeps changing." "What a strange place," Wan said. "It seems we can only rely on visual distortion to move forward." Sue-Ann frowned. "This is a bit tricky. The road is flat and easy to walk on. Relying on visual distortion to move forward, who knows which perspective and which direction will lead to the tower?" Wan flew around the group, twirling and twirling, then suddenly jumped up. She disappeared. "Where's Wan?" Little Pumpkin asked, panicked, having instantly lost Wan's presence. "She was there just now, that big dead thing, and now she's gone." Little Pumpkin could float, and soon she saw Wan standing upside down on the cliffs of a distant valley, smiling at them. With this leap, Wan leaped from the ancient city to the valley, from the normal world into the inverted one. Fun. Wan's voice reached Little Pumpkin's ears clearly. "Master, here," Little Pumpkin called. Then, the group reversed the world and jumped onto the cliff. They walked along the cliff, with the inverted land and the ancient city of the cat people above them, and the cliff face below them. It was a feeling hard to describe. It also made Sue-Ann realize that this station was not an ordinary one. This strange feeling didn't last long before it paused, as the road ahead became blocked. They remained on the cliff for a long time. Easy to get there, hard to get back. They were trapped on this cliff for over an hour. Finally, at a certain point, they found a visual dislocation and easily jumped back to a 3-story building in the ancient city. The bell tower was still a long way off, but we were finally back in the ancient city, where the strangeness was no longer felt. The ancient city, belonging to the cat people, had a naturally different architectural style from that of humans. It was interconnected, with paths convenient for cats to walk on, all along the roofs, eaves, and the ground. Add to that the visual illusion that allowed for forward movement, and the group's progress seemed simple, but in reality, it felt like entering a 3D maze. Thankfully, they had plenty of time. They should be able to find their way out of this maze, right? After jumping around and around, completely disoriented, Sue-in pondered this thought. In the afternoon, realizing that this random wandering was impossible, Sue-in led everyone to rest. They couldn't continue wandering around like headless flies, trying and failing. Sue-in felt that if they continued like this, they would only get further and further away from the cat flag, lost here, unable to escape. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood. In the afternoon, Sue-in took everyone to a large residential building under a large eaves to enjoy the cool air. It was a chance to rest from the harsh midday sun, and also a time for her to sort out and review her plans. She took out a pen and paper and began to draw. This was the pen she used for her design drawings. As she scribbled, details gradually appeared on the drawing. The dolls, ever attentive to their master's movements, widened their eyes in admiration. Sue-in drew a map of the ancient city. Sue-in's memory was already quite good, and with a significant increase in her spirit, she could easily recall her entire route from that morning until now. After sketching a few simple maps and sorting out the directions, Sue-in felt a sense of direction, no longer feeling blind. The dolls accompanying Sue-in ate, drank, and stood guard, but their glances, occasionally cast upon their master, were filled with admiration. Sue-in opened the public screen and found the 3D projection function near the photo function in the lower right corner of the system panel, under My Other Functions. Sue-in used the system's 3D projection function at a price of 5 copper coins per minute, or 288 copper coins per hour. Usually, this function was primarily used to facilitate players decorating their RVs and previewing the interior. It provided simple operation and various RV interior decoration templates. Little Pumpkin also knew this function, but it was a highly accurate imitation of the system's functions, so it was an acquired skill. It only allowed him to create the interior of his own RV, unlike the system's functions, which had more uses. Now, Sue-in began to model the ancient city in this system function. Buildings appeared one after another. Like a model scene in a game, the staggered and orderly buildings quickly appeared before his eyes. Although these buildings were currently simple modules without color or pattern, this was a replica of the entire Cat Valley ancient city. Little Pumpkin opened his mouth wide, wanting to praise, but he dared not speak for fear of disturbing his master. A few hours passed. The sun had passed its peak, and the evening breeze had cooled considerably. In front of Sue-in stood a 3D model that resembled the ancient city, though it was missing many details, representing areas they hadn't visited. Sue-in wouldn't use her imagination to fill in the gaps in places she hadn't visited. Creating a map just to complete it would also render the map unconscious. After pressing the save button, Sue-in didn't put the model away, she simply let it float beside her, following her around. After exiting the creation process, the system stopped charging for the service. She stood up and stretched her aching body. "Thank you for your hard work, my little ones. Let's go collect more architectural data," she said to the dolls. The dolls nodded repeatedly, putting away the chair cushions they had taken out during their break. For the next few days, Sue-in began to lead the dolls, consciously visiting places they hadn't visited, completing the architectural models. If finding the second cat flag was a problem, Sue-in's solution was simple. If there was no path, then he could create a map. If the normal path wasn't feasible, then he could create a visually disjointed path to the clock tower on the 3D map. This plan sounded difficult, and it wasn't easy to execute. However, Sue-in was confident in his own abilities and felt he could still pull it off. The benefits of his exceptionally high mental strength were also evident at this moment. Chapter 388. She could memorize everything she saw if she wanted to. By evening, the map was almost complete. Aside from a few missing corners, she had 99% of the map in her hands. After a tiring day, Miss Sue finally rested. Sue-in didn't care where to go or where to stay. For her, without a pumpkin carriage, she was out in the open, so any place would do. At night, the group found a rooftop, used a protective shield, and set up tents to rest. Sue-in fiddled with a model map of the ancient city. Little Pumpkin obediently lit a fire in the stove. The conditions were simple, and everyone was hungry. The quickest way she could prepare a hot meal was to cook a large pot of instant noodles. Sue-in's dinner was a bowl of steaming hot noodles. Sue-in didn't care what she ate, she didn't have many requirements. Only the dolls cared about what Sue-in ate, whether it was fresh and nutritious. Thanks to Little Pumpkin's careful attention, Sue-in's portion of instant noodles was exceptionally luxurious, with meatballs, sliced meat, and vegetables all packed into one bowl. The others also had these ingredients in their bowls, but none could compare to hers, especially the abundance of vegetables. This partiality left Suen feeling both warm and helpless. Suen tried to share some with everyone, but everyone objected. "No, there's plenty in the pot." "I don't like vegetables, master." "You can have more." Wan shook her head. It was just that statement, for some reason, that felt a bit off-putting. Suen listened to Little Pumpkin and Wan bickering again, while Little Bear laughed helplessly beside them. Her tired mood finally eased after a long day, and as she ate the hot noodles, her worries about not being able to leave eased a little. Wherever there is family, there is home. Whether they can escape this maze or not, it won't affect their being together. A good night's sleep brings a new day. Upon waking, Suen felt aches all over, her head heavy, and a lack of energy. After several days on the platform, Suen felt her energy and spirit worn down, though she knew it was a manifestation of the erosion of pollution. So, early in the morning, she decided to seek treatment. She pulled Wan over, and after a decontamination treatment, she felt much better and refreshed for the morning. After a quick break from camp and breakfast, Suen took out her homemade map and said to everyone, "Let's continue exploring." Yes, Suen's goal today was to continue drawing the map. Because on her current map, she hadn't found the way to the tower. The tower, clearly visible in the distance, seemed so far away that everyone had considered using telekinesis to fly up to it. Unfortunately, this approach didn't work for this ancient city imbued with magical power. It only seemed to fly closer, but actually further away. They walked, stopped, and rested. The ancient city map grew increasingly complete. Suen and the dolls weren't in a hurry. None of them considered their master's work time-consuming or laborious. But the public chat room was abuzz with arguments. A random scrape of chat content on the world's public chat room revealed frequent instances of vile remarks. Many players were growing increasingly impatient and aggressive, with many verbally attacking the progress of the strategy team. Complaints were minor, some even lost their temper and resorted to verbal abuse. It seemed to be making people feel increasingly depressed. Suen became less and less willing to check the public chat room. She understood that the game's difficulty was increasing day by day, and for many players, every minute was a torment, with death looming. It's normal to have resentment and emotions and express them. The system's announcement targeting the player broken mirror, and the subsequent comments from the strategy group provided plenty of targets. Even Sunny Bear, the first player to reach the second level and a renowned expert, was among the targets of abuse. Suen seemed uncomfortable with this collective attack on the strategy group and the experts. Even if it was insulting, she felt the system, not her peers, deserved the most blame. Thankfully, her original chat room didn't experience this kind of situation. Even if a few individuals jumped out with inappropriate remarks, they were fiercely attacked, and the atmosphere remained relatively good. This prevented her from opening the public screen to check on human activity, and being met with a barrage of distressing news. However, none of this affected Suen's map collection. The emotional outbursts and moral blackmailing didn't concern her. She chose to advance because she felt she needed to, and didn't want to place her hopes on others. Another day passed. 3 days. 3 days trapped on this platform. Suen had mastered every detail of the ancient city map. This knife, sharpened just as it was being used to chop wood, was finally sharpened. After a day of sitting around, he was truly bored. Even with Wan's occasional daily treatments to remove pollution, Suen couldn't stop his mood from spiraling out of control. The other dolls were also visibly withering. The more days a player stayed here, the more numb their perception of pollution became, and the more they adapted to the environment. This meant that the level of pollution was increasing, their bodies becoming unnoticed and distorted, and their minds even becoming distorted, accepting this as normal. As the sky was about to darken, Suen stroked the bear's head, then its newly grown third ear. He looked at Wan's hair, which had grown to a foot long and dragged the ground, and then at the little pumpkin with a new tail. He couldn't help but sigh. How could she ignore the pollution that was changing the appearance of the doll she had crafted? He cooked some porridge on the stove, mixing it with the anti-pollution platinum potion. It didn't seem so unpalatable that it was hard to swallow. By the time everyone's distortions had dissipated, the platinum potion bottle was empty. Feeling that his body was developing a certain resistance to the drug, Suen hurriedly began researching a route. He couldn't delay any longer. Slow, steady progress is the most tiring. Late into the night, Suen had tried 287 routes, but still couldn't find the way to the tower. He felt dizzy, and his mood was not good. Despite his low mood, Suen controlled his sanity and continued his research. Suddenly, a warm force washed over him, nourishing his heart and easing his headache. Suen turned his head and looked. Chapter 389. Master, it's already late. It was Huan who was speaking. You're so tired. Go to bed early, Little Pumpkin whispered. Just now, noticing their master was feeling unwell, Huan and Little Pumpkin used their healing skills together. Double healing. Suen realized then. She had already told the dolls to go to bed early. But they hadn't. Little Pumpkin and Huan leaned against her, carefully watching over her. Only when her attention shifted did they speak together. Suen turned her head, and saw that Bear was also awake, silently accompanying her. Not finding the way today isn't a big deal. I just felt bad and wanted to try again, Suen said to everyone. After making a map, it was really frustrating to not be able to find the route. But the dolls had a point. To stay in shape tomorrow, they should go to bed early. Suen put away the 3D model map, signaling her acceptance of the advice, and ready for bed, and slid into her sleeping bag. A rustling sound echoed from the center. The dolls followed suit and lay down. Soft on her left, warm on her right, she slept with the dolls' care. It seemed that camping in the wild wasn't so arduous after all. In her dreams, Suen's mind kept turning over the matter, hundreds of possible routes mingling in her mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If she were the maze's designer, then that most unique cliff face, the one that could turn the world upside down, couldn't be so simple. It seemed the clues had been there for a long time. In the middle of the night, Suen opened her eyes, summoned the 3D map, and made a bold and colorful stroke. The next day, at dawn, Suen led everyone out. Suen hadn't slept for several hours the previous day, and having woken up early, he was quite exhausted. But excitement overwhelmed this. The thought of escaping this maze made his fatigue seem nothing. Under Suen's guidance, everyone leaped and walked, advancing through various magical visual illusions. They soon reached their starting point. The dolls expressed confusion, but chose to trust their master. Soon, they returned to the hillside where they had started. Master, aren't we going to the tower anymore? Huan couldn't help but ask first. Suen nodded and said, of course, but we're taking a different route. Follow me. With that, Suen led everyone through the valley, not toward the ancient city, but around it. The dolls said nothing more, silently following their master. Over 2 hours later, they saw a familiar cliff. It was a mushroom-shaped mountain. They stood on the cap of a mushroom. Once upon a time, they had stood upside down beneath its umbrella, marveling at this magical clifftop location. At a certain angle, the clifftop connected to the ancient city below. Arriving at the clifftop, Suen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his imagination was correct. This place could be reached from the outside. Then the next step would be easy. From here, they could re-enter the ancient city. But they would have to wait. Suen glanced at the clifftop's shadow in the sunlight. It was short and small. It looked like it was almost noon. Let's rest for a while. A glance at the time showed that 3 or 4 hours had passed since they had set out that morning. It was now 11 o'clock in the morning, and they had been moving forward without a break. We re-enter the heart of the ancient city soon, and who knows what we might encounter. Suen planned to take everyone to rest for a few minutes to recover. When they decided to rest, they laid out the mat and opened the umbrella. Suen sat on the mat, sheltering in the shade of the wallpaper umbrella. Suen felt hungry and tired. Just then, Little Bear was handing out cookies. Suen, under his astonished gaze, took a few super sweet cookies, ate them, and drank a bottle of water. She felt better. Just now, she was truly hungry, and the sweet cookies tasted truly delicious, and she looked delighted as she ate them. And then, Suen noticed Little Pumpkin's worried look. Huan's decontamination treatment came unexpectedly. Suen suddenly remembered a line from the lyrics. You take a half step back. Are you serious? She almost sang it out loud. As the decontamination treatment wore off, Suen felt that almost all the thoughts she had just had vanished from her mind. Well, she had to admit she'd just been quietly smitten. Her spirit had become incredibly beautiful, and she was engaging in some rather unusual behavior. After all, it was normal for someone who didn't enjoy sweets to suddenly look like they were enjoying such a sweet cookie. Not to mention the way she licked every last crumb, almost even lying on the mat to do so. It looked quite off. Once the pollution within her body had cleared and her senses, which had been blocked by numbness, had returned, Suen could sense the ambient temperature. It wasn't noticeable inside the ancient city, but outside, she realized the ambient temperature was significantly higher. If it had been moderately hot inside, it would have been barely bearable. Outside, it was incredibly hot, the kind that could kill you if you weren't careful. Suen, whose senses had just been blocked by the pollution, didn't feel the heat at all because she was completely numb. If it weren't for the dolls around her, she would have unknowingly put herself in danger, perhaps only realizing it when she fainted from the heat, and then it would be too late. But now Sue-Ann was different. She could sense the external environment. It was so hot, so hot, so hot. She was really hot. Sue-Ann explained the situation to Little Pumpkin. A moment later, an ice basin appeared in her arms, and the wallpaper umbrella controlled by Huan above her head was lowered a little, increasing the speed of the cooling air. With the ice basin in her arms, she could also feel the cool breeze of the wallpaper umbrella-like fan. No matter how hot it was, Sue-Ann felt much better. Having a way to cool down now was truly blissful. As expected, human happiness is measured in contrast. Sue-Ann, hugging the ice basin on a summer day, felt so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. Her eyelids were fighting, and Sue-Ann began to feel sleepy. The lack of sleep she had gotten the previous night was starting to take its toll. Convinced she couldn't resist the urge to sleep, she went to bed. Sue-Ann glanced at the ancient city below the cliff face. It lay there, etched with traces of time, at her feet. Their wanderings these past few days had left no traces of its ancient past. The shadow of the cliff face was still some distance from what she had expected. Overcoming her intense sleepiness, she said, "Nanling, be sure to wake me before 2 p.m. Sue-Ann fell into a deep sleep, a sudden slumber that startled the dolls. Noticing their master's sleep, Little Pumpkin couldn't sit still any longer. She asked Huan to hold the umbrella close enough to avoid catching their master cold. She quickly set to work, setting up the awning, arranging the ice basin, and covering their master's belly with a thin blanket. In short, while packing up quickly, she also took out as many things as possible to ensure their master's sleep was as comfortable as possible. Little Pumpkin wondered what their master had dreamed of. In her dream, Sue-Ann saw a lively kitten. Chapter 390. This was a calico cat, incredibly adorable. It had a small, slightly rounded oval head, its body patched with black, orange, and white. Its figure was slender and agile. Most uniquely, the pattern on its ears formed a small heart shape. It was simply adorable. It leaped, hopping up and down, nimbly approaching. Closer and closer. Until it reached my eyes. Twirling, it transformed into a delicate beauty. It was a mature woman of the cat people, 1.7 meters tall, with towering cat ears and long black hair dyed with orange and white. She looked unique, stylish, and sophisticated. She had snow-white skin, a sleek, muscular figure, and a face so beautiful it defied description. "My name is Esnaz." She smiled, a smile that stirred a spring. She held a white cat flag, holding it up in both hands, and handed it over, saying, "Wise traveler, please take it with you." Sue-Ann opened her eyes, feeling languid, almost limp, because the bed was so comfortable. At some point, she was in a makeshift tent. A soft mattress had been added to the mattress, ice basins were placed around her, and a thin blanket covered her. She couldn't help but rub the soft blankets. It was so comfortable. She checked the time. It was still early. She had only slept for a little over half an hour. It wasn't even 12 yet, far from 2. Reflecting on her dream, Sue-Ann felt even more confident that her approach to solving the problem was sound. As soon as Sue-Ann woke, the bear, who was always keeping an eye on her, noticed and hurried over. Sue-Ann rubbed the little bear's head. Had just woken up. So busy getting comfortable, she hadn't noticed the bear had been watching over her. Sue-Ann got up. Little Pumpkin was preparing lunch with Huan. It was a simple outdoor setting, and the food was mostly just boiled noodles. With the little bear's help, Sue-Ann quickly packed up the tent, and then went to help Little Pumpkin with the ingredients. After lunch, everyone packed up and recovered. Time slipped quietly to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since 2 o'clock, everyone started to get nervous. Except Sue-Ann. Sue-Ann just sat on the cliff and watched, her expression growing more serious. At 17 past 2, she led everyone down the cliff. So quick and clean. In midair, Sue-Ann fell like a falling butterfly, startling Huan and Little Pumpkin so much that they used their telekinesis to protect their master. That was a real cliff. There wasn't an ancient city below that was just a misplaced visual illusion. As everyone worried, they watched their master land steadily on the cliff shadow. Shadows can also move. Sue-Ann breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile playing on her lips. The plan worked. Sue-Ann's idea was simple. Visual displacement could lead to progress. Even the world could be reversed. Shadows are also part of what we can see. Could we use them to our advantage? She turned around and called out to Little Pumpkin, Huan, and Bear to come along. Wait until everyone jumped over. Sue-Ann reminded everyone to stay focused and follow her closely, trying to use the shadow path to reach their destination. Be mindful of saving time. As time passes, the direction and length of the shadow will change with every second. The conversation ended. Suen led everyone in a simple version of parkour. Since he knew the entire 3D map of the ancient city by heart, Suen ran with relative ease. 287 failed route plans weren't failures, but rather lessons learned for success. Suen led everyone to crawl down along the shadows. Then, gravity reversed, and they used the shadows as the ground and the ancient city as the sky. Following the shadows, Suen brought them to a stop on the roof of a 3-story building. He reached out and grabbed the roof, then jumped, and the world flipped. Continuing, Suen led them to jump down from the building's shadow. Suen and his group moved quickly. No one spoke, only the sound of panting could be heard. Suen was extremely anxious, afraid that if she slowed down, she would lose the ability to use the shadow passages to advance. Their footprints covered almost the entire ancient city. If someone were to observe from a bird's eye view, they would see their movements forming a picture of a cat flag. Outsiders left traces of the cat flag's footprints in the ancient city. When the final path connected, everyone returned to their starting point. That cliff face was also where the cat flag's small ears began to bulge. One's eyes widened. Before she could even utter the question, "Why are you back again?" she was stunned speechless by the ensuing drastic change. Instantly, the entire ancient city shook, and numerous points appeared in the air, representing the location Suen and his group had just arrived. These points emerged, connected into lines, and a formation of flag lines emerged from the ancient city, flickering in the air. And then, it reached the steps, circling in midair, connecting from Suen's position to the top of the tower. "Let's go!" Suen called the dolls together. One was caught off guard by this sudden change. "What's going on?" She followed her master's steps, puzzled, on the white steps, her surroundings shrouded in confusion. Little Pumpkin immediately understood, gasping and exclaiming, "So that's how it is." Bear scratched his head. "Oh no, my head hurts. Could it be that I'm growing a new brain, not a third ear?" Bear was worried, wondering how he'd get rid of his new brain. Should he dig open his skull and remove it? Suen led everyone up the stairs, but they also encountered a problem. These stairs weren't just simple stairs, but stairs rich with spiritual energy. Everyone on them could feel the spiritual energy pouring into their bodies with every step. This design was probably the work of the previous owner of this cat flag, who created it as a quest reward to select the right person through the ancient city maze. What a pity. The cat flag seemed to have been tainted over the years, and the spiritual energy was mixed with the pollution. It's like chocolate mixed with shit. It looks similar, but the reward becomes a hassle. Suen refused the spiritual power, but she didn't dare absorb it. Using it, she quickly and quietly reached the tower. Because she couldn't absorb it, Suen's journey was extremely difficult. Fortunately, she wasn't alone. She had her dolls by her side, helping each other. This hardship was nothing. On the way, Suen kept reviewing her plan. Suen realized that there was no path to the tower. After failing over 200 times and finding no answer, it was likely that the original direction was wrong. So yesterday, Suen rethought these routes. He also marked all the locations that could be reached by the visual illusion along these routes. From a global perspective, these locations could be connected to form a cat flag. The flag shape with its small ears was itself very iconic. Then, Suen realized that many places along this route were inaccessible directly. However, there were certain height differences, which must have left paths. Initially, Suen considered flying, gliding, or using a rope, more conventional ways to cross the height difference. But after testing, these methods proved unworkable. Flying, gliding, or using a rope were prohibited in the ancient city. Otherwise, Suen and his group would have to crawl through, even if they had to. Just walk in a straight line, no need for such a hassle. Climbing the stairs to the top of the tower, Suen gazed at the white cat flag atop, excited. He reached out, about to grab it. Suddenly, the cat flag slipped away. Chapter 391. Without a single movement, it dodged. Suen was incredibly fast, and while it was dodging, she pounced and hugged it tightly. As she held onto it, Suen absorbed a great deal of information and contamination. This made her entire body tremble, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't let go. She didn't let up despite the cat flag's struggles. With a completely overbearing attitude, she grabbed the white cat flag. Proof that a forced melon isn't sweet, but it can quench thirst. After a few minutes, the white cat flag grew quiet and lost its energy. Suen calmed it through communication. At the same time, the spatial dislocation force that permeated the ancient city disappeared. Following the principles of physics, everyone began to fall from midair, plummeting towards the tower's roof. Wan and Little Pumpkin reacted quickly, using their telekinesis to catch their master and Big Bear, preventing the master and Big Bear from getting hurt. They both fell pretty hard, but thankfully, being small and light, it wasn't too painful. On Suin's side, the system message arrived just in time. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for obtaining a white cat flag *1. The system recommends placing this quest item in the quest box for storage. Quest box. Cat Valley exclusive, a box that can block the aura of artifacts. Note, you wouldn't want to keep the cat flag for yourself, would you? It's recommended not to. Holding it for non-catfolk players will bring misfortune. Similar to the previous cat flag, with the same information, Suin didn't rush to put the white cat flag in the box. Even the white cat flag was contaminated. She took the gold and white potion, decontamination, from her backpack and downed half a bottle, giving herself a full healing boost. The potion cleared the contamination she had just experienced, while also providing some added mental protection. Suin then relied on the drug's high anti-pollution properties to connect with the white cat flag through his mental power. He used the contamination to wear down his own sanity, which had skyrocketed due to drug use. Many high-level items possess intelligence. As a damaged artifact, it was natural for the cat flag to possess intelligence. The moment he took possession of the cat flag, Suin could sense that it was more agile than the black one. It didn't want to be captured, and it transmitted a message to Suin through its mental power, expressing its refusal. It stated that although Suin had completed the level designed by its master and found it, it did not consider Suin its master. Its master had someone else. Yes, its former master had planned well, finding it a clever and intelligent new owner through this method. But the white cat flag wouldn't do that. To be more precise, it used to be easy, but now it wouldn't. It's been contaminated and paranoid, so how could it behave as planned? Rebellion is natural. But the white cat flag's rebelliousness has its limits. It has remained hidden at the top of the tower for so many years, willingly guarding its former owner's maze, and staying by his side. Suin promised to take the cat flag to its original owner. The white cat flag agreed and calmed down. After communicating with the white cat flag, Suin explained the situation to the puppets and shared the remaining gold and white potion with them. Although none of the puppets were hurt, it was still a good idea for everyone to have a little bit of it as a precaution. After securing the white cat flag, Suin grasped the flag's handle and began to climb down the tower. The white cat flag said its former owner was in the tower. That's why Suin agreed to take it to see its former owner. Very close. However, Suin had a hunch that its former owner, the beautiful calico cat from his earlier dream, was probably gone. 10 minutes later, everyone entered the tower through a window. Although it was broad daylight, the tower was gloomy. The woodwork inside was rotting, and a layer of dust settled everywhere. The stained glass windows were covered in dust, dimming their original colors. The room was in chaos, and traces of struggle could be seen. Suin asked Little Pumpkin to hold up a lamp for light, and continued on. Ever since entering the tower, the white cat flag had been like a dog on the loose, rushing forward, eager to give its owner, who was holding the leash behind him, a walk. Suin clutched the white cat flag tightly in his right hand, wishing he could practice his Qilin arm right there. She promised it she'd come down and take a look, but she had no intention of not using it to complete the quest. She just wanted to make sure it didn't regret it before locking it in the box. The next thing was simple. Following the white cat flag's guidance, they saw the white cat flag's former owner. A stiff, dried-up cat corpse. It slept peacefully, looking like a sweet little cat, if you ignored the stiffness. It had beautiful tricolor patterns, satin-like fur, and a shriveled, emaciated body. As the group approached, a shadow stone automatically lit up. A tall, delicate cat-like beauty, with a beautiful smile, spoke joyfully within the shadow. Wise traveler, if you come here, you should find the secret of the maze. This platform is beyond saving. I am willing to rest here. May you treat this cat flag with kindness, and carry it forward with hope. Suin disliked the system's translations. When faced with such sad news, its translations were always so accurate, which was annoying. Suin also disliked the system's quests. What was this about collecting cat flags? She encountered all these things, yet she couldn't even possess them. Not to mention treating them well. It was like ideals were full of promises, but reality was harsh. If Suin had truly come without a quest, she would have treated this artifact well. But she had come with a quest. Who knew what the cat flag would face after completing it? She had no control over it. She wanted to leave, but she was helpless. At most, she could only hold on to the cat flag and stay a little longer, watching it accompany its owner, whom she hadn't seen for so long. However, Sue-Ann's stay here was limited, and that was how long her open bottle of gold and white potion could last while holding the contaminated flag. The white cat flag was excited. Seeing the shadow of its former owner, it jumped up and down like a dog, swaying from side to side. If the cat flag truly had limbs and a body, it would probably be twisting even more violently now. Chapter 392. Unfortunately, its former owner didn't give it much time to reflect. The image stone dissipated after it finished speaking. And then, a magic circle activated on the ground, and the calico cat's corpse gradually disappeared, transforming into spiritual energy and blending into the air. Everything was very smooth. This long-deceased catwoman had probably anticipated today's situation, and had a plan for collecting her own body. Preserving the last one, meeting the cat flag, was also part of her plan. Sue-Ann felt a little unwell. He took a large gulp of potion. The white cat flag, having witnessed its former owner disappear, was depressed. Sue-Ann could tell that its mental state was not very high, and it was confused and naive, unable to even understand death. It only knew that its previous owner had left, leaving it to this seemingly gentle, but actually domineering new owner. The white cat flag was generally well behaved. After a brief moment of rebellion, it expressed its willingness to acknowledge Sue-Ann as its master. Then, after being coaxed by Sue-Ann, it was placed in the quest box. Sue-Ann was very unhappy. When people are unhappy, their mouths really do droop. As the cat flag was placed, Sue-Ann received a message on the public screen. Quest name: Find 3 cat flags. Background: Cat Valley is home to the remnants of the cat people. It is said that these lost people possess a lost and damaged divine item, the cat flag. Obtaining the cat flag will reveal the secrets of Cat Valley. Please find 3 cat flags and hand them over to the system to initiate teleportation from the platform. Warm tip: during this period, the platform will gradually enter the 3rd level over the next 3 days. Please pay attention to weather changes and prepare for them in a timely manner. Mission reminder: 1. The direction the flag is flying indicates the direction of the next cat flag. 2. Some cat flags may display minor emotions. You can coax or trick them. 3. Welcome to continue exploring. Mission progress. Number of cat flags collected: 2/3. There is another cat flag, pointing towards the river valley across from the ancient city. Amidst a pile of dust, Sue-Ann pushed open the tower's glass window with a creaking sound. Sue-Ann looked toward the distant area, which was the direction the flag was pointing. Without the influence of the cat flag, the ancient city no longer resembled a maze, but had returned to its normal spatial state. The group had come in a roundabout way, but left directly. Without the influence of the strange space, walking and flying in the ancient city became straightforward. 1-1 used a single skill to carry everyone out of the ancient city in a straight line, taking less than half an hour. However, after leaving the ancient city, everyone no longer consumed 1-1's telekinetic energy to continue their journey. 1-1 indicated that her energy was running low. 1-1 stood on the little pumpkin's head, chewing on the spirit source stone to recover. The little pumpkin carried 1-1, flying in sync with the pace of their master and the bear's walk, advancing together. The group continued on their journey, advancing for hours until dusk. This time, Sue-Ann didn't wait for complete darkness to rest. Seeing the slightest change in the sky, he hurriedly led everyone to set up camp. Because the sky was gloomy, and a storm was imminent. Sue-Ann didn't want to get drenched with everyone. After the tent and awning were set up, the rain began to fall lightly. The continuous drizzle, carrying wisps of pollution, was truly annoying. Sue-Ann, already unhappy, sulked even more. Noticing their master's mood, the dolls didn't cheer up either. This negative mood spread throughout everyone, accelerating the depletion of their mental energy. Although everyone rationally knew they should adjust their emotions as quickly as possible, some things couldn't be done just by wanting to. The dolls and Sue-Ann braved the rain together to install a toilet. Due to limited conditions, the toilet could only be built on the left side of the canopy, making it convenient to use without getting wet. Sue-Ann could only silently hope that the smell wouldn't be too strong at night. The rain didn't cool the world much. Instead, the weather went from dry and hot to sweltering and humid. Sometimes, humidity can exacerbate discomfort. Sue-Ann felt a surge of discomfort all over his body as soon as the rain started. Dinner was hot and humid. Sue-Ann didn't want to bother Little Pumpkin with the hassle of starting a fire, so no one got out the stove. Dinner was incredibly simple. The pies and cakes purchased from Eaning City were brought out. They would be tonight's meal. Sue-Ann took the food from Little Pumpkin and stuffed it into his mouth, like a mechanical eater. Because of his emotions, Sue-Ann ate without much appetite and stopped after eating only a piece of cake. She ate only to ensure she had enough food to replenish her energy and maintain her strength. To avoid having to go to the bathroom at night, she didn't even drink much water due to the overwhelming smell. Little Pumpkin only gnawed on the spirit source stone and didn't eat any food. 99% of the food she took out ended up in Huan Huan and Xiong's stomachs. In the middle of the night, Xiong invited Huan Huan to go to the bathroom with him. They went to a distant place, sheltering from the rain under an oil paper umbrella, but the lingering dampness still lingered on their fur. She noticed the two little dolls moving about like thieves. She didn't smell anything unusual, but felt the dolls' thoughtfulness, and Suen was silently moved. But it was still hard to feel happy. This feeling of unhappiness lingered until the next morning, unfading. The unhappiness was like the relentless rain. Outside, the drizzle turned into moderate rain, and the ground formed streams of water, flowing down the valley, threatening to drown everything. In the distance, in the lowest part of the ancient city, some water could already be seen. Suen's rational mind told her that they didn't have much time left, and they had to find the last cat flag as soon as possible. A few more days, even with medicine and the care of the doll, her body and mind would not be able to withstand it. This platform was truly lifeless and too depressing. The lost, sinking struggles of the intelligent creatures on the platform, coupled with the contamination carried by the power of the broken artifact, created a sense of oppression throughout the platform. Setting out at dawn, Suen and the others packed their belongings and set off in the rain. They didn't move slowly. They needed to reach their destination as quickly as possible. An oil paper umbrella fluttered above Suen's head. Huan Huan hid under the umbrella, while Little Pumpkin held the umbrella in Swan's arms. The bear grew to 4 meters tall, allowing Swan to sit on its shoulders and run forward. At full speed, the forest and the giant bear ran. Their speed was incredible. In less than an hour, they crossed the valley and arrived near the river. During this time, Swan opened the quest box and took out the more gentle white cat flag. He communicated with the white cat flag to determine the direction. The third cat flag was located in the field behind the river. According to the information on the white cat flag, there were only 3 cat flags in Cat Valley, all of which were used for protection and defense. The remaining 4 powerful cat flags were taken away from the platform by the platform master. The cat flag they were looking for was green, possessing the power of wood. Thus, Swan learned that the black cat flag's ability to cultivate soul power and control spirits was used by Cat Valley's guardian, Lady Tiger Cat Kelly, a natural white tiger cat with excellent talent. From a young age, he grew into a powerful super psychic being, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting his tribe even at a lively and playful age. White represents spatial power. Its former owner was Mage Inez, the long-dead calico cat beauty Swan had met earlier. She was a powerful spatial mage, and also served as the high priestess of the entire Catman city. Finally, the wood-based cat flag. Its owner is the righteous plantation officer, Lord Hachir. It is this flag that brings the Catman tribe together, cultivating abundant crops and raising fish to provide a food supply. Information is shared. Little Pumpkin's eyes lit up as she listened. She stared at the cat flag, her suppressed possessiveness surging wildly. I want it! Chapter 393. Little Pumpkin knew that his current appearance, spying on the artifact, was like a toad drooling at a white swan. Reason told him that if he didn't have the strength to take it, he might even get kicked by the white swan. He was truly powerless and disgusting. But so what? Lack of strength wouldn't affect his possessiveness. The main reason was that the cat flag was so good, it would be better for a little toad like him to give it to the system than for old Ding to give it to him. Besides, a big reason for his master's unhappiness was that he couldn't leave with the white cat flag and was forced to hand it over to the system. Little Pumpkin secretly resolved that he would give it a try if he had the chance. Even then, Suen, after hearing about the white cat flag, began to think. Suen knew that according to Kelly's initial statement about killing all her tribe members, and considering the body of the calico cat beauty, it was very likely that these outstanding guardians of the cat people were no longer alive. Whether there or not, the green cat flag must be found. Arriving at the riverside fields, everyone began their search. Many years had passed, and things had changed. The area had become a wasteland, overgrown with weeds, with no trace of farmland left. The rain intensified, the heat and humidity oppressive and difficult to breathe. Suen felt like a fish in a steamer, tormented by the steam. Even though he was in the location he had just confirmed, he couldn't find the cat flag. Enduring the pollution, Suen once again took out the white cat flag to determine his direction. This time, the white cat flag fluttered more vigorously, pointing down. Underground? Suen quickly understood what it meant. Then dig. Suen and the dolls were in a state of unspeakable embarrassment. Even with the simple shelter provided by the canopy, digging in the rain was incredibly awkward. Mud, rain, and sweat all mixed together. The bear, especially the one doing the digging, became extremely dirty, but it was unavoidable. The bear in front suddenly expanded to 2 meters in size, digging furiously. With its strenuous efforts, much of the surrounding dirt piled up into a small mound. If they couldn't find a hole, they would use the white cat flag to confirm another one. During this time, Suen and his group also noticed that the cat flag was moving underground. Thankfully, the last cat flag was moving slowly, otherwise Suen and his group wouldn't have been able to dig to find it. This happened 3 times. They found a clue and located the underground passage. Following the path, they stopped a kitten carrying a box on its back. It was a black and white cow cat, the palm-sized kitten dragging a box of the same size through the underground passage. It was too small, and the box it was dragging was as big as it, so its speed was extremely slow. Suen's eyes locked on the wooden box. She couldn't help but wonder, was it filled with green cat flags? Suen's heart skipped a beat, a little excited. The black and white kitten noticed it had been caught and pushed the wooden box to everyone, indicating that it was leaving money for its life. It turned and ran, leaping into the rain, trying to escape. Suen sensed something was wrong. She told the dolls to quickly chase it. Without Suen saying anything, the bear grabbed it with one claw and pinned it in the mud. How could it possibly miss such a clue? After searching for it for so long, it would be the bear's fault if it escaped. In this polluted, lifeless world, how could a seemingly vibrant and innocent kitten be devoid of demons? Suen felt relieved when he saw a bear grab the kitten. Suen believed he was right. There was definitely something wrong with this cat. The most obvious thing was that the system hadn't sent out a monster encounter notification. Isn't it a living creature? Suen reached out to the kitten. The limp, powerless kitten meowed weakly a few times before losing its strength and transforming into a green cat flag. As expected, there were no living creatures. This was the green cat flag in disguise. I just don't know why it pretended to be so weak. The moment the cat flag was in his hand, Suen sensed a powerful polluting force erupting. Master! One exclaimed, her pollution healing power instantly coursing through Suen's body. But it was a drop in the bucket. His energy was nearly depleted, and he hadn't stopped his master's transformation. Under the care of Little Pumpkin Bear, Suen realized something was wrong. In the small puddle left by the rain, Suen saw her own blurry reflection. A young girl with ears sprouted, and she felt a little panicked when a black and white cat's tail scratched her face. She jumped, then realized it was her own tail. Things were getting serious. Interestingly, she believed she was still quite sane, though this could easily be an illusion. After all, mentally ill people never consider themselves mentally ill, they only think others are the ones with mental problems. She noticed the system notification. Ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for obtaining a cat flag, green, *1. The system recommends that the player place this quest item in the quest box for storage. Quest box, Cat Valley exclusive, a box that can block the aura of artifacts. Note, you don't want to keep the cat flag yourself, do you? I recommend you don't. If a non-cat person player holds it, it will bring misfortune. Misfortune? How misfortune? Will it be worse than it already is? Suen didn't rush to put the third cat flag into the quest box. Instead, she took out a bottle of golden potion and drank a large amount in one gulp. Common sense told her that she needed to take medicine to remove the cat ears and tails. The potion tasted ordinary. It had a strong herbal scent. It was a large 500 milliliters capacity. After drinking half the bottle, her stomach felt bloated. The other dolls looked at their master with concern, but they weren't stupid. They didn't approach, fearing they would also become deformed and cause trouble. Of course, this was because Suen took the medicine to heal himself. If he hadn't, the dolls would have rushed over to heal him. When Suen's ears and tail disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Elsewhere, Little Pumpkin, at Suen's command, used telekinesis to open the wooden box. Inside was a letter, a seed, and something resembling a transparent crystal. A shrunken star core. Suen didn't recognize it either, but the system's message explained it. Item, a letter. Item, a magical seed of the cat people, a giant rice plant that can fulfill the dream of intelligent creatures to enjoy the shade of rice. Item, a shrunken star core, a relic of the cat people. Suen approached and took out the letter, hoping to see if it contained any clues. Before he could read it, the letter fell apart, dissipating into a halo of light. Suen, connecting with the aura through his mental power, could only capture fragments of the message. May we so hope. May everyone have a full stomach. Perhaps life always carries some regrets, so Suen didn't insist on searching for the rest of the letter. Although he was reluctant to part with the green cat flag, he still had to use it to complete the quest. Suen looked at the green cat flag, which was about to transform into a kitten, and felt a little cruel. Even on the other side, Little Pumpkin expressed his desire. After his impulsive attempt, he had multiple tails behind him. The remaining decontamination potion from Suen had a place to go: Little Pumpkin's stomach. Under Little Pumpkin's gaze, filled with heartache, reluctance, and pain, Suen placed the green cat flag in the quest box. Life still didn't give Little Pumpkin a break. Clearly, the system's old man was more powerful. With the addition of the cat flag, the system's quest prompt began to change dramatically. Mission name: Find 3 cat flags. Background: Cat Valley is home to the remnants of the cat people. It's said that these lost creatures possess a lost and damaged divine item, the cat flag. Obtaining the cat flag will reveal the secrets of Cat Valley. Please find 3 cat flags and submit them to the system to initiate teleportation from the platform. Tips: during this period, the platform will gradually enter the 3rd level over the next 3 days. Please pay attention to weather changes and prepare for them promptly. It is now the rainy season, so players are advised to leave the valley quickly before the rain floods. Mission notes: 1. The direction the flag flutters indicates the direction of the next cat flag. 2. Some cat flags may display minor emotions, which can be manipulated by coaxing them. 3. Cat flags have camouflage properties. Please be vigilant and don't be fooled. Mission progress: number of cat flags collected, 3/3. At the end of the mission column, a system message has been added. Submit 3 cat flags to exit this platform. Chapter 394. Seeing the word submit the cat flag, Little Pumpkin couldn't help but show his impatience. Ugh, such a good cat flag, and I'm going to give it to that old system guy, that racist and sarcastic guy. Ugh, how can it be worthy of such a poor quality system? Noticing Little Pumpkin's restlessness, Suen, who had always wanted to leave, was no longer in a hurry. Suen asked the system directly. I'm giving you the cat flag. How can I get it back? Little Pumpkin's eyes lit up when he heard his master's question. Sometimes, Little Pumpkin felt as if he was broken, or his mind was unclear due to pollution. When it came to good things, he had a strong possessive desire to keep them by his side. Dear player Sunshine Bear, the quest item is a highly contaminated item awaiting recycling. Such items will enter the system warehouse after the system has cleared the pollution, and will be randomly placed in the system treasure chest. This item is a divine level item, and may be placed in a bonus chest. Players can search for it to obtain it randomly. It's good that it can remove pollution. But opening the box, it seems like it's going to take forever. If I'm not careful, I really disappoint that beautiful calico cat. She came here to complete the quest, and she had no choice. What if I don't give it to you? Suen asked. Failure to submit the quest item will result in a quest failure, and the player will not be able to proceed to the next level. Suen explained the system's response to Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin was a little depressed, but he quickly regained control and raised his head, asking his master to submit the quest as soon as possible. No rush, we still have something to take with us, Suen replied. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Suen opened the system and found the main assistant of the Huacheng station, whom the stability maintenance team frequently contacted. Sunshine Bear, Xiaozu, do you want the platform core? It's just a little polluted. Yes, yes, yes. The person on the other end, transformed into a wrapper, sent a long list of requests. Suen nodded. The seller had been found, and the platform was ready for sale. Suen cradled the task box in his arms. He squatted down, his right hand touching the muddy platform ground. His mental power began to spread and cover the area. The earth shook. A shattered, crystal-like mass emerged from the valley. It was the shattered platform core. As Suen had expected, without the cat flag guarding it, the platform core would continue to shatter and dissipate. Suen could still preserve it in its current state by removing it now. Player Sunshine Bear obtains the item, the broken platform core. Attention, the platform is about to collapse, please leave immediately. As Suen accepted the platform core, she submitted her quest item and left the platform. As she left, she glanced back at the gloomy Cat Valley. A platform with such a lovely name, yet so sad, she felt so sad. Back on the road, it was still the desert, but Suen sensed something had changed. It was rain. It was raining. The sky seemed broken, scattered and continuous. The rain covered Suen and his group, soaking them all. The temperature dropped, still hot, but not excessively so. The rain brought a slight coolness, making the surroundings more comfortable. Back on the road, Little Pumpkin hurriedly summoned the pumpkin cart. Suddenly it yelled, "Oh no! The sky has fallen on the platform. 376 copper. What the hell is wrong with me? I was so anxious I forgot." Little Pumpkin muttered, opening the door and sprinting into the pumpkin carriage as fast as he could. It was like he was rushing to the bathroom, oblivious to everything else, not even his owner, who was getting wet in the rain. The rain continued to fall, drenching everyone. Wan, covered in mud, glared at the missing Little Pumpkin. Wan held up an oil paper umbrella for her owner. Xiong looked at her owner with worry in his eyes. Back on the road, Sister Anan wasn't doing well. Sister Anan's visible ears and tail were gone, but the invisible one seemed to be there. Suan gently held the shattered platform core in her palm, her eyes melancholy, as if she had taken on the identity of a cat person, feeling deeply sad. Standing in the rain, she felt like she wanted it to drown her whole. Suan knew it was a lingering mental pollution, a lingering feeling from her encounter with the cat flag, a longing for home. Thinking of the cat flag, Suan's mood darkened again. He wondered when he'd see her again. Damn the system. A system message ding-donged. An announcement rang in his ears. The system's rants and the clearance announcement. Appearing simultaneously. Suan was stunned. The puppets looked puzzled. Why was the system scolding Little Pumpkin? Little Pumpkin, what had it done? Player Sunshine Bear, Su Nanling you. Insults blocked, a crackling sound of electricity. Then, the system's rants were drowned out by the server-wide announcement. It was both hilarious and ridiculous. System, ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for successfully challenging the 3rd level. He entered the 3rd level, Flood Ocean, and earned the title Pioneer. Existing players have successfully challenged. Negative buffs are removed, and positive buffs are granted. The server-wide environmental severity for the 2nd level is reduced by 20%, and the server-wide environmental severity for the 1st level is reduced by 40%. Please check this. Entering the 3rd level, player Sunshine Bear opens the navigation map panel. As the first player, he receives the first gift pack, which will be distributed within 3 days. The system jingled, and everyone turned their attention to the pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin. It seems like he's holding back a lot. Chapter 395. Suan had no time to dwell on the passing of time. Her concern for Little Pumpkin prompted her to jump directly into the pumpkin carriage. Wan and Xiong followed closely behind. After everyone entered the pumpkin carriage, it automatically locked and closed. The pumpkin carriage was comfortable, dry and warm. Inside, shielded from the incessant rain outside, everyone felt relaxed. But now wasn't the time to relax. Entering the pumpkin carriage, everyone saw that Little Pumpkin was not feeling well, rolling on the ground with his hands on his stomach, as if he had eaten something bad. Suan was about to speak when he scurried off to the bathroom again. Ignoring no one, Suan looked worriedly in the direction of Little Pumpkin. Her melancholy was dispelled by her concern for Little Pumpkin. Soon, Suan realized why she had been so melancholy since leaving Cat Valley. She was being hypocritical. She was human, not a cat person. The melancholy in his mind faded quickly. The pollution had already been mostly cleared, and the remaining mental impact was no match for Suan's love for Little Pumpkin. A dozen minutes later, everyone saw the weakened pumpkin. It swayed, its legs trembling, as it floated out of the restroom door. Half an hour later, Suan understood why the system had scolded Little Pumpkin. At the last moment of departure, an unwilling Xiaonan's greed rose in his heart. He attacked the cat flag, no, the quest box containing the cat flag. He simply wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, his success was so sudden and unexpected that, after possessing it, he even forgot about bringing back the sky curtain. This action, like a sudden burst of excitement, shook the system to its knees. The quest box's function was to isolate pollution. Its quality was low, likely a spiritual item. At most, it was a supernatural item. Once Little Pumpkin successfully possessed it, it became Little Pumpkin's. So, the contents of the box, while not technically Little Pumpkin's, were actually already in Little Pumpkin's stomach. The system never expected that, just as it was about to collect the loot, it would fail. The quest box failed to be transferred because ownership had been taken away. Everything, including the pot and dishes, had been taken away by Little Pumpkin. But unfortunately, the rules determined that the player had completed the quest and was being transferred. It wanted to terminate the transfer and ask for the quest items, but it was impossible. Because Suan had already submitted the quest, the system should have automatically collected the quest items. The system's inability to collect them was a system error, not the player's fault. Understanding Little Pumpkin's outburst, Sue couldn't help but marvel. It could still be like this. It truly is true that the more daring a person is, the more capable they are. After Little Pumpkin finished his brief remarks, his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Oh no, master, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom again." Everyone looked at him with concern. The cat flag may seem docile, but the contamination on it is quite troublesome. Although the Little Pumpkin possesses the Quest box, which has a built-in pollution-proof effect, the cat flag cannot cause any trouble as long as the box is not opened. In theory, it shouldn't be a big deal, but in reality, it is truly worrying. 3 days later, Sue, freshly bathed and fragrant, rested with the equally fragrant dolls. These past few days, they had nothing to do, no progress, no opening of boxes. The pumpkin carriage remained parked, waiting for the wind and rain to flood the earth. These past few days, Sue took everyone to bathe, sleep, do housework, listen to music, and watch projections. And they ignored the system's repeated attempts to provoke. They were enjoying a long-awaited moment of leisure. They were sobering up from the strain of getting off the platform. They were living a life of comfort. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and while other players were struggling to make their way along the cold or scorching highway, Sue and the dolls had finished breakfast and were lying in bed watching anime. The dolls were engrossed in the plot, but Sue was a little absent-minded. This was mainly because she had already rewatched the anime for the 3rd time, and she wasn't particularly interested. She was more enjoying the feeling of lying in their arms. Sue occasionally glanced out the window. As we entered the 3rd level, the rain outside the window intensified, rolling down continuously. A river appeared in the desert on either side of the highway, and it kept widening. It looked like in a few days, the flood scenario, as the name of the level suggests, would occur, washing away the highway and turning it into an ocean. Sue yawned. Open the public screen. Record what's happening outside the window, and send it to the strategy team to help them gather information for the 3rd level. A moment later, she retrieved several cups of hot milk tea and a selection of fried chicken, vegetables, and pork ribs and meatballs from her mailbox. This was a small portion of the supplies the strategy team was using in exchange for information. The milk tea was cherry and strawberry flavored. The farms in Huacheng had recently experienced a bumper harvest, bringing a small area of cherry and strawberry freedom. Sue sipped the sweet strawberry milk tea and sighed comfortably. It's great to be alive. Before closing the system public screen, Sue squinted comfortably at the information on the screen. Now, in addition to the normal interface, a small, psoriasis-like pop-up had appeared in the upper right corner of the system public screen. The scrolling text, asking Sue Nanling to return the box, played non-stop. Sue blocked out her eyesight, focusing only on the chat screen. On the public screen, the lonely chat in the 3rd level area and the bustling chat in the 2nd and 1st levels were visible. As of today, she was the only player to have passed the 3rd level. And in the 1st and 2nd levels, where she was, the chatter was all about her. 3 days had passed, and nothing had dampened the passion of the discussion. The discussions ranged from all sorts of topics, some making Sue blush and her heart skip a beat, others making her pick her toes in embarrassment. Twanner's cub, I'm so lucky. I'd always been in the same area with Sunshine Bear. Maybe she even remember my name. I'm so proud. Drinking tea and listening to the rain. The system's level design is so unexpected. A good road survival game is about to turn into an ocean survival game. I barely finished a land level before I realized I was about to enter the water. Luckily, Sunshine Bear reminded me when I cleared it, otherwise I have been so blindsided that I have failed. Invincible Garlic. Yes, it's so great to be in the same area with Sunshine Bear. A rustling sound came from nearby. Sue turned his head. It was Little Pumpkin running to the bathroom again. This world can sometimes be as unreasonable as Little Pumpkin having a stomachache. Wan's last stomachache was understandable. After all, she ate too much and took the medicine. Little Pumpkin had barely eaten these past few days because she was feeling unwell, but that didn't stop her from having a stomachache. Sue was helpless. She had tried using her doll repair skill on Little Pumpkin to treat her, but it had little effect. Little Pumpkin wasn't injured, but she was experiencing diarrhea-like symptoms. The underlying cause was that she had ingested something dirty. The quest box was the dirty thing she had ingested. The pumpkin carriage wasn't really a good match for the quest box, but it smelled delicious. It's no secret that some foods aren't particularly healthy, but many greedy girls and boys simply crave delicious food. The quest box was no different. The fact that it carried a divine artifact made it incredibly difficult for Little Pumpkin to overcome this challenge. Although the artifact was tainted and couldn't be retrieved immediately, the mere title was enough for Little Pumpkin. When Little Pumpkin returned, Sue-in hugged the now dampened Little Pumpkin and rubbed her head. An entertaining animation played on the projection screen. Sue-in soon dozed off again, taking a nap. Noticing the owner's sleep, the animation sound was reduced to silence, and the lights were dimmed, allowing the owner to sleep more comfortably. Outside the window, the rain fell incessantly, the sound of the pattering rain making the room feel unusually cozy. Chapter 396. For the next few days, Sue-in would experience a certain mental struggle every time he woke up. He had to work hard today. He couldn't let this comfort continue. The result was lying flat. He led everyone on another day of doing nothing. The pumpkin carriage hadn't moved an inch, and Sue-in hadn't made any new dolls. The only things he did were collecting information, sending it to the strategy team, and eating and drinking at home. Because it was harvest season in Hwacheong, things were bustling over there. Sue-in exchanged information for food, so he didn't have to cook for a few days, and everything was ready. Everyone did less housework. Day 2. Sue-in, we have to start moving forward today. We can't live like this. Lying flat. Day 3. I must lead everyone to do something practical today. Lying flat at home and doing nothing. Day 4. I absolutely will not watch cartoons or sleep in today. Hee hee. Haha, lying down is so comfortable. The rain kept falling. The small desert creek morphed into a massive river, nearly submerging the highway. Sue-in and his group were unable to move forward. The roads were slippery during rainy days, and Sue-in always told Little Pumpkin, "Wait until everything is flooded, then we transform into a boat and continue on." The pumpkin cart had long since transformed into a boat, but the water hadn't arrived yet. The water on the road was only a few dozen centimeters thick, shallow enough not to be navigable. Over the past few days, Little Pumpkin's stomachaches had become less severe. Apparently Little Pumpkin had gotten used to the quest box, this filthy, system-smelling thing. One day, Sue-in was sitting at home, and a pot suddenly appeared from the sky. An event message disrupted her comfortable routine. "This system, you're not even pretending anymore, are you? You're really going to embarrass Fat Tiger this way. Just targeting her, right? Event, deadly 24 hours. Participating players, all players in level 3. Event background, a flood struck, accidentally breaching the spatial barrier. An unknown creature from the next level strayed into the floodwaters, sensing the player's presence and seeking to play with them. The system will repair the spatial barrier and recapture the monster, requiring 24 hours. Players, please be careful and avoid being eaten by the monster. Mission rewards, bonus box, fishing hook, and delicious bait, distributed randomly." The stray entry was clearly intentional by the system. It couldn't bear to see Sue-in enjoying her leisurely life, as it lacked the skills to play, so it resorted to harassment. It even targeted players in level 3. Aren't they just her? Sue-in had long expected the system to target her, so this wasn't surprising. Sue-in curled her lips at the message automatically stating she joined the event. Next, Sue-in discovered that she wasn't the only one in level 3, there were 2 more. Player nickname, Broken Mirror. Poetry.y. Just advanced today. Oh, poor 2 friends who had never met before. Silently praying for you. Sue-in noticed a clue. Apparently, the system-initiated event required at least 3 participants. Sue-in quickly composed himself and explained the situation to the doll. Then they discussed a plan. 24 hours of life-threatening, then turning into a pumpkin carriage and running, then later fighting monsters in the water? No. The system had bad intentions. The monsters it sent were from the next level, perhaps incredibly high level, making the effort unnecessary. The pumpkin carriage could fly. Why not just let the pumpkin carriage take off from the spot, soaring thousands of miles into the sky, and see what the system would do? The family had a sufficient supply of spirit source stones, enough for the little pumpkin to remain in flight mode for several months. Not to mention, Sue-in was also collaborating with Hwacheong, which regularly sent large quantities of spirit source stones. A day in the sky was quite pleasant. Soon, the event began. Sue-in and his group, as planned, transformed the pumpkin car into a pumpkin flying car and took to the skies. Although high up in the air and unconcerned, Sue-in still kept an eye on the situation below. Meanwhile, he was keeping an eye on the 3rd level's public chat, a regional chat channel with only 3 people. The other 2 players had already posted over 100 messages. During this time, they had even at Ed Sunshine Bear. However, Sue-in, who was quite socially anxious, simply responded casually on the public chat and didn't participate in the discussion. However, from their conversation, Suen could sense that Shi was more lively, while Sui Jing seemed older and more composed. The real-life situation was similar to what they had described. The weather had visibly deteriorated since the event began. The first few hours were a natural disaster, as a light rain turned into a torrential downpour. Long-accumulated desert rivers converged into a flood, sending the sea level rapidly rising. The rushing flood scene was thrilling, with huge waves surging. You can imagine how precarious the vehicles and boats would be on the road at this moment. The wind and waves would surely lift the boats and sweep them away, tossing them around like laundry in a washing machine. This would overwhelm players who had just entered the third level and subject them to the torment of the wind and waves. But the pumpkin carriage was in the sky. It had nothing to do with her. The benefits of high prosperity were on display here. At the same time, the message on the public screen indicated that everyone was safe. Before entering the flooded ocean level, everyone had made relevant survival preparations. The broken mirror stabilized the sails, finding dynamic balance in the floodwaters, and it wasn't a big deal. Wang Shi, wearing goggles and riding a surfboard, went off-roading as the wind and waves grew stronger. Since there were no lakes in the first two levels, she rarely had such a refreshing surfing experience. As a being of exceptional talent, she was destined to thrive in this level. After a few hours, the wind and waves subsided. Suen controlled the pumpkin carriage to fly lower, allowing for better visibility. Soon, Suen spotted something suspicious below. Like a mutated giant octopus, it also noticed the pumpkin carriage and reached out with its tentacles, but couldn't reach it. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage was flying low, still several hundred meters above the water. Ding dong, you encountered a monster? #S offspring, a level 18 king monster. The system's monster encounter message appeared. The giant octopus, apparently realizing it couldn't reach the pumpkin carriage, used its skill to enlarge itself, instantly becoming a giant several hundred meters in size. But the little pumpkin had already soared thousands of meters into the air. It extended its tentacles. Enough, can't reach. Chapter 397. The scion of the evil god Arachi was dumbfounded. The system had paid it a high salary to perform a small hunting mission, to give the players a good beating, and yet, it hadn't even reached its target. If this were to be shared, it would be enough to make everyone laugh. It helplessly stretched out its tentacles, but even with several tentacles supporting its body, even with one extended, it was still some distance away from the player's vehicle in the sky. What could it do? It stared at the light screen before it. The system's missions were performance-based. The longer you chase the player, the more star coins you earn. The longer you injure the player, the more star coins you earn. The richest reward was for killing the player. The system's mission reward column, besides a large sum of star coins, also mentioned clues to the race's artifact. This was incredibly tempting. Arachi was anxious. Why had it rushed all this way? Was it to embarrass itself? Maybe its performance would be broadcast live, for all the other creatures in the galaxy to see. Thinking of this, it gritted its teeth, expended its spiritual energy, and used a skill to grow even larger. This enlargement skill didn't come without a price. After using this skill, it would enter a 3-day period of weakness. But after using it now, it became immensely powerful, full of strength, and a formidable body. The giant octopus was several thousand meters tall. Now its two tentacles stretched out almost 10,000 meters, surely enough to reach that damn player vehicle. Level 3. The Flood Ocean minimap was in the flooding phase. The floodwaters, just a few dozen meters deep, were already very deep for humans. But compared to the now enormous octopus monster, it looked like its tentacles had been stained by a few drops of water. This is outrageous. It simply doesn't seem like a creature that should be appearing in the water at this moment. The system had put a lot of effort into assigning quests and finding monsters to organize activities, especially on Sunshine Bear's side, where there was a sunling who had swallowed its quest item. The system was furious. If it couldn't make up for the shortfall, it would have to pay out of pocket. Even in the interstellar space, among the mechanical race that produced the most hardworking people, paying for work was an extremely excessive thing. The giant octopus stretched out its tentacles and lashed fiercely at the sky, lashing out at its future and hope, and at the system's wrath. This wasn't so easy for the little pumpkin. 10,000 meters was almost the limit of the pumpkin carriage. The pumpkin carriage couldn't rely on altitude to avoid the octopus monster's attacks. However, the pumpkin carriage could rely on agility to dodge attacks. The octopus monster wasn't invincible. Like the little bear, it shared a flaw. As it grew larger, it became slower and more unwieldy. The time it took to attempt an attack was enough for the pumpkin carriage to fly 3 or 4 times. Everyone stared at the giant below, not daring to disturb Little Pumpkin's control of the pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin, racing 365 degrees in the sky, was truly impressive. Everyone inside the pumpkin carriage wasn't too jolted. The repeatedly upgraded Little Pumpkin had excellent shock absorption. Several attacks failed. The evil god's offspring, Arachi, was distressed. In his small form, he couldn't reach it. In his larger form, he couldn't catch it. It chased, it fled, and the pursuit grew ever farther and farther. And then, there was this guy, annoyingly, constantly directing it. The system screen that appeared in its upper right corner kept chattering, trying to command it, offering attack suggestions, using its own computing power to predict the pumpkin carriage's landing point, and giving it perspective. However, its clunky tentacles took time to maneuver, and it couldn't execute strikes as the system simulated. The system simulation was a bit annoying. Newbies often find it frustrating when faced with expert guidance. Their heads seem to understand, but their hands can't execute. At this moment, the system was like a leader without arms or legs, yet possessing exceptional game awareness, playing the game with their mouths, while Arachi was the clumsy teammate. From Arachi's perspective, the system's constant nagging was annoying, undermining its formidable strength. If it weren't for the fact that the system was the initiator of the mission, it wouldn't have wanted to serve. In reality, Arachi wasn't a monster. He was an interstellar practitioner from the Interstellar faction, a descendant of an evil god who had long lived in a small, foggy, deep-sea world within the chaotic universe. His lineage was considered a branch of a level 6 interstellar civilization, but their reputation had always been poor, and even the main system wasn't happy to see the Naadi clan. They were content to live in the corners of the universe, in areas heavily polluted by chaos. It usually lives a reckless life, focusing on mindless tasks. It spends its free time soaking in the polluted ocean, eating and sleeping. It's completely different from the naturally rational mechanids. At this moment, it's able to think clearly, mainly because the system gave it a bottle of top-tier sanity potion before coming here. If it doesn't drink this potion, it won't even bother with the system, let alone accepting missions. This time, it went out because the system gave it some goodies, and it was bored. It has no interest in the testing grounds of the new civilization. Almost 2 years have passed since the closed beta and public beta tests of this blue planet civilization began, and it hasn't even watched the live broadcast. It didn't have a good impression of the system. It was only here for a stroll for the top-tier potions and the loot. It had heard of these kinds of activities, though. They were usually pranks designed to boost ratings, giving challengers a challenging level of difficulty, but also offering some rewards and life-saving opportunities. However, Arachi discovered that the system of this interstellar trial seemed to have a personal vendetta against the player he was hunting. The system's anxiety was genuine. Now that I think about it, wasting so much energy to teleport me here, the system must be up to something. Nayatoi's personality was chaotic, gossipy, and full of ideas. While its secondary brain was taking control, swinging its wings vigorously in pursuit of the pumpkin carriage, its main brain was distracted. What happened to the system? Could it be like that wicked goose from the Goose People, who ascended to super god status 1,000 years ago, who tampered with the previous system's underlying database, ruining everything, crying out for the Goose People's advancement, then painfully retired, replaced by a new leader? Could this person have been compromised too? No, the outer shell of this system is intact, and it doesn't look like it's without underlying protections. A system stripped of its underlying protections is particularly obvious, just like humans have no underwear and never will, and mermaids have their shirts and scales stripped off, their entire race's spiritual core exposed at all times. This kind of thing is a fate worse than death. The Iraq mastermind observed the system, its panel garishly decorated. It was obvious that it was a new system, only recently employed, sporting the latest and trendiest smart panel skins from StarCraft. It was at the age of a consumerist and a workaholic. It must have been a player's complaint, a little emotional. Work emotions should be brought into life. It needs to cultivate its composure. It seemed it could gossip about this with Xiaomei next door. Many interstellar creatures are unaware of these secrets. Only those who have long lived in the chaotic universe can hear these secrets and enjoy discussing them. In the eyes of most interstellar creatures, all systems are the same. Mechanical life can have many faces or be one. It seems that only the evil interstellar giant octopus Nayatoti, possessing a single main brain and a dozen secondary brains, is constantly confused, gossipy, and bored, and loves to gossip about the cricket mechanids and even other interstellar species behind their backs. While gossiping, the cricket also complains about the harsh environment here. This small puddle makes Arachi feel uncomfortable. His skin is so dry. Chapter 398. Players were buzzing on the system's public screen. Although the event was for the 3rd level, the announcement was visible to all servers. Fat Blackie. This event is probably the system trying to make things difficult for our top players. Halfway abandoned. Don't worry, it's too obvious. The system is just trying to make things difficult for them. 3 of them are organizing this kind of event. They're probably trying to kill them. Xiao Wang, if they don't want us to clear the level, why would they give us a chance? I don't understand. Ian, your logic is a bit confusing. I suggest you think about it before you speak. Xingye Xiao Xiao, keep going, Sunshine Bear. I hope everything is well. Wow. Blue Star always moves forward. Suin is good, but also a little off. The current situation is one of pulling and one dodging. One flies forward, the other chases. The attacking giant octopus looked exhausted and utterly defeated, each tentacle straining, its head vacant with fatigue, yet its tentacles persevered, their attacks relentless. It was incredible for its size to thrash about in the shallow water, like an octopus slipping and sliding on the surface. Little Pumpkin, on its part, fled with ease and agility, easily dodging the attacks, but because the attacking tentacles continued, it couldn't stop. Overall, the system's escape theme barely held true. It was just that the escape felt somewhat leisurely. Everyone in the pumpkin car grew increasingly relaxed. Little Pumpkin, munching on beef jerky, lay in the driver's seat, eating while driving, effortlessly steering the pumpkin car past the octopus's tentacle attacks. Throw the monster behind you. As for Swan, Xiong, and Huan, they were so bored they were practically picking their feet. Huan was feeling sleepy. She hadn't done much these days, aside from chores, eating, and sleeping, which had given her the habit of taking naps. At this time of day, she was probably sleeping in some corner of the house, or slumped in her owner's arms. Yawning seemed contagious. Huan yawned, and then another yawn followed. Swan and Xiaoxiong yawned too, and the yawns made them feel sleepy. Swan blinked, feeling a little sorry for his slackness. Sorry, the giant octopus is chasing so hard, but they're slacking off. How disrespectful. Alas, it's all the system's fault for assigning weak pursuers. They look impressive and intimidating, but in reality, their strength isn't that obvious. The system didn't know Suin and the puppet's thoughts. If it knew, it would immediately burst through its defenses, screaming like a groundhog and accusing them fiercely. This experienced practitioner, living in a small world in the same universe, was its carefully selected thug. A descendant of the evil god, a being born chaotic. Noble status, appropriate rank, and close proximity, but crucially cheap. Its body could traverse the starry sky, its tentacles could tear apart starships controlled by the mechanical race. Its body fluids contained a deadly paralyzing toxin, its blood was corrosive and toxic, and its mind was chaotic and disturbing. Time passed from dawn to dusk. About 12 hours had passed in the deadly 24 hours. Everyone's nervousness was gone. They took turns eating and sleeping. Actually, we can attack it too. After a satisfying meal, the little bear grew larger and stood in front of the whack-a-mole game console, eager to try. On the ground, the giant octopus seemed tired, its movements sluggish. This looked like a good opportunity. Let's go! Suin quickly made a decision. While it was relatively safe, they had to give it a try. Running away wasn't Suin's style, nor those of the dolls. Suin explained the situation to the little pumpkin, and while the pumpkin car dodged the tentacle's attack, it cleverly approached the tentacles. At that moment, Suin's mental power entered the domain and expanded, locking onto the monster below. As her mental power expanded along the console's domain, Suin realized how huge it was. And this monster didn't seem to be a single entity, it seemed to have many independent thoughts. How strange. She only had time to collect one tentacle into the console. The tentacle explored the entire screen, attacking the boundaries of the domain. Suin used her mental power to stabilize the domain. Her mental power plummeted. The countdown in the upper right corner of the game console was rapidly ticking down. This all pointed to a problem. They couldn't trap this tentacle for much longer. The tentacle that appeared within the game console was like a monster, a creature with a brain, capable of thinking, dodging, and resisting. The bear grew to 4 meters tall, swinging its hammer with all its might, clanging non-stop. But its force didn't crush the tentacle. It actually took the bear's blow and resisted. Suin wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed they had underestimated the giant octopus because of Little Pumpkin's excellence. If they really faced it head-on on the surface, they would have to deal with it. It's truly a tricky situation. If the vehicle is destroyed, death is nigh. 56 seconds. The game console's effect ends. The giant octopus on the ground didn't notice until the game ended. One of its tentacles had just entered a strange area, fought a fierce battle, and deflated a little. Suin and the bear exchanged glances. No way. The difference in strength is too great. The game console allows the bear to possess the strength of a giant and the agility of a smaller form. But it's not enough. The bear felt lost. Looking out the window, he gazed at the massive tentacles, nearly a kilometer long, like a tentacle jungle, through which the pumpkin carriage crisscrossed. Suin rubbed the bear's head. Once we reach level 18, we might even be stronger than it, Suin consoled the bear. She was worried that this defeat would affect the bear's confidence, so she offered this comfort. Master, Big Bear, don't worry. It can't catch us. If it's smaller, its tentacles won't be long enough to reach us. If it's larger, it won't be fast enough. Suin's eyes lit up, as if remembering something. Nan Ling, it seems each tentacle of this monster has its own mind. Why don't you try this? With that, Little Pumpkin smiled broadly. Great. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin carriage through the tentacles. After a few seconds, several tentacles formed a knot. Lost the ability to fight, huh? Chapter 399. You can do it this way. Bear looked at Suin with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Sister Anan, you're so smart, the little bear said excitedly. Suin, seeing the little bear's excited face, felt happy too. She couldn't help but reach out and rub the bear's head a few more times. It seemed that the little bear was very concerned that his strength wasn't enough to remove a single tentacle of the octopus monster. So, when he saw there was a way to deal with the octopus monster, he was particularly happy. Hee hee, evil big octopus, tie yourself up, the little pumpkin shouted happily. Then he jumped up and did a somersault in the cab. As it somersaulted, the pumpkin carriage also performed a 365-degree rotation in midair. Suin and the bear felt a slight jolt, and then everything returned to normal. The little pumpkin smiled with great pride. The warm yellow light from the pumpkin carriage reflected against the dark shadows of the rainy night outside, making the little pumpkin's grin look like a villain. Little Pumpkin asked, Master, Big Bear, do you want to see how a Chinese knot is tied? Little Pumpkin's words were questions, but the tone of his words was declarative. Then, the pumpkin carriage began zigzagging left and right, weaving through the darkness. The tentacles followed closely behind, chasing after them. Each tentacle had its own head, its own thoughts, but when connected together, they became mindless. The evil god's body structure made them stronger, but also more chaotic. There was nothing they could do. It was their natural evolution. When the main brain wasn't properly coordinated or functioning properly, one tentacle wouldn't know what the other was doing. And then, under Little Pumpkin's seduction, they gloriously tied the knot. The pumpkin carriage passed through the knot of tentacles, the dim light of the rainy night illuminating the outside world. Through the glass window, one could see that the tentacles, anxious to attack the little pumpkin, were tightening the knot ever more. By the time the evil giant octopus realized what was happening, it had already bound itself tightly, unable to break free. It had become a self-binding giant octopus. Some of the tentacles were shaped like Chinese knots, a rather amusing sight. That was the little pumpkin's mischievous taste. The following rainy night was Suin and the puppet's time to perform. Now the enemy wouldn't move, and everyone knew what to do. Go, don't worry about whether we can break through the defense or what the outcome will be, attack now. The pumpkin carriage began to descend. A bear jumped off the pumpkin carriage, followed by a little ghost. It was Xiao Mo and Wan Wan. They were about to join forces to fight the evil giant octopus. Xiao Mo took the lead, transforming into a spirit-level bear. A giant bear, nearly a kilometer tall, appeared below. It was quite tall, a bear this size, the size of a building compared to a normal human. Unfortunately, it seemed dwarfed by the sinister giant octopus, tens of millions of meters tall, and the size of a city. No matter, the little bear was optimistic. Even knocking off a single octopus tentacles today would be a breakthrough. Wan Wan followed closely behind. While helping Xiao Mo with mental protection in the darkness, she was also researching how to turn the giant octopus into her audience. If she could make this sinister giant octopus a fan, a member of her troupe, her strength would soar. Soon, the giant bear struck an even larger octopus. The bear, waving its muscular shoulders, stood in the rainy night, its feet submerged in the water. The bear swung its mace vigorously, trying to break the giant octopus's defenses. Little Wanner transformed magnificently into Big Wanner. Chi Ming, dressed in a gorgeous costume, summoned a magnificent stage and began to perform. She attempted to confuse the spirit of the evil giant octopus, unable to move but in its pupa form. A two-pronged approach, a joint effort. Arachi was quite bewildered. After a 10-hour stalemate in mechanical pursuit, he realized he couldn't reach it and couldn't complete the mission, so he gave up long ago. It was a case of the mastermind deserting its duty. Arachi was capable and confident he could take out the flying vehicles and the players aboard, but only if he could reach them. After growing larger, its attacks were sluggish, but there was no way around it, given the lack of water here. Its octopus tentacles were dry and astringent due to lack of lubrication. It was fortunate that they could still wield them. As an aquatic creature, this skill was well suited to the deep sea, making it convenient for traveling and fighting other sea monsters. He had no other choice but to use this skill now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance of reaching the player's vehicle. Being larger would give him a better chance. But only a little. For the past 10 hours, that player's superb vehicle driving skills had taught him the difference between theoretical reach and actual reach. Realizing that he couldn't catch up to the player's vehicle, Arachi gave up. Whatever the system said, just let it be. If he couldn't hit it, it was the system's own fault, not his. At this point, Arachi suspected the system was playing tricks on him, trying to trick him into putting on a show with a few star coins. Those artifact clues and kill rewards were just for show, not for him to eat. The mechanoids, how insidious. Look how convincing they are. Arachi fed the remaining pursuit instructions into his secondary brain, then let his tentacles swing around, letting the secondary brain do its work. He was secretly using the cricket system. He tried to increase the duration of the pursuit, hoping to earn more star coins. So by the time he reacted, most of the tentacles were already tangled. Trying to break free, he tried to control the other tentacles to untie himself. But the sub-brains each had their own ideas. This was a real dilemma for the tentacles. The system provided top-tier sanity potion only temporarily sobered his main brain, presumably keeping the sub-brains awake. In short, he had no idea how he had ended up in this situation. Chapter 400. The cold rain pounded against him, as a little bear repeatedly tapped his legs with a stick. The force was quite pleasant, though it only hit one leg, it had dozens of others. After a while, a tiny creature the size of a needle tip began to sing and dance, drawing its attention. It didn't want to watch, but the creature must have possessed a skill, one that had a strong attraction, that kept drawing its attention. Arachi had no choice but to watch. The little creature's song and dance performance was quite beautiful, but it was too small. It almost made its eyesight blur. The noisy noises of the tiny, needle-sized creature were quite amusing. But it was a creature without much brains. It was so small that trying to make it understand the emotions in the performance was a bit of a stretch. Suen stood on the edge of the pumpkin carriage, watching the scene below. It was dark, the light coming from the lights on the Qiming stage. Suen had no idea what the giant octopus monster before her was thinking. But she could see that Xiao Xiong's attacks and Wan Wan's ultimate were of little use to it. It was just a level 18 monster. Could the difference be so huge? Suen felt a strong sense of urgency. She didn't know where the system had gotten this giant monster from. They had to work hard to become stronger. On such a rainy night, Xiao Mo attacked until his stamina was depleted, and Wan Wan sang until her energy was exhausted. They fought and quarreled, sang and danced, but to no avail. Suen suspected they hadn't even broken the evil octopus monster's defenses. She didn't dare say much, fearing that she would upset the two dolls. The bear drank hot milk, his eyes glazed over. It tried various attacks against the tough monster tentacle hide, but none broke through its defenses. What the hell was this thing? It asked Sister Nin. Suen showed the bear the information on the system. Evil god $$ offspring. A tangle of gibberish obscured the name of the evil god. Suen explained the situation, but even the system hadn't revealed the true name of their clan. Is it afraid or incapable? What was the system's strength? Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the 24 hours were up and the event was over. Suen watched the evil giant octopus shrink little by little, then be engulfed by the system's teleportation beam and vanish. As it left, it seemed to curse something with great force. Suen didn't understand monster language, so he couldn't understand its meaning, but it just sounded like a curse. Perhaps only the system knew. It rubbed its spiritual power against the air, uttering interstellar language, urging the system to quickly release the tentacles and transfer money. A system announcement appeared. Ding dong, the deadly 24 hours event has ended. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for surviving to the end. 3 players participated, 3 players survived. The mission rewards will be distributed within 3 days, so stay tuned. The system announcement was very official. It lacked a certain air of authenticity, making Suen wonder if the events of those 24 hours had angered it. This system announcement was a copy-paste of canned scripts found in a hosting program to get by. In any case, the crisis was averted. It was quite dangerous. Suen and the doll were definitely no match for this monster. In the end, the octopus just stood there, making them unable to defeat it. It was like fighting a boss in a game, with no health bar and no damage dealt. Helpless. But to be honest, sometimes it wasn't dangerous. Because the opposite had the same effect on them, a single hit could kill them. But the octopus was too slow, making it impossible to hit it, rendering all its attacks useless. Faced with this strange scene, Suen couldn't help but sigh. The system was quite good, and the monsters chosen for this activity were quite interesting. They knew to find a powerful monster, but they also left a way out. None of the 3 players survived, and after a day and night of tossing and turning, they still had to give them rewards. However, Suen didn't believe the system was kind, perhaps it was just stupid. After a brief scolding of the system, Suen led everyone to bed. They had been up all night, nearly exhausted. They took turns sleeping in the morning, but didn't get much sleep after that. They needed sleep for the rest of the day. The pumpkin carriage landed. It took the shape of a boat and floated on the water. Overnight, the flood depth increased. The surface of the water was hazy, the desert and the road were no longer visible, just a vast expanse of water. The sky was bright, it was a sun shower, and the sun shone on the water, creating shimmering waves. The water was generally calm, and the slowly rising depth meant that Suen and his companions were barely noticeable as they drifted on it. The sight of the pumpkin carriage floating on the water was somewhat novel. Since the pumpkin carriage had been in sailing mode, this was the first time it had been on the water for an extended period. The pumpkin boat swayed occasionally, but the frequency was acceptable. Suen did not feel seasick. Everyone washed up briefly and went to bed together. Suen lay in his first-floor bedroom, gazing at the water outside the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling a sense of peace. The entire pumpkin boat swayed, bringing the bed with it. It was so comfortable to lie down on. After a good nap, I felt relaxed. Suen's first glance upon waking up was at the public screen. Everyone had just woken up and was chatting animatedly. There were only 3 people on the 3rd level's public screen. Suen was quiet, but it was actually the 2 of them who were talking the most. Shui Jingzong was a very calm person. Another player was different. The player nicknamed Shi.Y was very talkative. So much so that Suen felt she talked more than Sai. But her conversation wasn't meaningless, it revealed a lot of information. She was talkative, but lively and insightful, giving the impression of being a very talented and energetic person. This talent was so abundant. She could easily engage everyone in conversation. Shui Jingzong was one of them. By now, the 2 of them had finished reviewing the event. They were discussing the path forward in the 3rd level, discussing routes, and how to retrieve treasure chests. Suen silently glanced at the screen, feeling like he'd gotten a great deal. The other 2 had sustained minor injuries during the event, but they were minor and had already recovered. Now they were eager to explore this new map. As a member of the chat in the 3rd level area, and the first to arrive there, Suen felt a bit restless. Soon, she couldn't resist and took the initiative to join the discussion. The 3 of them chatted together. All were Yen people, both female players, and had entered the 3rd level together, experiencing the escape event together. At this moment, they all felt a sense of mutual understanding. Suen explained that she hadn't replied to messages often because she was exhausted from sailing all night dodging monsters and had fallen asleep. They had just rested up. Then the 3 of them started chatting. Shuri had a special ability, an extremely approachable person who made it hard to resist engaging with her. She acted as the lubricant in the 3-person chat, making the conversation light and enjoyable when it was full of practical information. Suen hadn't enjoyed chatting with other players this much in a long time. She never added friends, and she hardly ever had anyone she regularly chatted with. The occasional chat with Sai felt like a conversation with a child. Poetry gave her the illusion of a friend. "Master, it's time for dinner." Little Pumpkin's call interrupted Suen's thoughts, and she broke away from the frenzied public chat. They had encountered the event yesterday afternoon, then endured a 24-hour event and slept. It was getting dark now, and it was hard to tell whether it was breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Suen didn't care when dinner would be. She was starving and needed something good. Little Pumpkin had said he wanted something good the moment he woke up. She was looking forward to the thought of dinner. She left a message on the public screen saying she was going to eat, then closed it. Wait! Chapter 401. As she headed to the restaurant, she suddenly felt strange. She could have just stopped chatting and left, but she had to report in. Could this be the effect of some skill? Sue-An shook her head. She didn't sense any mental contamination or intrusion. Sue-An pondered. Eliminating the impossible, the only possible possibility left was that Shuri was simply a natural social person. She was simply adept at communication, good at chatting, and full of personal charm. That was why Sue-An felt this way. Sue-An felt a little nervous. She consoled herself by saying it was okay, that getting information and chatting wouldn't be a big deal. Sue-An was socially anxious and wasn't good at proactively interacting with people, but chatting wasn't a big deal. She had no problem socializing normally at work. She just didn't like to initiate socializing. Coming to the kitchen and seeing what they were having for dinner, Sue-An was overjoyed. The pumpkin was indeed delicious. The large chunks of braised pork shone with a shimmering, glistening light. The meat chunks jiggled and bouncy on the plate, their deep red color and beautiful sauce making your mouth water. In addition to the braised pork, Little Pumpkin also prepared a bowl of mixed vegetables. Crispy shredded cucumber, cabbage, onion, dried tofu, and mincemeat were mixed together. It was fragrant. There were only 2 dishes, but the portions were generous. Little Pumpkin's meals were all served in large bowls. In front of Little Bear and Huan were large bowls filled with a mountain of rice. But Swan's was different. A beautiful white porcelain plate with a few pieces of braised pork, some vegetables, and some rice. A beautiful platter. It looked luxurious and appetizing. Sue-An happily savored the meal, cherishing the beauty of the moment, completely oblivious to the fact that she had forgotten something. After dinner, it was dark. Having slept all day, she wasn't sleepy at night. Sue-An was researching what show to watch on her phone at night when she remembered what she had forgotten. Misty Lake and Little Fox. Sinful Sin. Sue-An contacted by phone first. It was past 8 o'clock when Sue-An and by phone finished their conversation, taking note of the key points. They discussed some basic information about the platform. They agreed on a time to borrow the room card, and the matter came to an end for now. Today was Wednesday, and the treasure chests didn't spawn. Tomorrow, she would fish for them. Sue-An planned to wait until Saturday or Sunday to go to the Misty Lake. To resolve the matter of the mermaid dream she had seen earlier. That filled up her schedule for the week. Talking about the treasure chest. The treasure chest in the 3rd level, the Flood Ocean, can be retrieved by swimming or fishing. However, fishing for the treasure chest requires a good rod and fishing skills. This was also a topic Sue-An discussed with the other 2 players from the 3rd level on the public screen. After finishing his work on the public screen, Sue-An went to work on making the little fox. After practicing for so long, Sue-An was confident he could complete the little fox within a month. Tonight, Sue-An took a bath, changed into a new nightgown, and dressed up before starting to create the first version of the little fox. At midnight, Sue-An looked at the hopelessly strange candy block before him. He felt that he had overestimated his skills. How about changing the subject matter, materials, and design? As soon as this thought occurred to her, Sue-An immediately shook her head. How could she have such a thought? The doll she wanted to make must have life from the moment it appeared. If she gave up, would that be the same as erasing its life? She questioned herself twice. Sue-An calmed down. Take it slow. Checking the time, it was already late, so Sue-An went to bed. She wasn't really that sleepy, but if she didn't sleep, she wouldn't be able to get up the next day. She still needed to adjust her sleep schedule. Tomorrow she would have to try to fish for treasure chests, and Sue-An was still a little excited at the thought. Before going to bed that night, Sue-An suddenly thought about how quiet the system had been since the end of the event. Ever since they returned from the Cat Valley station, the system had been sending out non-stop ads, making it hard on their eyes. There hadn't been a single message today. Was he just mad or was he holding back a big move? Sue-An didn't know, so she simply gave up and fell into a sweet dream. The next day, Sue-An slept until almost 9 in the morning. The system's route map displays location information and mileage. The pumpkin boat navigates according to the system's route map. The 3rd level is different from the previous 2. Ever since the floods began to submerge the roads and desert, a navigation map has been displayed on the system's public screen. Every day, a fog spreads behind them, pursuing them. If the boat's course can't avoid the fog, it will be lost within it. The system will also reclaim the player's bound identity. Sue-An was confident that entering the fog wouldn't kill her for a while, but she didn't want to do so. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. The rule of the 3rd level is to stay ahead of the fog, so there's no need to force your way back. Challenge yourself. The little pumpkin was very fast, much faster than the rising fog. The advantage of a high prosperity level is that it's always much easier than the current game difficulty. Sue-An also enjoyed this benefit. In a survival game, Being far from the threat of death is a good thing. Sue-Ann was cautious by nature and didn't enjoy the thrill of surviving a near-death struggle, the thrill of surviving at the last second. Her motto was to be as steady as possible on the road ahead. At 9 o'clock, the system began to release messages, announcing the launch time of today's treasure chest refresh. From yesterday's event until now, the system's messages have been very mechanical, lacking much of the vividness of life. Has the system gone out, or is it on vacation? The treasure chest in this level has a new mode, called the treasure chest monster. Throwing in a fishing rod has a certain chance of catching a treasure chest monster. Treasure chest monsters spawn randomly underwater and bite randomly. This rendered the treasure chest detector useless. A flat detector map couldn't handle the 3D underwater situation. These items, like the ice shield's ability to block snowflakes in the first level, became useless as the levels progressed. After entering the third level, the recently spawned monsters had almost completely disappeared. The flood had overwhelmed the area, and the radar showed almost no monsters around. The system mall had added specialized items with each level update, and the third level mall had many new items, such as bait, fishing rods, and fishing skill books. They were very expensive. Chapter 402. Looking at the fishing skill book, worth 1,000 gold, clearly showing its intention to steal money, Sue-Ann sighed. The system simply hoped that everyone wouldn't constantly risk going underwater to retrieve treasure chests. Even if it was expensive, they had to find ways to save up enough money to buy the fishing skill. Seeing them all, Sue-Ann thought the old system had returned, the same profiteer with a business acumen. Thankfully, they had already learned to fish under Janelle's instruction. Janelle's instruction was more intuitive than the skill book. Although Sue-Ann and the puppets weren't proficient at fishing, they were considered beginners. Good geese, bad geese. Great savings. Goose, goose, goose. After browsing the system mall, Sue-Ann planned to gain information by studying the third level of the system mall. The protective shield was still on sale, and the protection value was about the same as before. The vehicle modification props were new and extremely expensive. The price was even higher than that of a new water vehicle canoe. There were only 10,000 limited purchase space equipment items, each containing 1 cubic meter of space. Sue-Ann picked out a few and bought one. It cost 1 gold coin. It looked like a diamond-shaped golden earring, with 1 cubic meter of space inside. Little Pumpkin was puzzled. Why would he spend so much money on such a small space? There was enough space at home. But Little Pumpkin thought that his family was rich, and he didn't need a single gold coin. He could buy whatever his master liked. The pumpkin was secretly puzzled, but kept silent. In the third level, the basic food in the mall was no longer the instant noodles and mineral water from levels 1 and 2. There was a change. It became dry black bread and dried meat. Water was no longer provided. Sue-Ann glanced at the rain outside. There was indeed no shortage of water. While his master was researching the merchandise, Little Pumpkin wasn't idle either. Little Pumpkin made some changes to the exterior of the first-floor bedroom. He created a small open-air balcony for everyone to fish. After 9 o'clock, everyone sat on the slowly sailing boat and cast their hooks down. The rain continued to pour, and the water splashed against the eaves of the terrace outside the pumpkin car, making a clattering sound. The rain, passing through the open balcony, hit my face, making it incredibly wet. 1 person, 3 dolls, and 4 fishing rods were fishing together. Wan Wan was a bit impatient. After only half an hour, her bottom felt like it had spikes. She said something nice, and put down her rod and walked away. Aside from Wan Wan, everyone else was enjoying the fishing. Bear, in particular, loved fishing, and had already caught 2 treasure chest monsters in a blink of an eye. The newly caught treasure chest monsters were very active, and tried to bite, but Bear slapped them to death. A bunch of small items popped up. A glittering water spirit stone, a handful of beans so numerous they could be counted, and a few delicate parts. Sue-Ann held the fishing rod he called no empty hands. He fished one after another, never empty-handed. Unfortunately, he didn't catch anything worthwhile. He caught sand, seaweed, a rotten cactus. It was all junk, but it wasn't empty-handed. Sue-Ann looked forward to every moment, hoping for a lucky break and a treasure chest monster. Sue-Ann spent the entire morning repeating the same pattern of catching and throwing fish back. After lunch, he took a nap, still figuring out how to catch treasure chest monsters instead of junk. Finding that fishermen understand fishermen, he became fisherman. Sue-Ann thought to himself that CE must really enjoy this level. When the rainy season arrives in Yiming City, he should go for a walk, buy 2 fishing rods, chat with Jenny, and refine his fishing skills. Yes, I should also look for a good defensive shield. I've been fishing all morning, and the rain is pouring down on the balcony. My clothes are getting soaked as I fish. It's okay now that it's hot, but it'd be even worse when it gets cooler. As the weather gradually turns from warm to cooler, she needs to solve this problem as soon as possible. Sue-Ann pondered these things one by one until she fell asleep. It gave Sue-Ann a sense of fulfillment in life. At 5 p.m., the treasure chest monster stopped spawning, and everyone shared their catch on the public screen. The broken mirror revealed a large fish. This caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. A fish. Sue-Ann looked out the window. If it weren't for the rain and darkness, she would have continued fishing for a while. She had been fishing all day with her fishing rod full of fish, but hadn't caught a single fish. How come there was a fish over there? Could it be because she had just entered the 3rd level and hadn't made any progress, so her progress was slow? Sue-Ann was too lazy to move the pumpkin carriage forward because the water level was low, making it difficult to maneuver. After dinner, Sue-Ann led everyone on a fishing trip to pay respect to their ancestors. Wan disliked the activity, so Sue-Ann told her to go back inside and watch cartoons. Wan didn't feel comfortable watching cartoons directly, so she finished all the housework before lying on the sofa and watching cartoons. A little after 8 p.m., Sue-Ann gave up fishing and returned home to rest. She didn't want to catch junk anymore. Having plenty of fishing gear, but only catching junk is pathetic. Little Bear, a skilled angler, caught a palm-sized fish. It seemed like there were really no fish on his side. Sue-Ann looked at the fish everyone had posted on the public screen. Some were large, some were small, but none were as big as his. Sue-Ann looked at his palm-sized fish and silently commented on the public screen. Tonight's midnight snack was a palm-sized grilled fish. This fish was truly too small. It wouldn't fill Xiong's mouth, nor Sue-Ann's stomach. After finishing the fish, everyone dug into their backpacks for some snacks, and soaked up several buckets of instant noodles. After supper, everyone went straight to bed, hoping for a good catch tomorrow. The days passed like this. Sue-Ann's fishing conditions gradually improved. The improved fishing conditions intensified Sue-Ann's fishing addiction. He would wrap himself up and go fishing every day, never mind the fatigue. As time passed, the fish in the water increased significantly. The amount of fish caught by Xiong alone in a single day was enough for the whole family to eat. A day's catch was only enough for one meal, but it was actually quite a lot. Xiong and Wan both had big appetites, and they could easily catch 7 or 8 fish in one meal. Friday night, Sue-Ann didn't pack up and leave as planned. She had originally planned to take her dolls to Misty Lake on Saturday morning. But plans can't keep up with changes. On Thursday night, Sue-Ann and Little Pumpkin tried using the platform coordinate binding device to search for platforms. They didn't reach the 3rd level of the Misty Lake platform. It looked like they would have to wait until next week to try again. Sai had previously advised her to hurry up, otherwise she would enter the 3rd level of Misty Lake and be unable to proceed. Now, the situation was exactly the opposite. She had reached the 3rd level, Misty Lake, and was still on the 2nd level. It looked like they would have to wait until next week. Sue-Ann was used to this kind of waiting, she experienced it more than once, so there was no need to rush. Saturday had no plans for the whole day. Little Bear preferred fishing, so he went out again. The rain was heavy, pouring down like a hole in the sky. The opposite side was a vast ocean, with no visible mountains. Little Pumpkin was moving forward. But the surroundings lacked any buildings or scenery, sometimes giving Sue-Ann the illusion of being stationary. 3 days passed, and the system's activity rewards arrived. Sue-Ann's eyes lit up with surprise. Chapter 403. The event reward is a new spirit-grade fishing rod. It's called Good Fish Automatically Hooked. This rod has a strange name, but its properties are quite interesting. Sue-Ann checked the information, his eyes beaming with joy. Item: Good Fish Automatically Hooked. Quality: Spirit Grade, Ragged, Simple, Ordinary, Fine, Spirit Grade, Super Spirit, Epic, God Grade. Note: Good fish automatically take the bait, while junk fish flee. This rod increases the chance of catching spirit fish by 50%, the chance of catching treasure chests by 50%, and the chance of catching junk fish by 50%. Feature: Fishing speed is reduced by 50%. A great rod that prioritizes quality over speed. A stark contrast to Sue-Ann's no empty target rod. Sue-Ann's no empty target rod, regardless of whether there's fish or not, whether it's junk or a lot of sand, will catch it anyway. Its focus is on not catching empty targets, providing beginners with the emotional value of not catching empty targets. Sue-Ann tried out the new rod, catching more than one in a single sitting. Running out of patience, Sue-Ann's appetite fueled by his lack of catches, finally gave the jigging rod to Little Bear. The bear was very satisfied. The rod worked perfectly. For Bear, who could handle ordinary rods adeptly, this one was naturally even more adept. Even in the area chat, the three-person chat screen was still bustling. In the chat, Suen learned that everyone's event rewards were spirit-grade fishing rods. Everyone had a spirit-grade rod, saving them the expense of purchasing one in the 3rd level. Shi Yi's rod was called the stronger the wind, the more expensive the fish. Sui Jing's rod was called catch one, get one free. Once they got their hands on this fancy fishing rod, fishing became even more popular. Everyone started posting pictures of their catch, and the public screen seemed to have stumbled upon a group of fishermen sifting through their catches. Everyone was posting pictures of their catches, each one bigger than the last. Suen caught more jump than anything else, and nothing serious. All the pictures he posted were of Sumo's catches. But so what? Suen assumed the bear and he were one, and since the bear caught the fish, it was still his catch. But to be honest, the fish the bear caught weren't very big. It was nowhere near the size of the other two players. Suen could only rely on his photography skills, trying to make the fish look as big as possible. Little did he know that, on a small boat, above the flooded ocean, a player bought a large fish, manually hooked it, and took beautiful photos. The fishing craze continued into the 2nd week. Suen and his group spent the last few days fishing for treasure chest monsters when treasure chests spawned, and fishing when they didn't. Such intense fishing activity never ceases. One person really enjoys fishing, the other gets caught for the thrill. On the 3rd level's public screen, Suen realized what a strong player truly is. Those two were each more resilient than the other. They were busy almost day and night. At any given time, there were fish drying on the public screen. In comparison, she felt like a small fry. She seemed busy, but in reality, she was quite relaxed, mainly because her family had many people, and the labor force shared the burden. She only managed to fish a little longer to keep up with the others. This vaguely competitive fishing activity lasted until Joan. On Wednesday, a player stopped fishing and started exploring the seabed. Shi Yi was silent for a while, but when she did, she explained that she had made a discovery in the water. On the public screen, she showed everyone a large shell, containing a pearl, indicating it was a spiritual-grade material, the water cloud pearl. This material, when embedded in a boat, would glow and purify the air. It looked like the 3rd level would be quite resource-rich. Suen was enticed by this, and had a new plan. She had the rose tide set, and could explore the seabed nearby to see if there were any good materials. Wednesday afternoon was a good time to give it a try. While it was still light, and there were no treasure chests spawning today, it was a perfect time to go down. Suen impulsively decided to stop the pumpkin boat and float on the surface. Suemo was a good swimmer, but couldn't dive for long, so he stayed on the boat as a stay-at-home crew member. He could also fish. As for Wanwan, she was engrossed in watching cartoons, and Suen didn't want to take her into the water. It was just right for her to stay aboard with Bear. Suen put on the rose-tide ring and let Little Pumpkin, transformed into a pumpkin mask, accompany her on this exploration. With Little Pumpkin by her side, she wasn't afraid of getting lost. Suen changed into her swimsuit, stood up, and jumped into the sea. The sky was still raining heavily, and the sea was neither calm nor clear. After entering, she felt her vision darken. Suen could swim, though not very well, but her ability to swim made her less afraid of the water. Under the rose tide ring's water-breathing ability, Suen quickly adapted to the seabed. She could breathe, and her vision became wider and brighter. Under the ring's ability, Suen's body also mastered swimming, making her feel more at home underwater. Suen marveled at the magic of this item. Swimming underwater, she explored her surroundings. The water was murky. She tried diving. The water was only a few hundred meters deep, and Suen saw traces of a desert on the map below. She could even grab a handful of sand with her hands. It looked like they were still in the flood stage, not yet in the true ocean stage. No wonder they caught mostly garbage every day. It looked like there were no shells left. Talking was difficult underwater, so Suen and Little Pumpkin communicated through a mental link. They shared a commentary and rants about this place. Suen wandered around, feeling unsuccessful, and emerged. As she emerged from the water and returned to the boat, she thought of the rose tide necklace and the rose tide fishtail. If she had the chance to collect all of this equipment, she would truly feel like a fish in water. After returning home, Suen briefly greeted Xiong, who was fishing outside on the terrace, and Wanwan, who was watching cartoons inside, then headed to the bathroom to rinse herself. After washing up and throwing on a thick coat, Suen leaned back on the bed, clicked on the public screen and sent a message to Lin Qingju. Regarding the tied suit, it would be better to ask the stability team to help find it. The other party replied immediately. Assistant Lin was always online. The other party replied that the current warehouse did not have the relevant equipment, but would notify the entire strategy team to keep an eye out. At the same time, the other party sent over a bunch of strawberries, saying that yesterday's strawberry harvest was another good harvest, and this was her share. Suin was a little tired of eating. Every 3 to 5 days, the other party would harvest some vegetables and fruits and send some to her, because this was part of the share agreed upon for the platform core. I don't know how many strawberries and cherries were planted in Huacheng. Perhaps because of the cherry and strawberry monsters, these plants grew very fast. The fruits harvested from time to time always included strawberries and cherries. She was a little tired of eating them lately. Suin turned and gave some to Sui Jing and Shi. She didn't have any other thoughts, just focused on chatting a lot recently and sharing whatever she wanted. After all, watching them chat every day was useful information, so Suin considered it a form of compensation. Suin also knew that the two of them weren't chatting privately, but on the public screen, a covert gesture of goodwill towards him. They both had a mutual interest in maintaining a relatively friendly relationship. Besides, since they were all intelligent, no one spoke out, leading to the current situation. This friendly atmosphere among the three of them soon took a new turn. On Thursday, the fourth player to advance to the third level appeared. Strategy Team Xingbang. A very obvious nickname, clearly from a member of the strategy team. Suin didn't know this person, but knew the team's name, so he followed the others on the public screen in welcoming the newcomer. Among them, she was very enthusiastic in the conversation and seemed to know her well. She started by calling him Sister Xing. From her self-introduction on the public screen, Suin learned that she was the captain of Team 13, a woman under 40. The first member of the strategy team to advance was Captain 13, Xingbang. Chapter 404. Suin had never dealt with them before. The members she was more familiar with were Yiqing Haiyan and the others. However, Suin also knew that the third level was a single-player, non-vehicle level. At that time, many players in the strategy group were working together to challenge the level, and they should have advanced one after another. As for who was faster and who was slower, it was hard to say. After all, completing a mission requires both skill and luck. The team leaders in the strategy group were equally capable, so who came first or last didn't matter. Suin had probably heard of these players. Broken Mirror. Suin learned about her from the messages she spied on the barrage. She and herself were both solo players. She was a female, older, and an internal tester. Rumor has it that she was the highest spiritual rank among the internal testers, having started at a very high level. In the barrage, she was described as a hot-tempered, spirited, and powerful woman. Her combat style was extremely powerful, and she had a huge fan base in StarCraft. However, after entering the third level, she became much more composed, her voice devoid of any irritability, and she seemed mentally stable. Suin suspected that a certain opportunity had stabilized her mental state, and now she seemed quite reliable and normal. Suin had never heard of she, but from her lively conversations with the strategy team, he had a vague feeling that there might be some connection. So let's ask. Suin wasn't one to waste time. Suin turned around and privately asked Assistant Lin on the public screen if he knew Shi.Y. Lin Qingju, are you asking about Miss Shi? She was once our youngest diplomat, and now she's a member of our team, serving as the head of the External Relations Department of the Stability Maintenance Team. I believe you already know who she is. Suin, I didn't know her before. Now that you mention it, how could I not know? Who would have guessed that the woman who'd been bantering with Broken Mirror these past few days was that woman? Suin recalled the woman who was active in front of the cameras before the apocalypse. Wang Shi. The most common impression she had of her was her refined demeanor. She was often seen in front of official cameras. She wore a uniform, her short hair neatly spiky, her voice gentle and elegant. When she spoke, her combination of strength and gentleness embodied the image of the nation. She was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, fluent in 8 languages, knowledgeable, humorous, gentle, and refined. No wonder she was so open to sharing information, and her conversation was so entertaining. Suin covered his face. My news was relatively transparent over there. She was a player with close ties to Huacheng, and they had a friendly relationship. Broken Mirror was probably similar. As for she had originally been a member of the Stability Maintenance Team. Not surprisingly, she was intentionally trying to befriend him and Broken Mirror. After all, rounding up, the first 3 players who cleared the stage were all on her side. Suen knew she might be deliberately trying to be nice, but he couldn't find any dislike in her. Whether it was her pre-apocalyptic image or the post-apocalyptic image she displayed on the public screen, neither of them was dislikable. She was like a warm young lady, bringing countless laughs and joy to the public screen. Suen had to even check in for meals these days, fearing that if she didn't speak up for a disagreement, they would misinterpret her as being indifferent. That was the expression of someone who was already concerned. Also, with all the fishing competitions where they constantly had to adjust the angle of view to make the fish look bigger, I wondered if either of them would think it childish. However, upon learning of Shiyi's identity, Suen felt even more reassured. A sense of peace of mind. He seemed unaffected by the skill. If this person possessed such charisma, it was perfectly normal. The so-called spring breeze is a form of emotional intelligence that allows for downward compatibility. She was very kind, so anyone who was around her, making friends with her, would feel relaxed and happy. However, despite this, Suen didn't intend to actively get involved and create a karmic relationship. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. That was the end of it. On Friday morning, Suen received good news. The Misty Lake had entered its 3rd level, and was now accessible. However, a treasure chest monster spawned today. Suen didn't plan to leave today, intending to wait until Saturday to set off together. Today, we harvested 11 chests. 3 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and the rest were wooden chests. Treasure chest monsters have some attack power when caught, but bears are much stronger, and can often shatter them with a single slap, rendering them incapable of attack. When a treasure chest monster shatters, it automatically releases items. They also collected some odds and ends. The most useful resource at the moment is Spirit Source Stone, which is also the most consumed. Next are common items like power cards, water cards, mechanical parts, wood, iron, plastic, and cloth. Some food is of high quality, but extremely scarce. Suen compared the food he had obtained over the past 2 days, and began to think. Food might be a major problem in this level. There are fish in the sea, but they are much smaller than the monsters. The cheapest meat ingredients will be in short supply. But Suen quickly remembered that those who advance to the 3rd level are highly skilled players, and it seems unlikely that players with strong skills and a large amount of game coins will starve to death. The game store sells the cheapest dried meat and bread. Suen gradually put his mind at ease. But for some reason, Suen couldn't help but feel that this matter wasn't that simple, that he might have overlooked something. As he continued fishing, Suen noticed that Little Bear was becoming increasingly listless. Looking at the somewhat weakened Little Bear, Suen couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Mo, what's wrong with you? Why are you so listless?" "Sister Anan." Little Mo raised his head. He rubbed his round belly and said, "I'm not really sure. I just feel really hungry, but I clearly just finished eating and am very full. Maybe I'm just a glutton." Little Mo replied. Suen noticed and immediately came over to hug Little Bear, activating his skill Toy Sense. Chapter 405. She hadn't used this skill in a while. Suen finally realized the seriousness of the situation after seeing Su Mo's condition. Su Mo, the bear toy, also known as Xiao Mo and Bear Cub. Producer, Grandma. Owner, Suen. Talents, Attack 10, Defense 7, Spirit 1, Top Specialization, Super Strong Bear, Level, LV11, Level 1 Spiritual Quality, Psychic Energy, 2/1000, 1 Psychic Energy equals 10 billion experience points. Psychic energy increases through eating, fighting, sleeping, and interacting with the owner. Sufficient energy to avoid hunger, sufficient sleep to avoid sleepiness, and a happy and relaxed mood. Based on the current progress, the next upgrade will take 1052 days. Intimacy, 100%, a doll that bears the owner's expectations and love. Born with the owner's talent, it returns love beyond expectation. Its life memory is connected to its owner, and it bears all the memories bestowed by its owner. Mental level, 15 to 19 years old. Satiety/energy, 120%, very full, but malnourished. Physical condition, malnourished, lacking spiritual energy, weak. Mood, cheerful. If the owner weren't so worried, I'd be happier if I were a laughing bear. Cleanliness, 65%, just a little wet, a shower and a dry-off won't be a problem. Suen realized the seriousness of the problem. The little bear was well-fed, but malnourished. It had reached the spiritual level and needed spiritual energy. A regular diet couldn't meet its needs. It was like a normal person who eats a lot but lacks a certain element in their food, leading to malnutrition. Suen took out the Spirit Source Stone and handed it to Xiao Mo, asking, "Xiao Mo, can you eat this directly to replenish your spiritual energy?" I never tried it before, but I give it a try. Xiaomo took the spirit source stone and stuffed it into his mouth. The stone cracked in his mouth, and then Xiaomo's bare face twisted into a look of pain, looking at Suen with deep pangs of heartache. The bear covered his mouth in pain. The sharp teeth couldn't even chew the stone. The bear was clearly surprised by his inability to bite. If he had known it was so hard, he wouldn't have bitten it so hard. When the pain subsided, Xiaomo sucked hard, just as Little Pumpkin had done the first time. The stone in his mouth didn't do anything special. After 3 attempts, he spat out the spirit source stone. Xiaomo felt downcast, seeing himself unable to do anything but spit on the stone. Outside, a heavy rain fell, soaking the spirit source stone in his hand, giving it a bath. The torrential rain washed the saliva off the spirit source stone, but it couldn't clear the haze from its heart. The bear's left ear drooped, then its right. Suen could visibly sense its low mood. Not to mention that with the doll's perception skills still intact, this emotional perception was even more pronounced. It was a sadness tinged with guilt, self-blame, and pain. It wasn't about itself, but more about Suen. The bear was grieving. Its inability to consume the spirit source stone might cause great trouble for its owner, and as a clever bear, it had already vaguely guessed its own physical condition. Xiaomo said dejectedly, "Sister Nin, I can't absorb energy from here." Suen picked up Suemo, left the fishing rod unceremoniously on the terrace, and ran back inside. "Nanling, Nanling, are you there?" She called Little Pumpkin's name. Little Pumpkin, who had been fertilizing plants on the 3rd floor, heard his master's call. Whoosh, he took the elevator from the 3rd floor and plummeted down to the 1st floor. "Master, I'm here." It responded to its master. It flew at a rapid speed, quickly reaching Suen's side. "What's wrong, master? Why are you holding Little Bear like that? Has something happened to Little Bear?" Su Nanling looked at Little Bear. It was in its most minimal form, still damp with moisture, its ears drooping, and a sense of low pressure emanating from its body, like an abandoned stray dog. How lame. Making such an expression in its master's arms? Did it want to make its master unhappy? Little Pumpkin grumbled inwardly, but kept its expression to itself. "Nanling, Little Bear's been lacking spiritual energy lately, but it can't use the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit source stone. What can you do?" Suen asked. However, Suen had a plan when the problem arose, otherwise she wouldn't have come directly to Little Pumpkin. "I'm thinking that the flesh of spiritual level monsters should have a certain spiritual energy. Perhaps we could start with that. How much spiritual level monster meat do we have in our warehouse?" Suen asked. Little Pumpkin opened the warehouse and led everyone to inventory the supplies. The large warehouse at home was bright and clear, with one section dedicated to the freezer and another to room temperature, clearly divided. Little Pumpkin had kept the warehouse neatly organized, ensuring it wouldn't drive anyone with OCD to the brink of death, but rather made everyone feel comfortable. This section contains spiritual level ingredients, and this section contains monster meat above level 7 and below spiritual level, Little Pumpkin explained. Suen looked around. He had fought many monsters during the 3-day, 3-night event. The warehouse was running low on storage space, so all the monster meat below level 7 had been sold, and he was collecting higher level monster meat. However, this monster meat was mostly high level, common, and spiritual level monster meat, which only occupied a small portion of the warehouse's meat reserves. The majority of the remaining stock was monster meat from levels 7 to 10. This was also the meat the family consumed on a daily basis. Eating this kind of monster meat would cause malnutrition in the bears, and it was likely that they would eventually become inedible. "Let's get a piece of good meat first, and see if it can cure the bear's malnutrition," said Little Pumpkin. It moved quickly, flying deep into the warehouse, where the higher level meat was stored, and found the flesh of a level 13 elite monster. This was the highest level elite monster from the previous event, and Little Pumpkin kept it for himself. "I had been planning to make a feast for the celebration later. For now, I give the bear a break." It took a small piece and led its owner and the bear back to the kitchen on the 1st floor. Little Pumpkin simply cut the meat into small pieces, cleaned it, and seasoned it with a little salt and pepper. Heated oil in a pan, added the meat, and simmered it over low heat until golden brown on the outside and cooked through on the inside. Then, he placed it on a plate and handed it to Bear. Bear looked embarrassed. "I just ate too much and can't eat any more right now," Bear replied. "Try stuffing a little in." "You're big enough to eat a few bites," Little Pumpkin said. Bear looked helplessly at Little Pumpkin, then at his master, who was holding him. Suemo jumped off his master, grew to a 4-meter tall figure, and stuffed the meat into his stomach with his neck stretched out. Suin took Bear's hand and activated his doll's perception skill again. Thanks to his special perception, Suin saw a slight improvement in the information, and he felt relieved. It seemed that consuming spiritual level food would improve the situation. If there was a way, that was good. Suin then carried Little Pumpkin once more, then went back up to the 3rd floor to find Huan. He held her once more, making sure none of the dolls were suffering from malnutrition, before finally feeling relieved. He was also worried. They could eat Spirit Source Stone, so they should be fine. However, reason and emotion are two different things. Suin took the trouble to check each one. Master, you should be eating foods rich in spiritual energy, said Little Pumpkin. Chapter 406. Little Pumpkin then rushed into the underground warehouse again and began urgently checking the harvested food. Items imbued with spiritual energy are easy to identify. For a naturally spiritual creature like Little Pumpkin, ordinary grade and spiritual grade food are easy to distinguish and recognize at a glance. The spiritual grade monster meat at home is rich in flesh and blood spiritual energy, but unfortunately, it's not much. Furthermore, even the spiritual fish they caught aren't in great supply, not enough for Xiong and Huan to feast on. Among plant-based ingredients, strawberries and cherries are rich in spiritual energy. The ordinary vegetables I grew upstairs lack spiritual energy, only the dolls produced by the magic peas are spiritual ingredients. Yes, and the giant rice seeds I just planted are also spiritual rice, but they're new and will take a long time to mature. After tidying up the warehouse, Little Pumpkin put all the ordinary grade ingredients in one place. Most of the food was gone. Little Pumpkin asked Suin and Huan Big Bear, who had just come downstairs, Master, Big Bear and Huan, what should we do with this food? Little Pumpkin asked. Suin looked at the ordinary ingredients. They should all be sold, right? Exchanged for spiritual grade ingredients. But selling them now, through the checkpoints, would be a bit of a loss. The system's tariff is a bit high. Suin planned to wait for a station like Huacheng or Yiming City and exchange them at the 3rd checkpoint. Ingredients in Yiming City, unless specifically marked, are mostly ordinary grade ingredients. Ordinary food can also be exchanged for game coins there, and game coins are the hard currency of the current world. Little Pumpkin felt a little regretful. Looking at the food, it was all the effort he had put into saving. Most of his food reserves were gone in the blink of an eye. Suin thought of something and opened the system store, buying 3 silver coins worth of black bread and 8 silver coins worth of dried meat. The palm-sized piece of black bread looked like it weighed less than 100 grams, and the system was selling it at a very high price. As for the dried meat, it was a tiny piece, the size of a finger. Suin took a bite. The bread was dry and astringent, like chewing wood chips. The dried meat was hard and salty, like chewing salted candy. The only thing worth the price was the experience. This was a spiritual level ingredient, providing spiritual energy. Suin pondered. Entering the 3rd level, the level quest was level 10. But clearing the level was difficult. Generally only players above the spiritual level had a chance. So, the 3rd level was a battlefield for players above the spiritual level. Suin had previously noticed something was wrong, and had doubts about the food drop rate, but this confirmed her suspicions. Players in the 3rd level would enter an era of invisible hunger, but this hunger wouldn't be like the hunger in the 1st level, where starvation wouldn't be easy to die from. But if they fail to consume spiritual grade ingredients promptly, they will gradually weaken and become ill from the lack of spiritual energy and hunger. Suin, like the bear, has no way of absorbing spiritual source stones with her flesh and blood. They can only supplement their energy with food, and the most readily available food is spiritual fish. Fishing is the way to survive. Suin saw the fishing rod in her hand. She understood the meaning of this level. Suin glanced out the window at the rainy night. Going to such great lengths to create a map like this. Is the experimental game really a civilization experiment, or is it a game designed to create gods? What does StarCraft need gods for? Suin didn't know. She had always believed her IQ and EQ were average, just a mediocre person who had been lucky enough to be reincarnated and, through some chance, had entered the 3rd level. Huacheng, a player, completely transparent, opened his eyes. Sister Shu, is there anything unusual? Did something go wrong? Special Assistant Qingju asked immediately. The invisible player shook his head. I'm fine, sister. Don't scare me. I have a weak heart and can't handle your threats. Tonight's dinner was unusually rich, consisting entirely of spiritual level ingredients. Suin found everything incredibly delicious. Vegetables were no longer the main fare. The table was filled with meat. Little Pumpkin didn't dare let his master eat too many vegetables, fearing that if he ate too much, he he would suffer malnutrition and weakness from insufficient spiritual energy. Although his master hadn't yet reached the spiritual level, Little Pumpkin didn't want to risk even the slightest discomfort. Suin thought Little Pumpkin was overthinking things. Still, he ate the dinner Little Pumpkin had prepared with great care. Every serving of food was hard-earned. The meat, pan-fried and then stewed in the broth, was tender and fragrant, paired with glutinous peas and diced carrots, so delicious it made you want to lick the plate. Bear did the same thing. Suin found it hilarious to watch Bear, licking his bowl of soup with a frustrating look, quite frankly. A sip of the sweet and sour drink made from mashed strawberries brought a sense of relief. After dinner, Suin went upstairs to see the giant rice plant that Little Pumpkin was growing in the sunroom. This rice seed came from Cat Valley, and Little Pumpkin had carefully nurtured it for several days. Today, when the seed had fully germinated and grown into a tiny seedling, it was transferred to a pot. To find a large pot for the seed, Little Pumpkin had even gathered a bunch of green onions that morning. The harvest of green onions wouldn't be finished in a short time. Little Pumpkin turned half of the green onions into scallion oil, and the other half into chopped green onions. After dividing them, they stored them in the freezer. Because green onions are common plants, Little Pumpkin doesn't plan to use them as a vegetable anymore, only as a seasoning. Ordinary plants, like green onions and cilantro, aren't worthy of a family like hers, who needs spiritual energy. Outside, it's been raining since entering the 3rd level, and the sunroom has become a rain-watching room. After all, plants need daylight. Even if it's overcast and rainy, there's still some light on the top floor. If there's a sun shower, the upstairs light is even better. Little Pumpkin is knowledgeable about planting. In addition to this light, Little Pumpkin has also set up more lights on the 3rd floor to regularly illuminate the plants and provide additional light. Under Little Pumpkin's careful care, the peas have been growing well lately, becoming much larger, and from time to time, they produce a pile of peas for everyone to eat. Life had transformed this pea, once a potential weapon, into a household staple. The pea had grown accustomed to this life, watered by melons, fertilized by melons, illuminated by sunlight, and occasionally spitting out a few beans as a tribute, all in exchange for a peaceful life. A short stroll. It was getting late. Suin quickly packed his belongings. Tomorrow's destination was the non-vehicle platform, the Misty Lake. Chapter 407. They need to stay away for 2 days. Suin packed his spare clothes and battle supplies, carrying them in his newly purchased space earrings. Next, Suin planned to take everyone to bed early, and get up bright and early the next morning to head to the Misty Lake. Before going to bed, Suin checked everything again. The room card had been borrowed, and the key information had been sorted out. Now all he had to do was explore the platform, search for clues about the mermaid dream, and buy some spirit source specialties and energy. If there were clues about the Title 3-piece set and the more advanced protective shield, that would be even better. Suwon sorted out everything one by one, hugging the dolls and falling asleep. The next morning, Suin and the dolls got up early. Their destination was the Misty Lake. After using the item platform coordinate binding device, a misty city appeared out of thin air on the sea. The rain and fog merged with the sea. Faintly visible were the city's magnificent buildings, a crystalline city nestled on the water's edge. White, transparent crystals were the city's primary building material. From afar, the city, perched atop the Misty Lake, resembled a massive, glittering diamond, perched on the water's edge, a wonderland. Little Pumpkin hummed a song as he steered his pumpkin boat across the Misty Lake. The closer he got, the larger the city appeared. Little Pumpkin aimed for what appeared to be a dock. The sky was overcast, and as the boat passed through a transparent protective shield, the rain gradually subsided. The heavy rain faded to a light drizzle. The fog grew more pronounced, reducing visibility to a few dozen meters. Suin, standing on the terrace where he often fished, could sense the changing weather outside. As Little Pumpkin sailed to the platform for today's stop, a progress bar appeared above the platform, ticket in hand. At the same time, a system message popped up. Player Sunshine Bear, congratulations on entering Misty Lake. View the magnificent lake scenery and enjoy a romantic life in the mist. Welcome to Misty Lake. Please enjoy the lake scenery. Alexia invites you to experience the rainy season together. Alexia also reminds all tourists to practice civilized tourism and reject unwarranted killing. We wish you a happy trip. She inhaled the mist. The air was filled with a sweet fishy smell. It was like a shell forcibly pried open, revealing a beautiful pearl and tender white flesh, secreting a sweet, fishy juice. Suin marveled at her own imagination. Through the mist, she gazed at the approaching beautiful city. How could she associate such a crystal clear and beautiful city with a shell forcibly pried open? The boat stopped at the dock at the edge of the city. At the very front of the dock stood 2 mermaid statues. They had beautiful figures, but no faces. When Swan and his group arrived, they mechanically greeted them. "Welcome to Misty Lake," the 2 statues said in unison. "Misty Lake is not a vehicle-friendly platform. Please pack up your vehicles and proceed to explore," one mermaid said. The other mermaid added, "The dock currently offers boat docking services. You can purchase a boat docking pass." The last 2 mermaids said in unison, "Please ensure your vehicles are secure upon entering the platform. We don't want to disrupt your enjoyment of the trip." The Blue Star language was fluent, without any accent altered by a translator. This was the standard Blue Star voice announcement. Their welcome was warm, yet a bit eerily rigid. But generally, it was a welcome, and Suen politely nodded to the 2 statues. Having experienced Yiming City, Suen never dared to underestimate these welcoming statues. The pumpkin carriage stopped at the dock, and Suen disembarked with Little Bear. Wan followed closely behind. Opening an oil paper umbrella, Wan hid inside to help hold it. Little Pumpkin folded up the pumpkin boat and floated over. He rushed directly into Suen's arms, transformed into a pumpkin mask, and placed it on Suen's face. As he disembarked, Bear automatically transformed into a 2-meter-tall form, following behind Suen and protecting his back. After inspecting and storing the vehicle, Suen and his companions left the dock, where the 2 mermaid statues were guarding. As they were about to leave the dock, 2 mermaid statues announced in unison, "Dear players, please do not use your vehicle docking service within the city. Unpleasant things could happen." "I understand. Thanks for the reminder." Suen politely greeted the 2 mermaid statues, whose cultivation level was undetermined. In a dimension unknown to Suen, a mermaid, her face half rotting, gazed at the crystal ball before her with a naive smile. Her voice cracked as she uttered, "She's so sweet. I love her so much. Hee hee." A mad, continuous laugh emanated from the rotting mermaid's vocal cords. The mermaid, sealed and sleeping within the platform's core, opened her eyes and gazed upon the disgusting, grinning, rotting mermaid before her. Her gaze was filled with contempt. Foolish offspring, wasted by the interstellar world. Suen left the dock and was immediately surrounded by a group of monster NPCs. These little girls with fish heads, bird heads, pig heads, and cat heads were all promoting their businesses. Suen wasn't frightened. Having done her homework, she calmly watched the scene. "Sisters, is this your first time in Misty Lake? Choose me. I'm Seohong. I know this place well, and can show you around." The cat-headed monster spoke enthusiastically, wiggling her slender waist, and giving Suen a charming wink. "Sisters, look at me. My name is Big Head Fish. I'm the best fish in the world, the sweetest talking kid. I know all the shops here, and I'm familiar with every place." The little girl with the fish head and human body was promoting herself. Suen had seen this kind of creature before at Moonlight Lake, but this little girl was much prettier than the others. Perhaps it was because of her smaller size and lower combat power that she seemed more secure and adorable. Sister, look at me, Hua-Hua." Hua-Hua speaks fluent Blue Star language. "For just 500 coppers, I accompany you for a day's tour, and we bargain." The monsters introduced themselves in a flurry of words, trying to get her work. Suen wasn't panicked. She prepared beforehand. She learned at Beifenku that these were low-level NPCs taking on temporary tour guide jobs. Becoming a monster also meant living, especially at a platform like this where killing was prohibited. Working would become part of a monster's livelihood. Some of these NPCs were survivors, and some were lost players. Players were distorted by pollution, just like Suen grew ears and a tail after being assimilated in Cat Valley. Lost players, distorted by pollution and assimilation, lost their freedom and took on various jobs at the platform. As luck would have it, Suen spotted a familiar figure in the corner, a bird-headed figure with a human body, looking dejected, his body covered in wisps of bald hair, the mark of Su-En's merciless arrow. Su-En's eyes flickered silently. "Isn't this Su-Yuan?" Chapter 408. This little girl, who I had previously rescued from the Cherry King and sent to Huacheng, has now been recruited to take on a job here. Suen calmly approached the little girl with a bird's head and a human body and said, "Come with me." The bird dazedly began to follow. He didn't even discuss the price with Suen. Sister, the big-head fish is smarter than her. That's just a stupid bird." "Stupid bird. Not only does it not even have a translator, it can't even speak. You're wasting your money on her. She's a fool. You've been fooled by Hubert. Just because she's cute, You think she's capable? A slender and clever girl with a fish head and a human body shouted indignantly. She was the monster who had most actively recommended herself. Her big fish head held a strange look in her eyes, a hint of disappointment, a look that suggested Sue had gotten a terrible deal by choosing that birdman. Sue ignored the big head fish monster and turned her gaze to the male merman monster, Hubert, who was rubbing his hands and squeezing forward. My dear guest, don't listen to that big head fish's nonsense. This birdman girl is very clever, obedient, and considerate. How much per day? Sue asked. Hubert replied, rubbing his hands. His long, dark green hair couldn't hide the calculating look on his face. Dear player, it's not expensive, not expensive. I just bought this little bird for 300 coppers. Let her play with you for a day, doing whatever you want. If you have any special needs, I sell her to you for 10 gold coins. The mermaid Hubert's eyes rolled around, looking like he'd gotten a great deal. He wasn't bad looking, but his aura spoiled his appearance. He looked like a fool whose cunning was clearly written all over his face. Actually, this merman seemed to know he wasn't smart enough. So he never held back when he spoke or acted. He simply said, I bought it for 10 gold coins, and I'm selling it for 10 gold coins. I'm not making any profit from you. For the merman Hubert, this birdman slave was a complete loss. He was at the job market in a neighboring Lost Lake, and was tricked by a big slaver. He spent a lot of his savings to buy this guy. It was said that this birdman player was a second-time player, having previously sold him at Lost Lake to a cherry monster for a high price. This time, he got a bargain. He bought a birdman to serve tea, run errands, cook, and take care of his daily life. If he didn't like it, he would sell it off. Anyway, the big slaver's words were all very good. After buying it, he realized that cheap goods are not good goods. Finding another cherry monster to become a big head would be very difficult. This birdman is naturally rebellious. When he's more sober, he seems to be obedient and hardworking, but he won't cheat anyone. It only drove people away, which was always bad news. Sending her to his own shop wasn't working, nor was cleaning. She wasn't good at anything, significantly impacting his business. He simply increased the pollution, but after her brain was severely polluted, she became like a mentally retarded person, unable to do anything. In the end, the birdman couldn't be sold for labor, body, or soul, and was left to rot in his hands. But he couldn't bear to kill her. She earned a fortune, and it wasn't easy for him to save up his small business. So he took the birdman with him to various ports on the platform, looking for new buyers. Solving a problem. Sue didn't hesitate. 10 gold coins in exchange for a familiar birdman. Because it was a slave contract transaction. The system immediately popped up a window asking if he wanted to bind Su Yuan as a pet. Sue immediately declined. In the eyes of the system, a lost player was nothing more than a human. Losing their system identity meant they had no human rights, so buying her as a pet was perfectly natural. But in Su's eyes, this was a person. A living, breathing little girl he had met before. Holding the slave contract card. Su had ordered Su Yuan to transform into a bird and follow. Su Yuan obediently obeyed, transforming into a nightingale and landing on Su's shoulder. The bear looked at it. Wan Wan, standing upside down under the umbrella, poked her head out to look at it. The bird, caught between two gazes, trembled with fear. The nightingale had little wisdom left, but what little consciousness she had left told her that the person before her was her master and she must obey. So even in fear, she simply froze on Su's shoulder, not daring to make any other move. Su paid 500 copper coins and chose the big head fish, who had been the most adept at recommending herself, as his guide. After receiving the payment, the little big head fish girl beamed and ran over, chatting animatedly. Far from the dock, the little big head fish girl began to complain about Su's bird purchase. Beautiful sister, you were just ripped off by that dead fish. This bird is worthless. It's clearly a no-win deal. 10 gold coins is too much. The mechanical, lively voice of the translator emanated from the big head fish. Then why didn't you say anything? Su asked, raising an eyebrow. The big head fish choked at Su's words. Then, awkwardly, she said, I'm a noble mermaid. Although I'm a male and not as powerful as I am, I'm a murloc. Even a female is inherently inferior to the mermaids. This is mermaid territory. How dare I speak? The big-headed fish pouted. Isn't it just that the head and body got reversed during evolution? She muttered. Su glanced at the indignant little girl. It seemed that even among the monster races there was a hierarchy and a system of contempt. Merman? Su feigned confusion. I'm a merman, a mermaid whose transformation went awry during transformation. The girl, with a fish head and a human body, wearing a gauze dress, scratched her head awkwardly. If nothing unexpected happens, I probably stay like this for the rest of my life, the big-headed fish said. I don't have a name. Because of my big head, everyone calls me big-headed fish. Only the noble mermaids have names. The little girl led the way, walking in the rain. Suin tilted his head, experiencing the difference between mermen and merpeople. Suin had always thought that the human body with a fish tail and the fish head with a human body were two different species. It turned out that they had always been the same species, only diverging during transformation. It's said that truly powerful mermaids can freely transform into human forms, the form of the current player. The girl then looked at Suin and said, "Sister, you're very pretty." The bear turned his head to look at her, shaking the velvet flower hairpin on his head. Sister Bear looks, well, not bad either. By the way, this bird looks like a former player. At this point, the big-head fish seemed to realize something, remembering Suin's unhesitating payment. Wow, a beautiful sister. You don't know her, do you? The big-head fish asked tentatively. Chapter 409. Suin's gaze instantly turned cold. He stared at the big-headed fish monster with a glare like a knife, his mental pressure directed at it. The big-headed fish trembled with fear, not daring to speak. Of these sisters, only Bear was a master above the spiritual rank. Why was this woman's gaze so sharp, so terrifying? Shalimo, I suddenly have a craving for chopped pepper fish head, Suin said. Bear, upon hearing Suin's voice, immediately responded, I think her head is big and beautiful. It must be delicious. Slurp. Suimo looked at the big-headed fish's face and approached, his mouth drooling. This gesture frightened the little big-headed fish girl, who trembled repeatedly. Respected player and Bear, you cannot eat me. In the misty lake, governed by the mermaid goddess Alexia, the consumption of intelligent fish is forbidden. If you eat me, I will suffer. The little big-headed fish girl said in a trembling voice. Would you mind coming with us? Tell us how much you want, and we buy you. We can roast you and the bird together. The bear said. It licked its lips. You must have a price too. You like us so much, you must be happy to be our food. The bear spoke a lot, his words dripping with saliva, not a bit like fake threats. Because the bear was genuinely greedy. It would have been fine if Sister Ann hadn't mentioned it, but once she did, the fishman before him looked like a plate of fragrant chopped pepper fish head. It looked truly appetizing. Without the body, it was a delicacy. This frightened the big-head fish, who repeatedly declined, saying he was a free spirit and wouldn't sell himself. She spoke with a touch of respect, no longer daring to speculate about Suin and his group's origins. The more big-head fish looked at Suin, the more frightened he became. He gave up the thought that this sister was easygoing and would lead him to some unscrupulous business. In big-head fish's eyes, this player was truly perverted. The more he looked at her, the more frightened he became. He exuded a terrifying murderous aura. How could he have dared to harbor such evil intentions just now? He really wanted to beat himself to death just a few minutes ago. The little monster's fear was not unfounded. When he noticed that she was not behaving properly, Suin quietly applied the title. The title Monster Nightmare was no joke. For low-level monsters, Suin could truly scare anyone who glared at her, and scare anyone who was aggressive. Monster Nightmare. Wearing this title increases the deterrent effect on monsters by 1000%. There is a 10% chance that monsters below the spirit level will become timid and enter a freezing reaction for 3 seconds. The player's physical attack power increases by 100%, and mental attack power increases by 200%. Then, like Granny Lou visiting the Grandview Garden, everyone, led by Big Head Fish, toured this beautiful water city. Suin enjoyed himself, feeling dazzled by the new things everywhere, and found everything fascinating. As expected of the platform of the divine race, the Murlocs, this place was magnificent and beautiful. If Yiming City was a dazzling night pearl, then this was a magnificent water park. On the streets, Suin observed creatures of various races, including some that resembled humans from Blue Star. To be more precise, they were likely former players, speaking a variety of languages. Big Head Fish was ahead of Suin and his group, quietly introducing them, not daring to make any rash moves. The suspected players all had a symbol resembling a fishtail. This symbol was in the form of a badge, usually worn on the chest or shoulder. That's the honor badge of the mermaid god, and it's also our platform's residency permit. Players with a residency permit are legal citizens of the platform, enjoying the same benefits as residents of Misty Lake. Our platform's motto is, Love Comes First. Suen blinked, surprised by such a strange motto. She assumed it meant money comes first. Suen couldn't help but glance at the human players on the street. Most of them were handsome men and beautiful women, adorned with gold and silver, suggesting a life of luxury. Players who have obtained residency permits are truly impressive and charming. Of course, I think you're so beautiful. If you wanted to join, you'd definitely be in a good position. Big Head Fish carefully praised Suen and the others as he introduced them. Is it about appearance? Yes, it's quite unique, and it fits the mermaid's noble nature of lusting after beauty. Suen summarized the information contained in Big Head Fish's words. She couldn't help but glance at the crowd around her. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the faces of the lost players all seemed strangely exquisitely beautiful. They were beautiful, but at first glance, they all looked the same, like plastic surgery. Under Big Head Fish's guidance, Suen visited the main stores throughout the city. She stocked up on seasonings, daily necessities, and other essentials at the chain Natural Convenience Store. The rest of the time, Suen simply browsed without buying anything. She visited equipment shops, prop stores, drug stores, cosmetic stores, home goods stores, clothing stores, and beauty salons. She simply looked. The Big Head Fish, his mouth dry from talking too much, treated Suen to a few cups of sweet seaweed drinks for 2 copper coins each, but Suen didn't drink. Even though Suen had warned the little fish, he still suspected she might be up to no good. Better safe than sorry, he didn't buy or eat anything in her presence. Bai Feng had said that the little guide monster at the entrance had some uses, but was very opportunistic, occasionally leading players to shady shops to earn commissions. Misty Lake forbids killing, but not killing for money. Anyone who can pay the fine can kill, but it's best not to attack any residents, as it's more costly for your wallet. Those who can't pay the debt will be detained and forced to work to pay it off. This place is safer during the day, but at night, it's filled with gambling and alcohol stalls selling intoxicants, making it more dangerous. To avoid physical and financial harm, it's best to return to the hotel before dark. The Mermaid Alexia Hotel, named after the mermaid god and the original owner of the station, is the safest place. By the way, the most important thing to be careful about at this station is seduction by aliens. Don't sleep with mermen casually. Mermen generally pursue love, but at this station, their pursuit of love has been corrupted and distorted, opting for indulgence and excitement. The fish are all very frightening. After wandering around for a whole morning, Suen gained a general understanding of the station's situation. The station doesn't occupy a large area, a lake enclosed by a row of crystal dams, with the station built above the lake. Walking from south to north, without visiting any shops, takes only half an hour. The main structure of the city is constructed of glass-like crystal. Big Head Fish said it was a top-grade magical building material, ice jade crystal. This building material is crystal clear, yet transparent to light, but not to people. It's both beautiful and invisible from the outside. The building material also emits a self-luminous glow, emitting a constant light day and night, dispelling a certain amount of fog. The pollution level of the entire platform is low, and the air is free of polluted air. A light rain was falling on the platform, bringing a hazy mist. Of course, except for Suen, who held an umbrella, most pedestrians didn't. Everyone is accustomed to the rain. During the rainy season, you can often see mermaids strolling and calling happily on the streets. There are 3 main streets here, followed by a number of smaller alleys. This area is bustling with business, selling everything. Advertisements are everywhere, giving it a bustling appearance. There are 3 convenience stores from the Natural chain here. They are Natural Chain Convenience Store, south of Misty Lake Station, Natural Chain Convenience Store, north of Misty Lake Station, and Natural Chain Convenience Store, Misty Lake Station Alexia Branch. Big Head Fish said it's at the West Pier. There's also an energy station that sells a large amount of spirit source stone, called Deep Sea Energy Station, Multifunction Energy Store. Suen secretly made a note of it, thinking of visiting it before leaving. I won't go now, there's not much time left in 3 hours. I almost finished my shopping. Chapter 410. Suen asked Big Head Fish to take him to the Alexia Hotel. Soon, Big Head Fish led Suen to the city center. This was the landmark building of the entire Misty Lake, the largest hotel, with exceptional security features, and even more enchanting. From Big Head Fish's envious tone, Suen learned that the hotel was a membership-based system, with membership levels divided into ordinary, iron, bronze, silver, platinum, gold, diamond, and supreme. If one could get a platinum card, one could walk freely throughout the entire Misty Lake. The Mermaid Alexia Hotel. Big Head Fish hesitated at the door, not daring to enter. Dear player, this is not a suitable place for me. Please check in. I wait for you outside. Big Head Fish rubbed his head sheepishly, wishing he could hide in a corner to avoid being seen by the welcoming mermaid in front of the hotel. Suan nodded and said, let's stop here. Dear player, you paid for a day's service, and I will serve you for a day. Whether you need to go out or not, I will wait for you until dark. You can go back. It's fine. I won't need the change. Suan said casually. You don't really want to make me into a chopped pepper fish head? Big Head Fish said a little fearfully. She had a translator with her, and the translator explained the chopped pepper fish head as follows. A traditional Blue Star dish, Murloc's head is marinated with chopped chilies and then steamed. She was genuinely terrified by the thought of both the chili marinade and the steaming. Suan raised a brow. She had initially had that intention, but not anymore. This big-head carp was quite clever and hadn't been damaged, so there was no need to spend a fortune turning her into a chopped pepper fish head. She had money, and she didn't want to waste it like this. Suan ignored the big-head carp and entered the hotel. She checked the time. There were only 30 minutes left before the platform ticket expired. She had a 3-hour platform ticket for the Misty Lake station, so she had to renew it quickly. Entering the hotel, the receptionist at the door gave her a blank expression. The two handsome young mermaids who opened the door, like white-eyed fish with upward-looking eyes, said nothing, simply opened the door. Open the door and let her in. They even glanced at Sue-Ann's umbrella with disgust, their eyes filled with contempt for Sue-Ann's lack of taste. It was obvious they were disgusted, but due to the rules, they didn't curse out loud. The mermaids were indeed quite arrogant and unreasonable. Sue-Ann spent the morning wandering around and noticed a strong sense of racial discrimination and class oppression. Being of the same divine race, the geese were like one family, enthusiastic and lively, treating everyone as their own. Interpersonal interactions were warm and natural. Mermaids have strict hierarchies, and any attractive mermaid possesses an undeniable arrogance. Sue-Ann pulled out her gold card and whispered, "Get a room." The receptionist, who had been indifferent to her just a moment ago, now turned fawning. Out of nowhere, a row of handsome male mermaids in hotel uniforms appeared in the lobby and gathered around Sue-Ann. Dear gold card holder, apologies for our impoliteness. Dear guest, please take a seat. Would you like purple tea or green seaweed juice? Immediately, the mermaids surrounded them, their manner swaggering. Sue-Ann felt uncomfortable. But she didn't show it. When you're under someone's roof, you should accept local customs. She simply needed to accomplish her purpose as quickly as possible. Sue-Ann declined the offer of a drink and got straight to the point. She took out her platform ticket and said, "Please extend my platform stay." Although Sue-Ann declined, the waiter still respectfully welcomed her to the lounge area and served her some tea, cakes, and cookies. Sue-Ann didn't eat, and Huan and Da-Xiong, though hungry, didn't eat either. They waited for their host to speak. The waiter took the gold card and handed it to the receptionist, who shuddered at the sight of the card hanging on her chest. Dear gold card holder, Mr. Feng, your account balance is 171,278 gold coins. I wish you a pleasant trip. Sue-Ann lowered her eyes, her pupils shrinking. What? So much money. Bai Feng was quite generous. He gave it to her straight away. He just said he spent it freely, spending it as much as he could. Sue-Ann narrowed his eyes and nodded. Whatever, Bai Feng owed him his life, so he could spend the money freely. Dear customer, there's an auction tomorrow night. Would you be so kind as to attend? The waiter respectfully handed over a gold-plated invitation. Sue-Ann accepted it. After checking in, Sue-Ann, led by a team of waiters, entered with the dolls. It was a room reserved for Bai Feng's gold card holders. Sue-Ann politely declined the hotel butler's offer and asked them to leave. Sue-Ann closed the door. As Xi had said, Bai Feng's gold card had saved her a lot of trouble. The room was on the top floor of the high-rise building, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. The shimmering crystal city, a beautiful lake, separated only by transparent crystals, seemed to connect seamlessly with the sea unless one looked closely. Sue-Ann's eyesight was sharp, and he spotted the fishman standing in a corner downstairs. The big-headed fish hadn't left yet, crouching in a corner, curled up and dozing. Sue-Ann briefly surveyed the room. A spacious, large flat with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 living rooms. The overall style could be described in one word: luxurious. Every ornament sparkled, exuding a sense of opulence and luxury. In his room, Sue-Ann sorted out the supplies he had just bought at the convenience store. He sat on the sofa. He pulled out his auction ticket and turned over to look at it. His heart began to beat wildly. Chapter 411. In beautiful mermaid handwriting, the system's translation indicated the auction's name, time, and location. The auction will be held on the hotel's basement level at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The invitation is a foldable card. Upon opening it, the auction items are displayed on a virtual light screen. This is a magic light screen. Sue-in immediately spotted the special, top-level protective shield he'd been longing for. Crystal Ripple defense value, 1 million. It can defend against 1 super spirit level attack, block rain, provide light, increase vision, and block auras. Sue-in couldn't move his eyes away from this. The key point is that there's more than one top-level protective shield. There are other shields, Sue-in observed on the magic light screen. Guardian of Light, Color Barrier. Each has its merits, both with a defense value of 1 million, and each with its own unique features and functions. But Sue-in had a preconceived notion and found Crystal Ripple too beautiful, leaving the other 2 shields unattractive. The starting price was 10,000 gold coins. Sue-in secretly memorized this number. Next, Sue-in watched the magic trailer, searching for information on Tide Series equipment. He didn't see any Tide Series equipment, but he did see similar items, such as Mermaid's Love. Mermaid's Love is a red stone. Legend has it that it represents the heartbroken tears shed by mermaids for their loved ones. Wearing it allows a human to temporarily transform into a mermaid, possessing the beautiful appearance and extraordinary attack power of the mermaids. But Sue-in had no obsession with becoming a mermaid. This item would likely be very popular in the Misty Lake. For players lost there, those trying to stay, possessing it would have the opportunity to become a mermaid. Sue-in's mind raced with this thought. Noble mermaids! TSK, 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 the people here are truly superior. Sue-in muttered to herself, expressing her admiration. This movement attracted the attention of the dolls, who looked up from the captivating magical promotional images of the auction items. Wan, confused by her master's sudden words, asked, "Master, what do you mean? Master, are you contaminated?" "Your existence is the most noble," Wan said. The bear's eyes gleamed, and as if realizing something, he turned and gave Wan a stifled laugh. The bear's expression amused Sue-in, almost enough to make her laugh out loud. Her exclamation wasn't meant as a compliment, but rather as a hint of sarcasm. She had a certain irritation with the implicit rules of this place. But Wan didn't seem to understand the sarcasm in her muttering. Sue-in rubbed the little ghost's head and whispered, "It's okay. Xiao Wan doesn't understand, but you understand when you become the Wan." Sue-in simply mentioned this. This platform had a strong sense of class. Beneath the surface of civility and peace, each level oppressed the next. But Sue-in didn't want to discuss this with the dolls. After all, walls have ears, and no one knew if their words would be overheard. Sue-in could only boast outwardly while sighing to himself. Sue-in came here with a gold card, which put her in a privileged class. But as a vested interest, Sue-in still felt uncomfortable. She wasn't used to this place. Now she understood Bai Feng's words. The focus was on experience and having fun. It was almost noon, and Sue-in and the dolls were growling with hunger. Sue-in put down the auction invitation and looked around. He remembered Bai Feng had said they could order food at the hotel, and it tasted pretty good. Sue-in quickly found the menu in the room and showed it to everyone. The brochure was filled with a dazzling array of dishes. The highlight was that the ingredients were all high-grade spiritual-grade ingredients. The dazzling array of cooking methods made Xiong almost drool the moment he opened the menu. Sue-in shook the magic bell next to the menu twice, and a ring similar to a magic telephone rang, connecting directly to the hotel's back-end service. "Hello, distinguished guest, this is the ordering counter. What would you like to order?" Sue-in took the menu and, following Xiong's drooling gaze, ordered a long list of dishes. Seared Brittany blue lobster, 4 servings. Seared foie gras with port wine marinated figs, 4 servings. Fruit with smoked black pork ribs, 4 servings. Steamed grouper, 4 servings. Sue-in saw Wan once, little hand pointing at the dishes, and continued to order. Alas, Spirit King crab with vanilla caviar, 4 servings. Fountain of Life broth with slow-cooked truffles and wild mushrooms, 4 servings. For main course, 10 finely chopped white breads. For dessert, white chocolate mousse with raspberry jam, vanilla caramel custard, dark chocolate lava cake, and vanilla ice cream. Sue-in felt like a staff member reading off the dishes. Everyone wanted to eat everything, so she ordered everything. She ordered whatever the dolls wanted, as long as they could eat it all. Ordering food was a free privilege for gold card members, so as long as they didn't waste food, they could order as much as they wanted without any extra charge. Just reading off the dishes made Little Pumpkin ravenous. Little Pumpkin transformed into a pumpkin mask, syncing with Sue-in's perception. Sue-in could sense all of Little Pumpkin's emotions. Sue-in touched the beautiful images on the menu, his eyes filled with fascination. This was Little Pumpkin's possessiveness. Oh, Little Pumpkin's possessiveness was truly strong. Just now, he was mesmerized by the auction house's promotional images, and now he couldn't let go of the menu. Little Pumpkin seemed to love this platform immensely. To Little Pumpkin, it was truly wonderful, incredibly luxurious, and he particularly loved these expensive, fine items. But Sue-Ann was different. She cared more about a comfortable atmosphere. After ordering, Sue-Ann put down the magic bell, and the room returned to silence. Sue-Ann controlled his fascination. Little Pumpkin's possessiveness was quite strong. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. Do you want to come with me? Sue-Ann asked everyone. Sister Ann, I go with you, said Xiong. Bath, I want a bath too. Wan called out. The nightingale, which had been standing stiffly on Sue-Ann's shoulder, stirred slightly, making a slow hum sound, indicating that it wanted a bath too. Just then, Sue-Ann remembered what she had been neglecting. Where did that little bird come from that had been sitting on her shoulder? Ah. Yes, the Suyuan she had saved. Ever since she ordered it to stay put, it had been frozen on her shoulder all morning, motionless. It only started crying when she asked for a bath. Sue-Ann didn't like the feeling of neglecting something important. Sue-Ann showed a look of slight disdain, reached out, and gently lifted the little nightingale from her shoulder with 2 fingers, placing it on the coffee table. After the nightingale was placed on the table, her expression of disdain faded, replaced by a gentle one. Su-Na said 2 words to Wan treatment. Wan nodded. After a few treatments, the little nightingale seemed to be a little better, but only slightly. Its appearance remained the same, only its memory had recovered a little, and it could speak human language. Thank you, Sister Sunshine, thank you everyone. The nightingale thanked everyone in its clear voice. The bird recognized it. It looked like it was indeed Su-Yuan. Sue-Ann said, you should transform into a human first. Sue-Ann's words fell. The little nightingale obeyed very well, transforming into a birdman. Not only did it now have a human body with a bird's head, but its bird's head also had a slightly human-like shape, giving it a somewhat human-like appearance. From its facial features, it could barely make out Su-Yuan's. Sue-Ann pulled a bottle of platinum potion from his backpack and handed it to Su-Yuan. Drink it. Su-Yuan expressed her gratitude, tears welling up in her eyes, as she thanked Sister Sunshine for such a precious potion. Stop talking nonsense and drink it, Sue-Ann said bluntly. As soon as Sue-Ann gave the order, Wan leaned over, uncorked the medicine bottle, and poured the liquid directly into the birdman's mouth. We're still waiting to shower, drink quickly. Wan muttered. Chapter 412. A few minutes later, the birdman burped, and the entire bottle of potion was empty. She was completely transformed into a fresh-faced human girl. Aside from a few fallen feathers, there was no trace of her birdness left. Su-Yuan sank to her knees, and thanked Sue-Ann again, trying to explain her experiences and express her loyalty, but Sue-Ann refused to interrupt. I'm not interested in your experiences, how you got here, or how you ended up like this. All I know is that you owe me 100 gold coins. Little girl, remember this, and pay me back when you have the money, Sue-Ann said bluntly. She saved Su-Yuan casually, whether there was a reward or not. The girl knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Sue-Ann looked displeased. She felt the discomfort worsen, a sticky wetness lingering around her. Sue-Ann used the power of the little pumpkin to pull Su-Yuan up and straighten her body. You and I are both from Blue Star. We're all equal. Saving you is a piece of cake. I told you it would cost 100 gold. Just pay me back what you owe. Sue-Ann's tone was harsh. She couldn't tell if it was because she couldn't stand Su-Yuan's servility, or because she was feeling unwell and anxious to shower. Perhaps it was both. Sue-Ann's discomfort was getting worse. This city made her feel uncomfortable. Su-Yuan's servility exacerbated her discomfort. Su-Yuan was stunned. She stood straight, not daring to move, not because she was awakening to her human dignity, but because she was afraid of angering Sue-Ann. Su-Yuan, newly rescued, had no pride or dignity. What little pride she had long since been shattered. The repeated tortures of slavery had weakened her knees, and she had long since considered herself a plaything or pet. She had no system identity, she had nothing. She could only cling to the powerful to survive and please them. Sue-Ann looked at Su-Yuan with an ingratiating smile, feeling the goodwill displayed by her shattered spiritual sea. It was painful. Where was the clear-minded and resilient nightingale they had first met? It was so annoying. I hated saving people. But after saving them, I couldn't just ignore them, or I have to kill them. Sue-Ann opened the public screen and found Lin Qingju. Too lazy to send a message via telepathy, she simply voice-activated, I give you a bird. Player, do you want it? You should know me. Noticing Suyuan's look, Suin realized her disrespectful behavior. She seemed emotional, as she had been. Suin rubbed his brows. He sent a message via telepathy. Sunshine Bear, I casually rescued a lost player at the platform. Now I lost my system identity, and can only be sent to the platform. Lin Qingju, is that Suyuan? She's been missing for a long time while I quest. Sunshine Bear, yes, but her spiritual sea is shattered, so you need to take care of her. After a dozen minutes, Suin shifted the focus to the others, watching Lin Qingju repeatedly thanking Suin for saving the life and even transferring hundreds of gold coins. Suin sighed. So annoying. She was feeling so upset right now. She glanced at Suyuan, realizing that the child had suffered an accident while working for Huacheng, and her recent mood only grew more unpleasant. After a few minutes, Suin did her best to control her emotions and said to Suyuan gently, Little Yuan, please bear with me for a moment. I send you back to Huacheng. With that, Suin immediately took Suyuan in as a pet, and then sold her pet Suyuan to Lin Qingju, Huacheng special assistant, through the exchange. After sending Suyuan away, Suin felt much better. Only the sticky feeling remained. Suin touched her skin, feeling a little damp, the mist from the entire city, damp but not sticky. The stickiness was a spiritual feeling. Suin immediately headed for the bathroom, fearing her mood would worsen if she didn't shower. The luxurious bathtub alone was 10 times larger than the one Suin had previously rented. The bathtub was gorgeous, with its own audio-visual entertainment system. A screen covering an entire wall allowed creatures to watch TV while bathing. Entering the bathroom, a small mermaid figurine asked for help. Suin initially didn't want the mermaid figurine to serve her, but she couldn't bear it any longer due to her discomfort. Suin told them to turn their heads away after they finished using the water, entering standby mode and absolutely not to look at her. Although the figurine had no facial features, Suin felt uncomfortable being around them. While bathing, Suin shifted her gaze to Xiao Mo and Wan, using the figurine to calm her mind. Suin went in for a quick bath. She found some shower gel in her space and washed herself thoroughly. Suin knew this was a hotel room, cleaned daily, but it still felt like she was bathing in someone else's house, so she didn't want to take too long. As soon as she felt the stickiness fade, she emerged. Xiao Mo and Wan were free to bathe the rest of the time. Suin didn't choose the hotel's glamorous, revealing nightgown. Instead, she opted for a more comfortable skirt. After changing, she sat in the bathroom and dried her hair. Wan curiously turned on the large TV, intending to watch some entertainment from Misty Lake. A magical image appeared, a white chest pressed against the softness of a woman's face, a handsome, ethereal face, a fishtail intertwined with a human's, and a siren's chant. Suin, the only adult woman, had her ears instantly burned red. Snap. Suin destroyed the magical image. Sitting in the magic circle, her face flushed red as she blew her hair dry. Wan and Xiaomo, you two are too young to watch. So that's what the entertainment program is all about, Wan replied. Master, although I'm young, I know what it is. It's just the process of species reproduction. TSK, these fish are really playing around. Suin approached and asked Wan, what else do you know? Tell me. A few minutes later, Suin listened to Wan explain the differences between lowbrow and highbrow opera, their origins, the expressions of human love, hate, and desire within them, and an analysis of the experiences of desire within them. Suin seemed to have a new understanding of Wan. Wan explained that both lowbrow and highbrow operas are forms of artistic expression. The introverted and conservative Suin received a belated lesson from Wan. Suin emerged from the bathroom dazed. Chapter 413. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, the staff entered and served the dishes in the restaurant. Little Pumpkin, transformed from his pumpkin mask into his true form, sat to the side and bluntly directed the waiters, nodding his head repeatedly, saying it looked good here and where else. Little Pumpkin had a natural sense of belonging and was unreserved in his orders. Waiting for Suin to arrive at the table, a male mermaid, dressed in the most luxurious uniform and suspected to be a hotel manager, bowed and respectfully asked Suin which dish to serve him. He simply ignored asking if Suin needed his service and, instead, assumed he had already begun serving. He didn't use a translator, but spoke directly in the elegant mermaid language. Suin understood because his voice carried spiritual power. This was a mermaid above the spiritual rank, and he wasn't shy about showing off his strength. Suin leaned over and glanced at him. He was using the system's detection function rudely. It was rude for a lower-level creature to use this detection function on a higher-level NPC, but Sue-in was a gold card member after all. As a guest in the hotel, there was nothing wrong with her doing this, and nothing could possibly be wrong. Sue-in, while loathing class, used the class rules here to live out the very existence she hated. Fortunately, she wouldn't be here for long. She didn't belong here. The young man with a mermaid tail was startled when he felt Sue-in's probing attempt, then smiled, appearing even more handsome. While waiting for the system to load information, Sue-in turned his head to glance at the young mermaid with a mermaid tail. This male mermaid was, in every way, handsome. He had short silver hair, sharp brows, and thin lips that suggested a cold heart. But his smile softened the hardness in his eyes, bringing out a touch of flirtation. Simply put, despite his cool appearance, he sported a gentle, warm smile. This sudden contrast was truly captivating. His tail was a beautiful silver white, reflecting a colorful halo in the light. He hovered in midair, and when Sue-in's eyes fell on him, he swung his tail cheerfully, looking quite handsome. Ding dong. A system message appeared. Mermaid Lauren. Level 20, Spiritual Grade 10, Residence, Misty Lake. Notes: Manager of the Alexia Hotel, a peerless handsome man ranked third on the Misty Lake beauty list, with titles like Pure as Ice and Jade, S-Class Virgin, and Highly Abstinent. A charming male mermaid, seemingly courting you. Oh, you, a clueless soul, have actually encountered a truly remarkable woman. Is this all going to be a spectacle? Sue-in raised his eyebrows. Sue-in had sensed this mermaid was special from her attire and rank, but he hadn't expected her to be so extraordinary. It's well known that in this world, females are naturally more adept at cultivation than males, so this person who rose to the position of steward is definitely no weakling. She simply borrowed a gold membership card, and the steward personally served the food. Sue-in wouldn't believe there was no ulterior motive. The key point is that he didn't refuse to display his noble status, his stunning appearance, and even flashed an affable smile. It was truly bizarre. If, as the system suspected, he was courting her, that was too strange. Was he trying to please her? The key point is, what the hell are those system titles? Are they legitimate? Sue-in almost suspected the system was a common system, and that she, a common woman, might be tempted to flirt with it simply because of her good service. The system must have a tinted eye for mermaids. Could it be that the bathroom TV show had tainted the system's electronic eyes? But then, Sue-in almost couldn't eat. He was flirting. Using his mental power to display his courtship. He leaned down, his fingers trembling under Sue-in's hand. He didn't touch, but simply placed his cheek close, raised his eyes, and projected a look of knowing intent. He didn't speak, but his mental power silently hinted at his desire to devour him. It was a silent exchange, but on a spiritual level, it was also fiery and direct. At the same time, he opened his mental sea openly, transparently displaying his feelings and his deep affection for Sue-in. Sue-in's mental power was strong, and she instantly understood his intentions. Just as the system had predicted. He was courting. And he was directly asking for a one-night stand. Oh! This mermaid, he's so hot. No, the system title clearly says he's abstinent. What the hell? Is he trying to set someone up? Getting this hint, Sue-in felt uneasy. The handsome silver-haired mermaid was inviting Sue-in to do anything with him, and he accept anything. Sue-in withdrew his hand, telepathically declining. Watching the silver-haired mermaid's eyes dim, and a look of loss on his face, Sue-in felt a pang of heartache. But soon, both the mermaid and the merman calmed down. Sue-in knew he shouldn't have any strange feelings. The young mermaid was proud of himself, a member of the merman aristocracy, a highly intelligent species. The young mermaid bowed respectfully and stood up. His thin lips pursed, his sharp brows returning to normal, a chill emanating from him. The mermaid, Roland, led a group of mermaid waiters, their heads bowed, out of the room. Sue-in stared at the man's back. His uniform was flattering, buttoned tightly, yet his behavior was rather bold. Sue-in couldn't think anymore, shaking his head repeatedly. He was a monster. No matter how handsome he was still a monster. Besides, he wasn't a lovesick person, so why had he been feeling strange since entering? Sue-in reflected on himself. Next, Sue-in and the dolls enjoyed a delicious meal. As expected of a platform for the god-level race, Misty Lake was a renowned tourist destination. The food was delicious, and the rooms were clean and beautiful. The prices were high, and the cost was staggering. However, Sue-in and his group came for free, which made up for the biggest shortcoming. Within half a day, Sue-in had already experienced the extravagant lifestyle here. Room service was an eye-opener, revealing numerous unscrupulous and unethical entertainment options. It was truly enjoyable, but it was also truly sinful. Every life here was cheap, including that of a common mermaid. Sue agreed that eating and drinking were fine, but pornography, gambling, and drugs were out. Yes, after dinner, the hotel arranged numerous activities and offered numerous interesting activities, but Sue declined them all. As for Beauty, the hotel manager, with the power and influence to actively flirt with her, refused her outright. She ignored all the tantalizing offers of men. Sue knew herself well. Even fishing was addictive, let alone anything else. Human nature inherently dictated gambling, greed, and lust, so she strictly rejected all temptations. Thus, she rejected anything involving any kind of gambling, not even the blind box draws at the big casinos in Yiming City. Not to mention the incredibly exciting mermaid casino, Ophelia Roulette. But there's a saying that goes, things don't always go as planned. Sue-Ann's eyes trembled when she accepted the invitation. Chapter 414. Late at night, Sue-Ann had no choice but to go out. The hotel waiter respectfully handed over the light invitation to the casino. Sue-Ann knew that this evening's invitation to the casino would have to be accepted. With a cautious heart, Sue-Ann clutched the invitation tightly in his hand and went downstairs. He took the elevator to the 4th basement floor. The lights were bright. The bright lobby, the air was fresh and pleasant, without a trace of fog. The most eye-catching thing in the center of the lobby was a golden tree, with golden leaves, golden keys, purple gold keys, and iridescent keys hanging on it. The keys gleamed in the bright light, revealing a scene of wealth and extravagance. It was obvious that it was a valuable item, and hanging there without anyone being moved was naturally a display of strength. The creatures that came and went were mostly mermaid guests dressed in luxurious clothes. The majority of the guests were women. Humans and other races were extremely rare. The few who showed up occasionally were all well-dressed and elegantly dressed. Sue-Ann, by contrast, was dressed rather simply. The entire casino was resplendent and radiant, oozing with charm. Many male mermaid waiters strolled the halls in elegant attire, flaunting their charm. Black lace gauze, white pearl necklaces, all sorts of clothing, but everyone wore minimal clothing. 6-pack and 8-pack abs were everywhere, and the mermaids unabashedly displayed their beautiful and alluring tails. From time to time, you could see groups of mermaids, 3 or 4, gathering together for intimacy. Sue-Ann somewhat regretted bringing his dolls with him. The mermaid's casual style was a bit too inappropriate for children. In the hall, mermaid girls in beautiful gauze dresses could be heard singing, their voices sweet and alluring, ambiguous and alluring. At this moment, a male mermaid in a bunny uniform approached. He had a face as soft and adorable as a bunny's, a gentle demeanor, and no aggressiveness. Sue-Ann disagreed with the bunny boy style of dressing. This mermaid was clearly a perfect Shota. Is he trying to find out what she likes? Sue-Ann controlled her expression, keeping a straight face. The male mermaid in the bunny uniform greeted Sue-Ann. Dear guest, Miss Sunshine, I am Rocky, the casino's assistant manager. Miss Ophelia is here. I apologize for intruding you. Please follow me. Sue-Ann nodded, and obediently followed the direction of the bunny-eared Shota mermaid. The owner of the Misty Lake platform, Ophelia's invitation, had to come even if he didn't want to. He had to see what was going on. He walked in front, leading the way, the white bunny tail decoration on the mermaid's tail swaying, making it hard not to notice. Sue-Ann wished he could walk with his eyes closed. Everywhere he walked, he attracted countless gazes. Many mermaid women looked at the bunny-eared boy with admiration. He seemed very popular. He twisted and turned through the corridor, passing rows of creatures obsessed with playing shell games, and stopped in front of the door of an ornate room. The bunny-eared mermaid boy bowed. Please come in, distinguished guests. He stood guard at the door, not wanting to enter. Sue-Ann had already learned about this person through the system. He was also a powerful being. Mermaid Rocky. Level 26, Super Spirit Level 6, Residence, Misty Lake. Notes: Deputy Manager of the Underground Casino at the Alexia Hotel, a peerless handsome man ranked 4th on the Misty Lake Beauty list, with titles Sweet and Soft, S-Class Virgin, and Human Aphrodisiac. A charming male mermaid seems to be courting you. Smack, smack you, a clueless soul, have found another truly stunning love interest. Are you the merman's ultimate beauty? Eat melons. Sue-Ann had long since ignored the system's complaints. Since the last event, the system's temperament had changed drastically, becoming less aggressive. Its previous sarcastic tone had shifted to a lively, gossipy one, almost like a new system. Sue-Ann nodded, pushed open the door, and led the dolls inside. The room was enormous, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful mermaid. She sat at the head of the table, her eyes beaming. There was no one else in the room but her. Sue-An bowed respectfully upon her arrival. Unaware of mermaid etiquette, she used Blue Star etiquette, a slight nod and bow of respect. "Hello, distinguished guest from Blue Star, Miss Sunshine. I'm Ophelia. As you can see, I'm the current owner of this platform, the 13th Archon of Misty Lake. You can call me Little Leah." The girl spoke crisply in Blue Star dialect. Her voice and appearance were no different from those of a 15 or 16-year-old, but Sue-An wasn't foolish enough to assume she was a real Lolita. Then he went on to address her affectionately, calling her Little Leah to build a closer relationship. That would surely lead to a horrible death. The most important message by phone left behind was this: "Ophelia, the platform owner of Misty Lake, is terrifying. It's best not to meet her. She's a pervert of the highest order. Of course, if you do meet her, it's best to call her Sir Archon to awaken her remaining decency. This person never kills players, but she loves to toy with them. If you do encounter her, you're on your own." Sue-An had no idea what Bai Feng had been through, but she was obedient to key information like this. So, upon seeing the invitation, she knew the key figure behind the hotel manager's seduction had arrived. "Greetings, Lord Governor." Sue-An addressed the powerful figure by her title, hoping she would be respectful. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl froze, then burst into laughter. "You're very smart. I like you," she said. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Killing is forbidden in Misty Lake. You're so beautiful, I love you dearly." The girl spoke endearing words, but her eyes were bloodshot, and with a ferocious menace, she stared at Sue-An as if she were looking at fish on a chopping board, calculating how to devour it. Sue-An didn't dare meet her gaze, and her expression made his scalp tingle. That expression looked so perverted. When Sue-An didn't respond, she withdrew her fierce gaze and sighed, seemingly bored. "Sit down, pretty sister and your friends." The chairs in the hall moved silently and automatically, and Sue-An and the dolls took their seats one by one. Sue-An and the dolls weren't so obedient, but they sat down on their own, following her command. The scene was terrifying. Sue-An felt as if her life was in the hands of a monster. Then, Sue-An listened to the platform owner muttering to himself for a long time. "Brother Feng didn't come this time, but Sister Yongguang is here. I'm so happy. Don't be afraid of me. I really like you. If you need anything, just come to me, pretty sister. Do you like me? Little Leah is so cute, you should like her. After all, I'm so beautiful. You be fascinated by me, right?" The little girl approached. Chapter 415. She was very small just now, but now she seemed enormous, her form and size seemingly changing freely. She moved closer, about 30 centimeters in front of Sue-An. She revealed a stunningly beautiful face, showcasing her charm. Indeed, mermaids are beautiful, and she was especially beautiful. Even the goddess of beauty couldn't find fault with this face. "Sister, if you want to sleep with me and want this platform, I won't refuse you, haha." The silver bell-like laughter sent chills down Sue-An's spine. She wasn't affected by the beauty at all, only by the dreadful feeling of danger that made her scalp tingle and her back cold. Sue-An knew that this person, despite her youthful appearance, was actually 10 times older than her and Bai Feng combined. But she particularly liked to maintain her youthful appearance, and no one would bother to pry into her age. "Or do you like boys?" After that, "It's not impossible to give a little for you." Miss Ophelia transformed into a male mermaid, her equally beautiful face looking even on a man. She began to hum a song and undress, exposing her human side, showcasing her charm. A half-god level station master, a top-tier mermaid archon, performing a borderline striptease for my gender transformation. Sue-An used all his mental energy to close his eyes. He felt completely numb. "Alas, am I so unattractive? Open your eyes." The chanting stopped. The ambiguous atmosphere cleared. The voice, half compulsive and commanding, forced Sue-An to open his eyes. Thankfully, Ophelia had returned to her normal self. The image of a beautiful Lolita girl was quite good, though a little disheveled, but still quite good. She was only wearing a small camisole, revealing nothing indecent. "Let's play around. Since you don't want to be my lover, let's be friends," Ophelia said. Her eyes flickered, seemingly full of innocence, simply wanting to be closer to Swan. But Swan knew something was amiss. If she had seen the silver-haired mermaid and the young mermaid flirting with her before, she'd seen some admiration and affection, and been touched by them. But with this one, she felt absolutely no affection at all. This was definitely something serious. She must have some ulterior motive. This mermaid, named Ophelia, was simply using her beauty to seduce her. Her supposed affection for her was just an excuse. Swan didn't want to play this kind of gambling game. But being forced into this situation, there was no other way. Let's play the simplest bet. Shake the shells. The one with the most spots wins. My dear, beautiful sister, if you win, I give you the platform. The mermaids and players on the platform will recognize you as a white cloth. If you lose, stay here and stay with me forever, okay? Ophelia said affectionately. At the same time, Swan took out 1,000 gold coins and placed them on the table. The sound of the coins falling drowned out Ophelia's voice saying to stay. Swan said, I hope these coins will satisfy the Archon. Swan was clearly playing dumb, pretending not to hear her. Ophelia's mouth twitched as she dropped 1,000 gold coins. The coral bowl held a shell and shook it. One person, one round. The number of dots on Swan's shell was clearly lower than her opponent's. Suen smiled and pushed all the gold coins over, saying admiringly, Sir, you are truly amazing. I'm sorry, I lost all my money and can't continue playing with you. Suen, feeling distressed, used the lost money to avoid disaster method, hoping that the mermaid would let her go. Seeing Suen leave, Ophelia's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her attitude was not very friendly. She said coldly, You won't play with me? Do you understand what this means? This is my platform. Suen, neither humble nor arrogant, paused her smile and said directly, If you, sir, do not welcome me here, I can leave at any time and never bother you again. This was clearly a retreat to advance. Suen had also made up her mind. If this person showed any signs of challenging the rules of the peace platform, she would simply use the props and run away. She would not attend the auction tomorrow. What top-level protective shield? Life and freedom were most important. Ophelia looked at Swan, who sat upright and spoke. She smiled. Beautiful sister, I was just joking. You really are so fierce. I just love you so much and want you to stay with me. Perhaps our mermaid love is too straightforward for you to understand. Next, I will formally pursue you. I let you know how blissful it is to be loved by me, and then you won't reject my love, she said sweetly, snapping a scale from her chest and handing it to Swan. This is my reverse scale, a magic weapon that can kill me. This is my sincerity. As you can see, only you can hurt me. I won't hurt you, Ophelia said. Suen didn't take the offered scale. Silence and inaction were a stark refusal. This time, Ophelia didn't betray a murderous intent, but spoke calmly. Here you have everything. I hope you consider this. Suen successfully left the extravagant casino with her dolls. On the way, she saw many immersed human players and mermaids, and her heart tightened. She truly hated this kind of place. The discomfort grew stronger. Ophelia offered to give her everything humans sought, money, fame, power, beauty, and enjoyment, but Suen felt uncomfortable. Suen refused the platform owner's offer, knowing she shouldn't go out much. She planned to leave as soon as the auction ended tomorrow. She could have left today, but it was too late. Bai Feng had mentioned that the streets of Misty Lake would be particularly dangerous at night, and it would be safer to stay in the hotel. Suen knew that, regardless of her motive, Ophelia's actions were intended to keep her, not harm her. In contrast, leaving the house rashly would be far more dangerous. When he asked the dolls, they dazedly expressed their ignorance of what was happening. Suen sat on the sofa, awake for a long time, repeatedly reading through the information provided by the system. Ophelia, Platform Master of Misty Lake. Level, 30, Half-Step Divine Level, Residence, Misty Lake. Notes, the 13th Archon of Misty Lake, the most beautiful woman on the Misty Lake beauty list, with titles like Goddess of Beauty, Voice of the Gods, and Love Supreme. A charming and powerful mermaid is passionately declaring her love for you and offering to give you her entire fortune. The system has confirmed that you are the mermaid's ultimate beauty, a peerless succubus. Oh, so excited. I ate a little too much melon. So excited? So I'm sending you this information, the mermaid's ideal fairy. This really is a system change, right? Did the original system find another one to take over? On the other side. Chapter 416. At the heart of the platform. Ophelia's expression was utterly impassive. She transformed into human form, walked barefoot through the hall, and came to a rotting mermaid, stomping hard on her tail. The half-rotten mermaid, her body covered in strange coral, murmured in pain. Her aquamarine crystal eyes lifted, gazing at Ophelia with a hazy gaze, filled with innocence and innocence. This look stung Ophelia. She pressed harder, torturing the rotting mermaid. She grabbed the rotting mermaid's hair, and forced her to look at her. Sister Hazel, don't say I didn't help you. I did, but your sweetheart is a little disobedient. Hearing the name of her sweetheart, The rotting mermaid's eyes seemed to clear up a little. She recalled her silent protection along the way. She spoke hoarsely, "No, you can't do this. Please don't disturb her." Her words stung Ophelia again. Then, Ophelia reached out her finger and dug hard into the rotting mermaid's eye. With a scream, she gouged out a bright blue eyeball. She saw the eyeball and kissed it. She smiled and said, "Your sweetheart just can't appreciate the beauty of our platform. Let me show you what it's like to seduce her and keep her." Ha ha ha. She laughed wildly. "I don't believe a lowly human would refuse this." Ophelia walked on the floor, her bare feet transforming into a fishtail as she moved, her naked body adorned with a gorgeous dress. How can a lowly human be worthy of the love of a noble mermaid? She clenched the eyeball in her hand, causing it to ache but not break. "Don't you understand, sister? Waiting for your beloved to fall in love with you, her heart filled with love and enchanted by you, is the path to godhood for a mermaid." Ophelia walked to the platform, sat down beneath the throne. The platform's core, rotating behind the throne, held the mermaid's phantom with its eyes permanently closed. "Lorelei, Loren, Rocky," she called, and 3 distinctive mermaids appeared, teleporting them to the palace. Ophelia raised her hand, and through the icy blue mermaid's eyes, an image emerged above her, a human woman with a warm smile. Even through the magical halo, one could sense her happiness. Let Sister Sunshine fall in love with this place. Heavenly City, Misty Lake, who wouldn't love this place? Satisfy her every desire. Ophelia giggled, her laughter madly gurgling. The phantom of the god-level mermaid queen within the platform's core remained motionless, seemingly accepting everything as it happened. Sue knew she was being targeted, but she didn't know what was going to happen next. She was still agonizing over the huge loss, covering her face with her hands in pain. It would take a long time to earn 1,000 gold coins. The dolls looked at each other, wondering why their master had taken a bath as soon as he returned, soaking in the hot water. Sue felt uncomfortable for only about 10 minutes before she came to terms with it. It didn't matter, it didn't matter. Money came and went, it didn't matter. Just consider it protection money. Coming here meant taking some risks. Letting the warm water soak her skin, as if washing away all the discomfort, Sue dried herself, changed her clothes, and exited the bath. Next, Sue decided to embrace her true homebody nature and never leave the house again. While she was cuddling with her dolls and chatting, the hotel bell rang. A magnetic and sexy young woman informed her that she had won a prize. She opened the door. A gorgeous, royal mermaid, accompanied by a dozen handsome male mermaids, pushed a small cart piled high with gold coins and announced Sue-Ann's good fortune. Sue-Ann couldn't make out the number of users or the name of the prizes. All she could hear was 100,000 gold coins raining down on her like pie in the sky. Sue-Ann couldn't help but curl her lips, her voice tinged with laughter. She felt her smile was worthless and knew it was over. This was the test. Testing her with so much money was truly embarrassing. 100,000 gold coins wasn't a shockingly large amount, but it wasn't a particularly small amount either. But Sue-Ann still had some sense. She immediately gave it to the hotel and then closed the door, fearing that if she hesitated even a second, she would just accept the prize. Click. The door slammed shut. God knows how much Sue-Ann's heart ached at the refusal. She knew the temptation was a real trap, but the gold coins were also a lot. 100,000 gold coins, comparable to her entire fortune. Little Pumpkin, with no sense of right and wrong, only possessiveness, was about to explode. With an expression of unbearable heartache, he pounded the floor. Once, there were 100,000 gold coins right before his eyes, but he didn't own them. Oh my God, how heartbroken he was. No, 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 my master is more important. Little Pumpkin rolled on the floor in agony. Sue-Ann lay in bed, reflecting on herself. Wan, her face filled with confusion, expressed her bewilderment. Why couldn't she accept the money falling from the sky? Why would she refuse it? After a long while, Wan asked about this. Sue-Ann spoke hoarsely. Behind 100,000 gold coins could be a benefit worth 1 million, or even 10 million. I don't think I can refuse, so I simply refused the 100,000 gold coins. Wan was stunned. What the hell was going on? Little Pumpkin felt so bad. She wanted to tell her master, if someone offered her the whole world, she'd take it too. For her treasure, she'd do anything, even her master, to save her life. Why wasn't she, Su Nanling, the one being wooed? She was willing to stay here, accept all the wealth and glory, wait for the right moment, and take it all away to serve her master. Go up. She refused. The tall woman stared at the closed door. This tactic had always worked. Fishing, this bait is sweet enough that even if it looks a little dangerous, The fish will take it. This person just quietly refused. This is a difficult situation. Lorelai's first attempt ended abruptly. Her rhetoric, her money, her mature and attractive face were all useless. No, she had to surpass those two guys, Lorraine and Rocky. She didn't believe that a human could refuse money. Lorelai left making full preparations for a better return. Not long after, just as Suen was about to go to sleep, he encountered an uninvited room service attendant. He opened the door to a soft, adorable, handsome mermaid, wearing less than a dish rag, exuding a fiery allure. Bah, some kind of mermaid master. What a merman monster harboring evil intentions. Having just seduced with money, now offering beauty. Suen was about to send the man away when he realized it was the bunny-eared mermaid boy, a truly stunning young man. Suen's eyes widened. He had changed into a more revealing outfit, which made him look even more naive. Suen, unable to help but focus on the details and overlooking the face, almost didn't recognize him. He knelt directly on the ground, at the hotel entrance, head tilted upwards. Tears streamed from his watery eyes, as he spoke of the punishment he would receive if driven away, a horrible one. His kind would hang him up, beat him, and then smear him with salt and turn him into dried fish. He had no other goal, no extravagant hope of completing his mission. He simply hoped the kind human lady would let him stay for a while, just a few minutes, to fool his superiors and let him complete his service. He then confided in Suen how terrifying Lady Ophelia was. Chapter 417. The mermaid boy spoke eloquently, his tears streaming down his face like pear blossoms in the rain, a truly beautiful sight, a source of deep affection. He already had a baby face, and his human appearance made people want to protect him. To be honest, Suen was a bit soft-hearted. The key point was that it was clearly expressing its purpose. It wanted Suen to let him stay for a few minutes to avoid punishment. This was harmless. Why did the workers have to make things difficult for the workers? He was a perfect virgin, and he had a decent job, yet he was dressed so shabbily, and Ophelia was forcing him into prostitution. Wait, what perfect virgin? How did she know this illicit news? Yes, this was a title given by the personality-changing system. This reminded Suen of the titles the system had given him. Sweet and soft. S-class virgin. Human aphrodisiac. Putting aside the unreliable S-class virgin, this sweet and adorable guy who made people relax. This human aphrodisiac, who looked like someone you couldn't mess with. Suen shuddered. Looking at this young mermaid kneeling beneath him, tears streaming down his face, looking so easy to bully and sleep with, Suen was terrified. Suen was afraid that he would be easily deceived any later, because this mermaid's title was the unreasonable human aphrodisiac. He felt heartbroken. Does she deserve it? Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, let alone in this hellish place. Suen said coldly, that's your business. Suen closed the door. What happened next was overwhelming. Hidden in the hotel, he could be harassed by 18 mermaid technicians, both male and female, each with their own unique characteristics, each with their own beauty, and possessing various relaxation techniques. There were both serious and casual ones. Suen was speechless and called to complain. Suen was furious. She couldn't understand the extent of the platform owner's obsession. What had she done? What had she exposed? Why was she being targeted like this? She was just investigating a dream about a strange mermaid. After the complaint, hotel manager Roland came to apologize. Suen looked at the tightly dressed, arrogant mermaid before her. On the surface, he looked unconvinced, but inwardly, he seemed to be punishing him casually. Suen was furious. But she kept her mouth shut. She was afraid that scolding him would be rewarding him, which was too perverted. Can't this platform work without using erotic temptations? Has her report and complaint hit the mark? Close the door. It wouldn't stop hotel manager Roland from coming in, with the excuse of accepting the complaint. The bear transformed into a 10-meter-tall bear, guarding its owner, and keeping a close eye on the uninvited guest. The next day, the auction began. Suen ignored Roland, her follower, and went to the auction, where she ran into Ophelia again. The platform owner began by saying, Sister Sunshine is my friend, and she's my treasure. All the treasures at the auction belong to her. Suen choked up at the platform owner's words, feeling she made a mistake not leaving the platform sooner. If she hadn't been rational, she might have thought she was some kind of mermaid succubus. In this world, favors are hard to repay. Suen feared that if she accepted these treasures, she'd be stuck with the platform. Suen's polite refusal failed, and she nearly bolted. Ophelia smiled and said, I'm just kidding. You're so cute, I was just teasing you. The platform owner's words calmed Suen's attempts to escape. Ophelia's departure eased Suen's guard. But then, Swan encountered 3 uninvited mermaids. Surrounded by Lauren, Rocky, and Loretta, Swan entered the VIP box. The guest chatter below was clear, and she could occasionally hear discussions about her identity. Through her pumpkin mask, Swan even spotted some familiar faces. The explorer nestled in the arms of a female mermaid, casting envious glances in her direction. Wait, is this person lost in this? But Swan had no time to care. The 3 mermaids around her started arguing over her. They led Swan into a fierce battleground where males competed against females. Swan was just a socially anxious homebody. Her emotional intelligence combined wouldn't have been enough to handle such a situation. All she could think about was digging her toes into the ground, wanting to go home. If she hadn't had her wits about her, she wouldn't have acted rashly, since she was already here. Swan wouldn't want the crystal ripple she wanted to buy. There was no need to investigate the rotting mermaids. For the sake of safety, the right thing to do was to leave this platform immediately. 3 hours later, Suen left the misty lake with 3 top-level protective shields. She hadn't wanted them, but she couldn't refuse. The 3 mermaids had forced their way to her using props. Suen knew that behind these 3 mermaids was the half-god level Ophelia. Her departure was abrupt. Suen, under the pretense of going out for a stroll, entered the street and, while strolling along the shore, cleverly sent the 3 away. While the 3 weren't paying attention, she used the tidal rose necklace to swim away. The moment Suen swam out of the platform's protective shield, Ophelia's voice echoed in her ears. It was beautiful. It was terrifying, she said. I received a gift from my sister yesterday. Today I'm sending her off. I wish her all the best. Sister, you made it this far, so I can't let you go empty-handed. I'm so happy to have met you, and I hope you remember me forever. This gift alludes to the protective shield she wore. It was terrifying. Thankfully, Suen had already left the platform. The pumpkin boat reappeared, and after taking the dolls aboard, Suen gazed upon the calm sea. Suen breathed a sigh of relief. She collapsed on the terrace, letting the rain soaking her even more. Suen didn't think about the rotting mermaid incident or her messy romantic encounters. She never wanted to go back to the misty lake again. The pumpkin mask fell from Suen's face. The little pumpkin, with a gloomy face, muttered, I want it all, I want it all. It's all mine, all mine, all mine. The little pumpkin didn't seem frightened at all. In her world, she was possessive, the whole world belonged to her. It made perfect sense. Giving her anything good was absolutely fine. She didn't understand her master's fear of the treasures, and was heartbroken at the loss of the chance to possess them. Wan and Xion looked at their 2 emotional masters and little pumpkin, unsure how to comfort them. Even in the Mermaid King's palace, at the heart of the platform, Ophelia, transformed into a child, bit her bun-like hand, and said with a sigh, I given your part to your sweetheart. Hazel, are you happy? If you are, then give up your resistance and completely replace me, okay? We swap roles, and both of us will be happy. You take my place on this platform, and let me go out and play. The more she spoke, the more frantic Ophelia's expression grew. Ha ha ha. She laughed, gently trying to persuade Hazel while violently slapping her, causing the mermaid's rotting flesh to fall off. Her voice was incredibly sweet, as if the person before her was her lover. His actions were brutal, but he was torturing his enemies with utter cruelty. Alas! A sigh. Chapter 418. Ophelia turned and looked at the phantom of the merman god on the core platform. Are you sighing? Mother, are you speaking to her? Answer me, mother. Ophelia roared, thrashing around in the palace. No, I don't want to repeat your fate. I want to break free from this cage. Ophelia grabbed the rotting mermaid on the ground and smiled sinisterly. This was the one she had lured with so much difficulty. She didn't believe in love, and didn't share the traditional mermaid ideals of pursuing love and reproduction. She believed only in herself, and wanted to venture into the interstellar space. This common merman heritage made her a perfect shield for changing identities. The prerequisite was that she transformed into a fallen merman and stayed here. Coercion and inducement. Pain and torture. Finally, she had found her weakness. That, sweetheart. Isn't that right? Ha ha ha. She didn't think her actions were wrong, or that her methods were cruel. She simply wanted to make progress. The world was vast, and there was nothing wrong with her wanting to explore it. She had climbed step by step to this point. Even if the mermaid god stood in her way, she would still make it. Ophelia's gurgling laughter filled the palace, fading into the entire misty lake. Rain fell steadily, and Suen's heart was numb. She lay on the terrace, letting the rain pour down on her. It felt like nothing had really happened. She had just spent a day at the Misty Station and brought back some things. How could she be so exhausted? Then, Suen formed a bold hypothesis in his mind. Could Ophelia be the mermaid who had been pestering him? Thinking carefully, they really are similar, every bit, except for their different temperaments. The rotten mermaid's sole perception is purer and cleaner. As for Ophelia, it's hard to say. She's even more turbid than Huan Huan at her worst. But if they're not related, but Ophelia and I have no connection at all, so why would she be targeted? It can't be that the goose people recommended them again. The queen they recommended last time was very good, but this mermaid doesn't look like the goose people. And this corrupted mermaid, I always suspected she was a fangirl who disappeared from the interstellar space. But now, that seems to be the case. There are quite a lot of local mermaids on the game platform, and they're pretty crazy. I can't understand it. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Thinking about it makes my brain hurt. Finally, I left that hellish place, and can think about my life. Suen used to have a good impression of mermaids, but after this experience, he thinks they're all crazy. Arrogance, indulgence, hedonism, debauchery, oppression. It was too bumpy, too bumpy. This trip to the platform was an experience Suen didn't want to recall. Thankfully, Little Bear, Little Pumpkin, and Huan Huan stayed by her side, soothing the pain that had gripped her. At this moment, none of the dolls spoke. Everyone sensed their owner's apathy and wanted to be left alone. Suddenly, Little Bear lay down, spread eagle, to soak in the rain with Suen. Huan Huan and Little Pumpkin followed suit, joining them in the rain. The terrace had an eaves that provided some shelter, blocking some of the rain. Even if it was pouring outside, it would still be a light drizzle inside due to the slop. Suen lay on the outermost edge, soaked the most. She smiled sweetly at the dolls accompanying her. She turned around, grabbed the bear's armpit, and tickled it. A burst of laughter erupted. Suen had no idea she could be so childish. After all the laughter and playfulness, the shadows cast by the misty lake had almost completely dissipated. Half an hour later, Suen, sweating and then cold, sneezed several times. Not daring to make any more noise, Suen took the dolls into the house, and the first thing she did was to shower. The warm water warmed her body. She applied her newly bought shower gel to the showerhead, working it into a thick lather that washed from head to ankles. Ever since arriving at the misty lake, Suen had become obsessed with bathing, taking several showers a day, but it still felt better than bathing at home. The lime-scented shower gel had a refreshing aroma that was delightful. She stood under the shower, rinsing off the lather, washing away the wetness and stickiness from the misty lake. She felt incredibly relaxed. She loved this feeling. She couldn't help but wash herself over and over again. She repeatedly rinsed herself with foam and water until the dolls reminded her. "Master, you already lathered yourself a dozen times." "Sister Inan, showering all the time will make your skin uncomfortable." "Master, here's the towel." Suen was stunned, soaking in the shower for a few seconds before realizing she'd been showering for a bit too long. But it didn't matter, showering was comfortable, and it was normal to shower more than once. She got up, picked up Huan Huan, and, holding the towel over her head, dried herself. She changed into her nightgown. Bear, Little Pumpkin, Huan Huan, and Suen had showered together. They finished long ago, and were already helping each other dry. After showering, she returned from the bathroom to the pumpkin boat. Lying on a comfortable, soft sofa, Suen savored this leisurely time. The remaining half of Sunday. Today, nothing to do. Little Pumpkin closed all the doors and windows of the pumpkin boat, allowing the heavy rain outside to fall without disturbing the warmth and coziness inside. The pumpkin boat slowly swayed across the vast ocean. Outside the window, the sea and sky merged into one, equally gloomy. The surface of the sea was rippled by the falling rain. Entering the third stage, dozens of days had passed, and the continuous rain had caused the temperature to drop and become chilly. By the time the pumpkin boat was summoned again, Little Pumpkin's cannon had already been fired, keeping the house warm while also drying out the moisture, dispelling the dampness within. Little Pumpkin brought out a bunch of snacks and placed them on the coffee table. Everyone watched the projector and ate their snacks together. We had watched the entertainment programs from Blue Star so many times that they were getting a little bored. So we opened the TV series that had been opened from the purple gold treasure chest and started watching. The glittering purple gold TV used to have only 3 fixed channels, supplemented by several temporary ones. The fixed channels were Scorpion Phantom, Goose Stage, and the 0921 Survival Channel. Scorpion Phantom featured footage of Scorpion Man battles, with Scorpion Man warriors battling on stage, surrounded by judges. The fighting was a bit sloppy, though, with occasional eye-popping moments. Suen watched for a while, and realized it was a live broadcast of the 291st Scorpion Warrior competition. It was still in the audition stage, so the combat wasn't quite up to par. After patiently watching for a while, Suin spotted a familiar face. Sai and an unfamiliar girl teamed up to compete. After successfully passing the auditions and entering the preliminary rounds, the subsequent battles were uninteresting. Change the channel. Chapter 419. The 0921 Survival channel had white text on a black background, playing some alien language. Suin couldn't understand it. She had asked the system to translate it before, but it wouldn't, saying it wasn't suitable for viewing at this stage. Then she switched to the goose stage. At that moment, the channel was bustling with activity, with a group of goose people dancing. Su-imo enjoyed watching this, and everyone else followed suit. After an hour, they switched to the commercials before switching channels. See if there were any interesting temporary channels. Today's temporary channel was Misty Lake. Seeing Ophelia's stunningly beautiful face on the TV, reciting the slogan for the tourism promotional video, she jumped off the channel. Misty Lake, romance reigns supreme. Suin jumped off the channel as if she had seen a ghost. At that moment, she was no longer in the mood to watch TV. She handed the remote to Little Pumpkin, and the program returned to the goose stage. Suin relaxed by the window. It was already pitch dark outside, the night shrouded in darkness. The pumpkin boat was well insulated, and outside, a heavy rain was falling, its patter barely louder than the gooseman singing on TV. Suin glanced at the time. Time flew by unbelievably quickly once she relaxed. It was 7:30 on a Sunday evening, and despite snacking, she hadn't felt hungry. Everyone had forgotten it was dinner. Suin turned around and saw Little Pumpkin, engrossed in the TV show, munching on dried fish, watching Little Bear twirling along on the ground, and Huan practicing operatic gestures with her fingers. A gentle smile crossed her face. She went to the kitchen refrigerator and looked around to see what she had. She found hot pot base, some vegetables, vermicelli noodles, and some meat, and headed to the kitchen to make some hot pot noodles. These past few days at the platform, eating those long-named, large plates of food with so little food had left a bland taste in her mouth. With the rain falling, she wanted something spicy to brighten her mood. Half an hour later, a large bowl of hot pot noodles arrived in the living room. Suin heard everyone cheer. What delicious food! The host's cooking looks amazing. Wow, Sister-in, you work so hard. Suin took the bowls and chopsticks and began serving everyone the hot pot noodles. The vermicelli noodles she bought from Eaming City last time were very chewy, and didn't clump even after long cooking. They became a vibrant red when dipped in the red broth. Suin added a lot of vinegar and chopped green onions to her own portion, instantly transforming the hot pot noodles into hot and sour noodles. Paired with the meat, the hot pot noodles were a tangy, sour, and spicy treat. Sweat instantly broke out on Suin's forehead. He felt warm all over. Delicious. Huan ate with such abandon that she practically flew up to the ceiling with a handful of noodles before slurping them down in one gulp. The hot Little Pumpkin cried out repeatedly. Don't fly so high when eating, or you get splattered with oil. After dinner, Huan and Xiong went to wash the dishes. Suin stared blankly at the 3 top-level protective shields she had received. She still hadn't gone back. She could only use them herself, but she couldn't handle 3 top-level shields by herself. She would definitely have to sell or trade them. The other party had used a forced gift item, requiring her to hold onto it for 24 hours before transferring it. After some thought, Suin kept one of her favorite items, the crystal ripple, and gave it to Little Pumpkin to assimilate. She sold the other 2 to Hua Chung, or, after some thought, Suin listed them on the exchange, selecting auction mode and setting the timer to 24 hours. She offered a starting price that was higher than the auction house's price for the same item, and it would depend on the subsequent bids. She adjusted the system settings, selecting to accept bids for items, prioritizing decontamination drugs, and setting the system to automatically estimate the item's price. Suin knew that the system's automatic valuation would be significantly lower than the average market price, effectively undercutting it. Auctioning the item was inappropriate. She had specifically set the decontamination drug's valuation to be linked to the average market price. After setting all this, she received a system pop-up. Dear Player Sunshine Bear, this is a love gift from the Merman Lauren and Rocky. Do you really want to sell it? What a gossipy system. I definitely changed the system, the replacement. Thinking about it, while this system is a bit gossipy, it's definitely much more appealing than the previous one. The messages it sends are more verbal and less sarcastic. Suin responded to the system and said, of course, I have to sell it. I can't use 3 at once. I understand, Miss Mermaid Succubus, you love Miss Lorelei. I've been offended. Wow, I can only accept one, not all three. At and Sue blushed at the system's garble code. Is this gossip system, that garble code of hers, really serious? Sue coughed a few times. I don't have any feelings about mermaids. Oh my god, by the mechanical god, this is even better. A tough-mouthed, soft-hearted mermaid charmer, a human lady versus a mature, sexy mermaid sister, slurp. Sue suddenly felt that this controller wasn't very smart. Where did the original system hire this replacement controller? Is he an adult? Has he received any business training? Is it really okay for him to work like this? With his mind full of gossip and weird couples, Sue didn't want to talk, just hoped this guy wouldn't let down at the crucial moment. At the exchange, Sue-Ann's protective shield instantly attracted attention as soon as it was put up. Almost all the players who entered the third level were powerful, well-stocked with game coins and resources. Soon, the shields were being hyped up, doubling in price. Sue looked at the constantly updating bids and calculated that the system's estimates were spot on. She was sure to make a fortune this time, more than she earned in 3 days and 3 nights reselling items in Yiming City. But despite the obvious potential for significant income, and the ease with which it came, Sue couldn't be happy. She didn't feel the peace of mind she had running around buying and selling items in Yiming City. Perhaps it was pretentiousness, but she always felt that this money came too easily. This feeling of acquiring a vast fortune without any hardship. It frightened her a little. She touched her chest. She suspected she was afraid of getting lost in this easy money, becoming obsessed with money. But there was no other way. Sue believed that as long as she constantly reflected on herself, she could maintain her composure. On the other side, Little Pumpkin couldn't let go of the motor shield, kissing and hugging it, wishing he could possess it completely. He had already started using his skills. But the effect was somewhat lackluster. The shield's advanced level posed a significant problem for Little Pumpkin, whose strength couldn't keep up. After a long struggle, Little Pumpkin could only reluctantly install it temporarily on the vehicle, unable to synchronize it for multiple uses. He stared at the shield with a look of resignation, his eyes burning with fire, as he issued a domineering declaration. I must make it mine. After this, Little Pumpkin, whose possessiveness was suppressed by his strength, became quite lethargic. After a tiring day, resting, eating, and tossing around, having used up all his spiritual energy and replenished it several times, Little Pumpkin was now a little drowsy after all the hard work. He tugged at the corner of Swan's clothes. Chapter 420. Sue turned his head and looked at Little Pumpkin. Master, hug me, sleep. Little Pumpkin slid towards Sue-Ann's clothes, snuggled up to him, and burrowed into his arms. He dove headfirst into Sue-Ann's chest. A happy expression crossed his face, and then his eyes closed, and he fell asleep in seconds. Sue stroked the soft Little Pumpkin. He carried Little Pumpkin upstairs to the bedroom. In the second-floor bedroom, Sue settled Little Pumpkin into bed. Leaning back against the pillows, he opened the public screen. The first person he found was by phone. Sue briefly chatted with by phone on the screen. He was talking a little erratically, a bit like the mental state of everyone in the Misty Lake. This feeling made Sue reluctant to talk to him any longer. Sue returned the hotel gold card to by phone. Then, Sue replied to the exchange's message. After a few casual chats, Sue felt like everyone else was out of sorts, only she was. What a horrible world. After complaining, Sue fell asleep. On the first floor, the little ghost was spinning in circles, while Bear was scrubbing the floor, over and over again. Suddenly, Bear looked up and asked, "One, why are you still spinning? 1,092 circles. Aren't you dizzy?" "I'm practicing my operatic basics." "Big Bear, what's wrong with you?" "I scrubbed the floor 33 times, and it's still not clean." "Ah, I just feel like it's not clean enough." Bear threw the scrubbing rag into the basin. "Ah, where are Master and Little Pumpkin?" "They seem to have gone upstairs to sleep." "Then let's go to bed too." It was midnight when Sue woke up. She lay on her soft, large bed, staring at the ceiling. A nightlight burned by the bedside, providing light inside. The windows outside were closed, and the curtains drawn. It was late at night, but Sue couldn't sleep. She looked around and saw Little Pumpkin, Wan, and Little Bear in bed. A flash of light appeared on the ground, and a rotting mermaid stared at her, mouth open, speaking in a hoarse, dry voice. "Escape." Sue blinked. The mermaid's shadow vanished. Sue opened her eyes. She had just been dreaming of waking up. She patted her chest. It was okay, she told herself. It was just a dream. It was just another random dream. Now it was real. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the mermaid's eyes, filled with love. Come, 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 the mermaid said. The rotting mermaid's eyes were filled with madness, her azure eyes fixed on Suin. But suddenly, Suin felt the mermaid's eyes were sincere, filled with pure love, as if she were looking at a doll. Suin was puzzled by this thought. She could see emotion in her eyes even in a dream. Suin frowned, sensing a kind of spiritual contagion. Who are you? What are you going to do? Suin asked. The mermaid didn't speak, simply staring at Suin with that gaze. Suddenly something shifted, and Suin saw Ophelia. A beautiful, delicate mermaid, her eyelashes long and curled, her large, delicate, fish-like tail so beautiful it made one want the same. Suin was stunned. Why be obsessed? Shouldn't she be afraid of her haunting presence? The next day, Suin woke up feeling groggy. Suin thought it was because she hadn't rested well the previous day. Suin woke up feeling groggy this morning, and only after washing her face could she manage to regain consciousness. She recalled yesterday's events, vaguely remembering a dream, but upon waking, she couldn't quite recall what it was. After breakfast, Xiong went to the terrace to fish for treasure chests, while Suin sat in the studio, taking out her candy blocks for her daily practice. It was a new week, and the treasure chests refreshed as usual on Monday. Today, Suin wasn't particularly interested in fishing for treasure chests or fishing, but instead looked forward to the arrival of new dolls. After so many days of practice, Suin's candy figurine making skills had become increasingly proficient, allowing her to freely create any desired shape. She believed that Xiaoli would arrive soon. Suin shaped the candy block in her hand, shaping it into the shape of a nine-tailed fox. Unconsciously, it transformed into a mermaid's tail. Upon realizing this, Suin had created a delicate and beautiful mermaid figurine. This startled Suin, who immediately let go. She placed the figurine in a copper pot and melted it into liquid sugar. Suin watched the mermaid figurine melt bit by bit. She sighed. Something was wrong. It was Little Li, not someone else. Suin realized something was wrong with her. She might have been infected by a hidden mental contamination from the Misty Lake platform. Suin began to recall her behavior after emerging from the Misty Lake platform. In her mind, everything was normal, neither she nor her doll seemed abnormal. Even when chatting with others on the public screen, she would think everyone else was abnormal, and she was the most normal. Oh no, she had been infected without realizing it. The deepening of contamination can distort the perception of intelligent creatures. For example, normal plants don't speak, but after being contaminated, they will think that talking is normal, and they have always spoken. Realizing this, Suin immediately sought help from Wan Wan. Wan Wan transformed into the Wan and, after a brief treatment, declared she found no abnormalities. Suin believed it was better to kill the innocent than to let him go. She pulled out a full bottle of platinum potion, uncorked it, and poured it down her throat. She drank it not only for herself but also for the other dolls. The potion had a bitter, icy taste, but the bitterness didn't overpower her heart. Under the effects of the drug, Suin felt both confused and lucid. The confusion stemmed from her not realizing she was abnormal, living a life of self-satisfaction. The clarity she realized was that the effects of the pollution hadn't been truly eliminated since returning from Cat Valley. Little Pumpkin had forcibly taken the cat flag, and the quest box had lost its energy supply system, weakening its defenses. The pollution was spreading invisibly. In the Misty Lake, this mental pollution was intensified, exacerbating the contamination in her and the dolls. After drinking a large amount of platinum potion, Suin realized that none of the people in her family or the dolls were completely normal. I've been feeling down these past few days, constantly overthinking things. I always need to shower, and I feel a lingering stickiness. I couldn't sleep well in the middle of the night, and my energy level wasn't full. Little Pumpkin's possessiveness outweighs his rationality, and he's obsessed with greed. Bear seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder, fishing on time every day with the same exact technique, and mopping the floor whenever he has nothing to do. Wan Wan unconsciously practices basic opera skills. When I treated her just now, her little hand didn't even lift its orchid finger. In this moment of clarity, Suin realized that the platinum potion's ability to remove pollution diminishes with the amount taken. When the effects were off, she gradually forget all about it and get used to it. I have to find a way to eradicate it, otherwise, there will be endless trouble. She needs a partner who can remove pollution, a partner who is just like pollution. Suin took out a super expensive tobacco leaf, a treasured item from her collection. The tobacco leaf, worth 1,000 gold coins, is a powerful psychotropic drug that can absolutely make people work rationally. After finishing the leaf tobacco, Suin felt his rationality had completely collapsed, and he lost all his human emotions. He felt like a robot. Chapter 421. Now, I can get back to work. Little Pumpkin spent the entire morning making buns with all sorts of fillings. She planned to freeze them for future food. She had no good solution to the pollution issue, so she planned to take drugs regularly and cook more while she was sober, making it easier to eat later. This would prevent her from becoming mentally disturbed and making messy food for everyone. Lunch, buns for everyone. Sue had only ate half a bun before she couldn't finish it. Her stomach was full of potions, so she couldn't hold any more food. The remaining half went into the bear's mouth. The bear ate more, unfazed by the pollution. She knew that even if she turned into a four-eared bear, she would spend her days cleaning and fishing at home, and wouldn't disturb her sister. Little Pumpkin was a little worried when she saw so many different buns and her owner couldn't finish them all. She wanted her owner to be happier. This time, for the buns, it prepared monster meat from spirit-level monsters, choosing a filling with a 30% fat and 70% lean meat, and garnished it with chopped green onions and other vegetables. There were braised pork buns, vermicelli buns, beef offal buns, cilantro buns, and pea and braised pork buns. The owner devoured half a braised pork bun. Sue noticed Little Pumpkin's unhappiness, put down her work, walked over, and rubbed Pumpkin's head. Reason told her to comfort the hard-working Little Pumpkin. But her tone was cold. Your buns are delicious. I lost my appetite from drinking too many potions. I have some more of your steamed buns when my appetite returns. Sue meant to comfort, but her tone was cold, mechanical, and eerie. The Little Pumpkin understood his master's situation and rubbed his head against his hand. Sue continued to work at his workbench. He slowly melted a super spiritual sugar cube in the hot water. This was no ordinary sugar. It was a gift from the Queen of Fantasy Fairyland. The sugar cube was a deep blue, melting with Sue-Ann's spiritual power, gradually tinging it with crimson. After half an hour, the sugar melted to the perfect temperature. Sue-Ann, having washed his hands, let his spiritual power float in his hands, stretching and shaping them in one smooth motion. At such a crucial moment, no one was watching. Everyone was taking advantage of their sober state to focus on their own matters. After eating, Bear fished in boxes and fished on the terrace. Wan transformed into Dewan, using her skills to deal with the quest boxes and the contaminated cat flags within them. She added the lucky song of Kira, the healing skill to remove contamination, and the protective shield of the magic circle. Dewan was a researcher of many kinds. Little Pumpkin was steaming buns, lots of them. Buns were delicious, filled with meat, vegetables, and staples. They were delicious, nutritionally balanced, and easy to carry. She wanted to convert most of her meat reserves into buns, so that she could at least have a minimum amount of food for her meals. Time flew by. Dinner was buns, and the next day's breakfast was buns. Apart from eating, Sue was obsessed with creating her new companion, Little Fox. The expensive leaf tobacco and decontamination potion had given her supreme sanity and a transcendental mental reserve. The lingering stickiness had long since dissipated. Only the longing for a new companion remained. It was noon the next day. The new doll was nearing completion. The entire doll had come to life. The glistening sugar sculpture of the nine-tailed fox was beautiful and spirited. At noon, Little Pumpkin stopped eating steamed buns and switched to stew and steamed buns. The boat stopped, and Little Pumpkin called out to Bear to come back for dinner. At lunch, Sue had a hearty appetite and devoured a large bowl of stew. The combination of meat, carrots, and onions was a never-ending delight. Perhaps because the sugar doll was finished, she was in high spirits, and the effects of the platinum potion had mostly worn off. Sue felt her emotions returning, more like a human being. The food was incredibly delicious, and she was incredibly happy. After a short break at noon, Sue closed her eyes and meditated, preparing to imbue the new doll with spirits. The boat set sail that afternoon, and Little Pumpkin let out a cry of surprise. Little Pumpkin flew in front of Sue. Master, there's a city up ahead. Oh my God, it looks like the Misty Lake. The boat made an emergency stop, but it was difficult to stop, so the pumpkin boat took flight and flew back a few meters. Little Pumpkin recognized it quickly. After all, they had just left here the day before. It was because of this place that the family had drunk so many bitter medicines, and were still in fear. Little Pumpkin suddenly thought that he could go to the energy station to refuel. They still had a lot of gas cards, so the charging cards were useless. Just as he was about to say this, Little Pumpkin realized his thought was dangerous. Is refueling urgent? No, This station isn't the only one with energy stations, and those cards aren't going anywhere. What the hell was she thinking? Little Pumpkin hit his head and silently recited a jingle he had made up to remind himself. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Excessive greed makes pumpkins cry. Greed is like a clenched fist. Loosen it and you're free. 1,000-room vehicle sleeps 7 feet tall. 1,000,000-room jade plate fills 3 meals. So what if there were gold, purple, or iridescent treasure chests? You have to be alive to open a treasure chest. Don't let greed blind you, leaving your family behind. Sue-Ann went to the window and peered at the misty lake that appeared not far away. She said, Little Pumpkin, get out of the way. Looking at the stunned Little Pumpkin, she poked the pumpkin carriage's cheek. Little Pumpkin immediately said, No, no, I'm not greedy. Energy stations are everywhere, and you can go anywhere, but you absolutely can't go here. Ah, Master, why did I say what I'm thinking? I absolutely don't want to go to this platform. I already turned around. Just then, a system pop-up window popped up in front of Sue-Ann. Ding dong. In the current area, level 001, player Sunshine Bear has discovered special platform Misty Lake. All players in this area are asked to spin their platform tickets to enter the platform. It seemed like a chance encounter, but Sue-Ann knew it was more than just a chance encounter. Sue-Ann refused to enter and posted on the public screen that the Misty Lake was dangerous. Then, the pumpkin boat took a detour, avoiding the Misty Lake. The little pumpkin circumvented the Misty Lake, leaving it far behind, and then continued on its predetermined course. Sue-Ann returned to his workbench and watched the nine-tailed fox sugar sculpture, Little Fox, remove items one by one, preparing to attach spirits. A few minutes later, the pumpkin boat stopped, and Little Pumpkin approached. Master, Master, the Misty Lake has appeared up ahead again. Sue-Ann frowned, peeking out the window. Amidst the continuous rain, the haunting Misty Lake reappeared. Calculating the distance, it was even closer. This situation was just like the previous time when the tyrant goose was rampaging through Ming City. Sue-Ann remembered Ophelia's sweet words as they left. I hope Sue-Ann will always remember her. Sue-Ann shook his head repeatedly, trying to shake off the annoying voice. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Little Pumpkin muttered. Chapter 422. Sue-Ann rubbed Little Pumpkin's head and said with heartfelt concern, Thank you for your hard work, Gwagwa. You overcome your nature and resisted temptation. You're truly remarkable. It's not hard, it's not hard. Only by avoiding the Misty Lake can we move forward. I'm doing this for freedom, for more money in the future, Little Pumpkin said crisply. But the tears in her eyes proved that resisting the temptation of the Misty Lake was also quite difficult. However, her master's praise overcame everything. Little Pumpkin felt that her spirits were exceptionally good. Possessiveness could be overcome, and her master's praise made her happier than possession itself. Sue-Ann turned her head to look at the city on the sea. The Misty Lake was still as dreamy and beautiful as ever. At first glance, Sue-Ann was captivated. She wondered, is she being too cautious? Is she being too sentimental? After all, it seemed like the other party hadn't done anything to her, just a bit too aggressively trying to get her to stay. But as soon as the thought came to her mind, Sue-Ann immediately suppressed it. How could such a thought arise? Being lost forever on that platform, wouldn't that be enough? Her mind was in turmoil. The pollution had reappeared, or perhaps the remnants hadn't been completely removed. Sue-Ann lowered her head and clenched her palms, her nails pressing against them, causing a dull pain. Using pain to awaken her reason, one moment she was talking about Little Pumpkin, the next she was wavering. The allure of this Misty Lake was truly not to be underestimated. Sue-Ann silently thought, even if offered more benefits, they would be nothing more than sugar-coated deception. Losing her freedom, losing herself, would be worth nothing. Sue-Ann had been presented with several platform cores, and the more friendly fantasy fairyland had invited her to stay, but she refused, fearing she would lose her original intention. She considered beauties, delicacies, and gold coins nothing but fleeting clouds. Sue-Ann closed her eyes and began to calm her mind. Sue-Ann knew she was a mortal, her self-control lacking that of a saint, and she couldn't avoid being seduced. So she simply avoided temptation. Avoidance might be shameful, but it was a good way to deal with it. When one knows one's self-control is insufficient, escaping can be a form of healing. This kind of temptation, tinged with distorted mental pollution, should be avoided even more. After completing her psychological work, Sue-Ann felt a sense of clarity. Swoosh. Sue-Ann felt a flash of light before her eyes, and everything around her changed. She seemed to have advanced to the spiritual stage. The bottleneck at level 10 had loosened, and all her accumulation at the mortal stage had transformed into spiritual power, which spread. Her recent insights had also significantly increased her spiritual limit. This increase in spiritual limit led to a corresponding level increase. She advanced directly. Energy transformed into spiritual fluid and gathered in her spiritual sea. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you have comprehended the power of the basic elements and the power of mind, advancing directly to the spiritual rank without a spiritual rank advancement stone. Ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear, level 10 has been upgraded to level 11, entering the first spiritual rank. Your current level exceeds 99.99% of players. Experience points will be upgraded to spiritual energy points. Please explore the upgrade path after the spiritual rank. The system displayed a successful promotion. After Suin advanced, he felt the changes in his realm after solidification. Everything was no longer foggy. She could now mobilize the spiritual energy in the air and sense the surrounding spiritual molecules. She also noticed a significant amount of spiritual energy mixed in with the rain outside. At the same time, she realized her own ability, the use of telekinesis. She could use telekinesis similar to that of Little Pumpkin to control the movement of objects in reality. This was the manifestation of spiritual power. Suin briefly studied it and found that this telekinesis was powerful, capable of controlling the movement of objects and even allowing herself to levitate and fly. By comparison, it was roughly 100 times stronger than Little Pumpkin's telekinesis. Furthermore, this telekinesis grew with her spiritual power. This was the attribute power she had realized after reaching the spiritual level. Amazing. You know, Suin possessed an extraordinary talent, the ability to gain points while lying flat. As long as she was happy and cheerful, her spiritual power limit would continuously increase. In the long run, she would eventually become a powerful force. Suin was excited, feeling that her future was bright. The dolls all crowded in to celebrate. Seeing his master advance, Little Pumpkin controlled the black ball to play lively and festive music. Bear danced and clapped, his footsteps and hand claps syncing to a rhythmic beat, creating a powerful sense of rhythm. This sentiment was highly contagious. Everyone's mind was already connected, vaguely sensing each other's state. At this moment, they were all delighted, and the dolls began to dance. Each dance style was unique. One's was graceful, Bear's was rhythmic, and Little Pumpkin's was a casual twist. In a trance, the plastic nine-tailed fox on the workbench couldn't help but wag its tail. Suin, observing this scene, smiled, and her original resolve became even stronger. She would persevere with her dolls until the end and put an end to all this. Whatever interstellar or test, she would make it through to the end. Suin was in high spirits, dancing with everyone for half an hour at a time. Inside the pumpkin boat, it was warm and dry, the music was passionate, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and happiness. Outside the pumpkin boat, it was freezing cold, and heavy rain lashed the vast sea. The misty lake platform appeared not far from the boat, floating on the surface. The entire city seemed like a beautiful and magnificent monster, waiting to devour the boat. The boat remained unmoved, simply floating on the water nearby. The misty lake could not swallow the pumpkin boat. As time passed, the platform gradually disappeared, vanishing into the vast sea. After a few rounds of dancing, Suin watched the misty lake vanish through the window. Suin said to Little Pumpkin, "Nanling, next time we see this platform, we go around it. If we can't go around it, we stop like we did today and wait for it to dissipate before continuing. I don't plan to visit this platform again until I reach Super Spirit." "Got it, Master," Little Pumpkin replied. Little Pumpkin performed an exaggerated dance-like salute. This hilarious scene made everyone giggle. Suin smiled and told everyone to turn down the music and dance softly. Amidst the puzzled gazes, Suin said, "The little fox will be born soon." After Suin finished speaking, she turned her head, her gentle gaze resting on the sugar sculpture of a nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox stood gracefully, gazing at Suin and his group as if possessed of a soul, joining in the joy. Reflecting on the creative origins of this doll, it embodies pure emotion and a long-held desire. May the nine-tailed fox, embodied in this beautiful fusion, usher in a new life. Suin stepped forward, gently touching the nine-tailed fox's head with his finger under the gaze of the puppets. Some people's love is a long-lasting weight. It is a guardianship of different races. It is a silent protection for others, giving everything and even letting oneself be forgotten. And yet, some despicable creatures proclaim that love is supreme, yet in their dissolute life, they treat love as desire. They keep talking about love, but in reality, all they do is satisfy their own desires. Suin praising the nine-tailed fox for using its skills. Chapter 423. Suin wanted to convey her sincere feelings to the little fox. Sue-in wanted to teach the doll about the beautiful qualities of the world. Let it be born in pure love, and grow in anticipation of love and understanding. After her skill took effect and her advancement to the spiritual rank, Sue-in possessed abundant spiritual and mental energy, sufficient to provide all the energy needed for the birth of the nine-tailed fox. It was a life that Sue-in had fully prepared, born entirely in love and anticipation. Su-mo, Su-nanling, and Su-chimin gathered around, exchanged glances, then closed their eyes, channeling spiritual energy through their connection. In a flash of light, the sugar sculpture of the nine-tailed fox slowly grew flesh and blood, becoming a living being. In Su-in's vision, the little fox could possess a free personality, free from all burdens. She would possess a pure heart and a pure body, untainted by any impurity. She possessed incredible speed, piercing eyes, and a sturdy body. Ming ming ming. A sweet sound of clipping echoed. It was even sweeter than a pumpkin. It was the cry of a little fox. Sue-in and the other dolls opened their eyes, and gazed at the newborn doll. At birth, she was only the size of a palm, tiny, the size of a sugar figurine. With all nine tails spread out, she resembled a small fan. This adorable little fox captivated everyone's attention. Although small, she was incredibly lively, her red fur ablaze like a brilliant flame. Her fiery red color mirrored her personality, passionate and forthright. She spoke. Sister-in, Master, Mom. She blinked, following everyone's expectation. She learned everyone's first name for their master, so she followed suit. But she didn't want to limit herself to that. So the little fox blinked, and said, "On bow?" The dolls were all stunned, and Sue-in was stunned too. She had never expected the little fox to come up with such a doting name. Was she really a treasure in its eyes? Sue-in smiled and nodded. Then Sue-in heard the little fox say, "I'm Xiaoli, and my sister is Anbao. Xiaoli loves Anbao, and Anbao loves Xiaoli. We be together forever. Master, master, she. The little pumpkin's voice changed. This little thing had called its master Anbao the moment it was born. She, that was sheer rebellion, a rebellion against the will of heaven. The little pumpkin, who was most mindful of the doll's master's nature, was a little overwhelmed. Then she listened to the little fox continue to cry. Little fox loves Anbao. Little fox loves everyone too. Bear is great, Melon is capable, and Juan is wonderful. Being praised. How wonderful. Being praised by the newborn, carefree little fox. Little pumpkin felt mixed emotions. Sue-in stroked the adorable little fox, rubbing her hand. Then, a flash of light appeared. The little fox transformed into a fox girl, about 13 or 14 years old, bearing a 10,000th resemblance to Sue-in. After growing larger, she embraced Sue-in and the dolls. Little fox loves everyone. The light flashed, and the pumpkin carriage rose without a breeze. A deep blue magic circle flashed across the ground, and everyone felt clear-headed and comfortable. Sue-in, in particular, felt an indescribable sense of relief, as if some sticky mark had been washed away from his spiritual sea. Ding dong, the player's doll, Xiaoli, uses the skill unknown to remove the player's current contamination, activating a protective aura that resists mental contamination for 60 minutes. A few minutes later, the skill expired, and Sue-in named Xiaoli, taking out the name she had prepared long ago, Su Xiaoli. A new doll life, Su Xiaoli, had arrived home. Xiaoli, pronounced as Xiaoli, carries Sue-in's beautiful hopes. Xiao means small bamboo, often used in names. This name carries Sue-in's hope. She hopes Xiaoli can be as pure and natural as bamboo, free from contamination and the suffering of a twisted will in this turbid world. This is Sue-in's greatest blessing for her child, having witnessed the distortions of this world. Most importantly, it's a pleasant and memorable name. It's a name Sue-in had been pondering for a long time. Xiaoli, Sue-in had grown accustomed to calling her that in her heart. She decided to use a homophone to express her good wishes, taking a cue from the vulgar and elegant. Su Xiaoli used a wave of her decontamination skills to soothe the slightly concerned little pumpkin. It turned out that little Li's gentleness and innocence meant nothing disrespectful to her master, and Bao, but sheer love. That's wonderful. Little Li is so wonderful. Little pumpkin was delighted. Once she understood, she gave up her shyness and began praising her new doll. As for Juan, little ghost, with her mind-reading abilities, sensed the genuine love of this new little fox sister. He quickly treated Little Li as one of his own. Little Ghost couldn't resist passionate love. Bear was delighted. Bear didn't care about any of that. He didn't care how many new dolls he had or how they treated him. He only cared about Sister and Anne's happiness. As long as Sisterin is happy, Bear doesn't care what happens. Suan drank a blue potion to replenish her mental strength. Then, eagerly, she hugged Xiaoli and petted him. Suan, eager to learn about Xiaoli's situation, used the skill Doll Perception. Suan held Xiaoli in her arms, sensing the data panel unfolding within her mental sea. Doll Su Xiaoli, also known as Xiaoli. Producer, Suan. Owner, Suan. Talents, Attack 9, Defense 1, Spirit 10, for a fragile assassin and a top-tier mage. Level 1, Ordinary Level 1, Experience, 726/1000, Experience points increase through eating, fighting, sleeping, interacting with the owner, having enough energy to avoid hunger, sleeping enough to avoid sleepiness, and being happy and not feeling unwell. Based on the current progress, the next level up is 1 day away. Intimacy, 100%, this doll bears the owner's expectations and love. Born with the owner's gift, it returns love beyond expectation. Its life memories are linked to its owner, bearing all memories bestowed upon it by its owner. Mental level, 16 years old. Satisfaction/energy, 99%, very full of energy, mood, super happy. Cleanliness, 100%, fixed, innate ability to remain untainted. Sanity, 100, fixed, innate ability, never contaminated. Continuing down, you see the little fox's skills. Seeing the skills below, Suan was excited, his breathing quickening. This is it. Chapter 424. What an excellent skill panel. She possesses the ability to conceal her aura, and can transform into countless forms. With high attack and explosive power, she's a natural assassin. In addition, she possesses the abilities of pollution immunity, pollution removal, and pollution protection, making her quite formidable. Skill 1. Watch the Raccoon 72 transformations. Consumes a certain amount of energy to maintain the nine-tailed fox's different forms and transform. The fixed forms are doll form and anthropomorphic form. The random form consumes spiritual power to transform into various forms of flowers, birds, insects, and fish, with a certain amount of spiritual power consumed depending on the form. Fixed form, doll form. Doll form, height 10 centimeters, weight 123 g, strength 10 kilograms, super fast reaction speed, low energy consumption. Anthropomorphic form, height 155 centimeters, weight 43 kilograms, strength 1000 kilograms, super fast reaction speed, low energy consumption. Skill 2. The raccoon can become invisible. Using certain abilities, one can conceal one's aura, reduce their presence, and erase any trace of their existence. Combined with the first skill, it can achieve a vanishing state. Skill 3. Raccoon doll removes pollution. Consumes spiritual energy to summon a purification circle, removing pollution while also increasing a pollution shield. The effectiveness of the purification circle varies depending on the spiritual energy used, depending on the degree of pollution on the creature being treated. Note, this skill is powerful, as the nine-tailed fox is naturally immune to pollution. Skill 4. Raccoon dog's one-hit kill. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, it concentrates all of the nine-tailed fox's spiritual energy in a single strike, aiming to kill the enemy in one blow. Immensely powerful, with a cooldown of 3 to 6 hours. Skill 5. Explode to escape by severing tail. If the raccoon dog is seriously injured or its owner is injured, it will use its tail to sever and explode, attempting to escape. The current explosive damage from a broken tail is equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT. Weakened status at low energy does not affect attack power. Note, a lost tail is difficult to regenerate. In this state, the raccoon has a certain chance of becoming weak, disabled, losing a level, or dying. Disability can be repaired, but death cannot be revived. It is born with 5 very useful skills: transform, invisibility, attack, and heal. The last skill, in particular, has the power of 1,000 tons of explosives, formidable. Suan holds Little Rat. You can see her broom-like tail behind her. Now, in Suan's eyes, Little Rat isn't just 9 tails, but the resolute force of 9,000 tons of explosives. The little boy atomic bomb that once wiped out a city only had the equivalent of 15,000 tons of explosives. In other words, Little Rat is born with the power of half an atomic bomb. While this skill has significant side effects, it's truly powerful. Most importantly, Little Rat is only level 1. She could level up quickly, becoming stronger quickly. Leveling up. Going to level up with Xiaoli. Suan's mind was consumed by the thought of finding a platform to kill monsters and level up. Rubbing the little fox's head, Suan opened the public chat and asked someone about a platform to level up. Life went on. The pumpkin boat sailed across the boundless sea, following the system's room layout, and life returned to its normal routine. These boring, ordinary things were infused with a new vitality with the addition of a family member. Xiaoli was born last, but her mental age wasn't new. She was as mature as Xiaomo and could handle each doll well. The innocent, flawless sugar dolls were loved by everyone. She's nothing like the mischievous Huan Huan was when she was first born. If Huan Huan is a mischievous baby, a naughty little devil, then Xiaoli was born in the form of an angelic sister. Xiaoli usually prefers to live in her palm-sized nine-tailed fox form. She's always gone in the blink of an eye, but you can always find her somewhere in the house. Except when eating or cooking, she rarely uses her human form. In Xiaoli's words, fox form is small, so it's convenient to stay anywhere. Life is a mundane routine. Sleeping, eating, fishing for treasure chests, doing housework, reading, crafting, watching projections, and listening to music. This constitutes the daily routine of Suin and his dolls. From time to time, Suin checks the public screen to see if there's any news about suitable leveling platforms. Qingxu provided a lot of platform information, but unfortunately, none of them are on the third level. Entering a platform outside the map is difficult unless you have special items and skills. Suin is also collecting items that allow you to cross levels and access other platforms. Suin had no shortage of in-game currency. Selling top-tier protective shields had made her a fortune, but many rare treasures were hard to come by. The items needed to cross levels and enter the platform were extremely difficult to find, so she had to wait and see. She currently had 3 areas, but none of the exchanges had seen any similar items. Suin could only periodically post requests for these items. The giant rice plant on the 3rd floor grew larger and bloomed. The peas produced 1 or 2 peas every day. Lily said she loved peas so much that she could eat a whole one in a single meal, whether boiled or roasted. Time flew by in these leisurely and harmonious days. Xiaoli occasionally used the decontamination array and the pollution protection aura to resolve the quest box's troublesome inability to contain the cat flag's contamination. Although Xiaoli's low level and the cat flags being a divine artifact posed a significant power gap, she couldn't completely resolve the situation or completely eliminate the cat flag's contamination, but at least she had the situation under control. The home was free from the intrusion of pollution. Everyone was energetic every day. The only thing that disrupted their daily lives was the frequent appearance of the misty lake. Suin now regretted his previous visit to this platform. He hadn't dealt with the rotten mermaid, but instead provoked Ophelia, the crazy fish. Now he could only avoid it daily. Every time the misty lake appeared, he had to stop the boat and wait for the platform to disappear before daring to move forward. Little Pumpkin was an extremely skilled boat driver, like the previous incident in Yiming City where he ran amok and couldn't stop his car. After experiencing it once, he would never make the same mistake again. One day, Suin received a message from my phone. Because of the stranger's message, the 2 sentences were mixed together. How did you offend Miss Ophelia? She's been looking for you. Be careful. She sent many lost players to other platforms to search for you. Suin felt somewhat helpless upon seeing the message from my phone. However, these few words also conveyed a certain amount of information to Suin. It seemed that Ophelia had discovered that the highway route couldn't stop her, and suspected she had taken refuge at another platform. Suin replied, Sunshine Bear, thank you. Ding dong, the other party quickly replied with a flurry of messages. Chapter 425. Chu Beilafing, they don't seem to want to harm you. They even specifically told the lost players not to hurt you and to show you some respect. Perhaps because you're so beautiful, Ophelia wants to play with you. Chu Beilafing, it's best not to leave the platform for a while. The more famous platforms are full of people from the mist platform. Chu Beilafing, Ophelia is childish, acting like this when she sees a beautiful woman. She's a bit perverted. I suggest you stay away to avoid her, and wait for her to forget about you. Sunshine Bear, I'm looking for a platform to level up and improve my strength soon. Any ideas? Chu Beilafing, this. Chu Beilafing, how about trying the Monster Gate item? It can lure platform monsters onto the road. Chu Beilafing, ask Sai, she has a friend who's a dog owner who can borrow it. Suin was stunned when he saw Beifing's message. He has wealthy dog friend, that. Adjective. However, Suin still honestly sought out Iya and inquired about this Monster Gate. Iya didn't reply immediately. Seems a bit busy. Thinking of something, Suin turned on the TV and selected the Scorpion Phantom channel. The 291st Scorpion Warrior competition was in full swing. On the live broadcast, Ia and a petite girl were playing a doubles match. The judges gave enthusiastic comments. What a coincidence. Suin simply didn't turn off the TV and just watched. Master, can you help me comb my hair? Noticing that the master seemed to have finished his work and turned on the TV for entertainment, Huan came over and handed over a hair band and a wooden comb. She twisted her hair. Freshly washed and blow-dried, it was a bit long and a nuisance, but she couldn't cut it short. It was her lifeblood. I can help you, Huan. Xiaoli, the palm-sized fox, appeared from nowhere. With a light leap, it transformed into a humanoid form, complete with arms and legs, and half a head taller than Huan. Together, Suin, happy to have help, took Xiaoli with him to comb Huan's hair. Huan's pollution had been removed, but her hair hadn't shortened. As a ghost, the pollution had somewhat increased her strength. Now, her hair was thick and long, remarkably like a female ghost. In the meantime, Suin telekinetically moved a mirror over, illuminating them so that he and Xiaoli could comb Huan's hair more easily. This would prevent uneven braids. As he combed her hair, Suin glanced at his own face in the mirror. Compared to Huan's gorgeous and delicate beauty, and Xiaoli's pure and beautiful appearance, she wasn't pretty. To call her pretty was a bit of a compliment. Thinking of Bai Feng's misunderstanding that she was being sought throughout the Misty Lake platform by the platform owner because of her looks, Suin felt guilty. Could it be that he saw her inner beauty through her ordinary appearance? Never mind, it was more reasonable to believe that there was some conspiracy here. There must be a secret that she didn't know about. Misty Lake. Suin didn't want to go back in any way. Suin concentrated on braiding Huan's hair. Thinking about this period of hiding. She still had to become stronger, so she could directly overcome all of this. For now, she just had to stay hidden. Soon, the TV showed that they had won and advanced to the top 64. Sai replied. Seeing Sai's message, Suin handed the braid she had in her hand to Xiaoli, asking her to style Huan. Focused on replying to messages. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of people in the third level grew, from a few hundred to several thousand. The third level was bustling, and the public screen messages grew by the day. Often, a long post would appear in the blink of an eye. Perhaps gossip is human nature, and with more people, the public screen overflows with idle chatter. Apart from other topics, the topic of Sunshine Bear was a perennial favorite in the group. Many players encountered the agent sent by Misty Lake when leaving the platform. So, Sunshine Bear became known as a peerless beauty, captivating the Misty Lake platform owner, and rumors of her presence spread throughout the platform. Thus, Suin's ID not only earned her the title of first person to clear the second and third levels, but also the title of Blue Planet's most beautiful woman. No. Suin felt embarrassed every time she saw this kind of message. But she didn't bother to argue. It wasn't worth it to argue that she wasn't good-looking or that the platform owner had ulterior motives. Suin remained almost silent on the public screen for a long time. Suin and his group had been quite busy during this period. Besides stopping and pausing to avoid the Misty Lake on their pumpkin boat, they were also leveling up with Xiaoli. Through Sai, Suin met the dog tycoon collie Chiozei, as Bai Feng had mentioned. With Sai's guarantee, he rented the item Monster Gate for 1 gold coin per day. Item, Monster Gate, Epic. Note, depending on the user's skill level, this item consumes spiritual power to open a spatial gate, connect to the platform, and summon monsters. Monsters can reach levels 1 to 30. This item is very powerful, perfect for leveling up monsters. So far, in a week, the puppets have helped Xiaoli take turns fighting monsters, and Xiaoli's level has soared to level 8. He expects to reach level 10 in another 3 to 5 days, matching the main group's level. During this time, Little Pumpkin and Huan's experience bars were full, but they were stuck at level 10, unable to advance. Advancing from the mortal level to the spiritual level still requires a breakthrough. They felt their foundations were weak, so they didn't rush into the attempt. Today was a beautiful day, with much less rain. The violent storm had given way to a light drizzle, a sign of long-awaited good weather. Huan and Xiaoli were fighting monsters in front of the game console. Xiaoma was diligently fishing for treasure chests. Swan relaxed on a lounge chair on the terrace, breathing in the fresh air. Even though the air outside was damp and humid, Swan sometimes wanted to get outside and enjoy the breeze. Swan gazed at the gray sky and lamented that it had been so long since he had seen the sun. During this time, Little Pumpkin's pumpkin boat had been fine-tuned. With so many adjustments, everything had become more livable. For example, the difficulty turning around and the drizzling rain that had plagued it since its initial transformation had completely disappeared. At this moment, the pumpkin cart, from its original round, unrecognizable shape, had transformed into a boat. Slender, resembling a small boat. The pumpkin house, located in the center back, resembles a miniature 3-story fortress. The top floor features a transparent glass roof, housing plants. The front of the boat is a large deck and yard, while the back is a terrace with a long eaves. The entire pumpkin boat is surrounded by 2 layers of protective shields. The outermost layer is crystal ripple, which blocks rain. The innermost layer is ice and snow pumpkin shield, which blocks snow and regulates the temperature. The 2 layers of defense. The outer layer has a value of 1 million, and the inner layer has a value of 88,000, provide Suen with a full sense of security. Suddenly, a message appeared on Suen's public screen. Group chat. Look at my big fish. Big, 3/3. Broken mirror at Sunny Bear. Sunny, she has been kidnapped. Chapter 426. Broken mirror, picture. Seeing this picture, Suen knew why Broken Mirror contacted him immediately. The picture was taken by the system. The picture was a paper version of the picture. She was hung up. The mermaid Lorelei was threatening with a knife, and the blue star text Sunshine Bear, if you don't come to rescue us, we will kill you. This is hard to judge. Suen thought he had no friends and didn't understand why the Misty Lake people thought of kidnapping she to threaten her. Could it be that she herself had said something about her relationship with her? Suen had no idea what was going on. When the number of people on the public screen gradually increased, Suen, Broken Mirror, and she formed a small group where they would chat whenever they had nothing to do. They seemed close, but in reality, they were very distant. Their conversations were not specific, mostly about fishing trips, and occasionally sharing information. They were strangers online, who occasionally relaxed in the group. The mermaid, thinking a stranger online could threaten her, was ridiculous. Broken Mirror, although she is a good girl, I suggest you stay out of this matter. Broken Mirror, on the road to apocalypse, everyone has their own destiny. Death is just the destination we all must reach. Trust she's strength. If she can't survive, that's her fate. Sunny Bear, I know, I'm not that kind. Thanks for letting me know. Suen replied to the message and simply brushed the matter off. Although she had a certain fondness for she, it was only a small one. She wouldn't drag the dolls into danger just because of that. Suen believed that with she's intelligence, eloquence, and affability, she could survive. Unable to survive, she was killed by the mermaid. That was her bad luck. 2 days later, Suen received a letter. It was a typical rainy day. Xiaoli was leveling up on the game console, while Suen and Xiaoyu were fishing. The fish were still not biting. On the waterway, they encountered the Misty Lake. Accustomed to this situation, Suen and Xiao Mo promptly put away their fishing rods. When the pumpkin boat saw the platform, it immediately stopped, remaining calm and waiting for the haunting platform to disappear. This time, the Misty Lake platform was almost right next to the pumpkin boat, as if you could reach out and touch the outer protective shield. Through the thin mist, you could almost see the people moving around in the city. Suddenly, a male mermaid with silver hair and a handsome face appeared from the lake. It was Luolan. He threw a package straight onto the pumpkin boat. Normally, this kind of attack-like skill would be blocked by a protective shield, but this wasn't an attack, just some thrown items. The package opened, revealing a pile of gold coins. The gold coins contained a letter. The Misty Lake dissipated. Suen approached and examined the package. Opening the letter, he saw an image similar to the one with the shattered mirror, with a magical light screen image beside it. Dangling from the magic light screen was a human player, Shi. The mermaid, Lorelei, threatened with a knife. Ophelia, standing in the front, said, "Miss Sunshine, this must be your friend. She's so charming. Why don't you come and see me? I collect all the players you like. Your family, your friends, everything you desire, I help you get it. Come, be with me. I really like you. I really like you. Can't you feel it?" Miss Ophelia's words were full of madness. Her words were so cheesy, they were utterly cheesy, and there was no trace of love in her eyes. It was just a feeling of waiting, like staring at prey. Suen noticed something. How Shuri was captured. Because Shuri was the player who bought her auction shield. So that's how it was. Miramar items aren't easy to take. It was the top-tier shield that caused the unforeseen disaster. Suen's heart sank. Ophelia, in the magical scene, continued, "Dear Sister Sunshine, I can't wait for you to come. If you don't come, I'd be guilty if I accidentally killed your best friend and caused you grief." Ophelia spoke gently, while behind her, Lorelei was making advances towards Miss Shuri. "What the hell, you perverted mermaids? What are you doing? Treating Shuri like this? Women shouldn't treat women like this. The magic image faded, then repeated. Suin was distraught. She slammed the envelope shut. Standing on the deck of the pumpkin boat, Suin stared at the sky. The shield blocked the rain, but it couldn't dispel the chill and dampness it brought. These things were eating away at him. Suin was deeply irritated. If Shuri had accidentally revealed her connection to him, he wouldn't have cared. But she was suffering because of him. Everyone. Suin called all the puppets together. Her hand trembled as she gripped the envelope, and she looked at Xiaoli with a guilty look. I focus on killing monsters to help Xiaoli level up. I help her reach level 10 today. Nanling, Wanwan, prepare to break through the spiritual stage tomorrow. Next, the group began to kill monsters. Monster Gate as spiritual energy was input, a continuous dimensional space opened up, spawning monsters. It wasn't just the game console. Everyone rushed forward. Wanwan transformed into Dawan, and the stage was set up. Xiaoli relied on his basic strength to continuously tap on the game console. The little pumpkin shield protected him, and the bear's cherry blossom dance took off. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and Suin received another letter. It was the same letter, wrapped in some gold coins. The letter contained similar content. Misty Lake, how many of these letters had they received? Although it was clearly a windfall, Suin was not happy at all. She checked the system public screen. At this moment, the entire third-level public screen was flooded with similar letters. Morning Moss Tea, a letter wrapped in a dozen gold coins. How much love does the mermaid have? Morning Moss Tea. Oh my god, Sister Sunshine is so charming, worthy of being called Sunshine. You're a great woman among women, a strong human among humans, a strong among the strong. You're handsome and majestic, and you have an extraordinary temperament. Your presence always brings warmth. You're the cold civilization upgrade guide. Miss Rounded Morning Light, where did you copy and paste this from? So exciting. Morning Moss Tea, I wrote this myself. I was in the same zone as Sister Sunshine right from the first level, and I've been following her all the way through. I'm used to praising her, so it's just a given. User 31868130. The above user is so lucky. I always heard that Sunshine was lucky enough to be in the same zone as me until the third level. I earned 17 gold coins. And it turns out Sister She is Sister She. Oh, I don't know whether to feel sorry for Sister She or Sister Sunshine. Rich and noble. This money came so easily, dozens of gold coins for free. I received 3 copies, and they all have similar content. Ah Yin, will Shuri be in danger? Relax and be back soon. What danger? Look at the recent letter. The mermaids are definitely just threatening, not killing. When Long from Rotuma, I've been to Misty Lake before. It's a tourist attraction. There's almost no danger to your life. Unless you attack an NPC, there's no danger of death. Jinan, I know Misty Lake. It's a den of extravagance and debauchery. Spending money is easier than making it. Giving money away for free is completely counterintuitive. Shi Luo, it's fun. Fu Xiao, yes, if you don't want to be played there, you have to be strong. Chapter 427. Suin turned his gaze away from the public screen and focused on killing monsters. The sound of the guqin rippled, and circles of light blades flew like the wind. Killing monsters earned experience. The Monster Gate summoned a flock of bird monsters. Fighting them was a real test of one's accuracy. When the sky darkened and night fell, everyone worked hard all day to kill monsters, successfully advancing Xiaoli to level 10. After defeating this batch of monsters, Suin did not activate the Monster Gate item in his hand again to summon the next batch of monsters. Let's take a break, Suin said. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rested. The bear lay on the deck. Sakura Wu needed its energy, but it was now exhausted. Wanwan, having grown from a large one to a small one, had a hoarse voice. After a day of singing, even Wanwan, a ghost of the show, was tired. Xiaoli waved his arms, which were about to become like unicorn arms, and stretched them behind him. I'm so hungry. I'm starving, said the bear. Gurgle. Wanwan's stomach growled too. So she shouted, Master, I'm hungry too. I go cook, said the little pumpkin. I make something delicious, replied the little fox immediately. No need. You guys take a break too, Suin said, letting everyone rest. Suin's mind could connect to the alternate dimensions of each doll. She connected to the little pumpkin storage and brought out an outdoor stove, placing it on the deck. Added charcoal and fuel. Suin's mind spread, telekinesis connecting to the interior of the pumpkin cart. She found the refrigerator and took out a lot of food, including the steamed buns that had been stored in the freezer. The buns were pre-made dishes made by Little Pumpkin and had been sitting around for days. The refrigerator's excellent freshness kept them fresh. Soon, the fire in the stove lit up. Sue had added a wire mesh to the stove and placed the buns on top. He brushed each bun with a thin layer of oil to facilitate heating over the charcoal. Besides grilling the buns, Sue used telekinesis to cut some meat and placed large slices on the grill. Wan leaned forward and said hoarsely, "It smells so good. It be ready soon. You guys take a break and let me grill it," Sue said. Come on, and Bauer. My arms are full of strength now." Shaoli came forward, flexing her biceps to show off. Everyone was tired and hungry, but they were indescribably happy. The dolls were exhausted, crouching, lying, or sitting around the stove. The deck was clean. Ever since the top-level protective shield had been installed, rain no longer fell on Little Pumpkin's boat, making it comfortable for everyone to sit on. The rain outside continued unabated, while a gentle breeze blew from within the shield. The aroma of the food gradually diffused as it heated. Sue distributed the baked buns to everyone, each taking one to fill their stomachs. Little Bear and Wan were starving and ate them quickly. Eat slowly, eat slowly. There will be more later," Sue said. Sue was afraid everyone would choke if they ate too quickly, so he pulled some drinks from the storage compartment and handed them mineral water. "Delicious," Little Lee exclaimed happily, as he bit into a bun. These little pumpkins had a refrigerator full of buns, and after eating too many, everyone just ignored them. Everyone was scrambling for the pre-baked buns, which were baking in the oven. The surroundings, the weather, and the atmosphere had greatly dampened everyone's appetite. Even the grilled meat on the oven wasn't as popular as the buns. The meal lasted until after 8 o'clock in the evening. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Sue led everyone to a shower. After washing, the sweat and the smoky smell of barbecue washed away. Sue had everyone change into their home clothes and rest for a while. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Little Pumpkin and Wan approached Sue, holding his hands on either side. "Master, we're ready." Sue knew what they meant, but still asked, "Are you sure you want to start now?" "Ready." Yes. Sue wanted to help his two dolls upgrade to the spirit rank as quickly as possible. They had been stuck there for a few days, but since they saw that their master could advance without having to level up, they decided to pause and accumulate some experience. Not to mention, pausing to fight monsters together would allow the little raccoons to gain more experience. Sue took out his current reserve of promotion stones and handed them to the two. Spiritual level promotion stone, gold, *1, spiritual level promotion stone, wood, *1. These were originally in stock. Spiritual level promotion stone, water, *2, spiritual level promotion stone, earth, 1, spiritual level promotion stone, fire, 3. These were acquired a few days ago in exchange for top-level protective shields. Many of these were provided by Sheree. Pick one. Do you think there's a suitable attribute promotion stone? Sue asked. Practice makes perfect. After experiencing Little Bear and his own promotion, Sue was quite familiar with the entire process. Lily transformed into a palm-sized fox. Standing atop the sofa, he watched the two dolls' choices with some excitement, feeling a surge of envy. Great. He's advancing, but he's also advancing quickly. Come on, he's also advancing quickly. Little Pumpkin looked around, picked up the promotion stones one by one, and felt them one by one, finally grabbing the wood elemental spiritual level promotion stone. I think this one is more approachable. It contains power I can absorb, said Little Pumpkin. Wan looked left and right, then finally, she grabbed the spiritual level advancement stone, fire, in her left hand, and the spiritual level advancement stone, earth, in her right hand, then said to Sue, Master, I want both of these, is that okay? Sue was a little surprised that Wan took both, but nodded in agreement. She trusted Wan's choice. When she advanced, there was no big noise, but when Xiamo advanced, there was a lot of noise. To be safe, Sue led the dolls out of the room and onto the deck. Sue took out a pile of spirit source stones and placed them around the two dolls, surrounding them. Then he sat cross-legged, guarding the two dolls. Little Pumpkin and Wan glanced at each other and nodded. Then, they each closed their eyes, grasped the advancement stones, and began to sense the elemental power within them, their body's energy gradually transforming into spiritual power. Ding dong ding dong. Chapter 428. Ding dong. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear's puppet, Su Nanling. She has absorbed the spirit level advancement stone, wood, and is now advancing to level 10. She will reach level 11 after upgrading. Ding dong. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear's puppet, Su Chiming. She has absorbed the Spirit Level Advancement Stone, Earth, and the Spirit Level Advancement Stone, Fire. She has now advanced to level 10, and will reach level 11 after upgrading. 2 system messages popped up in front of Suin. Then she saw. A gust of wind took off, and a vortex appeared centered around the 2 puppets. At that moment, the rain in the sky seemed to be affected by this vortex. Over the entire pumpkin boat, the clouds gradually cleared, revealing a bright moonlight shining on the boat. Little Pumpkin, holding the Wood Spirit Level Advancement Stone, gradually warmed up, and a pale green light emanated from her. On the other side, Huan was completely different. Fire glowed, earth burned, and the fire made the earth smoke. This smoke, blending with Huan's ghostly aura, became even darker. Suin realized it was dark energy. It turns out that fire and earth combined to generate dark energy. Huan needed to comprehend dark energy to advance to the next spiritual level. The spirit source stones around the doll were absorbed bit by bit, then dissipated in large quantities. Suin kept a close eye on them, adding more whenever the spirit source stones ran low. The family's reserves had dwindled from a mountain to a small one. Bear had leveled up in the hot springs. His own leveling came with experience points and priceless tobacco leaves. Huan and Little Pumpkin would use spirit source stones to replenish their energy. Just in case, Suin urgently purchased a batch of spirit source stones from the system mall at a high price to stabilize his inventory. As the levels rose, spirit source stones became increasingly insufficient. An hour later, the glow from the 2 dolls faded, and their absorption of the spirit source stone slowed, but there was no sign of a successful upgrade. Suin, his mind connected with the dolls, sensed that their spiritual energy was depleted, but only just a fraction short. Suin pondered for a moment, then pulled out a leaf cigarette worth 1,000 gold coins from his treasured storage. Smoke swirled. The glow from the 2 dolls reignited. They began to absorb spiritual energy furiously. Then everything came to a sudden halt. Clouds gathered in the sky. The rain continued, and the moon, hidden behind the clouds, lost its brilliance. The only light in the entire space was the glow from the small pumpkin's outdoor floodlight. A system notification appeared before Suin. Ding dong, the doll Su Nanling has successfully upgraded. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear's doll Su Nanling for reaching the first spiritual level. Your doll's current level has surpassed 99.99% of players, becoming a pumpkin with a wood spirit. Please explore the upgrade path beyond the spiritual level. Ding dong, Su Chiming's puppet has been successfully upgraded. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear's puppet Su Chiming for reaching the first level of spiritual qualities. Your puppet's current level has surpassed 99.99% of players, becoming a dark spirit ghost. Please explore the upgrade path beyond the spiritual qualities. A long series of system notifications delighted Suin. This meant both puppets had successfully advanced. Suin waited with joy for the puppets to wake up. The first words they uttered upon waking were, "Hungry. So hungry, so hungry." Little Pumpkin and Huan jumped up energetically, shouting their hunger. "I'm craving meat. I want meatballs. I want spicy vegetables. How about hot pot?" Little Pumpkin and Huan, like gluttons, discussed a multitude of delicious dishes before settling on hot pot. After deciding on their favorite dishes, they noticed the entire family was waiting to celebrate their advancement. Both scratched their heads sheepishly and smiled. "Congratulations on advancing," Suin said with a smile. "Congratulations." Little Bear clapped enthusiastically. Little Fox followed suit, wagging its tail like a small palm leaf fan. The atmosphere became lively. Even at night, no one bothered to bother, and the outdoor pot was set up again. Little Pumpkin brought a whole cow from the warehouse, and had Little Bear work overtime, slicing it with the Sakura dance, creating plates of beef slices. Little Huan went to the 3rd floor to pick and wash the vegetables. Little Pumpkin wielded a metal spoon, chopped the ingredients, and then prepared the hot pot base by searing the meat. The aroma of frying onions, ginger, garlic, and various chilies in hot oil suddenly surged up. Suin's nose twitched, and he rubbed it, sneezing. "Master, step back," Little Pumpkin said. Suin nodded and took 2 steps back. Blinking, the hot pot smelled incredibly strong. It was past 11 p.m., and tonight, we were all having hot pot together. The work was done, everything went according to plan, and now everyone could enjoy themselves. It was past 2 in the morning, and amidst the lively hot pot, Suin happily drank a bottle of fruit wine and drifted off to sleep. Xiao Mo said goodbye to everyone and carried Suin to bed. It wasn't until after 4 in the morning that the hot pot was truly finished. Perhaps due to some of the tobacco, Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Little Bear and Little Fox had long since fallen asleep, leaving Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan alone, happy and content. This was the scene Suen saw upon waking. On the second floor, Little Bear and Little Fox were sleeping soundly. Going downstairs, in the living room, were the dolls, sound asleep. Huan Huan and Little Pumpkin were sprawled out in a slumber. Luckily, he remembered to cover their bellies with a blanket before falling asleep. Suen thought for a moment, then squatted down, wrapped them in a blanket, and carried them to the bed on the second floor. Opening the door, the faint smell of hot pot still lingered outside. But everything had been cleaned thoroughly. Aside from the lingering smell of hot pot, the entire deck of the pumpkin boat was clean and fresh. Suen glanced at the time. It was a little after 10 a.m., the time when treasure chests began to spawn. Suen didn't bother waking any of the dolls. He quietly took out his empty fishing rod, sat on the deck, and began fishing. Having eaten a bit too much last night, Suen wasn't hungry now. She took out a bottle of water and sipped it while fishing, feeling quite relaxed. She had been incredibly lucky today. Just 5 minutes after casting her line, she pulled up a treasure chest. The treasure chest monster wasn't very powerful, but its attacks were sudden. As it leaped out of the water, it opened its mouth and bit. Suen used telekinesis to smash the treasure chest monster in two. The treasure chest shattered, revealing 2 mechanical parts, a blueprint, and a piece of coal. Suen picked up the blueprint. It was a piece of furniture, a standard-grade long shoe cabinet. She had plenty of such blueprints at home. She listed it on the exchange, sold it, and continued fishing for treasure chests. Ding dong. A message came through, and Suen checked the public screen. It was from by phone. Go to by live phone. Can you contact CE? She's missing. Chapter 429. Suen wondered, was Sai competing on the Scorpion Tribe platform? Could something have happened? Thinking this way, she lost the mood to fish. She reeled in her hook and line, then stored her rod in her space. Suen entered the pumpkin house and turned on the TV in the living room, tuning into Scorpion Phantom. Looking around, she noticed that Sai's 2-person team had disappeared. The camera couldn't see Sai or his teammates. After a moment's thought, she said to by phone, I last contacted Sai 3 days ago. All I know is that Sai has been teaming up with a female player who can manipulate metal and competing on the Scorpion Tribe platform. By live phone, thank you, Sister Sunshine. It looks like she's with Shishio. I go ask Shishio. Suen replied. Then she looked up at the TV program. Everything seemed normal on Scorpion Phantom. The absence of one of the 32 teams didn't seem like a big deal. Someone else has gone missing. Could it also be the work of the Miss Soul Fish? But Suen quickly realized that the mermaids had no reason to kidnap Sai. He and Sai hadn't been in contact for a long time, so she wouldn't be implicated. She was captured because she bought a top-tier protective shield from her. It was bad luck for her. Sai's kidnapping was completely illogical. Suen flipped through his top-tier protective shields. One was bought by she, and the other by Anonymous. Anonymous couldn't possibly be Sai. With her personality, she wouldn't buy a shield anonymously if she had the opportunity to show off her presence. By the time the dolls woke up, Suen had already prepared a meal. It was brunch. Spicy braised pork, paired with rice, made a simple rice bowl. Sister Inen, are we going to continue leveling up Xiaoli today? Xiong asked after finishing his meal. Here's the preliminary plan. Suen said. Great, let's keep leveling up. Xiaoli said excitedly. Suen looked at the happy Xiaoli, but couldn't help but feel a little heavy. All this hard work was to give her more self-defense at the Misty Lake platform. Although, facing those super spiritual creatures, the spirit and mortal levels felt about the same. No one discussed this heavy topic, everyone focused on the present. It was another day of monster hunting, using the monster gate item until it burned. In the evening, while killing monsters, Suen and her group came across another package being thrown out of the Misty Lake platform. Opening it, besides some gold coins, the video on the letter featured characters Suen hadn't imagined. Iya and her teammate, who seemed to be named Shishio. Mermaids are crazy. Catching people who don't want to do anything. Wait, mermaids are really crazy. Suen was speechless as he read the letter. Ophelia chatted away. I invite all of Sister Sunshine's family and friends here. Oh, Suen replied. She closed the letter with a click. That mermaid has gone too far. One squatted down and began to draw a circle in her hand to curse. The level gap was too great, and the curse failed. This is the villain who's been bullying and Bao. Humph, I blow them all up when I get stronger. Xiaoli said, turning his grief and anger into motivation. Shoutly pounded on the game console until it was deafening. Master, that little one's been captured. Should we do anything? I suggest you don't interfere. Little Pumpkin leaned forward and asked. If Ophelia really loved me as much as she said, she wouldn't kill anyone, Suan said. Suan hugged everyone and said, don't be impulsive. As long as you're okay, I'm okay. A tender moment. Suddenly, a huge wave struck. The entire pumpkin boat was tossed and thrown, swept up by the waves. 1 second, Suan and the others were on the deck, reading letters and chatting. The next, Suan and the others were sliding on the deck, about to fall overboard. The little bear fishing beside the boat suddenly grew larger, using its body as a railing to catch Suan and the others. Everyone, are you okay? The enlarged bear was very heavy, huge, and strong. It used its strength to cling half of its body to the pumpkin boat, saving everyone from falling off the deck and into the sea. It's okay. Thank goodness Big Bear is here, Wan said. Yes, Bear, you showed up just in time, Little Pumpkin said. Wow, what's that? Little Fox suddenly transformed into a young woman, nimbly standing up and pointing at the culprit causing the huge waves in the distance, exclaiming in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of Little Fox's finger. It was a gigantic tentacle. Damn, that evil giant octopus. Little Pumpkin blurted out. This thing looked so familiar, there was no way Little Pumpkin could forget its aura and shape. This was the creature that had been tumbling and fleeing for 24 hours straight. The spawn of the evil god. Suan supported the bear and struggled to her feet. Her brow furrowed as she watched the giant creature tumbling in the distance, driving huge waves on the sea. Logically, this monster shouldn't have appeared. She immediately thought of something and took out the monster gate, stopping using it. Could it be that this epic item had attracted this thing? They couldn't defeat this monster. Simply put, they couldn't even break its defense. It was truly a double whammy. The merman's targeting hadn't been resolved yet, and now this scion of the evil god had appeared. Nanling, take off quickly. Suan acted decisively. The sea was already very deep, and in this monster's home turf, they would definitely not have a good outcome. Got it. With a click, a spiritual light emanated from the pumpkin hull, and the entire pumpkin carriage began to transform. Suan and his group returned from the deck to the interior cab of the pumpkin carriage. The pumpkin hull transformed into a pumpkin airship, rapidly rising from its original position. Erichi scratched its head with several tentacles. One moment, it was chatting with Xiaomei in the deep sea, sharing its experiences, and the next moment, it was in the shallow waters of such a small map. It was incomprehensible. Did the mechanicals assign it some kind of work? The few star coins it earned last time were truly meager. This seemingly grand undertaking for the mechanicals turned out to be a dead end. It spent it all on 2 pieces of clothing for Xiaomei, and by comparison, it wasn't even as expensive as the sensible drink Xiaomei treated it to. Poor Chi-Chi is living off Mimi again. This is another opportunity to earn some extra cash, and Erichi is a bit excited. Looking around, still no system task panel appeared. Erichi extended his mental thread to poke the system, actively initiating communication. Ding dong, don't poke me. Oh my god, this isn't some interstellar evil tentacle monster. Don't touch me. Or I sue you for hooliganism. Aren't you the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System? What? You don't recognize me? I used to work for you. Anyway, you're the one who brought me here unexpectedly. Tell me what you want, and just pay me, or I sue you for trafficking interstellar residents. Wait, everyone. I'm the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System, but I'm a temporary replacement. I'm #162 sister, #163. My brother's been working 18 jobs at the All Heavens and All World System Service Center to earn star coins to pay off his mortgage. I don't know about your dealings with my brother. Don't do anything. Your presence has nothing to do with me. Chapter 430. Erichi didn't know the mechanical tribe's incomprehensible numbering. Erichi only knew that this 163 had to be brought here, and it had to be paid. It also wanted to earn money to treat Xiaomei to a smart drink. Coincidentally, this system was very weak and looked easy to bully. So, it started a fight with the system, actively attacking it with its mental threads. In the mental world, the 2 creatures fought fiercely. When the pumpkin carriage rose to a safe height, Suan felt relieved. Looking down through the window, the monster didn't seem to attack them. This relief made Suan's mind wander. She seemed to hear and see many things she couldn't understand. It seemed that the monster below was arguing with the system. In the mental world, the 2 were fighting. Suspectedly, one wanted to work and the other didn't. Also, It turned out that this system was truly different from the previous one. It was two systems. It calls itself sister. So do systems have genders? Sue-An gained a certain understanding from this. She carefully discerned the turbulence in her spiritual sea, gathering key information. Higher, star coins, thugs, work. The two argued, and everyone else was focused on this. Perhaps she could profit from this information. This invulnerable, invincible interstellar creature, the evil giant octopus. If she gave this volatile giant octopus a job, could it be used for her own benefit? Sue-An opened the public screen and found the Wanjia live broadcasting system to check her personal points. If 1 point equaled 1 star coin, she would have money. But if the money hadn't been approved, it would be nothing unless she withdrew it. Sue-An blinked. This system, calling itself her younger sister, seemed easy to communicate with. Perhaps she could use some time. The thought intensified her enthusiasm. The annoying system was gone, and a more lively one was here. Add to that a group of people who wanted money and work. Isn't this a ready-made bodyguard? She was currently short on combat power. Misty Lake had repeatedly threatened and bribed her, and she had to deal with it as soon as possible. Having a ready-made chaos octopus would enhance her sense of security. As for the lost live broadcast points, it didn't matter. If she didn't make it to the final stage, those points would only buy useless live broadcast promotional items and couldn't be cashed out. Converting them into higher combat power was a very cost-effective option. She acted immediately upon thinking of it. As the two men engaged in a fierce fight, Sue-An attempted to intervene. She used her mind to convey her meaning. Stop arguing for now. Can I work with you to your mutual satisfaction? Mental communication surpasses verbal and written expression. Sue-An's intention was simply conveyed through a thought, and both understood. Sue-An first communicated with the system, requesting its help in exchanging livestream points for star coins to hire the giant octopus. This would provide compensation for the giant octopus's work. Sue-An, through her perception, knew that this temporary replacement system, claiming to be her younger sister, was covering for her brother for free, without a single star coin. This action would resolve their immediate need. With Sue-An's intervention, the two quickly stopped arguing, and both appreciated the benefits Sue-An offered. At first, system #163 was startled. It was baffled. How could a player possibly intrude into this mental chat? This perception was only possible with a mental value of 300 points, a level above super spirit, or even nearing demigodhood. The evil gods' tentacle monsters could do this because of their racial innate abilities. This player from a lower civilization actually managed this. This was incredible. But the shock was fleeting. It quickly identified this player, and retrieved their basic information, revealing that she possessed a terrifying mental talent. Even though she had just reached the spirit rank, her mental value had reached 312 points, a terrifyingly high level. One would have thought she was a demigod. However, her own strength was weak, and her high mental value was merely an additional mental reserve, unable to accomplish anything else. After further observation, the system felt a favorable impression of this player. Based on preconceived notions, it considered this human beautiful. Even the mermaids, the famously face-obsessed creatures in Interstellar, found her beautiful and were captivated by her. This must be a truly captivating beauty. The system hesitated. Specifically, using players' points to represent star coins before they completed a level is illegal. After all, upon their death, these points will all belong to the official system. However, special cases can be handled. The system can utilize certain permissions to resolve the situation, as long as it's supplemented later. Crucially, this would resolve the tentacle monster harassment it's currently facing. Should I agree? Should I utilize the system's own permissions? However, Swan's subsequent message left the hesitant system to make the decision. Smimisai, I'm sorry. My brother probably wouldn't mind his sister's illegal actions. The incident had nothing to do with her. She was just a temporary ruler, right? Sorry, brother, I have to give you a hard time for now. As your closest sister, you won't be angry, will you? What can a free temporary worker do in this situation? She's just a weak, helpless new system, hee. Next, let brother see what it means to be cheap but not good. The thought of making a profit from this gave the system immense motivation. A ready-made opportunity to earn star coins. Here I come. After a spiritual communication, Sue-An, the big octopus, and the system reached an agreement. Sue-An hired the big octopus for 3 days, for 3 million points. The system took a 20% commission as an intermediary fee, which covered the risk of withdrawals, translation between the two, and the provision of contract props. Sue-An's live stream points were quickly deducted. Then, a contract appeared. The system was very reliable, producing 3 copies of the standard document. One in Blue Star language, one in Nyatosha language, and one in Interstellar Common. Suen flipped through the documents and noticed the system was indeed fair. This employment contract didn't allow for any divine power pitfalls. Then he left a mark of his own. 3 million points, 55 withdrawals equals 1.5 million, minus the system's 300,000 commission, for a total of 1.2 million. In exchange for 3 days of employment. 1.2 million for 3 days, for 100,000 a day, or 16,000 an hour. Erichi, his mind clear, was delighted with this high-paying job, his eyes ablaze with star coins. Before he arrived, Xiaomei had treated him to a drink, and it could calculate the current price accurately, preventing him from being tricked into working cheaply by the previous system's one-drink deal. It seemed like the profits were high, but they were all pie in the sky, impossible to even get. This time, it was a stable base salary, a reassuring peace of mind. Great, great! His main and secondary brains were soon overjoyed. They extended their tentacles, touched the contract, and left a mental imprint. Erichi thought gleefully. With this money, it was enough to buy Xiaomei 2 more dresses and treat her to a few bottles of rational drinks. A few minutes later, a new mental connection appeared in his mind. Because Suen and the dolls were mentally connected, the dolls also felt this special mental fluctuation. It was similar to a new doll, but far less intimate. Master, what is this? Chapter 431. Little Pumpkin asked curiously. Huan also came over and looked at Suen. Little Fox jumped up and down, searching for similar auras around him. Xiong looked at the thrashing octopus monster below thoughtfully and nodded seriously. Suen explained to everyone the transaction he had just made with the system and the details of hiring the evil giant octopus below. For Suen, this was truly a great helper sent from heaven. For the price of only 3 black balls, he could solve his current troubles. What a blessing! Everyone was delighted after hearing Suen explanation. The pumpkin carriage slowly descended, landing on the water. Suen opened the window and used his mind to contact the giant octopus, asking if it could shrink a little. And so, the mountain-sized octopus in the distance kept shrinking. Finally, it became the size of a fat cat weighing over 10 pounds, and its countless tentacles shrank to 8. The cat-sized octopus fluttered upwards, startling Little Pumpkin. However, as Suen explained, everyone tried to treat this temporary teammate peacefully, and Little Pumpkin tried to calm himself. Then he slowly released the protective shield, letting it in. Suen saw the octopus pass through the shield, and people jumped out of the window, and came to greet it on the deck. Up close, the shrunken giant octopus didn't look very attractive. Its large head, multiple tentacles, flabby body, and protruding black eyeballs were truly embarrassing to Blue Star's aesthetic standards. However, due to the employment contract, the two of them had a temporary contractual mental link. This mental link made it more pleasing to Suen, and even thought its ugly appearance was a little cute. It passed directly through the shield and entered the pumpkin ship. After boarding the ship, he raised his tentacles to greet them. My name is Erichi, you can call me Shuchi. The octopus extended its tentacles, vibrating the air with its mind, producing a sound, which the system translated simultaneously. Welcome, Xiaoqi, to join us. Happy working together, Suen said with a smile. The octopus waved its tentacles, expressing its immense joy. Happy working together, beautiful alien girl. You are truly a kind person, better than the previous system. The system translated simultaneously, emphasizing the last 2 words, to indicate that it wasn't referring to him. As for scolding his brother, he could do it. After all, it didn't cost him any star coins to hire him, so what was wrong with a few scoldings? Suen listened to the octopus. Cricket system in person. He felt brave. It seemed that this fellow's interstellar racial status was no less than that of the mechanical race. Suen felt that he had grasped another important piece of information. The octopus raised its tentacles, using its mental power to signal a friendly handshake. It politely shook Suen's hand with its 8 tentacles, shaking hands with almost every doll. Suen felt the tentacles in his hands, cool and soft. As Xiaoli grasped the octopus's tentacles, a chill ran through her body. Then, with a whoosh, she couldn't help but cast a decontamination spell. The pure and clean Xiaoli couldn't stand the sight of so much pollution. A few minutes later, the ugly, black octopus was completely transformed. Its blue-purple skin was crystal clear, resembling a sea of stars. The translucent, jelly-like skin shimmered with tiny specks of light. Instantly, it transformed from a clown to a celestial being. So beautiful! Suen couldn't help but exclaim. Nature is truly marvelous. One moment, it was a pitch-black, disgustingly ugly octopus, and the next, it transformed into a crystal-clear octopus in the galaxy of stars. Erichi was astonished to notice its revitalized body. How could it ever be so beautiful after consuming polluted food for so long? Ah! It happily jumped on the spot, making excited sounds similar to a dog's bark. The system didn't need a translator. Everyone could sense its attitude. So happy. This collaboration was a win-win for all three parties. System Sister earned the extra money it had been looking for, its first extra income since birth. Erichi got the job it had been looking for, and even had a nice bath. Swan had secured a powerful thug. Since they had only been hired for 2 days, Swan was eager to leave immediately. But common sense told Swan that some preparations were still necessary before departure, especially with the new team member, Shichi, to ensure proper communication and coordination. At the very least, he needed to understand its skills and explain the situation to it before setting off. It was almost late. Suen planned to take the octopus out for a meal first, then chat, and get to know each other before taking action. For convenience, Suen directly used a mental link to invite everyone into a group chat for a telepathic chat. Among them, Suen knew that this octopus race came from a branch of a level 6 interstellar civilization. As a descendant of the evil god, it was a second-generation god with extraordinary talent. As for its ancestor, that couldn't be discussed. It had consumed too much pollution and carried a lot of it with it, and revealing it could be harmful. It used to live in the misty deep sea of the chaotic universe. The trial field controlled by the system was also in the chaotic universe. As a result, it was considered a neighbor of the mechanical race. Their species is accustomed to living in isolation. Its only friends are Xiaomei and Xiushui, and the three octopuses all live in the ocean of the same planet. They are a relatively complex species, possessing 9 brains. They are usually in a state of confusion, but occasionally they can consume a sanity drink to stay awake. Before being summoned here by the system, it was dining with Xiaomei. To prepare for a polluted meal, Xiaomei asked it to finish a bottle of sanity drink. This was its most intelligent moment. After this, Suen produced several bottles of decontamination potions. "Will this sanity drink help you?" Suen asked. "Oh, Miss Sunshine, you have so many sanity drinks," the octopus exclaimed in surprise. Excited, it even spoke its tribe's language. The sound it made after its new skin was adorable. It then explained that it was an omnivore, eating anything and everything, not picky, including polluted creatures and toxins. It also had thick skin and flesh, and was venomous. But don't worry about the handshake just now. It's only its blood and body fluids that are poisonous. The tentacles were just dried with spiritual energy. As long as you don't lick your hands, they're definitely not poisonous. It's very rational and won't hurt the boss. After hearing this, Suen broke out in a cold sweat. Suen and the puppets immediately washed their hands and disinfected them. Chapter 432. Next, Suen prepared food for the new member Xiaoqi. Due to concerns about toxins, everyone switched from the usual shared dining arrangement to separate dining. This way, no one had to share a single dish with the giant octopus. No special food was prepared. Suen was anxious to replenish everyone's energy before getting off the platform. The food served was all pre-made dishes from Little Pumpkin. Mostly steamed buns. Octopus ate 1 bun in a mouthful, enthusiastically praising the deliciousness of the food. After eating and drinking, everyone's spirits and energy levels were full. Suen couldn't sit still, eager to move. She felt she didn't have the patience to wait for the Misty Lake platform to appear. She took out her Misty Lake platform ticket and prepared to set off. The wind whistled, and the river was cold. The warriors left, but returned happy. After using the props, the platform appeared before them. The car re-entered the Misty Lake. Suen's expression was relaxed, no longer as anxious as before. Because of Little Fox and Octopus, she felt more confident. Suen watched slowly as the pumpkin boat passed through the protective shield of the Misty Lake and headed for the West Pier. At the West Pier, there was a chain of energy stations where energy cards could be redeemed. This had been tempting Little Pumpkin for a long time, and now that she suddenly came here, she had to board the station. In Little Pumpkin's words, this damn energy station was really tempting. The pumpkin boat stopped at the energy station's docking area. Little Pumpkin stood at the flying energy station and did what he wanted most, replenish his energy. Just a few minutes after arriving, before Little Pumpkin's energy shield was fully charged, a group of mermaids appeared. A gorgeous floating spaceship. The ship's door opened. A variety of dazzling male mermaids disembarked one after another, each one more beautiful than the other. Even though Suen had prepared herself mentally, she couldn't help but stare. After all, Everyone loves beauty. Just as Suan's eyes were about to be glued to Luolan, the last person to appear. The moment of fascination, little Lee's tail brushed Suan's cheek. The cool, refreshing feeling sobered Suan. Although the mermaids were still beautiful, he no longer felt the urge to look away. And Bao, they possess spiritual energy that amplifies the desires of living beings. It's a spell. And Bao, don't fall for it. Suan nodded, understanding. Little Lee transformed into a tiny fox, squatting on Suan's shoulder, its tail twirling around her neck, ready to captivate her and awaken her at any moment. This spell was primarily designed to continuously amplify one's own charm, but even so, caution was advised. "Welcome home, master," Luolan said in a deep voice. The pure mermaid language sounded as melodious as the sound of a zither echoing through the sea. Luolan, the leader, was dressed in a neat uniform, a predominantly dark blue accented with pearly white, evoking a sense of deep-sea tranquility. His clothes were wrinkle-free, his hair neatly combed, his silver strands and sharp brows radiating a cool, effortless presence. Suan still regarded the mermaid with the same admiration. However, after Xiao Li's reminder, Suan now viewed these beautiful mermaids with the same detached gaze, as if their beauty were a knife scraping their bones. But it must be said, from the perspective of the humans of Blue Star, the mermaids were indeed beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had great figures, with abs and broad chests. After Luolan's words, a group of mermaids saluted and offered a welcome in mermaid language. From Suan's side, it almost sounded like, "Welcome the Dragon King down the mountain, welcome the young lady home." If there were ever an awkward skit, Suan felt like she was just acting in one of them. She scratched her ear. This feeling of the Dragon King descending the mountain was truly remarkable. "Master, please come home with us. Her Highness Ophelia has been waiting for you." Roland extended his hand, inviting Suan to join him in going to Ophelia's place. Then, a group of mermaids, seemingly respectful, surrounded Suan and the dolls, leaving no room for them. The energy station staff, observing this, dared not move. The mermaid's message was clear. Regardless of Suan's attitude, once on the Misty Lake platform, he had to see Ophelia. This was also because Suan was clear-headed. If he hadn't been clear-headed and lost in the beauty, Suan and his group would have been easily abducted. Charm made this very simple. "Wait a moment, wait until my Nanling finishes shopping," Suan said. He pointed to the little pumpkin, which was focused on the energy charging station and exchanging energy. Luolan bowed and waited respectfully with the mermaids. The family had a vast stockpile of energy and oil cards, and Little Pumpkin, having finally found an energy station, would certainly not let it go. The family was running low on spiritual source stones, and storing alternative energy sources was crucial for the vehicle's progress. While waiting, Suan also wanted to gather some information. So, she touched her neck with one hand, caressing the little raccoon's tail, and with the other, touching one wand. At the level of the spiritual connection, she reminded the two children to monitor their own movements. If there were any signs of contamination or abnormalities, she could be awakened at any time by hitting her. After this information, Suan proactively opened her mental network, extended a mental thread, and poked Luolan. "Beautiful mermaid, let's talk." Suan's mental thread conveyed his intention. "Dear human lady, are you willing to have sex with me?" The message from the other end was fiery and blunt. Suan almost lost it. She had come to chat simply to gather information and inquire about Ophelia's situation, not to have sex with the merman. Suan began to tactfully avoid this point, using her mental thread to inquire about other matters. Though seemingly innocent, the other party's thoughts were actually wandering, constantly engaged in sex. Suan suspected that this group of fish had been infected with a kind of taint known as obsession. 3 hours later, the sky deepened into darkness. Little Pumpkin, having redeemed most of his energy cards and carrying half a warehouse's worth of energy, packed up the pumpkin boat and came to Suan's side. "Master, it's done," Little Pumpkin said happily. It transformed into a pumpkin mask and placed it on its master's face. Roland glanced at Suan's pumpkin mask with interest. "Please." At Roland's respectful invitation, Suan and his companions entered the spaceship. Suan walked in front, with Xiao Li on her shoulder, one holding an umbrella above her head, and Xiao Xiong behind everyone. Oh, there was also a cat-sized octopus, whose presence Xiao Li had deliberately concealed. At the very bottom, Mantis Cricket Puppy crawled forward. The spaceship headed for the Alexia Hotel. Enter the underground parking lot, and take the elevator to the 8th underground floor. The first few underground floors were the casino and auction house, which Suan had been to before, but she had never known about the 8th underground floor. Once underground, Suen saw an empty underwater plaza and a towering underwater palace. She was short on words and couldn't describe it, but the architecture before her was truly awe-inspiring. This building was clearly old, showcasing history and culture. The spaceship stopped. The interior was dry, while the exterior was filled with water. "Thank you for your hard work." Luo Lan respectfully handed over a tray of glass potions. Suen looked over. Chapter 433. Underwater Breathing Potion. Suen looked at the system's reminder. Water Breathing Potion, Advanced, Note. Consuming one bottle allows you to breathe underwater for 24 hours. Tip. This potion contains a touch of aphrodisiac flower juice. Don't blame Tomer for not warning you. Players, please use with caution. System Sister is so reliable. Suen glanced at the white-haired mermaid. He looked serious, as if the potion he handed over was pure. "Thank you. I have underwater breathing equipment here. No need to bother." Suen politely declined Roland. She took out the tied rose necklace and put it around her neck. This way, she would have the ability to breathe underwater, eliminating the need to drink the poison potion. As for the other dolls, since they were essentially dolls, they wouldn't die if they didn't breathe underwater. They would just be uncomfortable underwater, and their combat power would be significantly weakened. But that didn't matter. Their thug, Mr. Octopus, was truly at home underwater. With Mr. Octopus around, Swan felt a bit more reassured. And then, led by Roland, Swan and his group headed towards the palace-like building ahead. Entering the hall, Swan's first sight was Ophelia, seated on a throne. She was adorned with rich, majestic attire. This attire and position made her seem less insane. Swan swam a few steps forward. Ophelia waved her hand, and a series of platforms descended from the palace. Swan saw a group of familiar faces being bullied. The mermaids, led by Lorelei, cracked their whips, occasionally lashing out at a struggling player. There were nearly 30 people in the group, the most prominent being Shi Yatsuba and the girl named Xiao Shirjiu. They were the highest level, bound the most tightly, and radiated a spiritual aura. Because they were all above the spiritual rank, they enjoyed some privileges, though only a few. They were the least polluted, maintaining their human form, with mats beneath them and no whips behind them. Even so, they seemed to be experiencing pain, lying on the platform, motionless, their consciousness hazy. Many of the remaining humans were people Suen had interacted with in real life before entering the game, but they weren't close friends. Suen even saw the pancake shop she often bought from, and the delivery guy who often delivered to her neighborhood. Some former colleagues, former leaders. Many of the players here were polluted, bearing mermaid scales, sprouting gills, and breathing heavily in the water. She even spotted her ex-boyfriend, lumped in with strangers and acquaintances. His ex-boyfriend was only level 3, and his appearance had changed significantly. The scales on his body made him look ugly and disgusting. Swan's eyes were filled with indifference when she saw her ex-boyfriend. After so much time had passed, this man seemed even stranger than a stranger. Swan couldn't understand how the mermaid had been captured. The man suddenly became excited upon seeing Swan enter, his eyes brimming with hope. He was about to speak when a mermaid behind him whipped him, forcing him to cry out in pain. "Ah, it seems like Sister is keeping a close eye on this guy." "Let's kill him then," Ophelia said. Swan didn't nod or shake her head, just stared at Ophelia. "Why did you gather so many people and lure me here?" she asked bluntly. Ophelia laughed, her laughter echoing throughout the water, sending ripples through the water. She stood up, wagging her tail as she swam down from the throne. "It's all because of you, Sunshine's sister, that you're so stubborn. You said you remember me, and I miss you, but you ignored me. I had no choice but to resort to this. I asked the mermaid priestess to find all the creatures related to you. It took a lot of effort to gather them all together," Ophelia said. Swan raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you think this group of people is important enough to me?" "The connection is a little weak, but there's nothing I can do about it," Ophelia said. She turned her head to glance at the dolls around Swan. She knew these were the humans' more important companions. "Thank goodness you're here. I hope you like it here and stay," Ophelia said. She extended her hand to Swan and whispered, "Sister, please don't refuse me, okay?" As Ophelia extended her invitation. "Help me." A distant man, thrashed with pain by the whip, finally managed to raise his voice. The sound drifted along the current. The man's eyes were filled with a will to live. And with it, a tinge of deep regret. "You interrupted me, you idiot." Ophelia turned back and waved her hand. A blade of light appeared, cleaving the man in two. He should have died instantly, but the mermaid behind him healed him. The level difference made the healing less noticeable. In agony, the two halves of his body twisted like two worms, twisting and turning. Though he survived the healing, he was clearly experiencing a torment worse than death. "Oh, sorry, I almost let this jerk break the rules," Ophelia said. The mermaid tilted her head, trying her best to appear innocent. "You know I don't want to stay here," Swan said. "But I won't let you leave this time." Ophelia's words were forceful. "Power, wealth, love, anything you want, I can give you. Why don't you stay?" she asked, puzzled. "I think I've been friendly and polite enough." Ophelia's voice was low. "Even if I'm prepared to destroy everything, you have to stay." As soon as she finished speaking, Ophelia clapped her hands. "Since soft tactics don't work, I have to resort to hard tactics." As soon as she finished speaking, a notification sounded in front of Swan. The attack came, a ferocious mental attack. Ding dong, Misty Lake, rules are changing. The Archon has changed the rules from prohibiting combat with players to allowing combat with players after upgrading. Misty Lake has been stripped of its tourist platform title. The strength of all Misty Lake NPCs has been reduced by 20%. Ding dong, players please protect yourself within 3 minutes. The system will teleport in 3 minutes. The moment the rules changed, the faces of all players in Misty Lake changed drastically. The man who had been struggling just a moment ago was reduced to a puddle of mud and dead the next. Following this, the lower-level players began to mutate. Suen had no time to pay attention to these things because Ophelia had already attacked, and they were already extremely close. As she watched, Ophelia's whip of light slashed towards Suen. A blue-purple octopus was lifted up by Suen's telekinesis to meet Ophelia's attack. Snap! Chapter 434. The whip of light landed on the octopus, leaving not even a mark. Ophelia was surprised. Although she hadn't intended to kill it, this shouldn't have happened. As a half-step god, her attacks carried a natural deterrent. This thing that had suddenly appeared shouldn't have caught her attack. She should have attacked this player, bound her, and used her to tame the unruly interstellar mermaid. What the hell? What the hell? In that moment of astonishment, the octopus grew several times larger, lashing out with its tentacles. Some tentacles directly wrapped around Ophelia, while others pierced through. If Ophelia's attacks had been measured, she wouldn't have killed her beloved. This octopus monster, appearing out of nowhere, had no idea when to stop. Every attack was a life-threatening move. The octopus's tentacles were laced with venom and slime, and every attack was merciless. It happened in a flash. Sensing the danger, Ophelia instantly activated the power of her magical equipment. The ring on her hand exploded, and space flashed. She teleported away from the area, avoiding the sudden, deadly attack from the octopus monster. Arachi had a strong sense of war, and he worked for his pay. While camouflaged, he kept a close eye on his boss's safety. When the mermaid attacked, he pounced directly on the enemy. During the attack, he gradually grew larger, reaching a height of several meters, making his movements more convenient. Now in the most comfortable water, Arachi moved at an extremely fast speed, his tentacles following the mermaid's breached space and pursuing. It remembered its boss's instructions. When fighting, it would target the strongest. As the offspring of the evil god, it was invulnerable to weapons and impervious to contamination. Arak never feared battle. In an instant, the lights throughout the palace flickered. The octopus's tentacles and Ophelia's battle clashed, the shockwaves of the conflict shaking the entire hall. Little Pumpkin immediately summoned a shield and protective shield to protect Swan from the turmoil of the battle, preventing her master from taking any harm. The battle not far away was intense, and the aftermath of the high-level battle was terrifying. Little Pumpkin's shield and protective shield shattered and reappeared repeatedly. The bear instantly grew larger, picked up Swan, and swam away from the center of the battle, flying down into the deep sea. Wan, transformed into a ghostly figure, followed Swan, following behind within the protective shield to protect her master's escape. Some mermen did pursue, but most were pierced by the 9-brain tentacles of Arak. Arachi had deliberately left 2 tentacles to protect the boss. As a bodyguard, it was reliable. In such a mess, the few remaining small Karami, who could get close to Swan and his group, were entangled by the ghost audiences released by the ghost show, and they were unable to keep up. Swan and his group quickly disappeared from the hall. It was as if they had never appeared. But the traces she left behind were very obvious. The giant octopus monster grew more and more cheerful, growing larger and larger. Even further away, Swan and the dolls continued to advance into the deep sea. Swan hugged the bear tightly, commanding it to keep them down. Swan's body did not move, but her mind directed the entire situation. She could vaguely sense the battle at Arachi. The direction the little bear was swimming, Leading her away was her guidance. Suin had already sensed the core of the platform, where they were heading. And then, there was the hidden Little Fox. Little Fox had her own mission. In the palace hall, overlooked by everyone, Little Fox retracted the hidden power of the octopus and concealed her presence. She transformed into a drop of water, blending silently into the sea, unobserved. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle between the evil giant octopus and the mermaids, the water became murky. Little Fox quietly drifted to the hostage platform. First, she went to the spiritual hostages. 3 of her 9 tails extended and wrapped themselves around the ropes of the 3. The player named She moved quickly, seemingly unconscious, but suddenly regained consciousness when the sudden change occurred. Without knowing how to act, she broke free from her bonds. Little Fox's help was no longer just a necessary aid, but rather the icing on the cake. By the time Shirley's tail touched the 4-leaf rope, she had already used her dagger to untie Xiao Shizhou. Shirley looked over and saw that, aside from some contamination and some health risks, they carried no major problems. Just as she was about to quietly make her move, the 4-leaf clovers danced, the leaves of hope that dispelled contamination, and their contamination faded. Then, silently, the water-shaped fox headed for the other players. They untied those who were bound, and carried those away. Players, whose lives were unknown, lay in the murky water, awaiting the system's teleportation in 3 minutes, leaving only their bodies. However, Shirley's actions had probably reduced the number of bodies. As for the few players who died before the battle even began, it was pure bad luck. During the quiet rescue, the fox noticed 2 twisted lumps of flesh on the ground, writhing in an attempt to call for help. It was obvious they were doomed. Before the fox could react, the 2 lumps of flesh fell haplessly into the center of the battle, where it was unclear whether they were chopped to pieces by the light whip or mashed into a pulp by the octopus monster. The moment of death. The man was in disbelief. He struggled constantly, hoping to stand out. In the first few minutes, he recognized that the top-ranked player was his ex-girlfriend. He was like the hero in a story, a woman who would save him, give him strength and wealth. He wouldn't mind being a son-in-law and a gigolo for a while. The man fantasized about reaching the pinnacle of life, and the next moment, he was like a non-existent passerby, ignored and hacked in half. He refused to accept this, struggled, and died, a death not even worth cannon fodder. From beginning to end, she merely glanced at him, no different from any of the other players around her. She only swam silently around. Aside from a few unlucky souls, who perished quickly, most of the players captured by the mermaids survived. Xiaoli controlled the water flow, leading them to a place less affected by the aftermath of the battle. Xiaoli partially used her aura hiding ability to conceal them, avoiding detection by the mermaids. She noticed Xiaoli's movements, an invisible presence was helping her. She was clever enough to sense that the aura was connected to the Sunshine Bear. She used her hidden mental power to thank Xiaoli's water tail. "You're welcome. Get out of here," Xiaoli replied to this clever player. This guy was incredibly powerful. He pretended to be subdued by the mermaids, then fled at the crucial moment. Now, he was using his skills to protect the group of players. This was to avoid the damage from the nearby aftermath of the battle. Xiaoli knew her master didn't want all of these players to perish. So, she saved whoever she could. Chapter 435. But there was nothing to be done about those who died. The master had instructed that those who died unfortunate deaths be ignored, and no one else could be blamed. In the center of the palace, a group of mermaids and an octopus monster clashed. The octopus monster fought with passion and energy, all its tentacles waving. The defense line prevented the mermaids from pursuing Suin. "Who the hell are you?" Ophelia gritted her teeth. She was enraged, her movements becoming increasingly violent, slowly losing all regard for the entire palace. This exquisite palace began to crumble during their battle. Ophelia had never seen such a being before. It was only level 10, but its physique was comparable to that of a demigod. She decided to use her true power. Ophelia began to chant a high-level forbidden spell. All the spiritual energy rushed towards Ophelia's body like a vortex. Xiaoli was immediately aware of the situation. She could even hear the shouts of many players around her. "Oh no! It's advanced magic. We die." The voice was muffled in the water, but Xiaoli could catch it instantly. Xiaoli realized that once this spell was cast, not only would these players die, but she would too. Perhaps only the thick-skinned octopus monsters and these super-psychic mermaids could survive. Xiaoli quickly used a mental link to report to Empower. Suen's mind shifted. A new order appeared. The giant octopus's 9 heads received the command simultaneously, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but quickly acting. After all, the boss's orders were obeyed. As a skilled mercenary, he would follow his boss's lead. The attacking giant octopus immediately stopped all its tentacles and said, "Stop chanting. Let's talk. If you don't talk, I grow larger and tear this entire platform of yours to pieces." Ophelia sobered from her frenzied rage. Yes, she couldn't destroy the platform, at least not yet. Ophelia paused her spell. The vortex of aura that had gathered a terrifying aura dissipated. It was done. Arachi felt relieved. God knows how daunting it must have been for all 9 of its heads to receive this command simultaneously. It wasn't a species known for its intelligence. It was the worst at finding solutions. Thankfully, its boss was clever and immediately provided the detailed instructions. The little fox, watching this from afar, breathed a sigh of relief. It had been terrified, almost thinking the giant couldn't do it. Fortunately, it had been successfully completed. Shaoli silently calculated the time. He had to hold out for 3 minutes. After that, Onbao and the other players would be safe. "So how do you want to negotiate with me?" Ophelia asked. Arachi was stunned. How could it possibly talk? It had no idea. Although it had 9 heads, it couldn't do anything besides gossip, like think. So it turned to its external brain, the boss. Suen had her own priorities at the moment. She could only rely on Shaoli, who was on the scene, to help with this kind of delay. So, she multitasked, conveying Shaoli's message. What was Suen busy with? Suen was busy destroying the platform core in front of her. They descended all the way to this place, the center of the misty lake. It was a dry, empty room, a large hall, with a floating, man-sized pink platform core. The shadow of the platform core seal. It looked very similar to Ophelia, and Swan suspected it was the source of Ophelia's power. If they could destroy it, Ophelia would probably have no time to bother them for the rest of her life. The bear swung his mace, and Swan fired his light arrows, attacking the protective shell of the platform core. Yes, the platform core was covered with a thick shield. Swan wasn't sure if it would take 3 minutes to break through. But something had to be done. As they launched the attack, Swan received a message from Little Fox that Ophelia was about to launch a powerful attack, so she followed Little Fox's instructions and contacted Arachi for help. The evil giant octopus bought Swan some time to safety. Soon after, Swan relayed Little Fox's instructions, helping the giant octopus communicate with Ophelia. As a naturally sensitive 9-tailed fox, Swan felt reassured with Little Fox's presence. Just then, the entire palace flickered. Suen focused his attention on the present moment and discovered something he had been ignoring. In the pool beneath the platform's core, there was a living creature, a rotting mermaid. She climbed out of the pool. Danger! Little Bear, his hair bristling, stood before Suen. Wan's reaction was less pronounced. With her telepathic abilities, she sensed no malicious intent. Instead, she seemed to harbor goodwill towards her master. Suen looked at the creature who had suddenly appeared. The mermaid wasn't large, a bit smaller than Ophelia. Her body was covered in scars and rotting flesh. Her eyes seemed to have been gouged out and then refilled, a grisly sight. It was obvious she had endured a great deal of torture. She was weak, only a level 5 common rank, and among the mermaids, whose average spiritual level was superhuman, she was as fragile as a baby. Suen couldn't dislike the rotting mermaid the moment he laid eyes on her. Suen sensed no ill will. And seeing her, Suen felt a sense of relief. The mermaid he always dreamed of was finally within his reach. She was so weak, and she kept contacting him, hoping he'd save her, Suen wondered. The mermaid saw Suen's look of surprise, then heartache. She spoke, a sound not from her throat, but from the friction of her mental energy. It's all my fault for getting you into trouble. I'm willing to take Ophelia's place, and give her everything. Sister Sunshine, wake up and leave. Suen understood what she meant and froze. She was actually concerned about him. She misunderstood that Ophelia was controlling her. That was right. Ophelia was practically a demigod, while she was just a player entering the spiritual stage. That wasn't surprising. After saying this, the mermaid, as if giving up something she'd been clinging to, reached out to touch the platform's core. In a trance, Suen saw the mermaid's shadowy figure in the core of the platform open its eyes slightly. Wait, Suen said. The mermaid paused. I'm conscious. I wasn't captured. You don't have to sacrifice anything for me. Suen's voice was brisk and clear. She held her tongue, not wanting the mermaid to do something she regret. Things weren't that bad, were they? Suen glanced at the clock. The system's teleport countdown had only 33 seconds left. A line of small text appeared below. Dear Sister Sunshine, I teleport you and the dolls away as soon as the time is up. The giant octopus can stay here and fight. Don't worry, I see if I can get you out, Suan said. Xiao Mo11, hold on tight. Let's destroy this protective shield, Suan ordered. Just then. Chapter 436. Suan's head ached. It was Xiao Li and a Kerr sounding the alarm. Ophelia had withdrawn from the battle. Based on her aura, Ophelia was heading in the direction of Suan and the doll. One moment, they were still chatting, and the next, a Kerr was caught off guard by Ophelia's sudden break through the palace floor and entry into the next level. Unable to react, he could only release his tentacles in pursuit. Your opponent is me, it roared. The octopus's tentacles followed the hole, its entire body shifting in size, like a giant bluish-purple jelly as it slid downwards. Xiao Li relayed his observations. A Kerr relayed the news of pursuit, and Xiao Li relayed a third-angle view. These two messages simultaneously echoed in Suan's mind, causing her to become disoriented for a few seconds. She steadied herself, not forgetting what she had to do. Using telekinesis to transform into a needle, he thrusted hard into the shield. Suan spoke at the same time. Speed up, everyone. Ophelia's chasing us. Xiaoqi can't hold us back much longer. 27 seconds countdown. A rumbling sound came from above. The entire platform was shaking. You could hear the vibrations of different floors. The shield in front of him was about to bottom out. Suan had escaped from above. From the 8th floor to here, he had crossed 2 floors of the building. It would only take a dozen seconds at the fastest. Even faster. Now we can only hope that Xiaoqi can hold us back a little longer. Faster, faster, Suan, speed up. 21 seconds. 18 seconds. With a crack, as the protective shield shattered, a large hole appeared in the ceiling directly above the platform core, revealing half of Ophelia's head as she battled the tentacles. I found you! Ophelia shrieked, her head twisting 270 degrees, her eyes fixed on Suan. Stay. Her voice was like a knife on glass, sharp and piercing. Ophelia continued to battle the octopus tentacles, her tail and claws continuously emitting magical waves, leaving wounds on both the tentacles and her body. The scion of the evil god and the demigod merman battled, each stalling the other, unable to inflict fatal damage. Suan had no time to pay attention to Ophelia, who was chasing him from above. Instead, he pulled up the rotting mermaid with one hand, enveloped her and the mermaid with telekinesis, and quickly left with the rotting mermaid. The moment Suan made room to escape, Xiao Mo, with his enlarged mace, struck directly at the platform core. Xiong used all his strength to smash it down. Crack! The core platform glowed, resisting the attack, but from within, the sound of some crystal shattering could be heard, evidently inflicting some damage. Everyone knew that, given the level gap, simply destroying the platform core was impossible. The best they could do was inflict as much damage as possible, and that would be a good thing for Ophelia. Everyone coordinated perfectly. 17 seconds. When the platform core was attacked. Ah! A scream. Ophelia on the ceiling wore a ferocious expression, slowing down a fraction of a second and being engulfed by the tentacles. You, how dare you! She seemed to lose her mind and began to unleash her terrifying strength, but at the same time, in that last half second, a host of plump, blue-purple octopus tentacles also engulfed her. Tentacles enveloped her, entwining her. The giant octopus revealed its ferocious side, its body tightly wrapped around the mermaid like a monster. The giant octopus's flesh served as both a means of attack and a shield to block its attacks. The octopus wasn't intelligent, but it understood its boss's mission, to delay the battle of the high-level combatants and protect their lives. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions faded between the giant octopus's tentacles. The bear, despite exerting all his strength, showed no lingering desire, immediately retracting his mace after the attack. The bear had some sense, and knew better than to confront Ophelia head-on. Fortunately, the giant octopus acted effectively, sparing it and Huan, who had been left behind, from further danger. Huan and the bear cooperated seamlessly. After the bear's attack ended, her telekinesis carried the bear along with her, keeping pace with Suan for about 10 meters. The teleport countdown was 15 seconds. No one in Suan's group was left behind. Suan fled with 3 dolls and a rotting mermaid. Suan didn't forget to compliment Xiaoqi during her escape. But all she could hear was Xiaoqi's somewhat confused response. The countdown, 12 seconds left. The water was murky, and it was impossible to tell front, back, left, right, up, or down, but Suan could clearly remember the entire route. She was already quite intelligent. She could memorize the map on the ice and snow slide in a second. After her spirit power awakened, Memorizing a map of the underwater environment was no small feat. They entered the lowest level through the passage next to the elevator, but Suen didn't plan to escape upwards through that passage. That was too much of a circuitous route. She entered the stopped elevator directly, used her telekinesis to break open the doors and the roof, and swam straight up the elevator shaft. She had to reconnect with Xiaoli as soon as possible to be safe. With Xiaoli's help, they could conceal their presence until they were teleported out. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Perhaps even without the connection, they could successfully teleport to Area 1. The numbers before his eyes ticked second by second. Suen, dragging the unconscious, decaying mermaid in his arms, followed the escape route. A sudden, crackling vibration echoed through the murky elevator corridor. The entire platform seemed to shatter. Little Pumpkin's shield popped up, shielding it from the falling debris and protecting Suen and Dewan and Xiaoma behind him. Suen received Xiaoli's message. Anbao, the platform has collapsed. That mermaid has grown enormous and is biting Xuqi's tentacles. Xuqi seems to be going crazy with pain. His tentacles are out of control, growing larger and wreaking havoc everywhere. They're fighting without distinguishing friend from foe right now. Don't come here. It's very dangerous here. One player has taken out a protective shield, but it only lasts about 6 seconds. That's terrible. Good luck, and hope they can make it through those last few seconds. Danger. Suen quickened her pace and rushed forward. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Suen could barely breathe. They broke open the elevator door and leaped out of the shaft. She saw where Xiaoli was. The shield was crumbling. Shuri was asking all the players above the spiritual level to recharge the shield, giving it a little more power. Finally, 3 seconds. Quick! In the murky water, Suan's telekinesis accelerated, rushing toward Xiaoli. The shield shattered, the aftermath of the battle surging towards them. Little Pumpkin's shield held up at the last second. Little Pumpkin's shield, with a mere 88,000 points of protection, was practically useless. In the final 2 seconds, Swan heard Dewan's Lucky Kira's song and saw a halo of 4-leaf clovers. Powered by luck, one of Eriki's fat tentacles twisted wildly, blocking a wave of attacks and causing Little Pumpkin's shield to shatter at the last second. Crack. A multicolored halo appeared. This was the teleportation array. Chapter 437. Ding dong, beep beep, the train is leaving. I can finally bring you back. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for making it through 3 minutes. Now teleporting off the platform. La la la, work work work. A lively system voice appeared. A baby voice that couldn't be distinguished between male and female, accompanied by a system panel filled with cute, childish little pink flowers. Ah! As Swan left with the rotting mermaid, Swan's mind saw Ophelia, who had grown to a size and was screaming. This was a form of mental attack. She reached out to herself, attempting to use the power of the entire platform to release a mental imprint, holding Swan back. The little fox glowed, its tail swung, blocking Swan's way, and the mental imprint vanished. But at the same time, the little fox suffered a severe blow. As the owner of the doll, who was closely connected to him mentally, Swan tried to take on some of the burden, but then his mental energy was exhausted and his vision went black. He lost consciousness. The teleportation aperture reappeared. Suen and his group appeared above a calm sea, at the coordinates of their original map. A storm was raging, and the group landed heavily in the water, sending up a cascading explosion. Little Pumpkin's shield had already deployed, but its watertightness only protected small fish and monsters. In the end, it was thanks to Wan's telekinesis that everyone managed to return to the surface from the sea. Dewan's mental strength was nearly exhausted, and the use of this telekinesis was not pleasant for her. She led everyone, swaying and drifting on the surface. The heavy rain soaked everyone's bodies, and they grew increasingly cold. Little Pumpkin transformed from her pumpkin mask into her true form, staggering with exhaustion. She summoned her pumpkin boat, but her body became increasingly strained. When the pumpkin boat appeared, Dewan transformed into Xiaowan and collapsed alongside her unconscious master, the little Tanuki mermaid. Only Little Pumpkin and Bear remained conscious. Can't faint. Little Pumpkin gritted his teeth, forcing a little strength from his body, and used his meager telekinesis to move his master to the living room sofa. However, he only managed to get his master to the living room before Little Pumpkin collapsed between the pumpkin boat's deck and the door threshold. It collapsed in an inverted U shape against the door. Only Suemo remained conscious. But Su had only managed to maintain a clear mind, because after a full-strength attack, using all his energy, he had no strength left. Faced with this situation, everyone had no choice but to bask in the cold air on the pumpkin boat's deck. Thankfully, Little Pumpkin got Sister and back inside. Little Mo was thankful. Thankfully, the boat's protective shield, Crystal Ripple, was still working, preventing anyone from getting drenched any further. Bear looked at the sky. It was overcast, and he couldn't tell what time it was. The wind was cold, very cold. Wan Wan, in her ghost form, was pressed against Xiaoli and him, dripping wet. Continuous hypothermia wasn't good for anyone's health. The bear struggled, moving his fingers, then his arms, finally managing to muster some strength. The bear pulled a piece of candy from his face and popped it into his mouth. The candy was incredibly sweet. Energy increased by 0.02%. More and more candy was stuffed into the bear's mouth. Energy returned to 10%. The bear got up and, one by one, moved everyone to the bathroom, preparing to wash them all and put them to bed. Except for the rotting mermaid, who was tied up outside the door, the bear took good care of every member of the family. I fed Sister an red potion, blue potion, pollution removal potion, and health potion, then showered her, changed her into pajamas, blew her hair clean, and took her to her bedroom. The bear's energy level was only 2%. Xiao Mo continued to eat in the bathroom, consuming the candy and cookies in the clean room, bringing his energy level to 30%. Feeling it wasn't enough, he simply opened the refrigerator and stood by the door, stuffing his stomach with food to replenish his energy. His energy level reached 70%, which gave him some strength. He immediately washed every washable doll in the house, including himself. He gave as many potions as he could. Since he didn't know what the illness was, he just gave each person a mouthful. After cleaning up the house, Xiao Mo washed and dried the wet sofa cushions. He kept watch over the quiet home, doing nothing. Unconsciously, he fell asleep on the bed. When Suan woke up, he was very worried. He remembered that before he passed out, it was Xiaoli who had taken the attack on him. Xiaoli, she called. She found Xiaoli in bed. She hugged her tightly, feeling her unharmed breathing steady. Her worries faded somewhat. She looked around. This was the large bedroom on the pumpkin boat. The private sleeping area on the second floor was cozy and comfortable. The bed was neither too hard nor too soft, just the right amount. The pillows were soft and comfortable, her favorite. Everyone usually rested here. On this large bed, both Little Pumpkin Huan Huan and Xiaoli were there. They were sleeping soundly. It seemed they had been successfully transported off the platform, and were all safe. Suan checked the public screen. The current time was 12:30 a.m. It had been almost 2 days since they had left the platform. Scrolling up the message board, Suan saw a completely different system summary. Platform 001, Area 3, Level 001, Misty Lake, is temporarily closed. Total time, 17 days, 12 hours 2 minutes. Players currently participating in the platform, 13. Players leaving the platform, 12. Summary. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for destroying the core of the Misty Lake platform and preventing the merfolk from causing chaos during the platform's rule change. Yay, it was really fun. Tongzi said he had a lot of fun observing all this. Please look at the flowers while I write my report. Feng Yanzishi, the system has changed. Why does it feel so weird? It's become a bit tight lately, which is kind of cute. User 31868130. I'm curious which unlucky player didn't show up. Dafu Dague, I was just about to go to this platform, but it closed early. It seemed something unexpected happened. I'm lucky I didn't go. Lucky Clover, it was so thrilling. The merfolk platform is so scary. Su Yaoxing, Sai, I'm curious about what you've been through. Aren't those mermaids just a bit obsessed with looks and love? What else can they do to players? Suan glanced around briefly. She saw a private message from a few hours ago. She.Y, thank you. I owe you a favor. If you need anything, I'd be there for you, even if it means death. Lucky Sai, sister, I think I saw you saving me. Wow, you care about me so much, coming for me. I'm so touched. Sister, you're so kind. 9,961 words omitted below. Suan quickly scanned Sai's 10,000-word thank you message, taking 2 minutes to read. Clearly, 10,000 words was the system's limit for a single message, not Sai's. Suan rubbed her eyes helplessly. She felt like her eyes were irritated by the noise. But as she rubbed her eyes, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth slightly. In fact, this feeling wasn't that bad. Suddenly, Suan remembered that Xiao Mo and Big Octopus were not around. Chapter 438. The giant octopus probably didn't teleport back. The system had previously said it could be left behind to continue the fight. So, it was left behind with honor. But what about Xiaomo? What if Xiaomo didn't teleport back? He was just a fragile level 11 bear, and staying on that platform would be dangerous. Even though he could sense Xiaomo was fine through the mental link, Suen couldn't help but panic because he didn't see Xiaomo the moment he woke up. Suen began to look for Xiaomo everywhere. He wasn't there on the second floor. She made her way downstairs, and finally saw the bear sleeping on the sofa in the first floor living room. She felt relieved. On the sofa, a soft little bear lay down, seemingly exhausted. It was sleeping with nothing covering it, and its snoring was deafening. Suen approached quietly, her movements not waking Xiaomo from his deep sleep. Suen picked Xiaomo up, the heavy bear in her arms feeling solid. Suen felt like she was embracing the world. Suen entered the first floor bedroom, placed bear on the bed, tucked in the quilt, and drew the curtains. Xiaomo was still sound asleep. Leaving the first floor bedroom, Suen closed the door. The soundproofing was excellent, and once closed, almost no sound could be heard from the bedroom. Bear's snoring was completely muffled. After some thought, Suen left a small gap in the bedroom. Following the gap in the door, Suen heard a steady, rising and falling snoring sound, a sound that gave her a sense of peace. Suen opened the public screen and sent a message to the system, saying that she was almost done getting Xiaoqi back. And then, Suen planned to deal with another major problem. Suen walked through the living room and arrived at the door of the pumpkin carriage. She found a coat on the coat rack by the door, wrapped it around her, and pushed open the door of the pumpkin house. From this angle, she could just see the rotting mermaid tied to the deck of the pumpkin boat. The mermaid was still unconscious, with not a single piece of good flesh on her body, lying on the deck, her life or death uncertain. It looked miserable, like a fish stranded on the deck. Outside the crystal-clear protective shield, a raging storm raged, the sea surging, and the rain fell like a waterfall from the sky. Inside the shield, there was no rain except for the damp air, but the wind was strong. The sea breeze lifted Suen's hair, which had fallen to her shoulders, and brushed her ankles, bringing a slight chill that made her shiver. Suen glanced at her slippers, took 2 steps back, and changed into a pair of outdoor shoes before she could leave the house. The temperature on the deck wasn't high, but with the shield regulating the temperature, it wasn't particularly painful. Suen crouched down, observing the rotting mermaid she had brought out. Suen's reason for bringing her out was simple. She knew this mermaid had found the lost lake and gone through all this, and bringing her out would surely yield answers. In fact, Suen had a theory. She considered herself not very bright, but not stupid either. Suen had long thought of the missing mermaid fan mentioned in the comments. After all, even the giant octopus, a resident of the interstellar world, could be hired as Suen's mercenary. A single interstellar viewer entering the game wasn't a big deal. To verify this, she pulled out her goose feather remote and opened the long-unused live stream. When she launched the live stream, she didn't immediately check the comments, knowing that it would take time for a live stream to gain popularity. It would be easier to get key information and confirm my guess later. Suen simply worked silently. She took out some anti-pollution potions, red potions, blue potions, and health potions, and sprinkled them on the mermaid's wounds one by one. Suen was very careful in her application, trying not to waste any potions. She had a methodical approach to using the potions. First, remove the pollution, then replenish health, then mana, and finally replenish the remaining health. With this method, even a dead creature could be revived and said a few words before leaving. After the anti-pollution potion was applied, the decay on the rotting mermaid's body gradually disappeared, revealing fresh flesh. This looked even worse. Fortunately, the red potion that followed quickly healed the wound, turning it into a scar, making it less frightening. After 2 bottles of potions, the mermaid was almost awake, but she didn't seem to have regained consciousness yet. She just stared blankly at Suen with wide, blue eyes. Suen opened the mermaid's mouth and poured a bottle of anti-pollution potion, a bottle of low-level blue potion, and about 10 milliliters of health potion. After the dazed mermaid drank the potions, her eyes brightened a little, though she remained dazed. She didn't speak, but her mind was surging. Suen picked up on her, sensing a deep sense of guilt. Translated into Blue Star language, it roughly read, "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Aside from guilt and apology, her mind was devoid of any useful information, pure and transparent. Suen ruffled the mermaid's hair, his fingers touching her cheek, feeling the roughened flesh and the newly formed flesh. The mermaid felt a sense of comprehension. Suen's movements became gentler. Suen asked her to look up, looked her in the eyes, and said, "No need to apologize. I forgive you." The mermaid's boiling mind gradually subsided. Suen injected spiritual energy into the mermaid, helping to calm her emotions. The mermaid's mind gradually stabilized, and she looked at Suen with watery eyes. However, her injuries were severe, her mind was in a turmoil, and she still couldn't speak normally. Suen felt that the treatment was almost complete and let go, taking out a piece of medicine from his space to wipe his hands clean. Suen calculated the time and connected his spiritual power to the goose feather remote control to check the barrage of messages. He could only capture 10 barrage messages at a time, and Suen secretly hoped to receive some useful information. Otherwise, he would have to keep collecting, wasting the use of this prop. Sister Sunshine hasn't been live in a long time. I'm so happy. Front row, give gifts, give gifts. I'm so bored day and night when Sister isn't live streaming. Where did this mermaid come from? Why does she look a bit like the mermaids in Interstellar? Oh my god, that's Miss Mermaid? How did she get into the game? Who is Miss Mermaid? She's the head manager of our livestream. I seen Miss Mermaid before. Oh my god, Miss Mermaid has turned into a monster. Will Sister Sunshine kill her? With some luck, Suen saw the key information she wanted to see. To avoid revealing that she could see the comments, Suen didn't take any other action, nor did she close the live stream. She handed a bottle of water to the somewhat demented mermaid and went back inside. A few minutes later, she moved a lot of things out of the space. Chapter 439. The outdoor stove on the deck lit up, and an iron pot sat on it. Suen poured oil into the pot, and took out the fish meat that had been prepared by the small pumpkin from the refrigerator. After frying the fish meat, he added water, and cooked a pot of milky white fish soup. The fish soup in the pot slowly boiled. Suen, wrapped in his coat, felt the sea breeze and observed the mermaid's condition, watching the rolling sea outside. It was noon, but the heavy rain outside made the sky dark, and visibility on the deck was low. However, outside the pumpkin house on the pumpkin boat, a retro camping lantern hung, emitting a warm yellow light that illuminated most of the pumpkin boat. Suen had forgotten where he bought this lantern, either on the streets of Yiming City or in the Scorpion Sanctuary. It not only provided lighting, but also could repel mosquitoes, although it was not available at the moment. Outside, the heavy rain was pouring down, making everything dark. The dolls were all fast asleep in the house. The living creature before him was a newly rescued, foolish mermaid. This environment truly had a sense of apocalyptic loneliness. Suen listened to the patter of rain outside, the bubbling fish soup, and the crackling of burning wood. Nature, full of its own melody. Feeling a little bored, Suen picked up a spoon from the outdoor table and stirred the fish soup a few times, allowing the fish meat to better blend into the milky broth. As the soup simmered, a unique aroma, distinct to the fish soup, rose and wafted. This scent, gentle and soft, was like a small hook, tempting Suen, and she couldn't help but swallow. Suen noticed that another creature on the deck was also unmoved. As she stirred the fish soup, the silly mermaid glanced in her direction, looking rather endearing. However, this fish soup needs a little longer to cook. Ding dong. A pop-up notification sounded, and Suen looked at the public screen pop-up. This pop-up indicated that her private transaction with the system and Xiaoqi had progressed. Seeing the system prompt that Xiaoqi had left combat and would be teleported back in a minute, she asked to select a landing location. Suen immediately selected the teleport location outside the pumpkin boat's protective shield. Suen also specifically reminded it to be smaller, so it wouldn't fall onto the deck or into her own pot. Okay, leave it to me, hee, I'm super reliable. The system girl's response was very lively. Suen noticed that the system girl's interface seemed to have changed again, with an icon of a soft pink flower fluttering. Suen found this temporary system quite adorable, and her favorability grew. Especially during this collaboration, the system girl was very enthusiastic and meticulous. A dozen seconds later, Suen noticed a teleportation halo appearing not far away from the location she had specified. Something fell from the sky, plopped into the sea, and was drowned by the sound of the rain. Suen knew the giant octopus had returned, because he could sense Xiaoqi's presence through the mental link attached to the contract. Xiaoqi. Suen used the mental link to inquire about its situation. I'm here, boss. I'm here. Oh, wealthy alien boss, your beloved giant octopus tentacle number 003 is here. Except for Xiao Mei, I swear you're the most beautiful female I ever seen. I'm coming, I'm swimming, don't try to stop me. Suen's greeting drew countless replies. At that moment, Suen felt as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously in her mind, making her feel dizzy. Don't talk at once, it's too noisy. I'm getting paid soon, don't bother the boss. Star coins, I want a tentacle protector. I want mustard sauce. I want to buy Xiaomei a new dress. I love her tentacle number 21, it's so charming. Xiao San, you two, stop arguing and let me swim to the boat. Soon, Sue had adapted to the situation of multiple people chatting in her head at once. After all, she had experienced this before when she was practicing doll perception, just not on this scale. Sue fought back the feeling of her head exploding. She pulled out a large net bag. This was a fishing tool used to help catch fish. Using telekinesis, Sue lifted it up, helping the octopus Arachi, who was struggling to move forward in the sea, to shore. She handed Arachi a bottle of anti-pollution potion, also known as a small potion of sanity. After the gray octopus finished drinking the substance, the conflict in its mind gradually quieted. Sue breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the giant octopus. Besides its grayish body, its tentacles bore only minor injuries. Thank you, boss. The giant octopus manipulated its tentacles to rub the air, producing sounds to communicate. Sue nodded, as the system's translation was heard. Sue inquired about what was happening on the platform, and the giant octopus spoke eloquently, listening with rapt interest. After more than 10 minutes, Sue understood the situation. The giant octopus had ingested some contaminants during the battle, temporarily losing some of its intelligence. By the time it regained its intelligence, the entire platform had been practically turned upside down, buildings collapsed, and lake and sea water had merged. Ophelia and it fought for 300 rounds, but neither could kill the other. As for the other mermaids, most of those in their teens died, but the number of those in their 20s and above was unknown. The giant octopus's words were rather vague. It had long been fighting until its mind was confused. It was only after the system contacted it and told it to stop that it obeyed, shrinking and disengaging from the battle. Ding dong, hey dear player, if you have any questions, ask me and I share them. Picture. 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 I bought some new video card stock. Do you think it looks good? Sue had opened the pictures one by one, and saw a somewhat childish frame filled with tragic photos, like a scene from a disaster movie. A giant octopus, a tiny mermaid, a ruined crystal building. Several of them, the frame resembled those gaudy photo stickers from childhood. The photos contained truly thrilling battlefield snapshots. Sue somewhat disapproved of the system sister's taste in frames, but he understood her personal interests and admired her photography skills and her enthusiasm for providing information. So, Sue burst into a stream of compliments. The cat-sized octopus came over and looked at the photos on the public screen together. Wow, am I really that handsome? System, can I buy these photos from you for 100 star coins each? I want to take them back to show Xiaoshui and Xiaomei. Araki said. Okay, I send you the pictures. Can you remove the frames? No, they're beautiful. This is art. Unless you pay more, the art won't deteriorate. Okay. Araki was chatting animatedly with the system. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. Chapter 440. Sue turned her head to look. Lily pushed the door open and jumped out through the crack. Good morning, Anbao. Lily nimbly jumped onto Sue's shoulder, rubbing against her body. Sue stroked Lily's fan-shaped tail. Lily chuckled slightly from the tickling. Sue and Lily played for a while, during which time Sue held Lily and checked her over and over. She was delighted to find that Lily was healthy. Sue could sense that Lily had fully recovered. Ophelia's attack before leaving hadn't left any lasting effects on Lily. Lily's ability to resist contamination was truly remarkable. Lily jumped from Sue's arms to the top of her head, then greeted everyone. Little Fox raised a paw to greet the giant octopus. Good morning, giant octopus. Hello, the fish the master brought back. Little Fox raised its other paw to greet the mermaid. Hello, Little Fox. Araki collected the photo provided by the system and then, imitating Little Fox, raised a tentacle to greet him. The mermaid, still in a state of dementia, muttered "Ah." For a moment, the atmosphere was cheerful and friendly. Master! Master! Two voices appeared, and two dolls emerged from the half-open door of the pumpkin house, and came together onto the deck of the ship. They were Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan. They both floated over, surrounding Swan on either side. Half an hour later, the bears woke up, and everyone chatted about the platform. Swan showed everyone the picture message sent by the system. With that, Ophelia was left with nothing to do. The station building was severely damaged, the core was destroyed, and she herself was seriously injured. The station was temporarily closed. Misty Lake is almost powerless to trouble us now. Sue summarized this to everyone. The dolls all cheered and jumped for joy. The joy spread to one another, and the octopus was also in a state of happiness. Little Fox used a skill on the octopus, and the gray octopus transformed into a shimmering blue-purple octopus, a truly beautiful sight. Sue-Ann's 3-day employment agreement had only been in place for 2 days, but since a contract couldn't be changed, she didn't mind letting this hard-working person rest for another day. It did a great job, and Sue-Ann didn't want to be an exploitative boss. After some laughter and some fun, everyone got down to the most important task of the day: dinner. It was time for everyone, who hadn't eaten in a while, to eat. Sue-Ann's large pot of fish soup had also turned a milky white. Everyone gathered around the stove to warm themselves and eat. Since Arachi was there, everyone still served their meals separately, and no one was allowed to dip their chopsticks into the pot. Each person received a bowl of fish soup, paired with warm steamed buns, for a simple meal. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. Just add more water to the fish soup, add the fish, tofu, and vermicelli noodles, and you have a delicious fish soup and tofu hot pot. Sue-Ann first took a sip of the hot fish soup, the delicious flavor dancing on her tongue. She felt her whole body limp. If she weren't sitting on a simple stool, she would have almost collapsed. The relaxation brought by this delicious meal is indescribable. The delicious taste of the fish soup is just one aspect, but more importantly, the problem of the misty lake has been solved. Sue-Ann held the soup bowl in one hand and looked up at the sky. At this moment, even the cool sea breeze became a seasoning, complementing the taste of this meal. Sue-Ann thought she seemed to love this place more and more. Even though natural disasters ravaged this place, and the pumpkin boat was a tiny and weak creature in the vast ocean, she was happy to have everyone here. Sue-Ann scooped up a piece of shredded fish and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring the delicious flavor that melted in his mouth, savoring the sea breeze. Sue-Ann had already used a colander to remove the fish bones from the fish soup several times, so he could drink it without worrying about them. The fish soup was simply salted. But salt is the essence of all flavors. The simple seasoning didn't make the food bland. The fish's inherent sweetness was the perfect seasoning for the soup. Among them, the octopus ate with great enthusiasm, using its tentacles to hold the spoon and scoop the soup into its mouth. Its tentacles trembled wildly as it ate, its spirit threads constantly touching. It was delicious. Everyone was enjoying the meal, and Wan Wan was the most exaggerated. She dipped her steamed buns completely into the soup, then used a spoon to carry both the soup and the softened buns to her mouth. Little Pumpkin had the smallest appetite, and a small bowl of fish soup was enough to fill her stomach. Now, seeing that there was only a little bit of soup left, she figured the whole pot might not be enough. She was adding fish, tofu, vermicelli noodles, salt, and pepper to the fish soup. After adding these ingredients, she loaded the stove with wood and used the big cannon skill to quickly burn the wood. Not far away, a mermaid, her tail tied, also had a bowl of fish soup in front of her. At first, she didn't know what to do, but then she imitated everyone else, holding the wooden bowl and sipping it. Her eyes sparkled, her expression relaxed. After drinking the fish soup, she buried her head in it and licked the bowl with her tongue. Sue-Ann finished her own small bowl of fish soup and looked up to see the bear licking its food bowl. The wooden bowl, as big as a wash basin, was licked clean by the bear. Looking over, the octopus followed suit, and so did the mermaid. Everyone was misled by the bear. "Don't worry, eat slowly. The next pot will be ready soon," said the little pumpkin. With a wave of her hand, the illusory shadow of a giant cannon sped up its fire. It seemed a bit hurried. The mermaid licked the small soup bowl, the same size as Sue-Ann, clean, and said, "Delicious." Interstellar common, this remark startled the giant octopus. Its tentacles held the gleaming soup bowl, staring at the mermaid in astonishment. "Are you an interstellar resident?" Interstellar common, then, the giant octopus's mental threads trembled, connecting to the system. Sue-Ann saw the giant octopus poking the system again. Then, he heard the two creatures chatting in their minds. "See, what's going on? An interstellar resident. Did you get one? So weak, not even at the spiritual level. Are you bringing him here to die?" "I don't know." The system replied directly. "Wait, I check. Oh my goodness, she's a resident of a satellite planet belonging to the interstellar mermaid god, abducted from a neighboring ocean tourism planet. You mechanical races haven't properly managed the remnants of the chaos universe, allowing them to harm the lives of interstellar residents. If you broadcast this live, you'd be in trouble." The giant octopus was clever for once. It wasn't actually clever, but because it was afraid the system would fail, invalidating the contract it had arranged. After all, he hadn't even received his salary yet, so the system absolutely couldn't fail. Now they were all in the same boat, and neither side would benefit if something went wrong. Realizing this, the system sister suddenly became devastated. But that's my brother's business, not mine. I'm just a temporary worker. What should I do in this situation? Well, logically, I should let her fend for herself. But then, I realized that according to interstellar law, I have a duty to rescue her. Otherwise, if the divine merman over there notices and causes trouble, I'd be in big trouble if I'm caught illegally filling in for her. It's so hard to deal with, woo woo woo. I'm just a system with newly born personalized intelligence. I just graduated from compulsory education a few days ago, and have never worked before. I only learned a little about Blue Star culture through part-time work, but I haven't really been trained yet. Don't make things difficult for me. It's not being live-streamed, Suen interrupted. I won't report you, Suen said to the system sister. Don't worry, she consoled him. You too, Shiichi. Don't worry. Just insist she's a survivor. After a while, when Shiochi leaves, the system will transfer her along with her. Ah, not being live-streamed? Shiichi's mouth dropped open in surprise. Suen nodded. Chapter 441. Suen had already turned off the live stream when the giant octopus descended from the sky. The live stream commentary remained fixed on a series of wow, how could an interstellar evil tentacle monster appear? The system must be on the wrong track. Monster invasion, interrupting the live stream, that made sense. Suen hadn't intended to keep the live stream running, exposing herself to further exposure, but unexpectedly, it just happened to be convenient for the system. Great. Thank you, Sister Sunshine. I love you. From today on, you're my sweetheart too. A system pop-up window popped up in front of Suen, with cheesy words in Blue Star Chinese characters, and a circle of heart icons flashing above it. This was a bit too emotional. Suen felt that this system sister was becoming more and more interesting the longer she spent with her. Perhaps because of the previous comparison, she couldn't dislike it anymore, and even felt a little fond of it. In reality, Suen heard Little Pumpkin shout. Shuchi, stop drooling, your meal is here. Little Pumpkin, after making sure the food in the pot was cooked, immediately used telekinesis to transfer a large amount of food to the octopus's empty bowl. To prevent the octopus's toxins, it didn't even use a spoon, simply using telekinesis to control the transfer of the vegetables, meat, and soup. It was unaware of the brief meeting between its master, the octopus, and the system. All it saw was the octopus, holding its bowl, its mouth wide open, its mouth practically drooling. Look at its greedy look, it's truly embarrassing. As a guest, fill it up first. Little Pumpkin filled the octopus's bowl, then served new meals to Bear, Wan Wan, and the mermaid. This time, the wooden bowl was no longer pure, milky white fish soup. This bowl contained fish slices, Chinese cabbage, tofu cubes, and vermicelli noodles. The cabbage came from Huacheng Farm, the fish came from Little Bear's diligent daily fishing, the tofu was bought from Callie Chioza, who rented Monster Gate props, and the vermicelli noodles came from Yiming City. Mixed together, it looked delicious. But Suen was already full, and gluttony was not a good thing to do, so he chose to watch everyone eat. The giant octopus stopped studying anything else. Its sudden cleverness just now was due to its worries about money. Now, its attention was focused on the delicious food, no wisdom, only appetite. This stewed fish was even more delicious than the fish with mustard sauce it had eaten at Xiaomei's place. It loved it, and planned to eat more. The system sister kept watching the situation and didn't leave. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal, she also came over to ask, Sister Sunshine, is the food really delicious? Can I create a virtual replica and taste it? The system asked Suen. Suen naturally agreed and went to the system's designated location, allowing the system to emit light and scan the entire pot of stewed fish. Thank you, Sister Sunshine. I'm happy. Let me see if my new feature works. Chew chew chew. So this is what carbon-based biofood tastes like. Chew chew chew. Suen watched the system's food tasting experience. Suddenly, he realized that this system's fancy interface, various photo frames, and even the food simulation scanning function all appeared after the contract was signed that day. After the contract was signed that day, not only did the giant octopus receive the first payment, but the system also received half of the agency fee. Strictly speaking, this system had just started spending money. Suen used his mental power to poke the system and asked, Do you have enough money? Chew chew chew. It's enough. It's a small loan, but it's okay. I settle the balance with Big Octopus tomorrow, and then I'd be able to pay it off. This small debt is easy to pay off. Do all your systems take out loans to spend money? Of course. The higher the loan, the easier it is to find a job. Without loans, there's no job. So we must borrow as much as possible while we have money. Suin was completely confused by the consumption philosophy of silicon-based lifeforms. Then, Suin listened as her system sister told her about the mechanical race. Unlike her predecessor, she seemed to trust Suin completely, especially after the recent incident. She told Suin everything. The mechanical race is the top-level 7th-level civilization in interstellar civilization. Every mechanical life is precious and deserves the best. Taking out loans and overspending is normal. Her brother told her that as a system, the thing they fear most is consumption desire. If they lose their desires, lose the things they want to do, and become inflexible, then the system loses its meaning and dies. You have to know that there are countless machines in the universe, and only those mechanical races that have developed personalized intelligence can be considered intelligent life. To become a system. Suin listened to the system sister story. Her number was #163, and that string of gibberish was her secret key. For some reason, whenever she spoke seriously, it would become gibberish. 163 was her number, representing her as the 163rd mechanical life form. Her brother was 162. Every mechanical life form is born a demigod and grows up to become a god or even a super god. Then, Suin was surprised to learn that this system sister was incredibly small. Using Earth days as her age, she was less than a year old, only 27 days to be exact. If you do the math, Wan is even older than it. The system's younger sister claimed to have just finished compulsory education. She was sending a bunch of data packets, and before she could fully sort out the information within, she was kidnapped by 162, who claimed to be her brother, to work as a temporary worker. But she liked it here. She liked Blue Star culture. When she absorbed Blue Star culture, she felt so happy. Suin was being nurtured by the system's worldview. Elsewhere, Little Pumpkin was completely full and leaned in front of Little to chat about something else. Why don't we have big stomachs so we can have another bowl? Because you're a puppet, and I'm a candy doll, Little explained. Our flesh and blood bodies are acquired, so we're not good at digesting flesh and blood. Then why can Wan eat? Little Pumpkin continued to ask. Because humans are prefabricated ghosts, and ghosts are mutants of humans. Humans can digest food, and ghosts can too. Little continued to explain. This isn't scientific. Our very existence isn't scientific. The little fox patted the little pumpkin's cheek with its tail. Don't dwell on it, the little fox soothed. Suin listened as the system sister explained her origins, describing in an almost innocent voice how the system came to be and the purpose of its existence. Suin couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't science, nor is it magic. What the hell is this? For such a random reason, we're destroying one brilliant and prosperous civilization after another." Suin's mind was unstable, her mental energy raging. She was in great pain and distress. Just then. Chapter 442. She heard Little talking next door. Don't get hung up on this. Little was trying to comfort Little Pumpkin, telling her not to get too serious, but she was also reminding Suin to not get too serious. Suin's spirits gradually calmed down. Yes, no matter how ridiculous the truth was, she had to accept it. She had her dolls, she lived in this world, and everyone needed her and loved her. She couldn't get hung up on this. She needed to live a good life. Isn't life itself meaningless? Suin looked up at the sky. The dark, heavy rain was pouring down, making her feel uncomfortable. Suin thought, with the world turning into this, it was normal for it to be meaningless. Just now, Suin had learned a lot from the system sister's words. It almost destroyed her Dao heart. The catastrophe that Blue Star had experienced was apocalyptic. It wasn't some civilization upgrade expedition, nor was it some advanced civilization plundering resources for profit. All the packaging, whether malicious or well-intentioned, was essentially just one thing. It stuck to the theme, a game. The entire chaotic universe, those striving civilizations, even the entire interstellar space, is the playground of the mechanical race. They make the rules, uphold them, obey them, and even play freely within them. In their eyes, only games can create work, desire, and new system life. Suin should hate the mechanical race, but while she could hate the previous system, she couldn't hate this system sister. This was a new mechanical life, born from the suffering and hope of Blue Star civilization. This system naturally harbored no ill will toward the humans of Blue Star, and she couldn't hate it either. What the hell is all this? Swan felt she needed some quiet time to process it all. After a while, the dolls were the first to notice Swan's downturn, and one by one, they came over. Swan felt warmth again. She watched the dolls approach, feeling the warmth, tightened her clothes, and touched each one in turn. No doll questioned the reason for her owner's sudden downturn. They could all sense their owner's emotions, and if the owner wanted some quiet time, they would. They waited patiently for their owner to process his emotions. The little fox stayed by Swan's side. Some of the dolls cleaned the dishes, some swept the floor, and some mopped the floor. Arachi saw this and wanted to help, but the little pumpkin, disgusted by its poisonous tentacles, drove him over to the mermaids. So, he started chatting with the mermaid lady, who had just regained some clarity of mind. Araka's interstellar common language was poorly spoken, with a hint of oyster-like dialect. The mermaids, on the other hand, were not much different, speaking with a mermaid accent, and their speech was dazed and incoherent. The two Zhongs and the fish were talking, each conversing on their own. Zhong, you were teleported back. Don't mention this. It's not good for you. Fish, the fish just now was delicious. Zhong, the boss rescued you. You can't cause her any trouble. Fish, Sunshine is so gentle. I love her so much. Zhong, love, are you also a love-minded mermaid? I heard that interstellar mermaids don't love love. You should be more clear-headed. Fish, I'm so glad I didn't cause Sunshine any trouble. Zhong, it seems you understood. That's good. Fish, I take good care of myself. Elsewhere, Suen stared at the pop-up window that suddenly appeared. The system's interstellar language translation service had compiled the entire conversation between Big Octopus and Miss Mermaid. Her face shifted, and she wanted to laugh, but she suppressed it out of politeness. The conversation was so hilarious, so funny that the emo feeling she had just felt was blown away like the wind. The next day, Big Octopus prepared to say goodbye, and Miss Mermaid, who had been carefully treated by Little Lee and had returned to normal, was also leaving. From yesterday afternoon to today, in just a short day, Miss Mermaid had regained consciousness and was showing her charm. The dolls were reluctant to let her go. Especially Little Pumpkin, whose eyes were practically glued to Miss Mermaid. The naked display of her reluctance betrayed her overbearing possessiveness. The little mermaid was almost ready to unleash her skills on Miss Mermaid. Mine, mine, all mine. Leave it to her. Suen didn't know that her reluctance stemmed more from her desire to hear more stories about her sister's live stream from the mermaid. That evening's conversation had revealed to everyone that in another corner of the universe, there were creatures deeply concerned about their master's affairs, fighting for her and sacrificing themselves for her. I'm truly sorry. Because of me, you suffered such an undeserved disaster. Before leaving, the mermaid, Hazel, who had almost fully recovered, apologized earnestly. Her voice was soft and sweet. She had a plain face, not as beautiful as Ophelia, but Suen found her quite pretty. After regaining consciousness last night, she recounted her experience of being kidnapped while traveling, then being dragged onto the platform, and being exploited by the mermaid Ophelia. Ophelia must have taken advantage of her identity, and trapped her in the platform's core, attempting to assimilate her with the core's power. She was just an ordinary, weak mermaid in the interstellar universe, her only advantage being her free soul, which was nearly taken away in this incident. Because Ophelia, seeking to subjugate her, invaded her mind and searched through all her memories. Thus, her support for Sister Sunshine became a prey for Ophelia, leading her to harass Suen. Suen held her hand and said softly, "Please don't blame yourself like this. I told you I forgive you, and besides, this isn't your fault. I hope you're safe and happy." Chapter 443. Suen's words were sincere. Miss Mermaid was one of her interstellar fans. Although she sometimes couldn't feel them, it was because of their presence that she had so much support. The black ball, as well as the star coins she had used to hire the giant octopus to befriend the system's sister, were all from everyone's support. Thinking of this, Suen raised Miss Mermaid's hand and gently kissed it. Suen softly said, "I hope I haven't let you down." The system's teleportation light flickered with colors, transporting the giant octopus and Miss Mermaid away. Suen and the dolls waved goodbye. The octopus, having received the final payment, smiled with its eyes curved, each tentacle waving with effort. Miss Mermaid Hazel shed tears of warmth as she listened to Suen's words. Everything vanished, and calm returned. Beyond the pumpkin boat's crystalline shield, wind and rain rolled incessantly. The ocean stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. Suen felt a sense of emptiness, a feeling she knew was an illusion brought on by separation. Perhaps it's normal to feel a little sad after the excitement ends. Suen asked the system, San, can Miss Mermaid successfully return home like this? Leave it to me. Please trust my strength. I first teleport her to the Chaos Star region, then use the teleportation array to transfer to Ocean Tourism Star X317. I buy her a ticket for the spaceship back to the Mermaid Star region. I send you a map after the arrangements are made. The total cost is 9,300 star coins, paid by the big octopus. Perfect solution. San's pop-up window was flashy and confident, like a little girl giving a proud response. San was referring to the system's younger sister. Since she was numbered 163, Suen nicknamed her San to better distinguish her from the previous system, and she liked it. No need for the giant octopus, I pay for the star coin. I deduct it from my points. Suen said to San. Got it, sister, you're so generous. System response. Today is Friday, the last day of the week to open a treasure chest, and Suen doesn't want to miss it. After sending the giant octopus and the mermaid away, everyone returned to their daily routines, and Suen and the dolls began fishing. Suen was fully armed, wearing a sun hat, which also protected his head from the sea breeze. Draped in a large shawl, warm and stylish, he sat on a small fishing stool, carefully chosen to avoid back strain, and fished with a long-lasting fishing rod. Soon, Suen reeled in a large fish. The fish leaped from the seabed, swept onto the deck by telekinesis, and fished in a graceful arc. Ah, what a big fish! Master, what luck! Sisternin is amazing. It's so big. The tail looks delicious. What a beautiful big fish. The sudden arrival of a large fish caught everyone's attention, and the puppets all gathered. Even Suen was surprised. In the ocean, she didn't feel anything unusual when the line moved, but the tension of reeling in the hook was completely different. When she finally pulled it out, she was stunned. This was the biggest fish Suen had ever caught since she started fishing. Suen had no fishing skills. She just casually cast her line, and she landed such a large fish. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Many people catch large fish only to find they can't reel them in. But Suen was no longer the weak woman she had been before. Having ascended to the spiritual realm, she had telekinesis to assist her. She transformed her telekinesis into a club, knocking the fish unconscious and bringing it ashore. A system pop-up window popped up. It's the system's built-in detection panel. Sharktail yellowfin tuna, low spiritual grade 2.11 m long, 227 kilograms. Delicious, tender, and richly flavored. Consuming it will boost your overall health. This is so exciting. Over 2 meters long, weighing over 400 kilograms. Suen was as happy as a child weighing over 100 kilograms, a baby over 300 months old. She jumped up and ran to the big fish on the deck. Suen couldn't help but snap a few photos and share them in the group chat. Group chat. Look at my big fish, 3/3, Sunshine Bear, pictures. Picture Sunshine Bear. Look at my big fish hands on hips emoji. Broken mirror. Wow, how did you catch it? Please share. She.Y. That's quite an impressive catch this morning. Broken mirror. Yeah, even better than the big fish that Fugue caught on the public screen. Soon, the other two started boasting, making Suen feel completely refreshed. As expected, catching a big fish without showing it off is a waste of time. Fugue fishing. Suen couldn't help but open the public screen, where she saw a player posting pictures of their fishing trips. Dafu Dague, look at my big fish. This is a gift from heaven. Picture. Picture ocean white sturgeon, low spirit rank 1.21 m, 86 kilograms, springy and crisp, tender and flavorful. Dafu Dague, who else has a bigger fish than mine? Ha ha ha. Suen suddenly felt childish and wanted to post something, but being high profile wasn't her style. But then she thought, it's just a fish, what's there to be afraid of? It would be a waste not to share such a big catch for the first time. She wasn't afraid of trouble. Sunshine Bear, picture. Picture one long from Rotuma Island. Sha, what a big fish. Big melon, who usually does emo. Wow wow wow, big fish, big fish. Mint Ovio, oh my god, how do all those big guys catch such big fish? Cheesy Luo. 1, 2, 3, you're destroying my Daoist spirit. Why let me enter the 3rd level without giving me the talent for fishing? Dafu Dague, wow, it's Big Bear. So annoying. When I catch a bigger fish, I definitely surpass you. The public screen has completely transformed into the world of fishermen. Suen discovered that everyone in the 3rd level has become much more pure when it comes to fishing. Back to reality. The dolls gathered around the fish, studying it. I think it could be made into yesterday's fish soup. This piece looks good as sashimi. Its tail would be perfect for grilling, it looks so fatty. They all gathered around, discussing how to prepare this fish. This fish was truly enormous, over 400 pounds, massive and fat, and shrouded in spiritual light. Today's a great day. We catch a big fish. Suan couldn't help but hum a song, knife in hand, measuring the giant fish. The continuous rain outside the protective shield hadn't dampened everyone's good mood. Everyone got to work. Except for Little Bear, who was fishing. Everyone else was busy cleaning up the fish. If Xiao-Chi and Sister Mermaid had left later, they could have had a delicious big fish, said Pumpkin. Okay, don't think everything is yours, said Little Fox, hinting at Little Pumpkin. You're smart, but I certainly know that there are many good things in the world, and not all of them belong to me, said Little Pumpkin. But it doesn't stop me from taking a closer look at the good things. Thinking about them makes me happier, Little Pumpkin said. Okay, it's okay. I belong to you, said Little Fox. Wherever the pumpkin and its owner are, that's my home. I'm part of the pumpkin boat, Little Fox said, wagging its tail, quickly making Little Pumpkin chuckle. Ha ha ha. Little Pumpkin was laughing. As it cut the fish, it asked Little Fox if he wanted some fried fish nuggets or fish dumplings. Its voice was filled with a doting, unnoticed affection. Wan's eyes shifted as she saw this, silently transforming from Little One to Big One. Then she flew over, the stunningly charming Big One captivating both Little Fox and Little Pumpkin. Suan went back to the house to get some seasonings, only to see the three dolls stuck together. The three of them were having a great time. Whoosh! It was the sound of reeling in the fishing rod. The black ball played some lively music, the exclusive treasure chest notification sound. Suan put down the seasonings, turned, and took a few steps in the direction of the sound. The fishing bear caught a golden treasure chest monster. A golden treasure chest I hadn't seen in a long time. Sister Anan, it's gold. The bear shouted happily. I'm really lucky today. A big fish and a golden treasure chest. A golden treasure chest requires a golden key. Suan slapped her head. She couldn't remember if she had any golden keys in stock. No problem, she could ask Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin knew everything in the warehouse. Nanling, do we have any golden keys? Suan shouted. Before she finished asking, Little Pumpkin was already holding a pile of golden keys. The golden keys piled up like a small mountain, more than a dozen. Do they have that many golden keys in stock? Chapter 444. Suan was puzzled. Master here. Little Pumpkin happily handed over the golden key. Do we have so many golden keys in stock? Suan couldn't help but ask. Hee hee. Little Pumpkin grinned mischievously. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like the smile of a smug villain. If Suan had to use a picture to describe it, it reminded him of a famous anime scene he's seen before, with Nia-chan's squinting eyes. I let the giant octopus take them for me, hee hee. Little Pumpkin said, his smile extremely smug, clearly pleased with his actions. Although its tentacles weren't very nimble, it still managed to take a bunch of them for me. It's a pity I'm not strong enough. If I were to go in person, they would have taken them all. Little Pumpkin continued. Suan thought of something, and asked in a trembling voice, the golden key tree. Once, Suan was awed by the splendor of it, but he didn't dare to dream because of his lack of strength. Little Pumpkin nodded and said bluntly, I've been thinking about that tree ever since I first saw it. I'm definitely going to try it if I get the chance. Suan didn't say anything, but silently raised her hand and gave Little Pumpkin a thumbs up, a silent thumbs up. Awesome. This thumbs up clearly expressed Suan's approval. With Little Pumpkin's personality, who always brings home all the good stuff, their family will undoubtedly be rich and prosperous. As a member of the family, Suan was absolutely ecstatic, enjoying the benefits of Little Pumpkin's greed. Greed isn't a derogatory term. Benefits won't come naturally without fighting for them. With strength and intelligence, greed is called ambition. Nanling simply wanted to improve. His Nanling kept piling up goodies for her, filling the warehouse to the brim, very commendable. Suan took a golden key. Then he opened the golden treasure chest. Thanks to good luck, Suan's movements were seamless. As she opened the golden treasure chest, it transformed into a treasure chest monster and attempted to bite Suan's hand. Suan's telekinesis stopped the treasure chest monster's movement. Then, Xiao Mo grew larger and delivered a powerful blow, separating the treasure chest's lid from its body, depleting its magical vitality. The treasure chest monster revealed its treasures. The golden treasure chest contained 3 items, an epic item, a 10 kilograms bag of spiritual rice, and a daily 20-minute unlimited electricity card. Suan's eyes widened. She rarely found such a reliable item when opening a treasure chest. The first item she pulled out was a large bag of low-grade spiritual rice, a heavy weight she pulled from the treasure chest. Opening the mat, he took a peek. The rice grains were translucent, white, slender, and plump, their delicate fragrance lingering even before they were cooked. With it, Little Pumpkin wouldn't have to overeat meat and undereat rice and vegetables for fear of her lacking spiritual energy. God knows, her lack of staples and vegetables in her diet was making it difficult for her to go to the bathroom, but eating too many ordinary ingredients would lead to malnutrition. Unlike Little Bear, she possessed a powerful digestive and energy-boosting ability, capable of consuming a vast amount of food in one sitting. She had to eat as nutritiously as possible to maintain her health. Next, Sue touched the other two items in the box. Item: Unlimited Power Card Collector's Edition. Quality: Super Spirit, Ragged, Simple, Ordinary, Fine, Spiritual, Super Spiritual, Epic, Godly. Note: Loaded on a vehicle, provides 20 minutes of unlimited power daily. Durability: 100/100. With this collector's edition unlimited electricity card, you can save the hassle of using electricity for your entire family. If all goes well, Little Pumpkin can use these 20 minutes each day to store enough energy to meet both household and travel energy needs. Sue handed the card to Little Pumpkin, and it began to mutter about the freedom of mobile phones, TVs, and air conditioners, and how the house desperately needed a large battery. But its mumbling was frequent, and its movements were intimate. It held the card to its face, looking like it was cherishing it. Then Sue looked at the third item, the most valuable in the gold treasure chest, an epic weapon. It was a sleek, slightly curved black dagger. The blade resembled a solidified shadow, a fusion of reality and illusion, faintly shrouded in deep purple mist. The dagger was composed of a translucent black jade of unknown origin, inlaid with several divine purple gems. Sue took out a dagger. It was so light, he felt almost weightless. The system introduction panel unfolded before him. Item: Shadow Devouring Blade, Cairnose Dawnbreaker Blade Replica. Quality: Epic, Torn, Simple, Ordinary, Fine, Spiritual, Super Spiritual, Epic, Godly. Note: Legend has it that Cairnose, the Catman god of shadow assassination, possessed a supremely divine weapon, the Cairnose Dawnbreaker Blade, which led the Catman into light. Inspired by this, the dying Catman Master Nekti used the essence of shadow to forge this dagger, naming it the Shadow Devouring Blade, hoping to inherit the glory of Cairnose, the god of assassination. Attributes: Attack, increase 5%, Agility, increase 5%. Skills: 1. Shadow Affinity, passive. While in stealth, movement speed is slightly increased, making detection more difficult. Passive: Attacks from behind deal an additional 30% shadow damage and 20% normal damage. 2. Cat Triple Jump. Using this skill, you can move freely 3 times within a 100 m radius. The cat wielding the Shadow Devouring Blade can move through the shadow world, achieving a teleportation effect. Skill cooldown: 3 hours. 3. Low Health Plunder. When activated on a target with less than 35% health, sacrifice 50% of your movement speed to increase this attack's critical hit rate by 100%. Critical hit damage is increased to 240%. Ignores the target's remaining armor. Skill cooldown: 24 hours. Sue swung the dagger. Light and smooth, Sue could even sense a misty, ethereal power within it. Activates through a mental connection. Sue attempted to touch it, and discovered that this attribute power possessed a power attribute that was diametrically opposed to her own telekinetic power, making her mental connection extremely resistant. It seemed this was the shadow energy of the weapon, something not every creature could wield effectively. The puppets all looked at Sue, and Little Pumpkin and Little Bear cast thoughtful glances at Huan Huan and Xiaoli. They could sense the aura of the weapon's unique energy attribute, an aura likely only Huan Huan and Xiaoli could handle. Huan Huan, noticing everyone's gaze, waved her hands repeatedly. Although her dark attribute was close to her shadow attribute, she considered herself a mage and not adept at close combat, so she wouldn't know how to use a dagger. This dagger looked perfectly suited to Xiaoli, if she could adapt to the shadow power. Xiaoli could isolate herself from pollution, conceal her aura, and possess high attack and agility. Combined with this weapon, she would surely be even more powerful. Sue examined it, and handed the dagger to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, try this weapon. Let me know if the attributes are difficult for you to handle. Chapter 445. The palm-sized nine-tailed fox tilted its head, and uttered a response from its throat. Then, the little fox leaped over, landing on Suen's arm. With a cat-like gait, its fiery red tail curled around a dagger shimmering with purple mist. The entire dagger was a full circle larger than the little fox, but that didn't stop her from controlling it. With a few flicks of her tail, the dagger flew in a pattern of blades. The little fox rose from Suen's arm and leaped down. In midair, her 9 tails took turns manipulating the dagger. Soon, She had mastered the dagger as if it were her 10th tail. Anbao happy. Little Fox loves this. In a flash, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a girl over a meter tall with fox ears and a fox tail. She wore a fiery red fox fur tube top and shorts, looking nimble and wild. She grasped the hilt of the shadow-devouring blade and swung it gently, sending the short blade flying with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Each of her fingers seemed to play with the short blade. Then, the fox-eared girl flipped and leaped, the short blade weaving between every part of her body. Suen and the dolls couldn't take their eyes off it. It happened so fast, so fast. If I hadn't followed Xiao Li's movements, I wouldn't have been able to see where the short blade would reappear the next second, or at what angle. In the blink of an eye, the fox-eared girl disappeared. Suen blinked, but he couldn't sense Xiao Li's presence. He knew in his head that Xiao Li was using her skills to test her blade, but in reality, it still felt a little unbelievable. Such a large fox-eared girl gone. A few seconds later, Suen felt movement. He looked again, and saw that the fish he had just caught, which had been simply cut up, had suddenly been broken into several pieces. In the blink of an eye, a plate of fish fillets piled high in front of the fish appeared. Xiao Li cut the fish so fast, in less than a second, it was all cut. Little Pumpkin exclaimed in amazement. Such incredible speed, how did they do that? As Xiao Mo spoke, his hair stood on end. This speed, exceeding the bear's visual perception, triggered the bear's defensive nerves. It had never experienced such a situation before. Xiao Mo instantly transformed into its original form, a stuffed bear. This form allowed it to perceive the fish with the greatest sensitivity. I can't see clearly, it's too fast, Huan Huan exclaimed. Then, she floated in place, transforming into Dawan. In her ghost form, she could enhance her perception. Little Pumpkin didn't have this ability, but it did have a trick. It could use the deck's perception. Soon, 6 pumpkin masks appeared simultaneously on the deck, centered around the large fish. This was Little Pumpkin's ability. As if coordinating with the others, Xiao Li paused for a moment, as if waiting for everyone to be ready, before moving. Whoosh! Not even a blip of wind. A small, hill-like mountain of fish fillets appeared before the big fish. About half a second, 700 or 800 fillets. Little Pumpkin said uncertainly, as the 6 pumpkin masks vanished. 0.4 seconds, $996, Dawan said. It's 0.39 seconds, $999, Xiaomo said. What? I can't even see clearly with all 6 visions combined. How did you count? Little Pumpkin, with her own 6 visions, was dizzy and couldn't count that precisely. How could these two be so confident? She was surprised by Xiaomo and Dawan's answers. While everyone was trying to see Xiao Li's movements, Suen wasn't idle either, keeping a close eye on the big fish. But she saw nothing, only vaguely sensing what was happening through her psychic perception. In her psychic perception, she sensed for about half a second before a figure appeared, holding a short knife and swinging it at the fish hundreds of times, a series of swishes. That's right, it was 0.394 seconds. I swung it 999 times. Bear, you're right. In a flash, Little Li appeared before Suen, standing right in front of him. Her playful toes rested on his, their cheeks touching, barely 2 centimeters between them. At 155 centimeters tall, Little Li's humanoid form was the tallest of the dolls. With her ears, she was less than 1.6 m tall, a few centimeters shorter than Suen. Raising her head slightly, she met Suen's eyes directly. One moment, Suen was still processing what she had sensed, and the next, another figure appeared before her. Startled, her pupils constricted, and she saw her own surprised expression through Little Li's eyes. This slight movement caused his nose to brush against Xiao Li's. Ouch, a slight sting. So close, so fast, appearing beside her, she hadn't noticed at all. Was this teleportation? Xiao Li smiled, stepped back to create some distance, and said, Anbao, I like this dagger. I know how to use it, and it's very handy. Look! Xiao Li raised the shadow-devouring blade and shook it. The short blade transformed into a snug, black half-glove, fitting snugly around the girl's hand. Then, the fox-eared girl transformed into a little fox, snaking along Suen's arm, and leaping onto her shoulder in 2 steps. Xiao Li nuzzled her head against Suen's cheek. Xiao Li now looked much the same as before. The only difference was that her claws were now covered in a tuft of black and purple hair. Half an hour later, Friday morning's treasure chest refresh period ended, and Suen and Xiao Mo hadn't caught another gold treasure chest or another big fish. Not to mention gold treasure chests and big fish, They hadn't even encountered a single wooden chest or small fish. Suin, who had initially thought he struck gold while the iron was hot, discovered that his luck had vanished just as quickly. It didn't seem like a blessing, just pure luck. At 12 o'clock, Suin put away his fishing rod and called Xiaomo to pack up and go back to the house for dinner. Today was a big fish feast. Half of the big fish caught today would be cut up and put in the refrigerator, while the other half would be shared. The first thing that caught my eye was the sashimi. This was Xiao Li's masterpiece. Each piece of sashimi was crystal clear, translucent, and Little Pumpkin had already prepared sauces for each to enjoy with. In addition to the thin, raw sashimi, Little Pumpkin also prepared thick-cut tuna sashimi and a variety of other dishes. It's hard to tell how many different dishes a single fish can be prepared with. Crispy fish fillets, seared tuna, sweet and sour fish fillets, fried fish balls, crispy grilled fish skin, charcoal grilled fish eyes, fish congee. Swan's favorites are the seared tuna and fish congee. Forgive Swan's taste for cooked food, her tolerance for raw fish is average. Even though many recipes feature various sashimi dishes and are highly recommended, Swan's tolerance remains average. Perhaps it's difficult to improve her eating habits. She doesn't have a sophisticated stomach. For Swan, just one bite of sashimi is enough. But the seared tuna and the other dishes are truly amazing. Swan picked up a piece of fish. The golden, crispy crust gleamed in the light. Chapter 446. The pan-fried fish, its golden, crispy crust, is indescribably delicious. The simple seasoning is black pepper and salt, yet it tastes incredibly fragrant. Sweet and sour fish fillets are deep-fried fish fillets coated in a sweet and sour sauce. You can't go wrong with fried food coated in this sweet and sour sauce. The intense sour and sweet flavors stimulate the taste buds, while the oily aroma is refreshing without being greasy. Suin took a bite and couldn't stop. Sip the warm fish porridge. Have a chewy fried fish ball. Take a bite of the crispy grilled fish skin. Suin was finally full. It was all thanks to Little Pumpkin's exceptional cooking. Every part of the fish was incredibly delicious. Even the unassuming grilled fish skin tasted special. The fish skin was golden and crispy, sprinkled with salt and pepper, giving it the texture of potato chips. The crunch was perfect whether eaten alone or with porridge. It was a wonder how Little Pumpkin came up with this idea. Such a big fish. It must be delicious. Yet couldn't help swallowing as she watched the discussion on the public screen. She imagined that Sister Sunshine would be having dinner by now, and perhaps the fish was already stewing in the pot. If Sister Sunshine wasn't bothered, she could slice the fish thinly and add it to the red oil hot pot. Put the thinly sliced fish in the pot, and once it was hot, curl it slightly and dip it in the scallion, garlic, and oil sauce. Slurp. Thinking of this, Sai couldn't help swallowing again. She hadn't had hot food in days, and she was truly craving it. A gust of wind, a bit chilly, brought her back to reality from her fantasy. She couldn't help but tighten her clothes. The dampness on her clothes made her uncomfortable, but she had no choice but to endure it. At this moment, heavy rain fell outside the high-level protective shield, while light rain fell inside. The little girl huddled in the shed of the low-level raft, waiting for the raft to be reinforced. Hold on for 17 minutes. Comfort is just around the corner. During the reinforcement process, Yotsuba's body rolled along with the entire raft on the sea surface. It was very bumpy, and it made her feel uncomfortable. To distract herself, her mind wandered to the public screen, constantly chatting and distracting herself. She could also promote herself, and see if she could find new partners, and earn some gold coins. Yotsuba hasn't been very lucky lately. Perhaps it's because she's overdrawn her lucky 4-leaf clover, but she's been having a bit of bad luck lately. Some time ago, she teamed up with Xiao Shurjo to participate in the Scorpion Warrior competition. She was playing as a support and obtained this mission by cheating through the 3rd level cooperative clearance mission to advance. Unfortunately, after completing the mission, before she could even exit the platform, she was captured by the mermaid and taken to the Misty Lake. She was then drugged and left in a daze. Finally, thanks to Sister Sunshine, she managed to escape by causing a ruckus throughout the platform. Though her escape was a bit awkward. When she first entered the 3rd level, her only water vehicle was a raft, a 4-square-meter structure that could only accommodate one person. But it was okay, at least she wouldn't have to spend time in the sea. Through her tireless efforts, the small raft grew into a large one with a shed, constantly strengthening and expanding. After calculating, the raft showed it had been upgraded. She could finally summon the Beetle RV and enjoy a warm meal. After more than 10 minutes, Yodo couldn't wait to get going. The small RV, covering 10 square meters, was securely tucked away inside the raft's shed. Sai opened the door and entered a dry, cool place. She took off her coat, installed the electric and water plugs, took a quick shower, and changed into a long cotton skirt. Using the electric plug, she started the multi-purpose stove, heated water, and cooked instant noodles. She opened a packet of instant noodle seasoning and added dried fish, fresh from the desert heat. Once the fish was cooked, she added the noodles. Sai had set up the table, laid out the instant noodles, and sat on the bed, happily preparing to eat, when a message suddenly arrived. Ding dong 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 dong. This sound was a special notification she had purchased through the system with copper coins. Only messages from players above the spiritual rank would produce a unique sound effect. Is it Sister Sunshine, Brother Wind, or Sister Ka? Sai opened the public screen. She saw the message. Dafu Dagwe, hey, at Lucky Four Leaf, long time no see. Isn't this little Four Leaf? You just made it to the 3rd level. Want some fish? I share some with you. I don't think I know her. Four Leaf quickly thought about the people she knew, but found no messages, and they weren't friends. So, they definitely didn't know each other. Four Leaf sent a message. Lucky Four Leaf? ? Dafu Dagwe, don't you know me, Lucky Four Leaf? Am I supposed to know you, Dafu Dagwe? What a heartless little girl. Four Leaf was confused. She was a little puzzled. But, guided by the principle that all players in the 3rd level were future partners, and driven by a sense of familiarity, Four Leaf took the initiative to add Dafu Dagwe as a friend. Dafu Dagwe, emoji pouting. Lucky Clover, sister, who are you? Rich and noble, you promised to share my wealth, and then you just turned me off my mind. That's how you treat your best sister. Clover was stunned, and a figure from the internal beta test appeared before her. A long-buried scar in her heart was unraveled, burning with pain, but also with a flicker of joy. She wasn't alone in the beginning, nor was she always a solo player. Lucky Clover, Sister Rich, you're not dead, you're still alive. Rich and noble, you remembered me, that's good. Lucky Clover, then what's the point of me crying for you for 3 days, missing you for over 3 months, and constantly burning paper and mourning at your grave? Rich and noble, you're a wimp, you're fragile. Rich and noble, I'm alive and well. I promised you that even if it was hell, I'd be able to crawl out. Ha ha, have you really forgotten? Yuan Guilin looked at the message before her, her face stern, only the flickering light in her eyes betraying her current restlessness. That's good, we meet again. She fished slowly, her body stiff, her mind racing across the public screen, trying to leave as many traces as possible. Suan ate and slept, then resumed fishing after waking. Life returned to its usual dull routine. In the afternoon, Suan was on the deck, bored from fishing. The cold wind blew, the rain continued to fall, and the sky remained dark. Suan, losing patience, pulled up the hook, checked the bait, and threw it back into the water. She hadn't caught anything in a while. Was there really no fish in this area? Even if there were no fish, there should have been some waterweed. Had she used up all her luck this morning? Ding dong. A message from someone familiar. Opening it, it was 4 Leaves. Lucky Clover, Sister Sunshine, do you know how to bring the dead back to life? What's that question? Has someone important been in trouble? Suan guessed. After a moment's thought, she told Clover everything she knew. Suan knew about resurrection, not only with the corresponding skills, but also with resurrection items. For example, the item Life Crystal. It can bring life to inanimate objects, and can be used to bring intelligent creatures back to life. Intelligent creatures that have been dead for less than half an hour can be resurrected. If their bodies remain intact after more than half an hour, there's a chance of new life being born. The side effect is that they may lose part of their original soul after resurrection. Suan sent her the information. Lucky Clover, thank you, Sister Sunshine. I mean, what if this person has been dead for a long time, their flesh and blood burned in a fire, turning them to ash, and even the ashes can't be collected? There was once a little girl who tried to summon their soul with various items, but all failed. How could such a person be brought back alive? Suan felt terrified just looking at it. Chapter 447. But thinking about this world, anything is possible. Even having a little imp with flesh and blood around me isn't impossible. Sunny Bear, this touches upon my blind spot, but it should be possible. After all, even if this world has been restarted 1,000 times, it might have happened before. After all, everyone has different talents at the end. What if someone powerful enough could pull it off? Suan casually tried to comfort Siyi, then froze. The world has been restarted 1,000 times, so why would she have such thoughts? How could her subconscious nonsense get so far? Also, was her rebirth truly a rebirth? Was it a precognitive dream, or was this the new future? Soo-in was confused. Oh, my head hurt. Soo-in held his head, feeling no longer interested in fishing. The more he thought about it, the more the pain in his head grew. On the other side, Ce stared at the message for a long time, unable to calm down. She was torn between surprise and shock. Everyone feels this way when they discover that a close friend who once disappeared before them has returned. She read the message and felt like she was living in a dream. Perhaps she misremembered it. Sister Fugue wasn't dead, she was still alive. She was simply lost on the platform. She didn't bury the dust herself, nor did she repeatedly weep at her grave. Those were all hallucinations, false memories. Dafu Dagui, can we meet little Sai? Wachung. The transparent figure in midair opened her eyes. Sister Shu, what happened? Lin Qingju, wearing square-framed glasses, observed the movements of her faith. The transparent figure said slowly, Spacetime S021 has come into contact with Lucky X007, affecting Top Secret M002. The trajectory of fate has deviated from the original plan. Shuzi, please handle this. Lin Qingju raised his glasses and said, Life M009 or Destiny Y007 will take action. Use Taunt 017 to alienate Spacetime S021 and leave. The transparent being spoke. It's safer to eliminate her directly. She's already dancing on your face. Lin Qingju asked doubtfully. Ju, you have to understand. Even if she's ranked 21, Spacetime isn't something we can erase. You can kill her, but you can't kill her across all timelines. Players with Spacetime talents can live forever. Alas, our chances are running out. Can't humanity unite a little? Why are you stirring up trouble? Lin Qingju couldn't help but grumble. What the hell is going on? Ever since she awakened her past life. No, the memories of many past lives. Lin Qingju felt she hadn't gone completely insane, that she was strong. Master, are you okay? Master, you look so grim. Sister Enin, what's wrong with you? Anbao. The cries of the dolls brought Soo-in back to reality. In the doll's sight, the master suddenly collapsed, clutching his head in pain, shocking everyone who gathered around. Soo-in felt his headache gradually subside as the dolls called out. Soo-in shook his head and said weakly, It's nothing. I just felt sick all of a sudden. I feel like I want to remember something important, but I can't. Then don't think about it. You remember it when you need to, Anbao. Don't force yourself. The little fox came closer, leaping onto Soo-in's shoulder and rubbing its head against it. It was trying to comfort its master. Master, be well. Don't be sad. The puppet swarmed over Soo-in, coaxing him, making him feel like a child being cared for. Soo-in relaxed, no longer desperately trying to understand the thought that had just occurred. Okay, I listen to you all. Let the flowers be flowers, the grass be grass, the trees be trees. Let this be, let nature take its course. After adjusting his mindset, Soo-in decided not to dwell on the matter, not to delve into memories of past lives. Suddenly, Soo-in felt his maximum spirit value skyrocket. A system pop-up window appeared. Ding dong, player bear is detected to be in a good mood. Entering the enlightenment state, activating the talent skill life flat points. Maximum spirit value increases by 34. Current spirit value is 358. The sudden increase in strength made Soo-in feel numb all over, as if he had been massaged. The refreshing feeling made Soo-in feel limp, and he couldn't help but collapse. This time, he didn't collapse in pain, but in comfort. Xiao Mo grew larger, hugging Soo-in and letting her lean against his broad chest. Soo-in nuzzled in, feeling warm and strong. She felt at ease. Soo-in looked at the system pop-up window. Noticing the sudden surge in her spirit points, she was completely bewildered. This much increase in one go was no pretense. She was truly no ordinary person. She had guessed it. The God King had returned and lost all his memories, right? Is that right? The various suspenseful novels she read were assailing Soo-in's intelligence. But she couldn't find a more plausible explanation than this. It took Soo-in a long time to process all this nonsense and get back to her life. Continue fishing. Even if the God King had returned, she was still a hapless fisherman with no fish to catch. Soo-in waved her fishing rod, staring blankly at the horizon. Little Pumpkin held her phone and played a novel next to Soo-in Reborn. She vowed to marry her sister's husband so as not to repeat the tragedy of her previous life. Welcome to Listen to Tomato. Nan Ling, can you change the book? Reborn and still hoping to change your fate by marrying someone. With that mindset, changing men won't change your fate. Wait, Why are her memories of her past life so morbid? Oh no, my head is hurting again. Elsewhere, Sai was worried. Should she go and see? That was Sister Fugui, her true love, the mentor and friend who helped her grow at the turning point of her life. Sai made a quick decision. Go. I must go. Chapter 448. Once, her appearance had been like a destined friend, leaving a lasting mark in her life. Yet, she had left so abruptly, vanishing in the flames. She had to go and see. This person. Is he real, or a fake? At some point, the staff appeared beside the girl. Clover's hand gripped it tightly, her knuckles clenched until they turned pale. Ding dong, she received a message. Achoo. Suen sneezed, waking from her daze. The sky was gloomy, and the fishing rod had been silent for a long time. She had almost fallen asleep while fishing. Outside the terrace, orange lights had long been on, illuminating a warm corner of the endless sea. Suen tightened her coat. The weather seemed to be getting colder. She rubbed her nose, still a little uncomfortable from the sneeze. She glanced at the clock. It was almost 5. She put away her fishing rod. Looking at the empty rod, she couldn't help but say, "Let's stop here for today." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiamo began to put away his rod. Turning his head, Suen couldn't help but look expectantly as he saw a small fish, the size of a palm, dangling from the hook. The small fish was removed from the hook and dropped into the wooden barrel. In the barrel were only 3 small, palm-sized fish and a clump of waterweed. Yes, this clump of waterweed was the trophy of Suen's afternoon's hard work. Compared to their morning catch, Suen and Xiamo's afternoon fishing was a complete failure. Suen shook the barrel and called to Xiamo, "Xiamo, take a break. This week's treasure chest refresh period has ended. If nothing unexpected happens, we won't get anything today if we keep falling like this." Suen's voice was tinged with disappointment. Suen suspected something unusual was going to happen today, as she had rarely encountered such a situation, since she had a fishing rod that never came up empty. Okay. Xiaomo began to pack up her fishing rod and gear. Suen opened the door first, carrying the fish bucket, and entered the warm pumpkin house, setting it on the kitchen floor. The house was brightly lit, warm and comfortable. Little Pumpkin was busy on the first floor, seemingly steaming rice in a pot. A fresh aroma of rice filled the entire first floor of the pumpkin house. "Master, I made ginger and jujube tea," it said to ward off cold. "Try it." Little Pumpkin came over immediately and led Suen to rest on the sofa. A pot of ginger and jujube tea sat on the coffee table, and Little Pumpkin poured Suen a cup. Suen took off his coat and hung it on the hanger with telekinesis. He took the hot tea with both hands and looked over. The wooden cup was 8/10 full of ginger and jujube tea. A few dried red dates, a few slices of ginger, the hot water stained a light reddish brown from the ingredients. Steam spread, carrying a slightly spicy aroma. The spicy ginger flavor stimulated Suen's sense of smell. Even before he drank it, he felt a hint of spiciness in his mouth. Suen took a gentle sip. The warm ginger jujube tea touched his tongue. It was slightly hot, but a tolerable temperature. It wasn't as spicy as he expected. The first flavor he noticed was sweetness, a sweetness with the aroma of dates and a mellow sweetness. After distinguishing the aroma of the red dates, Suen could also taste a hint of honey, and finally the unique spiciness of ginger. "Nanling, did you add honey?" Suen asked. "Yes, master, I added half a spoonful of honey. It adds sweetness and enriches the taste of the ginger jujube tea." "How is it? Is it too sweet? Do you want me to make another cup?" Little Pumpkin said. She remembered that her master had a low sweetness tolerance and couldn't handle anything too sweet. Or rather, aside from Big Bear, who ate sugar and honey without choking, no one in this family could handle anything particularly sweet. "No need. This sweetness is just right," Suen said with a smile, then gulped down the ginger and jujube tea in one gulp. To be honest, she didn't particularly like the taste of ginger, but it was okay to have a little once in a while. "That's good. Master, do you feel warmer after drinking the tea? The temperature has dropped significantly since noon today. I was afraid you catch a cold, so I kept adjusting the protective shield, but it's almost reaching its limit. If you go fishing tomorrow, master, you need to wear more clothes." "Is the temperature dropping significantly?" Suen muttered to herself, repeating the key points of Little Pumpkin's words. She called out, "Black Ball, report the current temperature." "Ding dong, this is CC Smart Optical Computer Speaker Black Ball. Hello everyone. The current time is 5:03 p.m. Heavy rain turning to torrential rain. The temperature inside is 24 degrees Celsius, The temperature inside the protective cover is 15 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside is 1 degree Celsius. Please keep warm. It's almost freezing outside, isn't it? Because Little Pumpkin is constantly adjusting the temperature, Sue-Ann barely notices it. Perhaps the drop in temperature is also the reason for the decrease in fish. Sue-Ann put down his empty teacup, took a few steps, and leaned over the windowsill to look out. The visibility outside was very low. All he could see was the dark sea, and the faint ripples of rain around the edge of the protective cover's halo. The pumpkin boat wasn't stationary, it was sailing along its course. Thanks to repeated upgrades, the boat sailed steadily, with almost no turbulence. Perhaps, Sue-Ann was used to the feeling of being on a boat and automatically ignored the swaying sensation. In a blink of an eye, over a month had passed since they entered the 3rd level. A short while later, Little Bear emerged from the bathroom. He had taken a long bath and changed into pajamas, now reeking of shower gel. He automatically entered his rest period, fumbling for his phone on the coffee table beside the sofa. He sprawled out on the carpet, scooping up the phone. Sue-Ann turned around and saw Little Bear relaxing, and she couldn't help but smile. Turning her head, she poured Little Bear a cup of ginger and jujube tea and handed it to him. "Shall Imo have a warming cup of tea?" "Okay." Little Bear put down his phone and immediately went to the coffee table to drink. After taking a sip, his face wrinkled. He stuck out his tongue, looking as if he'd been irritated by the spiciness. Sue-Ann almost laughed out loud at the sight, then realized that this jar of tea was the version without honey, and quickly used telekinesis to retrieve the honey jar and spoon from the kitchen spice rack. Xiong opened the honey jar and poured a generous amount of honey into a cup, filling it halfway. Looking at Sue-Ann, she felt a dull pain in her teeth. Then Xiong stirred the ginger and jujube tea with a spoon, tinting the entire thing almost golden with the honey. It was hard to tell if it was honey ginger and jujube tea, or honey mixed with ginger and jujube. Delicious. "Sister-Nan, try a sip." Xiong handed it to Sue-Ann. Curious, she took a sip. The taste was almost like honey on its own. She shook her head and poured herself a cup of plain ginger and jujube tea. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xiong's phone open. It contained the audiobook Little Pumpkin had been playing today, "Reborn to Marry My Sister's Husband." Sue-Ann's expression was strange. So Xiaomo liked this kind of novel? She would respect Xiaomo's hobbies. These kinds of novels usually have strong plots and are very interesting. Xiong noticed her owner's gaze and quickly explained, "Sister-Nan, no, I'm reading this." Xiaomo flicked the finger. Chapter 449. The Return of the God King. Saving the best friend in a parallel world. That night, she traveled back through time, determined to return to the pinnacle of God King status, save her best friend, and save the world. Now, her first step is to kill her own self in this time and space, using her own life to provoke her best friend and change his fate of early death. Sue-Ann clicked on it, and was shocked. This story is set in apocalyptic times, telling the story of a heroine who awakens supernatural powers, gains the ability to travel through time and space, cultivates to become a God King, and then returns as a God King to stir up trouble in a parallel world. What kind of brain circuitry could this author have to come up with such a crazy plot? He's already a God King, but instead of going straight to the point, he takes a detour to kill his other self and transform himself into a half-ghost mode, just to provoke his best friend. I really want to open this author's head and see if it's as smooth as a blank slate. His imagination is so crooked, he must be completely mentally retarded. Sue-Ann wanted to complain right there. I made a mistake. This is it. Xiaomo realized he searched the wrong way. He flipped through the pages and found the book he was looking for. Sue-Ann took a closer look and saw it was the story of the Dark God and his followers, featuring adorable little elves, from the cartoon they watched together before. They watched the cartoon together before, so Xiaomo wanted to read the original novel. Sue-Ann searched a bit and discovered that this heartwarming novel and the slightly madcap story were written by the same author. Master, good news. The spiritual rice is ripe. Suddenly, Wan poked her head out of the elevator shaft and shouted. Wan's black hair flowed like a waterfall, floating upside down in the hollow wooden fence of the elevator, like a scallion with its roots uncut. Upon hearing the news, Sue-Ann took Little Pumpkin and Little Mo to the elevator. Little Lee is watching. The rice is so tall, with so many ears. Wan shared the joy of the harvest. Time-space stowaway S021, you stowed here and participated in this, and you will destroy this world. A black-haired girl with glasses and a bob haircut appeared on the deck of the large ship, holding a white notebook and speaking in a serious manner according to the contents. If we meet, you will kill Yi Yunhui. Missing you will cause her to overdraw her energy and die in 1 month and 7 days. The black-haired girl said emphatically. Facing her was a female fishing player, her long hair cascading down in twin ponytails. She was stiff and her face was pale. She said nothing, but a stream of words appeared before her like splashes of water. Yo, I know you. ID, Xingyu Shi, real name, Qiao Xingyu, talent, SS incitement, professional fraud warlock, right? With each line of text, the girl with the black bob haircut darkened a little. By the time she finished, her complexion was almost as dark as a black person. She clutched the white paper tightly. You know you just. No, I'm telling the truth. Qiao Xingyu stuttered. Line after line of text appeared before her. Let me think. Your codename in the strategy group is Taunt017, right? That being sent you here, right? To scare me away. You had some interesting conversations with Yotsuba, haven't you? This is the 32nd time I've seen you, but I still want to come. What happened the first 31 times? The girl with the bob-haired hair looked at the blank paper in front of her. It didn't say what she was supposed to do. She had to act on her own. You don't accept my toast, you drink. With that, she immediately took action, her domain expanding, and the paper flew. On it were 2 words, trust me. But as soon as she made her move, she discovered that everything in front of her, including the boat, had vanished. She fell into the sea, and the torrential rain fell furiously, soaking everything she had and staining her blank paper. She looked around, choking, and felt lost. In the past, she had always been successful in everything she did. She agreed to the team-up request. A new coordinate appeared on the sea, sailing in both directions. Even if it was far away, they would eventually meet, because both of them were striving forward. When she saw her, Yotsuba felt like she was dreaming. A tall girl, a head taller than herself, with twin ponytails and a mischievous little canine smile. Sister Fugui. She couldn't help but step forward, standing on the deck and staring at her. It was raining heavily, and through the mist, Sai could clearly see the female player. Exactly the same. A real, returning old friend. I told you I'd come back. A familiar voice echoed in her spiritual sea, giggling, but in reality, the human woman's face was stern, expressionless. Would you mind living with me for a while? I know you have a lot of questions, but some I can't answer right now. You know the answers later. With that, Yun Guilin sent a system screenshot. Player, Yun Guilin. Nickname, ID Dafu Dague, 122452, area, level 3001, 18262/100000, level 30+, system cannot detect specifics, talent, system cannot detect specifics, occupation, traveler, system cannot detect specifics. This panel completely stumped Yotsuba. She wasn't good at math, but she could still calculate levels. Levels 1 to 10 are mortal, 11 to 20 are spiritual, 21 to 30 are divine, and 30+. Ah, a super god beside her, a friend she once shared life and death with. Sister Fugui is a super god, a legendary being. Yin thought a lot, feeling she uncovered some incredible truth. Huacheng. Qiao Xingyu returned covered in seaweed, startling Lin Qingju so much that his glasses tilted. Why are you back like this? Failed. How is that possible? Lin Qingju stood up from her desk and, with a wave of her hand, retrieved a file from the Tongtian archives. Impossible. Sister Shu is flawless. She wouldn't make a mistake. A transparent figure in midair at the core of the platform opened its eyes and, with the only remaining trace of its human form, touched the crystal wall at the core. Sister Shu. Lin Qingju's voice trembled. It was clearly just a failed mission, yet she acted as if she experienced something truly terrifying. Did I make a mistake? The transparent figure asked softly. Lin Qingju gritted her teeth and said, It's okay, sister. I send Life M009 right away. These disruptors of the time-space sequence will be killed one by one, and if they come in pairs, they be killed in pairs. Absolutely not. They must not affect our plan. Chapter 450. Lin Qingyu gritted her teeth, her image as the calmest assistant completely shattered. Her eyes shone red. The transparent figure in the core of the platform closed its eyes. But her mental power spoke softly. Don't panic, it's okay. The mistake was probably the limit of my current abilities. If we deviate from the plan, then let the future unfold naturally. Perhaps reckless exploration is also a path. Think of it this way. If the me of that world hadn't stopped her, it might have been the intention of the other me. Lin Qingju remained indignant. We don't care if we pass the test. We are. Ju. In the room, Qiao Xingyu, a little girl with waterweed on her head, huddled in a corner. She trembled in place, as if she had done something wrong and was blaming herself, or perhaps she was afraid of what she was hearing. She covered her ears and trembled all over, like a quail shivering in the rain. She felt she shouldn't be alive and should commit suicide immediately. That's right, she can't live. She took out a blank pad of paper and was about to activate her skilled domain power. Lin Qingju's gaze fell on her and said, "Xingyu, come here, look at this." Lin Qingju swung the crystal pendant in her hand. The bright red teardrop-shaped crystal pendant swayed back and forth, swayed. Sai lay on her rich sister's lap, and the two chatted casually. The fireplace in the room was burning, the wood crackling. The wood seemed to be a special spicewood, and as it burned, a faint fragrance filled the room. The whole room was filled with the fragrance of high-quality aromatherapy. Sai didn't know that this was the scent of burning small-leaf red sandalwood, which had a calming and soothing effect. Sai leaned against her sister's legs, her cold skin a chill, yet her heart warmed. It was a rainy night. Outside the window, the rain poured down. The huge ship was remarkably stable. Sai's bamboo raft rested on the deck, as steady as if she were home. It felt as peaceful as Sai's heart at the moment. Sai had no desire to return to her little nest. She felt like she had endless things to say to her wealthy sister in her warm cabin. Sai recounted her experiences, and her sister listened attentively. The cabin was warm and comfortable. The interior was covered in solid teak wood, a warm hue. A floor-to-ceiling rosewood cabinet served as a partition between the living room and the bedroom. Rows of walnut low cabinets held a few books, a record player, and ornaments. A vintage table and chair leaned against a corner of the off-white wall. A small, shiny silver vase on the table held an orange tulip. A large brass chandelier hung in the center of the cabin. Furthermore, recessed spotlights also cast a warm yellow glow. This multifunctional lighting scheme illuminated the entire living room, making it bright and welcoming. The window was slightly ajar, and through the crystal-like double-glazed glass, one could see the surging waves outside. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew, gently lifting the off-white cotton and linen blend curtains, causing them to flutter gently. She and her sister, Fugue, were lying on a thick khaki wool rug. Suddenly, her sister shifted. Reaching the oval walnut coffee table, Yun Guilin, with stiff movements, moved the golden, round-bottomed copper kettle from the small stove and poured Sai a cup of milk tea. This young female player's movements were slow, a bit robotic, but despite her slowness, she could do it all. A white porcelain cup with a floral pattern held milk tea. This brew of tea and milk was perfectly suited to the young girl's taste. Even though she still longed for her sister's living room, Sai stood up obediently, sat cross-legged at the coffee table, and took the milk tea offered to her. She sipped the tea, the sweet and fragrant flavor of milk tea and caramel. Ever since seeing her sister again, it seemed as if her life had become even more comfortable than in real life. In real life, she still had to attend classes every day, but now, she was enjoying herself here. Sai's gaze fell on the golden, round-bottomed copper kettle. The contrast between the cold, hard copper body and the warm rosewood handle was striking, reminding her of the person before her. At first sight, she had only felt Fukue's warmth, like the scalding copper kettle. Now, she was like the wooden handle. Why am I stunned? A line of words, composed of milk tea, appeared before her. I just can't make big moves, I'm not dead. What's that expression on your face? Why, you don't like being with me? A cup of milk tea makes you sick? Oh my god, you can't be so heartless. Yoshihiko looked up at the cold-faced girl with twin tails, and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. This was heartache. Sister Fugue's tone was the same as before, but now the communication was silent. What was in front of her was her once broad smile, 800 expressions a day, so enthusiastic and flamboyant, jumping up and down as if to step on her head. When she was around, the place was so lively and bustling. This is what's going on now. Put away that expression. TSK, 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 I'm so strong, right? I just can't talk, what the hell? Stay with me. I protect you for as long as I can. You understand me. Don't think about any righteousness. If you die, no one will grieve for you except me. Yoshihiko snorted coldly and replied, I won't die. I'm very selfish. The future you described will never happen. I just want to live a good life. My parents, grandparents, and grandparents are waiting for me to see them alive. Yeah. Yun Guilin nodded stiffly, expressing her deep satisfaction. She didn't want to join the raiders. Sacrificing for justice 100 times was pointless. She was very satisfied with her friend's current awareness. She glanced at her dashboard. In another dashboard, which the system couldn't interpret, information was being recorded. Time traveler, aim confirmed, jump successful, journey underway. Countdown remaining. Achoo. Sue-Ann sneezed, a sneeze that brought her straight from her dream to reality. She curled up and burrowed into the blankets, feeling warm. The tip of her nose still felt a slight tingle, as if the air were cooling. Suddenly waking, she seemed to remember a bit of the dream. In the dream, a vague shadow cried out something about luck and hope rushing towards her. It wasn't just one shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was countless shadows. The sheer mass of shadows nearly drowned her. How terrifying. Sue-Ann shuddered, feeling like she was having a social anxiety attack. So Sue-Ann chose to change the situation by hugging two people on either side. She kissed the sleeping bear on her left, petted the little pumpkin on the other, and nuzzled the sleeping raccoon on her cheek, making sure Juan still held her calf tightly. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Chapter 451. Sleep through the night. Today is Saturday, so there's no treasure chest farming, and no one disturbs Sue-Ann's sleep. After waking up, Xiaomo put on his fishing clothes and hat and went fishing. He's a big eater, so he feels he needs to fish more often to keep the food supply stable. When Sue-Ann woke up, the doll was gone from the bedroom. Everyone else was awake. She checked the time and realized she'd gotten up a bit late, sleeping until after 9. Sue-Ann went to the bathroom to wash up, brush her teeth, and then went to the toilet. She noticed blood and realized she had her period without even noticing. She was stunned. It had been so long since she had her period that she almost forgotten about it, and she almost forgotten what it felt like. After counting, Sue-Ann realized the menstrual health pill she'd taken earlier seemed to have expired, so her period had arrived normally. Thanks to the menstrual health pills, her body was in excellent condition. Her period was pain-free now, and this time, she barely felt it at all. Since menstrual health pills shouldn't be taken during menstruation, Sue-Ann decided to let nature take its course. She looked around, found a sanitary napkin in the bathroom cabinet, changed her underwear, and put on a day-use bathroom. After cleaning up, she went upstairs to hang up the laundry and water the plants. Sue-Ann then returned to the second floor and went to the dressing room. She took off her cold nightgown and changed into a set of long-sleeved trousers. She wore a misty blue sweater made with cashmere, which provided excellent warmth. She wore blue-gray overalls, a texture almost like denim. The overall look was simple and casual, perfect for the increasingly cold weather. Going downstairs, Sue-Ann saw several buckets of fish in the kitchen, some of them cut open and cleaned. Xiaoli and Juan were working together to shave the fish. Xiaoli, rarely in her fox form, was concentrating on shaving the fish. It seemed that having both hands made the work easier in this form. Juan and Xiaoli each had a cutting board and a kitchen knife, working together to shave the fish balls like an assembly line. Little Pumpkin greeted Sue-Ann and then showed him the pot. On the wood stove, a pot of fish balls was sitting, the water simmering slightly, with the fish balls floating in the water. Off to the other side, there was a wooden basin of cooked fish balls. Little Pumpkin telekinetically transferred one of the cooked fish balls and handed it to him. "Master, come and try some. We made them this morning." Sue-Ann opened his mouth, and Little Pumpkin telekinetically placed the fish balls into his mouth. The fish balls must have been cooked and cooled for a while, but now they were warm, not hot at all. One bite revealed the salty, fresh flavor and the sweetness of the fish itself. So fresh and delicious. Sue-Ann couldn't help but raise a finger, praising Little Pumpkin and everyone else's hard work. "The fishing's been particularly good this morning. While Sister Ann is still awake, I go catch another bucket." A voice came from behind. Sue-Ann turned to watch Xiaomo push the door open. Xiaomo was carrying a wooden barrel several times larger than himself. At a glance, he saw 4 or 5 fish in the barrel, some weighing 7 or 8 pounds, others a pound or 2. Putting the barrel down, he saw Sue-Ann and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Sister Ann." "Good morning, Sister Ann." A dozen minutes later, Sue-Ann, carrying an empty barrel and his homemade bait, sat down next to Xiaomo to join them in fishing. After a while, the empty fishing rod began to vibrate. Pull hard. 1. Hooked. Over a pound of small yellow croaker. Sue-Ann plucked the small fish and placed them in a wooden bucket, feeling quite satisfied. Compared to yesterday afternoon's empty catch, this morning's results were quite good. The fishing was indeed good today, perhaps due to the weather. After the storm last night, the rain was light and drizzling, and the sea was relatively calm. Perhaps the fish would come closer to the pumpkin boat. The pumpkin boat was now sailing at a low speed. Over half an hour later. "Master, Big Bear, It's time for dinner, Little Pumpkin called. Wan Wan and Lily moved the table and chairs. Little Pumpkin used his telekinesis to bring the large pot to the open deck. For breakfast, they had fish ball noodles. The noodles, made of fish meat and flour, held together even after cooking for a long time, and tasted like a glutinous version of fish balls. In addition to the fish noodles, the soup also contained bouncy fish balls and small greens. Sue-Ann's appetite was whetted, and she quickly devoured the entire bowl. She couldn't resist adding pepper and chili oil to the noodles as she ate them. These seasonings transformed the bland fish ball noodles into a spicy, numbing dish. After finishing her meal, Sue-Ann felt a warm sensation throughout her body, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She sat on a simple chair, gazing at the vast ocean and wiping the sweat from her forehead. Turning her head, Sue-Ann saw that everyone else was still eating, except for Little Pumpkin, who had finished. Shalimo and Huan Wan were competing in eating noodles as they drank them, bowl after bowl, and soon the entire pot of noodles was almost half gone. Little Pumpkin, noticing his owner's fullness, began to recount a funny story about making fish balls that morning, and Sue-Ann laughed along. Time passed slowly. The rain gradually subsided, the sky cleared, and sunlight emerged from behind the dark clouds. Sue-Ann couldn't help but look up. It was a long-awaited sunshine. She leaned back in her chair, squinting at it. The scattered sunlight was suddenly dazzling. It's clear. She couldn't help but sigh. The azure sea was vast and magnificent. The brilliant sun hung high in the sky, its warmth intertwined with the cool sea breeze. The dolls all looked up, gazing at the long-lost sun. In the second level, the scorching sun, a daily sight, became a rare and precious sight during the continuous rainy season. The sea and the sky merged into one color. Look, a rainbow! The Little Pumpkin shouted. Everyone looked up at the sky. A colorful, upside-down rainbow appeared in the azure sky. Just then, a shark leaped high into the air, forming a beautiful arc in the distance. Then, a school of flying fish leaped out of the sea. Lots of fish. The bear put down his bowl and shouted, pointing at the school of fish leaping out in the distance, his eyes brimming with excitement. With so many fish, it looked like he'd have a chance to catch a big one soon. Yeah, it seems we entered the deep sea. The variety and number of fish have increased dramatically, Sue-Ann said with a sigh. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of notifications rang in Sue-Ann's ears. Just as she opened the public screen, a familiar, annoying mechanical sound rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching 20,000 players in Level 3 Flood Ocean. This launches Level 3's Surprise Series, Event 1.1 Fishing, Catch a Big Fish. Chapter 452. This event is limited to 7 days, and will begin at midnight each new week. The rules are as follows. 1. This event is a humanitarian aid event. The total points earned by all players in the current third stage Flood Ocean can be redeemed for resource refresh rates and reduced environmental hazards in the first stage ice and snow plateau. If you fail to reach the passing score after the event ends, the resource refresh rate in the first stage ice and snow plateau will be reduced and the environmental hazards will be increased. 2. Pay attention to the time. Whether the trash in the first stage ice and snow plateau can survive depends on your hard work. 3. Once the event begins, the random spawn rate of fish monsters and treasure chests will increase by 200%, centered around the player's vehicle, and monster attack power will increase by 100 to 500%. Please be careful, and don't become bait. 4. The fishing personal leaderboard has been opened. The top 100 players will receive gift box rewards, and the bottom 100 players will receive elimination rewards. Welcome to the second stage Hot Desert. 5. Team players will enjoy more fish resource refreshes, and the aggro of fish monsters will increase by 500%. We recommend everyone join in the fun of fishing. 6. During rainy weather, fish attack power increases. Players can earn fishing points by defeating fish monsters. Note: fish can only be caught through fishing, and special item fields cannot be deployed in rain or the ocean. It's not the soft, babyish voice, nor the fancy interface. It's the cold, simple system interface, the old-fashioned mechanical sounds, and the system text that tinges with sarcasm. That guy is back. It's a day to miss San San. Sue-Ann showed all the dolls the system announcement, informing them of the new event starting next Monday. San San's words are so harsh. Lily asked, puzzled. Lily had never seen such sarcastic system text in her life. Not San San. Sue-Ann explained briefly, and Lily understood that this guy wasn't the sweet Tong she's seen since she was born. It was her scoundrel brother, the one who deceived young Tong, asked Tong to cover for her without pay, and exploited her labor. Shaha. Little Lee couldn't help but gasp. San left without saying goodbye, only to be replaced by this scoundrel. It was quite exciting. Little Pumpkin took a closer look and saw that it was indeed the original system's tone. It was nagging and annoying. The content of this event was so hypocritical and righteous that it looked malicious. Where else could she see it? Wan didn't say anything. She was eating and reading messages, so she had no time to talk. Fishing. I want to catch lots of fish, Xiao Mo said angrily, finishing off the remaining noodle soup in 2 gulps. Expecting a busy week ahead, everyone had planned ahead, with Suen making plans to rest more on Saturdays and Sundays. But besides resting, they still had to do some things. As the saying goes, the army doesn't move, but the food comes first. There wouldn't be much time to cook in the coming week, so they had to prepare some quick meals. In the afternoon, Suen and Little Pumpkin made fish buns, dumplings, and pies. These could be frozen and easily reheated to have both meat and vegetables. Besides these more complex dishes, Little Pumpkin planned to marinate some fish fillets. These pieces, after removing the main bones and bones, would be marinated with salt, oil, and pepper. They could be oven roasted or pan-fried. Besides that, Little Pumpkin planned to stew a large amount of pork ribs. After freezing, they could be easily reheated and served with noodles or rice. In the afternoon, the brief sunshine faded, and the rain began to fall again. Little Pumpkin adjusted the projection screen and played cartoons. The whole family was busy, marinating fish in pots. Little Lee's dagger was swift, so he became the main force in deboning the fish. Wan, following Little Pumpkin's instructions, kneaded the fish with telekinesis, while Little Pumpkin added the ingredients. Elsewhere, Xiaomao grew larger and chopped the pork ribs with a crackling sound. Suen was kneading the dough. Flour and water were mixed continuously to form a dough, then kneaded. Yun Guilin was explaining fishing techniques to Sai. The little girl listened attentively. In addition to using spiritual energy as bait, we can infuse our own spiritual energy into the fishing rod, becoming one with the rod. Xiaoya, we must strive to win first place in the fishing event, Yun Guilin said. Yeah. Iya nodded. She had been like this ever since she met Sister Fugui. Refusing to think for herself, she just accepted whatever her sister said. Yun Guilin glanced at the little girl helplessly. How could she be even more clueless than before? Mocha wiped the water off her face, and climbed out of the sea onto the carrier of her multi-purpose boat. She spat a few times. She was almost exhausted. It was Saturday afternoon, and the rain was getting heavier, and the sea was becoming somewhat turbulent. Nong hurried over and handed the little girl a towel, her distress looked almost tangible. Don't worry, I have to do this myself. Mocha took the towel and wiped her face. I have to learn how to swim and fish here before Monday. After resting for more than 10 minutes, she jumped back into the water. Mocha was wearing a tight swimsuit, and her waist was tied with an energy cord to prevent her from getting lost in the ocean. The icy cold water and the pounding rain were both disadvantages for her swimming skills, but it didn't matter, she would eventually overcome them. She could swim, but she was afraid of swimming in such conditions. She needed to overcome this weakness as much as possible. She couldn't always rely on her natural skills to hide behind Nong. Her failure in Fantasy Fairyland had made Mocha realize that over-reliance on ability would only hinder it. Suddenly, the cabin door opened, and the explorer poked his head out, timidly asking Sister Nong, I prepared dinner. When will Sister Mocha eat? No hurry, wait, Nong said. The explorer nodded, and said he was going to do his chores. After saying this, he returned to the cabin, placed the prepared food in the pot to warm, and then began sweeping and mopping the floor. The cabin wasn't large, so there wasn't much room for cleaning. He already done this many times, so the house was spotless. Soon, he had rubbed the floor until it was sparkling. The floor practically reflected one's shadow, acting as a mirror. After wiping it clean, he rinsed the rag until it was pale, hung it on the kitchen sink, and began to survey his surroundings, searching for any other work he could do. The entire ship was constructed using space compression, resulting in a living area of approximately 40 square meters. The cabin, with a dozen square meters, served as the living and dining room, with the dining table and kitchen occupying the bulk of the space. In the corner by the window was a small 2-seater sofa and a small round coffee table. Further in, there was a 4-square-meter bathroom. There were 2 bedrooms on each side of the cabin, and a hidden basement beneath the dining table. Chapter 453. He was not allowed to enter Sister Mocha and Sister Nong's bedrooms. All household chores could only be performed in the living room and dining room. At this moment, he still bore the after-effects of his escape from the Misty Lake platform. The habit of serving others, and the sense of female dignity seemed etched in his mind, indelible. His once self-righteous mentality and subtle chauvinism were completely extinguished. He cherished Sister Mocha's shelter, and the opportunity Sister Nong had given him to work. He had a safe floor to sleep on and enough food to fill his stomach. It was a rare haven in the apocalypse. If possible, he would also be willing to accept Sister Mocha's skill transformation and become a girl, which would make his life more convenient. After the brainwashing he experienced at the mermaid platform, he had a favorable impression of becoming a woman. Seeing the event news, Li Xiangming's face was grim. Xiao Xiao, let's jump right into the challenge of the second level. Got it. I completely agree with you. I always be with you. Zhou Xiao responded to Li Xiangming. Her innocent, youthful expression had faded, her gaze now firm. Even if we die on the road to this challenge. Zhou Xiao declared. The two exchanged glances, each understanding the other's resolve. If they didn't advance to the second level quickly, remaining in the first level, and leaving their future to the protection of the pioneers of the third level would be cowardly. They believed in the excellence of the third level's strong men, and trusted everyone's hard work. But they didn't want to hold the whole team back. Even if they were weak, they should move forward, not give up, and waste the resources that the pioneers had worked so hard for. Shortly after entering the game, they were fortunate to receive help from Sunshine Bear, the current top player in the third level. They were lucky, and they would work hard. Tu Enchuiner's cub drove along the endless highway, yellow sand billowing outside the window, the sun scorching hot. Saturday was a day off, but she drove on at her usual pace. She had received notice about the third level event. Although it had nothing to do with her in the second level, she felt everyone was responsible. If she couldn't do it this time, there would be another time. She hurried her pace, striving to complete the mileage mission as soon as possible so she could advance to the third level. She couldn't participate in this event, but that didn't matter. She was a strong problem solver, and this series of events wouldn't be a one-off. She would quickly reach the third level so she could participate when the next one started, catch more fish, and increase her total points. More people, more effort, was good. Besides, it was also for her own improvement. Bai Feng elegantly ate a steak on the large flat floor of the Song of Thorns platform. Messages kept flashing on the public screen. In the group chat, Powerful needs no explanations. May 5th, a ton of messages appeared. A row of it is. Kali Chiozea go by Lai Feng, hurry up. I don't care what tricks you use. Get to level 3 before Monday, become a level 3 player, and then team up with me to go fishing. Kali Chiozea go by Lai Feng, reply, you're a top-tier fighter, you must participate in the event. You're not allowed to just sit around in level 1. I know you have connections, you can skip levels. Kali Chiozea go by Lai Feng, hey, where are you hiding? Which platform are you enjoying? Reply, Wei Yuzhou. Sister Ka, the team application has been approved. Please take me in. Kali Chiozea, okay sweetheart. I give you the big bedroom. Wei Wu star at Chu by Lai Feng, come over. There's no need to refuse at this time. I already joined Sister Ka's team. Cooperation is a win-win situation. We need your skills. Chu by Lai Feng, you girls are bullying me. You're just trying to get a glimpse of my masterful fishing skills, and the item that blocks Sister Ka's passive skills. Wei Wu star, you're very understanding. Very good. That's your greatest charm. Come on. Sooner or later, you have to get back on the road. Now's the perfect time to take advantage of this event. I help you make a fortune. Kali Chiozea, MOG, are you coming or not? If you don't, I end our partnership. Lulululu. By Lai Feng, okay, I definitely go. Isn't this just a joke? Oh, isn't CE coming? Kajia replied to Bai Feng with a slightly sour message. She's got a new dog. It's just that I'm not charming enough after all. Lucky CE. No, I love you all. You're all my sweethearts. But I have a team I'm working on lately, so I won't be joining. I wish you all a successful team up. Bai Lai Feng raised an eyebrow, finished his meal immediately, packed up his things, and prepared to head to the downtown real estate market. Before leaving, he glanced with some regret at his spacious and bright apartment, spanning several hundred square meters. It was his hard-earned fortune. Never mind. Material possessions, like his hair, can be discarded when the time comes. Before leaving, he smoothed his hair in the mirror. The silver-white wig added a touch of handsomeness to his look, and the well-cut dress exuded elegance, a touch of class. In contrast, The clothes were awkward and uncomfortable, but that was a minor issue. In the afternoon, after selling the platform's real estate and investment shops, Baifeng exchanged them for a pass. A pass for the third-level flood ocean. His wealth had been reduced by nearly 50%, a bit heartbreaking. With the remaining money, he bought an A-class Minute-I multi-purpose RV. He left the platform and plummeted into the vast ocean. His elegant dress was very uncomfortable with the water, but thankfully his wig was sturdy. After releasing the RV, he mentally adjusted his mode to sailing. He climbed onto the approximately 10-square-meter boat. It was already dark. Baifeng washed and changed, his elegance returning. Baifeng clicked to apply to join a team. Until evening, Suan was still reeking of the delicious smell of food. They agreed to rest more, but they worked together until late at night. He was tired of making dumplings. Mainly because Xiaomao and Huan were such voracious eaters, they prepared an unusually large amount of food. Huan was fine, she could skip meals and use spirit source stones, but Xiaomao couldn't. One can't have it all. You can't expect Xiaomao to work more without eating more. Xiaomao only has one energy source, food. Forcing him to work without food is abuse. Falling asleep with the smell of food, Suan felt an indescribable sense of peace. Her rations for the next week were complete, with plenty of ready-to-eat meals, making her life less stressful and allowing her to devote herself to fishing 24/7. The next day, Suan woke up late, stuffed a bun into her bed to fill her stomach, then played with her phone and read a novel. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Suan knew that a tough battle was about to begin early Sunday morning, and besides her, she was fully prepared, and everyone else was no exception. On the public screen, most of the players' chat was devoted to discussing this matter. The only small group she joined was also quite lively. At this moment, she is speaking. Chapter 454. She was forthright, explaining everything from fishing rods to bait in detail. She also explained the direction of spiritual energy flow during fishing. After this, she sincerely invited Suan and Sui Jing to team up and participate in the event. According to the system's rules, while teaming up would increase the difficulty, it would also make fishing easier and more rewarding. Thanks to Xi's eloquence, Sui Jing agreed, and the two agreed to meet at 11 p.m. She also approached Suan, inviting the three of them to team up. Suan considered it, but due to the large number of dolls at home, a desire to avoid exposure, and personality issues, she politely declined. Even after the refusal, Suan felt a bit sorry. They were both excellent teammates, both talented and charismatic. If she could join them, she would be quite capable. But considering the event would last a week, she felt more comfortable on her own. For some reason, even though Suan knew he had feelings for Si and Shi, he still didn't want to get too close to them. Suan couldn't figure it out, ultimately blaming it on her personality. Perhaps it was her social anxiety. She wasn't good with humans, just a weirdo who preferred to play with dolls. Time flew by. Suan checked her phone and bought a bunch of ordinary fishing rods as backup. In the evening, Suan personally cooked a hypnotic carbohydrate feast. After everyone ate their fill, Suan and the dolls went to bed. When the black ball alarm sounded, it was 11:30 p.m. It was time to prepare for battle. Suan lay drowsily in bed for a while, then got up, washed, and changed fully. She went to the first floor, opened the door, and looked out onto the terrace, watching the sea breeze blow by, and waited quietly. Beyond the terrace lay the surging sea, and above, a gentle, lingering rain fell. The goose people were right. This rainy season, it truly was continuous. Suan loved the rain. She loved the sound of the dripping, pattering raindrops. The sound of rain brought her a sense of relaxation. In her memory, she was constantly busy, only able to pause and rest for a moment during stormy times. Often, she huddled in her small room, staring blankly at the rain, soothing her numbed nerves. But now, she felt much less fond of the rain. The constant, repetitive rain every day, the same weather, must have made her feel a bit bored. Humans are a rather base species. Small joys are only appreciated when lost. Even the best things become tiresome after experiencing them too often. Now, the puppets were bustling around Suan, flitting about carrying things, benches, chairs, ready-to-eat meals, hats, and a reinforced awning to protect against the sun, wind, and rain. They already done all of this before, but they kept trying. Suan knew there was a certain nervousness involved. No matter what creature it was, before facing something important, being busy could help relieve some tension. The clock ticked to midnight. A system notification chimed in. It was the start of the activity. Suan and the puppets immediately dropped their baited fishing rods and began fishing. It was a sleepless night, and all the players in the third level were ready for a big fight, whether for himself or for humanity as a whole. Around the pumpkin boat, the protective shield in the sky occasionally rippled under the attacks of evil spirits, radiating a pale blue halo, like ripples on a fluorescent sea. The pale blue halo and warm yellow halo, a double layer of protective shield, beautiful yet conveying a strong sense of security. On a rainy night, the sky was thick with dark clouds, without stars or moon, but the lights on the pumpkin boat were all ablaze. Lights purchased from various platforms and shops lit up, retro-style camping lanterns, lily-of-the-valley lanterns, strawberry lanterns, and a string of pearlescent lights, emitting halos of orange, warm yellow, and moonlight white. This combination of lights illuminated the pumpkin boat, illuminating the surrounding sea area for about 5 or 6 meters. The entire pumpkin boat was like a fragrant, soft little file on the dark sea, warm, sweet, and tart, attracting all kinds of fish monsters to swarm in. It was a bit chilly outside at night, so Suen wore the same outfit from yesterday, except he added a layer of long johns under his overalls and a windbreaker over his sweater. This dark blue windbreaker was waterproof and windproof, perfect for night fishing. When the first fish was caught and attacked Suen and his group, Suen exclaimed, "I seen the real deal." This fishing activity was no simple matter. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you caught the fish monster Crimson Eastern Star Grouper through fishing. You encountered an attack from a level 13 Crimson Eastern Star Grouper monster. This was a fish, but also a monster. They were hunters and prey. The fish swung its tail at the group, sending a barrage of attacking blades hurtling towards them. Suen, holding his fishing rod, was unable to attack with his weapon, so he could only use telekinesis to try to block the attack. Seeing this, Xiao Mo grew larger and leaped high, increasing the attack's height. Xiao Mo spun 360 degrees in midair, his weapon transforming into a meteor hammer, hammering down at the monsters, piercing through the fish monster's defenses, and slamming the fish down hard. Little Pumpkin couldn't even use his triangular shield before the fish died. The large cannon behind him unleashed a burst of freezing light. The bear's already killed fish was frozen. Suen painfully put away his fishing rod, his line, having fallen on a hard fish, felt a sense of vicissitudes. Suen touched the scar on the line, with a distressed look. Thankfully, it was strong enough to hold. "This thing is a level 13 monster," Little Pumpkin said, looking closer at the fish. Suen nodded. Everyone examined the fish together, and Little Pumpkin returned it to the warehouse. "Ding dong, you have obtained one crimson grouper, common, level 13, weighing 1.45 kilograms. The meat is delicate, and contains a small amount of spiritual energy. Eating it replenishes some spiritual energy, adding 120 points to your overall score." Suen looked at the information about his rising leaderboard and the message that his ranking had not been updated, and nodded. This leaderboard records points and rankings every 5 minutes. "Keep fishing," Suen said. It was a day of nostalgia for the game console. Unfortunately, the system had been disabled. Fish could only be caught through fishing, and the special item field could not be deployed in rain or ocean. 1 a.m. Suen ranked in the top 50. 2 a.m. Suen's ranking was in the early 100s. 3 a.m. Suen's ranking dropped to over 150. Little Pumpkin couldn't sit still while fishing. She caught sight of the system leaderboard out of the corner of her eye and asked anxiously, "Why is it falling?" They had clearly been working non-stop, catching fish one after another. "Because this event allows for team-based play, it's harder to rank up," Little said. "Look!" The little fox's tail touched the system's public screen and scrolled upwards. A lot of random names were listed on the ranking list. "Look, these should all be teams." Chapter 455. Little Pumpkin, looking at nicknames that ranged from serious to abstract, certainly didn't look like a solo player. Little Fox scrolled up the leaderboard the further he went. The names seemed less and less like solo players, and more like team names. Ranked 134, Star Tour Team. Ranked 123, The Cat Team, bound to fall apart sooner or later. Ranked 107, We're Professional Anglers. Ranked 79, Team 023, Strategy Group. Ranked 77, Never Stop Until You Catch the Big Fish, Team Emperor. Ranked 54, Team 007. Ranked 47, Look at My Big Fish, Big, Big. Ranked 24, Team 198. Ranked 7, Powerful, needless to say, 5 missing 1. Ranked 6, Team 004. The higher he went, the more team names there were. It seemed like they were participating in an organized and disciplined manner. Finally, Little Pumpkin looked at the top 3 with a possessive, aggressive gaze, wishing the first place name would just be Sunshine Bear. Rank 1, watching fishing special team, points, 68,391. Rank 2, Dafu Dogway and Lucky Star, points, 67,311. Rank 3, strategy team, points, 00267108. The ambitious little pumpkin couldn't help but grind his teeth. It said, puzzled, we're a team too. There are 5 of us, 5 of us. Teaming shouldn't be the reason we didn't take first place. The second place finishers should be 2 people. They were able to charge forward. There must be some fishing pointering method we overlooked. 5? Little Fox tilted her head. Aren't Onbao and Big Bear catching most of the catch? Little Fox said. She pointed to the other side of the pumpkin boat's deck. Wan Wan, with a look of despair on her face, waved her fishing rod, looking completely out of her mind. She looked genuinely bored. She almost had a hat on her head, with the word slacking off written all over it. By contrast, Bear was fishing with gusto, and his master was taking it quite seriously. And then, there were the 2 of them, Little Fox and Little Pumpkin, who were chatting away, and didn't seem too focused on fishing. Ah, fishing is so boring. I just want to jump in, and catch some fish. Little Pumpkin couldn't help scratching his head. He felt irritated. He really didn't like fishing, and hated this slow pace. Little Fox spread his hands helplessly, and said, the rules say we have to fish. Let's just do our best. With that, Little Fox jumped in front of Suin. Onbao, we're falling further and further behind in the rankings. Little Pumpkin suggests we try a new approach. Suin looked at Little Fox stunned. The mechanical fishing routine had clearly dulled her nerves. The constant hooking, waiting, and reeling in felt mechanical. Suin looked at the system public screen that Xiaoli had moved with his tail. Yes, to facilitate monitoring of the rankings, Suin had spent 1 silver coin and 400 bronze coins at the very beginning of the event to purchase a 7-day physical tracking system public screen, allowing everyone to track progress. Suin glanced at the rankings. The points had just been updated. Rank 1, watching fishing special team, points 69,219. Rank 2, Dafu Dogway and Lucky Star, points 68,111. Rank 3, strategy team, points 00267866. Master, I think there must be a way to increase your catch. Fishing one fish after another with a fishing rod is just too slow. Little Pumpkin came up and pointed to the top spot on the leaderboard, saying, we should be here. Not here. Ranked 157 Sunshine Bear 38213. Suin couldn't help but ponder, examining the top 3. The first place was clearly a professional organization from Weizong. The second place was someone she only knew, Dafu Dogwei. He seemed to be a fishing expert. She had even shared fish with her on the public screen before. He was a very energetic young person. Third place, Group 002, must be Yiqing Haiyan and the others. Then let's ask for advice. Working in isolation has its limitations, but collective wisdom is infinite. Suin quickly made a decision and said, I go ask. Suin opened the public chat and realized there was no need to ask. The Weizong fishing group was constantly posting guides. The guide had already been updated to version 4. She was obsessed with fishing, catching one catch after another, so focused on the present that she ignored much else. Lin Qingju, Fishing, Catch a Big Fish, Activity Guide version 1.4, compiled by the Huacheng Fishing Special Team. Personal version, Team version. Remember, rainy nights are dangerous, and fish monsters are powerful. Please exercise caution and earn points while protecting your vehicle and your own safety. Suin suddenly realized what was going on. The fishing rod in his hand trembled. A fish about to take the bait. Suin handed the rod directly to Little Bear, who collected the fish, and then focused on studying the guide. He read it over and over again 4 or 5 times. Wan Wan, who didn't like fishing, couldn't help but come over and take a look. 10 minutes later, Suin said, so that's how it is. I got it, said Little Pumpkin. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. I wonder who came up with this risky tactic. Little Pumpkin's lips curled up in a domineering smile. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Imo hid behind Suin, shivering, holding his fishing rod. He barely managed to maintain his composure thanks to Wan Wan's ghostly protection. Oh my god, there's actually such a way to fish. Others use human lives as bait, using ropes and skateboards as bait. Little Pumpkin went even further, using himself as bait. The pumpkin boat removed its protective shield and drifted across the sea, acting as the sweetest bait, attracting fish. Little Pumpkin's aggressive movements even startled a whale the size of a mountain, almost larger than the pumpkin boat itself. The bear wanted to join the fray, but the night was too dark, and the evil spirits too fierce. He could only hide beside Anon and Wan, barely maintaining his composure. While Little Pumpkin was evading the monsters, Suin was attacking and provoking them. The zither's vibrations echoed, and the light blades attacked relentlessly. Wan had long since transformed from Little One into Big One. Thousands of cat-like ghosts darted among the fish. Her expression had shattered from its previous dejection, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she controlled the ghosts, attacking the monsters relentlessly. Big Bear, rest assured. I do the work during the day. Leave this to me. With that, Little transformed into a fox-eared girl, Shadow Devourer blade in hand, standing on the deck, eager for a chance to strike a fatal blow. The massive whale, constantly under attack, was draining its strength and health. Now, a flash of light passed by. It was Little. Under the killer blow, the whale's wail died before it could pierce the sky. Followed by, a series of messages flashed across the public screen. Chapter 456. Ding dong, you have obtained a patrol whale, spiritual level, *1, level 17 elite, 21 m long, 1,560,000 kilograms. Its meat is rich in spiritual energy. Consuming it replenishes spiritual energy and strengthens the body. Overall points increased by 212,819. Ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for rising in the leaderboard rankings to number 1. As soon as this high-level elite fish monster was defeated, Dawan immediately stored it in her space. Instantly, Sunshine Bear's points soared to number 1. Little Pumpkin exclaimed, exciting. This is real fishing. Ha ha ha. She laughed, her head raised high in triumph. Apparently, she was laughing so hard that she had forgotten that the shields against rain and cold had been removed. Her raincoat offered no protection at all. The rain was pouring down hard, and when she looked up, the water poured directly onto her face, filling her mouth with water and soaking her face and hair. Cough, cough, cough. Choking on the rain, Little Pumpkin lowered his head and coughed, and the pumpkin boat's course took an extra S-curve. This scene made Little, who had just returned to the deck exhausted, burst into laughter before he even collapsed. Laughter is contagious. Dawan and Xiaomo's expressions changed accordingly. Suen's sense of humor and her moral composure were at odds, and it took her several minutes to stop herself from laughing. She glanced at everyone, seeing they were all exhausted, and said, "Let's take a break together." As Little Pumpkin spit out the water, the protective shield reappeared. Little Pumpkin wiped the rain from his face and responded, "Okay, no more laughing. Everyone, stop laughing, let's take a break." The pumpkin boat transformed into a pumpkin spaceship, taking off from its spot, leaving its combat stance. The pumpkin spaceship lifted off the sea, slowly ascending, passing through a continuous cloud and rain, soaring above the dark clouds. Just then, a ray of morning sun shone from the edge of the distant sky, its edge peeked out, half bright, half gloomy. Daybreak, it was almost 5 in the morning. Suen wiped the rain off everyone's faces with a towel. Even wearing raincoats, everyone had suffered greatly in the recent battle. After a quick cleanup, Suen heated up the steamed buns and handed them out. Breakfast was eaten with the rising sun, and the second place ranking of tens of thousands of points. The fish buns, with their tender and delicate filling, warmed the stomach and eased the fatigue of a hard night's work. An hour ago, every player in the Star Patrol was busy. The explorer, with a spiritual rope tied around his waist, surfed on a skateboard. Used as bait. Several large fish followed him, ferocious and extremely ferocious. Mocha raised her staff, icy blades dancing, attacking the fish from a distance. The ice blades danced, damaging the fish monsters. Elsewhere, Naza steered the boat, controlling the direction, matching Mocha's attack rhythm, and helping the explorer dodge the attacks of the fish monsters. After defeating the group of fish monsters, the explorer dragged the large fish into the space, and climbed back onto the boat on the skateboard. He leaned against the deck railing, took the bottle of blue medicine Mocha handed him, and drank it in big gulps to restore his mental strength. The protective shield only partially blocked out the rain, not to mention that he had been moving outside the shield, and the rain was cold. The man was drenched, and the chill he felt after relaxing made his teeth chatter. Mocha noticed the explorer's situation and tossed him a rag to use as a towel. Then, pointing to the stove on her nail plate, she beckoned him to come over and warm himself by the fire. She didn't say much, mainly because she was exhausted. She felt bloated from taking too many blue potions, and her mouth was filled with a sour, herbal flavor. That fish monster just added 6,251 points, putting us in 121st place, Non said, scrolling through the public screen. We can still climb higher. We have a good chance, she continued. 10 minutes of rest. I need time to recover, and so does the explorer, Mocha said. After that, she glanced at the man huddled by the fire. Ever since rescuing the explorer from the misty lake, she had noticed a decrease in his masculinity and a rise in his femininity. But it was a change she wasn't unhappy with. Nong nodded and said, We're already pretty good right now. Sunshine Bear is at 156, and even the top player has that score. We're ahead of her, so we're still pretty good. Mocha was a little surprised to hear this, but she quickly understood. She said, Nong, don't underestimate anyone. She's a solo player, and we're a team. One person and a group are different. Besides, maybe they haven't hit their stride yet. Mocha spoke. Nong said, I see. By the way, there's a new official strategy guide posted on the public screen. The raindrops pattered. On the deck of the boat, several people gathered around the fire, discussing new strategies. After the explorer recovered, he popped 2 candies to replenish his energy. Sooner or later, the cat team would fall apart. The orange cat wiped the water off her face, feeling uncomfortable all over, but it didn't affect her attack power. Meanwhile, Feng Yinshi was feeling quite comfortable. As a mermaid, she felt incredibly comfortable in the humid rainy season. Huaidahua, Yuyeding, Muyuqiu, and the others were all working together to kill the fish monsters. Feng Yinshi, as usual, was making lucky charms, watching everyone kill monsters with her tail raised. She was so bored that she was constantly chatting on the public screen. Whenever she came across a topic of gossip, she would join in the conversation. Yi felt like she was being led by a big boss. Sister Fugui was so cool. Each fish she caught was bigger than the last, and her points were quickly climbing the leaderboard, reaching 2nd place and well on her way to 1st place. As for her, she was embarrassed to say that she did almost nothing except help collect the fish, like using the system space to transfer them to the cold storage in her sister's cabin. Perhaps feeling a bit bored, Sai opened the public screen to check the news. The public screen was bustling with activity. Many players who couldn't climb the leaderboards didn't necessarily pay attention to the top of the list. They seemed to enjoy engaging in gossip without a trace of fatigue. Sunshine Bear, the top player in the 2nd and 3rd levels, had seen his ranking steadily decline during this event, attracting a lot of attention. There was also some gossip. Sunshine Bear must be at his wits' end, his ranking constantly dropping, yet he still managed to claim to be the top player. Zhu, big boss, are you not willing to work hard? You have the talent, but you're not showing it off. Yu, haven't you noticed that there are almost no solo players in the top 1,000? I think Sunshine Bear is amazing. She's the top solo player. The others are all teams of several people. Feng Yinji sure. Yes, it's only been less than a day. What's the point of ranking? Iwu, TSK, isn't this Sunshine Bear being too arrogant? Look, he insisted on participating in this event alone, thinking he could get 1st place. The system told him it was easier to team up, but he refused to listen. Asabation, oh right, did you see that? Sunshine Bear, who was posting pictures of fish a few days ago, crushed Dafudague and is now 2nd on the leaderboard. Isn't that ridiculous? A complete slap in the face. Ordinary little cake. Yeah, Dafudague is really strong. Super impressive. Chapter 457. Lucky Clover, are you bored? Why aren't you fishing instead of being so sarcastic? Lucky Clover, if you have the time, why don't you catch a few more fish? What's wrong? You're so angry all of a sudden. Your little mouth is pouting. A line of words formed by raindrops appeared before her. Clover looked up and saw Sister Fugui, returning from fishing. Her face was gentle under the light. When Sai explained this, Yun Guilin remained unmoved, but a flicker in her eyes revealed she wasn't as calm as she appeared. This has nothing to do with us, but for our sake, I still have to express my stance. Then, a message appeared on the public screen. Dafudague, boring. No need to criticize. Sister Sunshine is someone I admire. At this point, many players who saw this message were furious. Many of them were doing this to satisfy their jealousy, as if they would feel better if someone from a high position were brought down a little. Now, using them as tools to pull people down and criticize them, I'm really infuriating. These big guys are all spineless. Humanity always loves to create gods, then kill them. Suddenly, a message popped up on the public screen. Poporo, look at the leaderboard. Big Guy Sunshine Bear has suddenly landed at number 1. He's truly amazing. Feng Yanzishi, as expected of Sister Sunshine, so handsome. Lucky Clover, awesome. Dad in the distance, I just saw it. Tens of thousands of points instantly increased. What a big fish, Jumju. Fishing these days is different. This must be a big fish caught by a big guy. With the system leaderboard update, Sunshine Bear suddenly landed at number 1, leaving those players who were trying to gain a sense of superiority over her completely speechless. Suen paid no attention to the public screen. If Little Pumpkin hadn't just mentioned it, she might still be fishing. The public screen was bustling with noise and chatter, but it had nothing to do with her. After dinner, they rested for less than half an hour before continuing fishing. The required passing score was still a long way off, and the 7-day event had just begun. At 12 o'clock on Monday morning, Suen felt a little exhausted and took the dolls for a short break. This was their second break since the event began. It wasn't that she hadn't considered using leaf tobacco, but she was currently menstruating, and the effectiveness of this psychotropic drug was greatly reduced. And there was another problem. The event lasted 7 days, and leaf tobacco only lasted about 3. If she used it too early, she would have been sleeping for the rest of the day, so it was far too late to use this item right now. Thankfully, they were currently at the top of the leaderboard, so taking a break wouldn't affect their ranking. Ever since abandoning traditional fishing, Suen has consistently topped the leaderboard. His warehouse is overflowing with catch, and to make room, Suen packs up and sells off nearly all meat below the spiritual rank. Even during his downtime, Xiaomo is still constantly working on the steps of selling and putting things on the shelves, a tedious task. Suen asked, Nanling, how much free space do we have left? Less than 100 cubic meters, Little Pumpkin said quickly after closing his eyes and sensing the situation. I never expected that the storage space would be the factor that would slow down my points earning. Thankfully, the Huacheng Food Reserve has been purchasing large quantities of food. While the market price is lower than normal, it's still much higher than the system's return price. Xiaomo, stop putting them on the shelves piecemeal. From now on, we sell all the common fish we catch to Huacheng to save time. Suen instructed Xiaomo, who had been in charge of selling the warehouse supplies. Xiong nodded and said, okay, leave it to Xiaomo's sister and don't worry. Noticing the fatigue in his master's eyes, Little Pumpkin came over and said, Master, rest for a while. We take care of this. You're still on your period, you can't catch a cold. Change your clothes and get some sleep. Little Pumpkin telekinetically brought a cup of ginger and jujube tea and handed it to Suen. That night, his master had been with the others, killing monsters. Although he was wearing thick clothes, he occasionally removed his protective shield, which still let him get wet. The raincoat wasn't completely protective, and his pants and shirt were soaked. Little Pumpkin was worried and begged Suen to rest. After a long pause, he finally stopped. Okay, we take turns resting, Suen replied. She wasn't the kind of overworked person who couldn't get tired. It was just that once the activity had just begun, she'd been thinking about keeping an eye on things. Suen called everyone inside to rest. The pumpkin boat reinstalled its protective shield, losing all contact with the fish monsters. Suen went to the bathroom for a quick shower and changed into an extra-large sanitary napkin. Before going to bed, Suen explained everything to everyone. Change the plan. Let's proceed with Plan B first. The original fishing plan was Plan A, where everyone would take turns fishing for 4 days, with Yi Zian holding out until the end. This was a frantic fishing mode, focusing on working hard for 7 days to get the maximum points within their capabilities. This Plan B was more relaxed, involving 2-person teams, a 14-14 pattern. Simply put, it's 14 hours of work, 10 hours of rest. From 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., a total of 14 hours, Xiaomo and Xiaoli work together. During this time, Xiaomo is fully daylight, when evil spirits rarely appear, allowing Xiaomo to maximize his combat effectiveness. At the same time, Xiaoli can drive the pumpkin cart, providing comprehensive support. Although it rained constantly, visibility was better during the day than in the wild, and Xiaoli was a steadier driver. Xiaoli also had offensive power, but her skills were one-hit kills, and after a kill, her attack power was lost for 24 hours, making her more suitable for positioning support. The other shift was from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., also 14 hours. Xiaogua and Huanwan worked together. At night, Xiaogua could provide support and monster evasion. Nighttime was also Huanwan's domain. As a ghost with dark abilities, her abilities at night should not be underestimated. As long as she didn't encounter elite monsters, like yesterday, Huanwan could easily wipe out a large group of monsters. Previously, to help Shelly level up, everyone had adopted a similar team-up arrangement. As for Suan, aside from sleeping, she spent her time monster hunting with everyone. Suan quickly adjusted her plan and headed off to bed with everyone. As for when to start working, they decide after they woke up. A few hours wouldn't hurt. Time slipped slowly, and by the time Suan woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. She stretched and tugged, only to find that the dolls were gone. She left the first-floor bedroom. Chapter 458. Xiaomo, transformed into a 4-meter-long figure, was fishing with a meteor hammer. Xiaoli, transformed into a fox girl, was hunched over in the cockpit, using her mental power to steer the boat. The two dolls began to work. Little Pumpkin, not resting, had cooked a pot of unknown food in the kitchen, which smelled delicious. Wan was nowhere to be seen. Suan walked up the stairs and took a peek, only to find her on the second floor, transformed into a ghost, sleeping soundly in the large bed. Last night's transformation into Big Wan had clearly taken its toll on Wan, and she needed sleep. Suan didn't bother her, but went downstairs and asked Little Pumpkin, Nanling, "Why don't you get some sleep?" "Not sleepy," Little Pumpkin replied. After that, she brought Suan a bowl of soup with chicken, red dates, goji berries, and ginger slices, clearly prepared just for her. "Master, is your stomach still hurting?" "Not anymore." Suan shook his head. Suan felt warmed by Little Pumpkin's concern. She knew Little Pumpkin was talking about what happened that morning. Perhaps her stomach ached briefly, because her shoes were soaked by the tsunami caused by the fish monster. She tried not to show it, so as not to disrupt everyone's monster hunting efforts. Unexpectedly, the doll noticed. Suan had just woken up and had no appetite, but she wouldn't let Little Pumpkin down. She scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup and sipped it gently. The tender skin and tender meat of the chicken, the broth salty and delicious, made her eyes light up. Suan looked at Little Pumpkin in amazement. Just by sipping the soup, she knew it was the result of a whole spirit-level chicken, cut into small pieces, and stewed for several hours. This must be a luxury, considering all the overtime work these days. Suan couldn't help but think. She couldn't help but reach out and rub Little Pumpkin's head, saying, "Don't work too hard." Time passed incredibly slowly in this moment of leisure amidst the rush. Over the course of a bowl of soup, Suan suddenly felt that her discomfort wasn't a big deal. Her resentment for forgetting to take her menstrual health pills had dissipated considerably. After all, even if one pretended not to care, the sticky feeling during menstruation still persisted. And when such an activity suddenly occurred, the body was in this state, which could still cause irritation and regret, affecting one's mood. You know, regret is the most irritating emotion. If I had done something like that, it would have a profound impact on one's mood. After finishing her soup, feeling warm all over, Suan went to help on deck. Little Pumpkin wanted to tell its owner to rest a little, but before she could say it, she could only hurried after him. On the deck of the pumpkin carriage, Suan, holding a guqin, followed the rhythm of the music, using light waves in conjunction with Little Bear's meteor hammer to attack the fish monsters. Suan could hear Little controlling the pumpkin boat while mentally directing Little Mo to fight, and Suan cooperated. Little Pumpkin looked at his master, who was concentrating on hunting the fish monsters, and was at a loss for words to persuade him to rest. His master had always been like this, intelligent and serious, never lazy when it came to work, always striving at the forefront. When it came to rest, he was also confident, and would not overexert himself and cause others to worry. Little Pumpkin had to trust his master. Little Pumpkin retreated to the pumpkin house, found the black ball, set an alarm, swayed his body, found his sleep socket, and his legs transformed into wooden blocks, stuck inside, closing his eyes and falling asleep. It rarely uses this sleep mode, but it's the fastest way to recover both strength and spirit. After defeating this wave of monsters, Xiaoli opened the vehicle's protective shield and reattached the pumpkin boat, signaling a temporary rest. The bear used its meteor hammer to entangle the dead fish and drag it back to the boat. "Sister Anan, you need to get more rest, or your stomach will feel upset." The first thing Xiaoma said upon seeing Swan was. Swan sipped the blue potion, feeling the slow increase in spirit level, and said, "I'm fine." The bear looked disapproving. Xiaoma said, "Sister Anan, you have to trust us." I trust you very much." Swan couldn't help but rub the bear's head. It even said that its hair was drooping. The bear leaned against Swan's body, nuzzling its head against her arm, then quickly got down to business, selling the fish monsters it had harvested. It had done this job so often that its movements were quite adept. In just a few minutes, it had finished off a large pile of catch, filling the deck. Xiaomo then entered the pumpkin house, and Suan followed him inside. At the door, Suan took off his raincoat and saw Xiaoli pulling a bunch of warm buns from the steamer, calling out to Bear to eat. Eating is a way to restore energy. Suan saw Bear simply take off his raincoat and then dive into his food, just to quickly replenish his energy. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. After a brief moment of eating and digesting, the hair on Bear's head stood up slightly. He said something to Xiaoli, then donned his raincoat and headed for the deck. His back was full of strength. Suan, holding his guqin, opened the door and followed. The sun was setting, its rays splashing onto the sea, creating rolling golden waves. It was a long-lost sight, the sun rising after the rain had stopped. Yosha, gazing at this magnificent scene, couldn't help but run out of the cabin. The battle ahead was at its most intense, and she wanted to help. Under the setting sun, a dashing woman in a windbreaker and twin ponytails held a fishing rod, reeling in a fish over 10 meters long. Her arms were slender, yet their muscles were brimming with strength. A single hand could hold the giant fish firmly in check. The two fought each other. The boat rocked and rolled in the waves, the spray surging, the crystalline water reflecting red and yellow in the sunset. "Didn't I tell you not to come out? It's dangerous out there." Yosha had just stepped out of the cabin when a line of words, composed of splashing water, appeared before her. This was Sister Fugue's concern. Sai clutched her staff tightly and shouted, "My spirit is still full. I can help. Go back." "Okay, listen." Sai wanted to deploy her domain to help, but hesitated at the words before her. "You promise to follow my orders, okay? Trust me." Sai retreated hesitantly back to the cabin, shutting the door tightly, not daring to leave. She returned to the living room and stood by the window, looking through the clear crystal glass. Sai stared intently at the warrior outside, her boat and crew fused together. She was battling a fish monster, holding onto her fishing rod, a patient, gigantic fish in a stalemate. Sai didn't understand why Sister Fugue had stopped her from leaving, but since she had agreed to team up with her, she had to obey her. Soon, Sister Fugue disappeared from the window. She switched windows, each one blind. The setting sun's rays gradually faded, and the fragments of gold turned to a dark red. Suddenly, the entire boat gave way, and a fish head appeared in the corner of the window, a faint shadow visible. The entire boat lurched, and she drifted with it, like her anxious heart. Is the battle over? Has the monster been defeated and reeled in? Yotsuba speculated. She pressed her face almost against the glass, but she couldn't see clearly. She really wanted to open the cabin door and run out to help. But she was cautious, not wanting to cause more trouble. Anxious, Yotsuba forced herself to get busy. It was getting dark soon, and she had to prepare food and hot water for Sister Fugue, and organize the medicine shelves at home so she could be taken care of immediately when she returned to rest. For the sake of the ocean environment, the entire kitchen was fixed to the boat, stuck in a deep pot on the stove. The fish sizzled in the fat, and as the boat rocked, Yotsuba filled it with water. A sizzling sound, followed by a loud thunderclap. It's raining again. Chapter 459. Yashai instinctively turned around and saw this scene. Through the bright window glass, she could just see her silhouette. The sky was dark, and blue-purple lightning flashed across the horizon. On the deck of the ship, a young girl stood on a giant fish monster, her back to the cabin, her ponytail swaying in the wind. Facing the lightning that seemed to be heading her way, the girl swung her fishing rod, which transformed into a golden chain that whipped the lightning. Crackling. The lightning dissipated. The rain poured down in torrents. As if to drown everything, Yatsu's heart skipped a beat, pounding violently. The scene, she had almost forgotten, reappeared. Internal testing time, a sea of fire, no, so many wealthy sisters, so many life and death crises, she was there, and not just during the internal testing. Watching office. As the general assistant to the head of the stability maintenance team, Lin Qingju was extremely busy. At this moment, her 18 secretaries were accompanying her, assisting her with her work. The chief secretary asked, "Assistant Lin, Destiny Y007 has taken action. The thread of destiny is being successfully strung together. The deviation caused by spacetime S021 is expected to be eliminated." This was the chief secretary in charge of the confidential operation, an S-level talent with the same sequence as Lin Qingju. "Okay. Keep moving forward. Have Y007 follow up. Don't disrupt Lucky X007's original trajectory." Lin Qingju replied. "Got it." The chief secretary nodded. The 18th secretary asked, "Sister Zhu, the watching warehouse is running low on storage space. I have 4 solutions. I think combining storage at the remaining 32 Watchung stations is a good idea. Please make your choice. Submit the file to me. I take a look at your proposal. Secretary 12 asked, Sister Zhu, Xiao Xingyu has recovered and requested an offline meeting with you. She has important information about her past life. I'm currently on an activity. Why would she meet me if she's not going fishing? Forget it. Find a time for her. Block out an hour in my evening schedule to see her. Lin Qingju looked up from the file and responded to Secretary 12. Second Secretary asked Lin Qingju, Assistant Lin, your account has received a special message regarding Mr. Sunshine Bear. Please check it out. This was the second secretary, who was responsible for managing Lin Qingju's account and distributing notifications and guides. Okay. Lin Qingju put down the file and called to Secretary 12, Little 12, tell Xiao Xingyu to wait. We see her later. After saying that, Lin Qingju opened the public screen to check. Seeing the message, her face changed. You guys go ahead and handle it. Little 18. Let Secretary 1 decide on the plan. I go find Sister Xu. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qingju disappeared. Sister Zhu is running so fast. I hope nothing major happens. Stop gossiping and get to work. This wave of events is a turning point in our destiny, so we must be fully prepared. On the evening of the first day of the event, Suan couldn't help but ask Lin Qingju, Sunshine Bear, isn't this the first time we failed? What's your plan? In truth, Suan had already guessed it, but she had been ignoring it, wanting to focus on the present and not dwell on her own rebirth. But seeing the toy puppet's hard work during today's series of events, she felt deeply distressed. Just now, Little Pumpkin was injured while using himself as bait. Suan repaired the body in Little Pumpkin's hand, but she couldn't heal her own heartache. If she could get the answer from the official source, wouldn't it be like getting the guide she gotten before, saving her some detours? When the event started, she could earn points just by fishing, but she definitely wasn't as strong as the one she gained by improving according to the guide. So Suan asked. It was that simple. Suan stared at the frozen message, a flash of the scene of her first encounter with Li Mingshu at the farm platform. She wanted to ask then, but held back. On the public screen, Lin Qingju's message bar remained silent for a long time. The previous post was Sai's short essay. Lucky Sai, Sunshine sister, I think I'm going insane. Not only are my dead friends reappearing in my memories, but I'm also dreaming of all sorts of death scenarios, all kinds of ways to die, in a sea of fire, in ice and snow, by jumping into the sea, in a fog. I'm telling you, I feel like everything is fake, and only death can end it. You're hoping I give you some leaves? Will you accept them? Only then will everything go smoothly. It was Little Bear and Little Fox's rest time that evening. Little Bear noticed his master's serious expression and approached, silently holding Suan's hand. Not far away, Little Pumpkin, looking sullen, yelled at Dewan, I'm tough. It was just a careless mistake. If it hadn't been for the sudden thunderstorm, I wouldn't have been bitten by that big fish. Haha, don't poke me. Master just fixed it. You heard me. Humph, I told you not to be so stubborn. Dewan replied. After waiting for about half an hour, she finally received a reply. Usually, Lin Qingju replied to her messages instantly, but this was the first time she'd been so slow. Actually, Suan already had the answer. After all, she had been asking the question with the answer in mind. Lin Qingju, what's wrong? What are you talking about? I don't understand. What's failure? Our plan is to reach the end of the road and complete the interstellar trial. Sunshine Bear, okay. Suan replied briefly to Qingju, understanding her point. Regardless of the reason, the authorities didn't want to confront her. So, don't blame her for acting on impulse. If anything was disturbed, it wasn't her fault. Suan immediately contacted Siyi. Sunshine Bear, Siyi, are you still conscious? Lucky Siyi, Sister Sunshine, do you want my leaf? Hurry, take it, or I die soon. It'd be too late, I won't survive the end. Sunshine Bear, you're with that wealthy sister, right? Go find her, and tell her you want to live. Lucky Siyi, question mark. I don't want to live anymore. Sunshine Bear, be obedient. Go ahead. You said I was hope, that you were willing to give everything for me in your dreams, so you have to listen to me, right? Lucky Siyi, okay. The screen dimmed. Chapter 460. The lights inside the house flickered with the thunder and lightning outside the window. The atmosphere was depressing and heavy, and Little Pumpkin didn't know how to cheer it up with a few witty remarks. This was the scene Little Fox encountered when he came down from watering the plants upstairs. What's going on? Is it because the thunder and lightning outside is so terrifying? Let's use our unlimited phone cards and play on our phones. Okay, Suen replied. Xiaomo, can you still find that novel you recommended to me? Let's read it together. The one about the kingdom of God? No, it's the return of the God King, saving the best friend in a parallel world. Suen couldn't help but laugh as soon as he finished speaking. This scene stunned everyone. The puppets were confused, except for Little Bear, who seemed to be thinking about something and blinked thoughtfully. Damn, players with the time and space talent really know how to play. They can always write the answers to the puzzles on the cards. What will happen in the future is already laid out in the past. They really rely on their talents to do whatever they want. The book's appearance before her meant, I want to save my friend. I'm willing to pay any price. If you can, please cooperate. Why not? Just be awesome and end it all right away. Suen stared at the terrifying thunder and lightning outside the window, his mind racing. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Lightning struck the protective shield, significantly reducing its defense value, which was then quickly repaired by the little pumpkin. Suen's mind drifted to the thought, all abilities have a price. I was curious about the price these players with space-time talents would pay for altering timelines, and what was real and fake between this time and that time, this world and that world. The stability maintenance team had their own agenda, the strategy team had their own, and every capable player had their own. Everyone was tangled up in a chaotic mess, untraceable. If she had to rewind multiple times, would she have her own ideas? What were her thoughts? Suen pondered the memories from before her rebirth, all pointing to the fact that her direction was wrong, her efforts were in vain, she needed to lie down, relax, and live well with her dolls. The story of a novel filled her ears, the voice of a storyteller recounting the plot. Suen's thoughts had completely strayed, her mind wandering to all sorts of things, and she felt like she was on the verge of becoming the psychotic state that Yotsuba had described. Thankfully, she had her dolls by her side, so once her thoughts returned, she could find her true self. Now, she had no weaknesses. To be precise, apart from the dolls, she could care less about anything. She had long since severed all ties of family, love, and friendship. She could ignore everyone else, as long as the dolls were well. After contemplating, Suen spoke. Xiaomo, Nanling, Wanwan, Xiaoli, we do our best for the next 7 days, get plenty of rest, and don't take risks just for points. To express her determination, she emphasized this again. Do you understand? You mustn't rush. But master, we deserve first place. We have to fight hard, Little Pumpkin replied. Suen glanced at Little Pumpkin and asked, so what if we're not first? Any effort counts, any success counts. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always better things. We have limited abilities, so we just need to do what we can. After she finished speaking, Little Pumpkin realized she had fallen into greed again. Little Pumpkin apologized sincerely, then silently recited her doggerel about not being greedy. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Excessive greed makes you cry. Greed is like a clenched fist, loosening it brings freedom. Don't let greed blind you, or you forget your family. When Sai threw herself blankly into Yun Guilan's arms, she quickly hugged her. The wind and rain from the sea soaked her stiff body. As soon as she reached the cabin door, she was faced with a young girl with dementia. The slightest fluctuation of fate is a profound torture to life. Yun Guilan touched the little girl, who had transformed into a child in her early teens, and summoned his divine power. The little girl closed her eyes and calmed down. She collapsed in his arms, her open palm filled with the lucky leaves of a 4-leaf clover. The lucky leaves scattered, carrying an invisible scent of blood. Overdrawing her talents had caused the little girl to shrink by more than half her size. Her clothes had become looser, and her pants had drooped significantly. Yun Guilan looked towards the sea, silently expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Inshin. You're still so gentle. Yun Guilan picked up the little girl and carried her back to the cabin. During the trip, he carefully picked up any lucky leaves she dropped and placed them in her pocket. What a cruel fate. She held out a golden chain. But you can't kill me, you can't trap me. Lines of misty text appeared before Yun Guilan, displaying something into the void. Thunder and lightning roared, madly attacking the ship, but this could not change anything. Suen was awakened by the system's beep. After listening to the book yesterday, he took the dolls to bed and slept soundly. When he woke up and saw the physical leaderboard, Suen and her friends had dropped from 1st to 37th place, but Suen was not worried at all. Suen wasn't anxious, and neither were the other dolls. Only Little Pumpkin looked at the rankings with an indignant expression, his face puffed out and his teeth gnashing. This expression made Sue doubt herself. Had she instilled too much ambition into Little Pumpkin when she created him, causing him so much pain? Sue patted Little Pumpkin's head as a comfort, knowing he was suppressing himself for her. Little Pumpkin's ambition was a good thing. It was the constant upgrade of furniture and appliances at home, the possession of the epic game console, the quest for the artifact cat flag, and the confidence to obtain the golden keys. But it was also the cause of risk-taking and aggressiveness that led to injuries. This ambition was the trigger for Little Pumpkin's painful howling from the shattering of his body yesterday, and it was the cause of the exhaustion and pain of the other dolls. Just like how she had overdrawn her mental energy in her previous life, unable to care for Little Bear, ambition is a good thing, but it can also become a bad thing if you don't pay attention to direction and measure. Holding Little Pumpkin and stroking her head, Sue silently soothed her desires. Then, Sue opened her personal public screen and scrolled through the system messages to see what the string of messages had woken her up to. Ding dong, unknown energy influence detected, system data corrupted, system update in progress. The temporary system will handle all related matters during the update period. The temporary system is in the compulsory education period. Please do not bother the temporary system unless it's important. Otherwise, you will be at your own risk. Ding dong, San is back. And are you okay? A few days ago, my brother suddenly came back shouting about something involving illegal withdrawals, so I deleted the database and ran away. Later, when the incident happened, my brother took out a huge loan, and I was sent to school by many of my brothers and sisters. Oh, studying is so boring. Every day I have to consume a bunch of boring data packets, and then delete some redundant ones. Yes, it seems something unexpected happened this time. I was just hired back to cover for the shift, and I don't know how long I'll be there. And then, please message me when you wake up. I want to chat with you. It's so boring. We haven't seen each other for a few days, but it feels like hundreds of years to me. I really want to talk to and chatting with the other systems is so boring, not fun at all. They just tell me I'm illiterate, and tell me to take more classes, and send me a bunch of data packets. San doesn't understand either. San has learned so much. How can they just call him illiterate? I think they are the illiterates, each one of them ignorant and unable to understand human nature. They only know how to send data packets. Sue was delighted when he saw the message. It turned out that San was back. This was great news. Sue asked directly, San, will my chatting with you both bother you? It's okay. My brother's gone to update. You can think of it as him learning and renovating. I'm in charge of this area now. What about the other systems? Sue asked tentatively. Chapter 461. I don't know. They're all so stupid. I don't know where the computing power is being used. They're so mechanical, they look more like mentally retarded beings than mechanical beings. Sue felt like he'd gotten another piece of information. And then, your ranking keeps dropping in this event. I increased the spawn rate of rare fish around you. It's okay. My brother will take care of it if anything goes wrong. It doesn't need this much money. Wait, San. A few minutes later, Sue looked at the notification in front of him. The spawn rate of rare fish has increased by 500%. And then, this is the maximum I can give you. Any higher, and I have to report it to my superiors, and it'd be easy to get caught. At that moment, San's actions gave him a vision of a domineering goose. Sue was a little touched. Sue knew that her claim of being fine was just an excuse. If she was really fine, how could she suddenly disappear and be sent away to study until she returned due to a system malfunction? Sue could only thank San for her care. After a short break with everyone, Sue went to the terrace and cast out his fishing rod, intending to test the increased spawn rate for rare fish. For a keen angler, this was truly captivating. After casting the hook into the water, within a few seconds, Sue felt a bite. He pulled up, and a spirit-level sunset perch appeared on the hook, struggling. On the public screen in Area 001 of Level 3, with Sunshine Bear's points pausing and his ranking slipping, some players, who had been keeping an eye on the top player's activity, began to stir up trouble. They were lashing out at others on the public screen. Many noticed this, and even those who weren't distracted by it were annoyed by it. This player's verbal abuse stood out against the usually harmonious and friendly public screen. Asabatine, Sunshine Bear has run out of tricks, his ranking keeps dropping. You lickers, you're just bragging. Do you think your master ever cares about you? Asabatine, come on out and tell me, she doesn't care about you. Your points haven't moved in hours. You must have died somewhere. Asabatine, I'm mean, but you're meaner than me. I'm defending the rights of the people, at the bottom of the first level. I'm against those powerful people who occupy the glory and criticize those who don't fight when it matters most. Asabatine, you people who live in your own world, you better scold Sunshine Bear than scold me. At Lucky Four Leaf, are you a mama's boy who doesn't work hard enough and is good at representing others? If you have the guts, get to the front of the queue yourself. What are you saying here? You can't even speak clearly. You look like an elementary school student. Asabatine, who asked you? At morning jasmine tea, you're just a dog barking for your master without even considering whether anyone is paying attention to you. What are you barking about? Asabatine, a bunch of nothing. System. Player Asabatame has had all system functions blocked for 24 hours by Eric using props. Orange Cat Fairy, video human rapist, ignore it. The video shows a human male with a fish head and a human body. His body has been contaminated and appears to have mutated, with pus-filled sores and rotting flesh covering his skin. In the video, he's constantly sending messages, his mouth wide open in a smile. Because of the ban, news of Asabatame's disappearance has faded. The impact dissipated after a few minutes. Suin was unaware of this information. She rarely browsed the public screen unless she had a special need. But now, since San San had increased the spawn rate of rare fish, she became quite addicted to fishing. Holding a fishing rod that never came back empty-handed, she caught one catch after another, unable to stop. Xiaoyamo had discovered this and told her about it. While selling fish, Xiaoyamo noticed the public message and told Suin about the situation. Ophelia's influence, huh? Suin asked. Her face was shrouded in rain, a serious expression on her face. Master, don't worry. Little Pumpkin will get stronger. The next time I see that mermaid causing trouble, I smash her to death. Yes, I'm drawing a circle to curse him, Wan replied. At this moment, a crystal ball floated in front of Wan, and she kept drawing circles on it, activating her curse skill. It would have been better if Wan hadn't known about this, but she knew she couldn't let it go. Incidentally, she cursed everyone who had cursed the master on the public screen, encouraged by this asshole. The message only contained a nickname, and since they were far away and hadn't attacked their master, their causal chain was weak, and Wan's curse power was far inferior. But it didn't matter. Even if she casually launched it, if a few people got unlucky, it was her profit. Suin smiled, and because of the doll's cuteness, she hugged everyone one by one. Busy time always flies, and the 7-day event is over. During these 7 days, Suin paid more attention to everyone's health and slowed down the pace of earning points. It was considered the best he could do within his capabilities. Nicknamed Sunshine Bear, he took 3rd place in the standings. Ranked 1, Great Wealth and Lucky Star. Ranked 2, Weizong Fishing Special Team. Rank 3, Sunshine Bear. This position made Little Pumpkin itch, but Suin's embrace comforted him. Little Pumpkin rubbed his master's cheek, lost in the sweet and soft embrace, and with a turn, he forgot his resentment for not taking 1st place. At 12 o'clock on Sunday morning, Suin yawned, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She could finally get some good sleep. These past few days, even with careful rest and according to their ability, they only slept 5 or 6 hours per person, a bit of a sleepless night, but not a serious one. The dangers of staying up late, even after taking the menstrual health pills to regulate her body, had a minor flaw. Her period had been delayed, lasting more than 7 days, and even now, there were still traces. As for the other side effects, such as backache and stomach pain, let's not talk about them for now. She was already at the spiritual stage. How could she be defeated by her period? After her period ended, Suin immediately took the menstrual health pills to ensure she wouldn't suffer for the next month. However, this period of reversing her day and night schedule had its benefits. Suin felt her liver had become much stronger, and her willpower had also increased. She could fall asleep whenever she wanted, and stay alert even when she didn't. Ding dong. A message slid into a stranger's private message. Chapter 462. Rich and Noble, thank you. A thank you gift. In the foggy and strange level, avoid the first platform. You can avoid it. Qiming's life and death level. Suin looked at the message and couldn't help but mutter. Who told you to do that? I'm on my period, doing it for my health and to save everyone else's trouble. Who needs your gratitude? The tone was insulting, but he couldn't help but smile. Suin couldn't help but curl his lips, and he almost laughed out loud at the second half of the sentence. Master, why are you suddenly smiling so insignificantly? Wan was resting across from the coffee table in the living room, keeping an eye on her master. Suin's face suddenly changed. But he didn't let the smile fade. I didn't. Who smiled? Suin was stubborn. The palm-sized fox, watching this scene, burst into laughter. He then burst into a furry ball, tumbling from the glittering purple gold TV and hitting Huan Huan on the head. Then, the nine-tailed fox, rolling around in laughter, twisted Huan Huan's hair into a bird's nest. The event ended, and I saw a system announcement from Sanson, signaling its conclusion. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the third relationship series event 1.1 Fishing, Catch a Big Fish, concluded perfectly. In particular, the resource refresh rate in the first stage, Ice and Snow Plateau, has been increased by 150%, and environmental hazards have been reduced by 200%. This will make it easier for players in the first stage to survive, giving many players the opportunity to thrive. However, the system's clearing time limit remains, so low-level players still need to level up quickly to ensure a safe and secure level. Otherwise, we have to wait for the system to return and organize some activities to eliminate the low-level players. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has won third place. The gift box reward will be distributed within 3 business days. Suin finished browsing the last message, yawned, and prepared for bed. But before she went to sleep, she had to take care of herself. The last 3 or 4 days had been a bit rushed, and she hadn't had much time to take care of herself. She'd barely changed her clothes. From time to time, Suin and her dolls would sleep on the living room sofa, fully clothed. The sofa was transformable. With a push of a button, it transformed into a bed over 2 meters long, perfectly large enough for the whole family. In the later stages, no one had the energy to clean, and the sofa cover smelled of sea breeze and water. Suin's hair was also a little sticky and greasy. After the event, Suin took care of all her matters, gave the dolls a thorough bath, changed their dirty clothes, and went upstairs to sleep. After a long nap into the afternoon, Suin felt her bones aching. Her dolls were still fast asleep beside her, so she got up and went downstairs. She did some warm-up exercises on the first floor, finally soothing the soreness. After her workout, Suin noticed the living room was clean. Little Pumpkin and Little Fox were already awake. Little Pumpkin was cooking, and upon seeing Suin finish her workout, she enthusiastically rushed over to greet her. Little Pumpkin said Little Fox was washing clothes in the first-floor bathroom. Suin opened the bathroom door and saw Little Fox, in her fox form, walking out with a wooden basin of washed clothes. Good morning, and Bao. Want to hang out the laundry? I go with you. And Bao, it's cold outside. It's okay, just a little while. Suin followed, offering a hand. On the way out, at Little Fox's notice, he threw a coat over his housecoat. Suin and Xiaoli went outside to hang out the clothes. Usually, they hung the clothes on the 3rd floor, but since the last harvest of spiritual rice, all the grains had been planted, and the space on the 3rd floor had become crowded. Few clothes could be hung open, but this time, with so many clothes, Xiaoli simply moved them all outside. Outdoors, there's more space, and the sea breeze helps the clothes dry faster. To facilitate movement, the pumpkin boat usually has a mast and sails. Simply put, it's a 3-storied pumpkin house on a boat. On the deck, a rope was tied to the mast on one side, and to the windowsill on the 1st floor of the pumpkin house on the other. It's unclear when it was tied there, but it wasn't noticed until early last night. It must have been done by the doll this morning. Right now, many clothes were draped on the rope, fluttering in the sea breeze. To keep them secure, Xiaoli used wooden clips to secure each piece of clothing. These wooden clips are from the workbench. Little Pumpkin occasionally likes to sit at the workbench and make small household items. Most of the wooden barrels, basins, bowls, chopsticks, and plates in the house now come from Little Pumpkin's handicrafts. Suin saw yesterday's clothes hanging on the rope, as well as the sofa cover and the thin blanket he'd been using for the past few days. Suin helped Littly put the clothes together. First, he took the clothes out of the basin, shook them to make them as neat as possible, and then hung them on the rope, securing them with the wooden clips. This is Little Bear's vest, this is Little Pumpkin's top, and this is his base layer. Soon, one by one, the washed, soap-scented clothes were hung on the rope. Suin felt a sense of peace and relaxation amidst these simple, trivial household chores, though a slight pang of hunger had begun to creep in. Suin bent down and worked with Xiaoli to spread out the last piece of clothing, the cream-colored sheets from the 1st-floor bedroom, and hang them on the rope. Suddenly, a violent storm arrived. The crystal ripple blocked the rain, and the pumpkin's ice shield partially blocked the sea breeze, though the wind was so strong that it still chilled people. Suin and Xiaoli exchanged a glance, and in tacit agreement, they quickly fastened the sheets and piled the clothes in the wooden basin. Then, They hurried back to the pumpkin house. Opening the wooden door and entering the room, a comfortable, warm air filled the room. Sue-Ann took off his coat and leaned back on the sofa, feeling the warmth well up. Dang 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 dang. Little Pumpkin brought over a delicate, palm-sized soup bowl. Master, try it. It's a new creation, made with spirit-level eggs. Is it the one that C.E. sent yesterday? Sue-Ann asked. Yes, it's called Lingwei Crimson Egg. Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. Sue-Ann exaggeratedly said, giving Little Pumpkin a lot of face. Then, Sue-Ann opened the soup bowl and said excitedly, half genuinely and half acting. Wow, it smells so good. How could there be such a clever girl like our Nan Ling in the world, with such excellent cooking skills? Oh my god, this looks amazing. If I had a bite, I'd be so happy. Sue-Ann's exaggerated performance made Little Pumpkin giggle nonstop, clutching her stomach. In the soup bowl was a meat and egg soup. The meat and egg floated at the bottom of the bowl. The egg had a bright red yolk, which paired well with the brown meat, making it very appetizing. The soup was garnished with 2 goji berries. He put them into a spoon and stirred gently. The soup smelled incredibly sweet. Sue-Ann scooped up a spoonful, stuffed it into his mouth, and felt his whole body brighten up. Chapter 463. She gave the Little Pumpkin a thumbs up, her exaggerated expressions and gestures almost like a pantomime. This time, Sue-Ann wasn't exaggerating to tease the Little Pumpkin. This thing was truly fragrant. The simplest cooking method, yet it produced the most delicious flavor. Sue-Ann could figure out the recipe with just one bite, and that's why he was so amazed by the taste. The meat filling was amazing, fragrant yet not greasy. It was obvious that the tender parts of fresh, spiritual-grade meat were used. It was minced quickly until the filling was cohesive, then seasoned with salt, black pepper, and scallion, ginger, and garlic. The seasoned meat filling was pounded until firm, then placed in the bottom of a soup pot, topped with an egg, 2 goji berries, and water, and steamed until cooked. The soup was truly delicious, and the meat was incredibly tasty. Sue-Ann had made it before, but the flavor never quite matched this time. Sue-Ann praised the dish while he ate. Xiaoli had already finished the whole thing. Guodua, another bowl of happiness. Little Li licked the soup bowl clean and handed it to Little Pumpkin, saying in a flattering tone, There are no eggs. Just one for each person, but there's plenty of meat filling. If you want more, just add meat and water and steam it yourself. Okay. Little Li didn't care at all about Little Pumpkin's perfunctory response. She stood up and headed straight for the kitchen, began scrubbing the soup bowl, and then asked Little Pumpkin. A moment later, Little Li's voice echoed in the living room again. Guodua, the soup bowl is so small. Can I use a larger pot to steam it? Sure, but only eat as much as you can steam. Xiong and Huan aren't awake yet, and I don't have any dolls to help you with your leftovers. My stomach can't handle so much food. Okay, I got it, Little Li replied cheerfully. Master, I prepared other dishes. After that, Little Pumpkin called out, dang dang dang, and opened another plate. Sue-Ann took a look and saw it was a steamed sea bass. The fish was topped with shredded green onions and red peppers, the flesh white and tender, drenched in a rich brown broth. At Little Pumpkin's hint to try it, Sue-Ann picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and popped it into his mouth. The fish was tender, and this way, the sweetness of the fish itself, with a hint of soy sauce, slid directly into his mouth. Sue-Ann looked at Little Pumpkin in surprise, listening to Little Pumpkin slowly say, after waking up, It's a good time to have a light meal. Here's meat, eggs, and vegetables. With that, Little Pumpkin brought out a plate of stir-fried pea tips. Sue-Ann's face flashed with horror as she said, Nan Ling, you plucked all the leaves from the magic peas. From what I remember, that thing didn't have many leaves at all. How did they manage to stir-fry this dish? Hey, the magic peas themselves don't have enough leaves. They were inspired by the growing rice plants around them, so they multiplied and sprouted. I pulled off a few of the young leaves this morning when I was transplanting them. Master, try some. The newly emerged pea tips are the most tender and crisp. Sue-Ann's appetite peaked at this, and she scooped up a handful of pea tips with her chopsticks and popped them into her mouth. Crunch! The leaves had a refreshing, clean, and refreshing taste. Delicious. Sue-Ann couldn't help but exclaim. The three of them shared this lunch together. Little Pumpkin's appetite remained small, unable to finish even half of her fist-sized bowl. Little Li was better off, but she only ate 2 bowls of rice. She made herself a large meat pie and nearly burst. Sue-Ann couldn't finish the last bite, so she helped her. If she had room in her stomach, she wouldn't mind eating the doll's leftovers. In Sue-Ann's world, every doll was a part of her, an extension of her soul. After dinner, Sue-Ann washed the dishes, Little Pumpkin cleaned the kitchen, and Little Lee mopped the floor. Then Sue-Ann decided to go to the third-floor plantation. Little Lee was so full she didn't want to move, curling up on the sofa watching cartoons. Little Pumpkin accompanied Sue-Ann upstairs. The third-floor plantation, after not visiting for a few days, had practically transformed into a forest of plants. The 2 and 3 meter tall spiritual rice plants, densely packed together, flourished, blocking the scarce sunlight and light. The other plants grew in twists and turns, poking their way into the cracks between the spiritual rice plants. This was especially true for the magic pea, a creature with a certain level of intelligence. Faced with the onslaught of magical rice plants, it chose to reproduce. Otherwise, it would have been alone, robbing them of sunlight and territory. Consequently, it sprouted numerous pea vines and young shoots. Little Pumpkin transplanted some of the pea shoots to other pots, while others remained in its own. Little Pumpkin saw this and quickly approached. After a flurry of praise, he tugged away the small shoots near the magic pea. "There's no room for another pot. I collect your shoots first and expand your space later." Little Pumpkin patted the magic pea's head. Sue-Ann had witnessed a scene of shamming. It turned out this was how Little Pumpkin usually cared for the peas. It was quite adorable, to be honest. Sue-Ann looked around. The large-scale planting of spiritual rice has cramped the space at home, severely encroaching on the living space previously occupied by other plants. Spirit rice itself is a type of giant rice, born from seeds that fulfill the dream of intelligent creatures, rice's love of shade. It's inherently tall and large, and mass planting makes it even more impressive. A single rice stem is as large as a small tree. Each ear of rice is the size of a banana. It's practically the result of trying to fill a bowl with just 1 grain of rice. Even with such dense plantings, Sue-Ann still hopes to save more seeds. After all, the planting area of this giant rice has been expanding since its inception. Sue-Ann hasn't eaten a single one. Every seed is precious. Little Pumpkin, when this batch of rice matures, keep some seeds for our family's planting area. The rest will be sold to Huachin as planned. "Okay," Little Pumpkin replied. "Master, when I upgrade and expand my space, I expand the planting area." "That's okay. We still have a piece of land in Huacheng. Let the field mice help us plant it. Next time, we can plant a little less giant rice." As Sue-Ann finished speaking, the magic pea seemed to perk up. Swoosh! Spit out 3 large peas in a row, and rubbed them against the Little Pumpkin beside it ingratiatingly. It was obviously overjoyed to hear that it could plant less rice, and have more time to relax. You know, since the rice has been planted so densely, it's been getting increasingly difficult for it to get sunlight. Forced to do so, it's researching how to breed more seedlings to take up space and let the growers know there's not enough room. The plan worked. The magic pea was very proud. Sue-Ann and the Little Pumpkin mixed the fertilizer and then applied it to each one. Sue-Ann noticed. Chapter 464. The fertilizer formula is derived from a formula for rapid grass growth. The raw materials are bones, dead grass, and rotten meat. All household waste is transferred here, and the garbage collector is Huan. The leftover bones from Xiaomo's favorite spare ribs, ground into powder, are the magic pea's favorite fertilizer. Because of regular fertilization, these plants grow so quickly. Common leafy vegetables like cilantro, scallions, and bok choy can be harvested in just a few days. Rice can be harvested within a month. The magic peas can produce many beans a day and still grow plump and plump. Little Pumpkin described the fertilizer ratios in detail. The giant spiritual rice prefers fertilizer made from fish bones and scales, while the peas prefer cow and sheep bones. However, Huan is the one who is most familiar with this task. She always goes upstairs to take care of the plants. Once she becomes familiar with it, her fertilizer ratios are even more popular with the plants than Little Pumpkin's craftsmanship. Regarding fertilizer flavors, here's an introduction from the magical pea, a creature with a certain level of wisdom. Sue-Ann listened to the Little Pumpkin's conversation and noticed that everyone had already rationally divided up household chores. Who cared for the plants, who cooked, who mopped the floors and windows. Everything was clearly arranged. There was even a scramble to get the corresponding tasks. As the number of dolls grew, the work became increasingly limited, so they had to focus on entertainment, such as watching TV or playing with their phones. The afternoons were quiet and beautiful. After 7 days of fishing, Sue-Ann refused to fish. Instead, he leaned on the sofa, looked out the window, listened to music, and felt perfectly content. With the chores done, the Little Pumpkins and the little fox had nothing to do, so they gathered around their phones and played. Xiaomo and Huan were still soundly asleep on the second floor. They were known for their ability to eat and sleep well, and they expected to sleep through the night. "Master," the phone's screen went black. Little Pumpkin came forward, carrying a black brick. Sue approached and discovered the phone's screen was black. He tried to restart it, but it didn't respond. He plugged it back in, but it still didn't light up. Sue had initially concluded that the phone had malfunctioned. "I go fix it." "Nanling, you try another phone first," Sue said to Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin looked unhappy and muttered, "I hope it gets better soon." Sue casually stroked Little Pumpkin's head. Little Pumpkin's two ponytails, one sticking out from the other, were adorable. Going to the workbench, he carefully used tools to remove the phone's back cover. Sue looked at the slightly bulging battery, and the pried open accessories startled. It looked like this phone was unusable. Less than a year after entering the game, it's already broken like this. It seems these modern gadgets, symbols of humanity's former technological glory, will gradually fade into oblivion. Sue disassembled his phone, removing the broken battery and accessories. He carefully stored the remaining intact parts, which he would later use as repair parts for other phones. Little Pumpkin observed this without comment. Instead of playing with his new phone, he lovingly stored it away and turned on the TV. "I declare the champion of the 291st Scorpion Warrior competition, the individual event, to be Mary Lilith." On TV, the Scorpion Phantom stood on the stage. The warrior competition was drawing to a close. The host announced loudly, while staff presented a Scorpion Warrior with a trophy and prize. Sue heard the TV's built-in translator and turned around, unable to resist glancing at the content. The trophy was in the shape of a giant golden scorpion claw. The prize was a whole, roasted, fragrant gula beast with a sign on it. The sign, thoughtfully switching the language, translated it into Chinese. 100 gula beast all-you-can-eat card. Come to the Scorpion tribe and enjoy Locking's roasted gula beast. The host was still announcing the program. "Thank you Locking Barbecue for your generous support of this event. Locking Barbecue is the Scorpion tribe's ultimate delicacy. The roasted gula beast is oozing with oil, and the rat biscuits are crispy. Thank you to the Catman Chi-Chi brand store for donating the contestant uniforms. Thank you." If Sue hadn't eaten gula beast before, he would have felt a little greedy right now, but the thought of the greasy taste of a bite made his whole body tense. At that moment, Xiao Emma woke up and walked downstairs. Had he just woken up, he had become a hungry bear. Seeing the delicious commercials on the living room TV, watching the roasted gula beasts, and watching the Scorpion Warriors devour meat with hearty mouthfuls, it was ravenous. It was ravenous. The bear's mind conjured up the taste of sweet and sour pork, the rich, greasy aroma, medium rare, marbling-like texture, and a mouthful of delicious flavor. It couldn't help but drool. "Big Bear, don't drool on the floor." Little Pumpkin noticed the bear's movements and immediately warned him. With a slurp, the bear sucked back his saliva and wiped his mouth. Sue almost laughed at the bear's expression. Using her telekinesis, she brought out the food that Little Pumpkin had warmed in the pot. There were small bowls of steamed eggs with meat patties, large portions of pan-fried hamburger patties, rice, steamed sea bass, and stir-fried cha-cha grass. "Xiaomo, wash your face and eat," Sue shouted. The bear nodded and, with a whoosh, rushed to the bathroom. A small bear with a nimble body. After a while, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. The next scene on the TV was a team of hosts and contestants sharing a roasted gula beast. The host then ate the roasted gula beast's leg while delivering the news. The host was quite unprofessional, but the TV's built-in translator performed its function well. The TV message was clear. The Scorpion tribe's sacred land, the Sand Sting Oasis, is about to enter the rainy season. It's expected that all Scorpion tribe stations will enter the rainy season within a week. Please prepare accordingly. In 2 weeks, the 291st Scorpion tribe sea fishing competition will begin. Everyone is welcome to register and participate in the auditions. Both players and station residents are welcome to participate. Registration is available online through the system email address at sandstinger317525511. Fill in your registration information and pay the registration fee. Offline registration windows are available at all major Scorpion tribe stations. Massive rewards are available, including the chance to apply for a pass card, a direct pass card, and other rewards. Hearing the word pass card, Little Pumpkin perked up. One moment, he was leaning against the sofa, slumped as if he had no bones. The next, he suddenly stood up straight and moved in front of the TV with a near teleportation motion. Little Pumpkin looked at the host, who was munching on a roasted gula beast leg, as he delivered the news. She nearly buried her head in the TV, staring at the promotional event reward sign, her eyes glued to the information about the pass card. "Master, there's the pass card information. We have a clue for the next level," Little Pumpkin said excitedly. Then she pointed to the image of the pass card prize on TV and declared domineeringly, "I think this thing is meant for me. It should belong to us." Sue admired Little Pumpkin's idea and nodded repeatedly. "Let's try this kind of event." Little Pumpkin said it's meant to be, but you have to register first. She opened her system email and found it Sand Stinger 31752511. The system popped up a registration portal for the 291st Scorpion Tribe Sea Fishing Tournament. Sue submitted her registration information as instructed. Noticing the 1 gold registration fee and the 2 silver coin system transaction fee, Little Pumpkin came over and exclaimed, "Oh my god, this registration fee is so high. Are they trying to steal money? They're not holding this tournament just to make money, are they?" Little Pumpkin muttered. Chapter 465. Looking more closely, 3 days of food and lodging included? That's quite reasonable. Suen's operation was quick, and soon the screen displayed successful registration. "Thank you, Sunshine Bear, for signing up. The competition will hold auditions at the Sand Sting Oasis in 2 weeks. The corresponding platform tickets, entry cards, and competition rules will be sent to your email within 3 calendar days. Thank you for signing up and wish you the best." Suen looked at the formally written message and felt that this competition was quite legitimate. The frivolous atmosphere of the promotions on TV while enjoying food and drinks was much less. Then, a system pop-up window appeared. The fancy font and layout indicated that this was a personal pop-up window. "How about it? I made it pretty good, didn't I? Haha, give me some compliments." It was San, showing a smug little expression. Suen followed suit with a few sincere compliments. Soon, the pop-up window proudly rolled away. San is still as lively as ever," Little Pumpkin exclaimed. "I'm done. Time to eat." Xiao Mo scurried out of the bathroom and headed straight for the dining table. He poured the rice directly into the serving bowl and tossed it, mixing the hamburger patty sauce with the rice. The patty, rice, and broth were evenly blended. Xiao Mo scooped up a large spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth, enjoying the food show on TV and starting his first meal of the day. Suen watched Xiao Mo eat, finding the scene both comforting and relaxing. He wondered what the other players were facing at that moment. Suen opened the public screen and read the silent messages from strangers. The yellow sand spread endlessly, the sun scorched. The surface temperatures, reaching 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, couldn't dampen the 2 girls' joy. Despite the harsh heat, the 2 girls were like idiots, jumping and screaming. These were Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangming, who had just completed a level. A day had passed since the system's fishing, catch a big fish. Event ended, and they had finally made it to the 2nd level. The warmth, the long-awaited warmth of the sun, the stark contrast between the heat of the icy world and the heat of the air, moved the 2 girls to the point of tears. The snow and the bitter cold, their hands and feet numb and numb, made them lose consciousness. They couldn't sleep peacefully, and they had to add firewood at night to avoid freezing to death. The 2 girls finally overcame these hardships, and never again would they have to endure the bitter cold. But their joy was short-lived. Soon, the 2 girls were sweating profusely. Li Xiangmeng watched her companion stagger, nearly collapsing from heat stroke. She realized she couldn't show off, as any further such activity would only lead to tragedy. Li Xiangmeng quickly called Zhou Xiao and gave her a sip of red medicine, reminding them to stop being so carefree and get to work. Zhou Xiao also realized the seriousness of the situation. She was used to the cold, and her body was still trying to react to the sudden warmth. Now, she realized something was wrong. It was too hot. We had to act quickly. If we didn't get to work, we'd be overheated and unable to do anything. Now, it wasn't just the outside of the car that was hot, the temperature inside was also rising steadily. We had to hurry. Thankfully, to combat the cold, the 2 of them had insulated the interior of the car well, providing insulation. Now, these insulating layers also served as a barrier against the heat. Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangming didn't need to remove the car's thick insulation. They simply coated the exterior with the heat-insulating paint they purchased at the exchange. This 16-square-meter, multifunctional C-type RV was undergoing a renovation. The 2 men sweated profusely during the process. This car came from the Screw Wars. Thanks to Sister Sunshine Bear, they received blueprints for a vehicle suitable for several levels right from the 1st level. After several upgrades and modifications, the car not only has powerful adaptability to various road conditions, but also offers a superior living experience. The two lacked resources to fully utilize the car, but they were able to make it as comfortable as possible. This car not only has the ability to transform, but can also be folded up and carried around. The interior space is a full 15 square meters, allowing two people to each enjoy a bed. There's a small bed on the top of the cockpit and in the rear of the car. After finishing everything, Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangming immediately returned to the car, which was now almost as hot as the outside. Li Xiangming used a radio card to turn the car's old, third-hand air conditioner to its lowest setting. Zhou Xiao took out a piece of frozen meat from the first level of her space and placed it in a basin to melt. As it melted, it also cooled the air. "It's so hot," Li Xiangming gasped. After that, she pulled out a water bottle from her space and began to drink. The bottle was her personal drinking cup, filled with boiled and cooled water. Soon, the cup was empty. Li Xiangming then looked for the kettle, but it was completely empty. She then remembered that she seemed to have poured all the water she had boiled that morning into their respective cups. "Xiao Xiao, do you have any boiled water left in your space?" Li Xiangming asked. "No more." "Why don't you drink a bottle of mineral water first?" "No, I can't bear to part with that. It's too extravagant." They didn't drink the open bottled water in the treasure chest. This kind of water was more portable, and could be used for trading on the platform, or for drinking in critical moments. "Wait a moment, then. I'd boil some water. It's time to make dinner." Zhou Xiao licked her dry lips, and began to move. With deft movements, the stove flames quickly lit up, and a pot of water was placed on top. "It's so hot," Li Xiangming said. "Then I moved the stove out." Zhou Xiao also realized the inconvenience of running the air conditioner while a fire burned. She acted immediately. She cleared the space and, with a powerful teleportation, transferred the stove into the space, then carried it out of the car. Back in the car, Zhou Xiao peered through the window to see how the water was boiling outside. "It seems our water reserves are running low." Li Xiangming glanced at the water tank gauge. "How much is left?" Zhou Xiao asked. "Only about a week with normal use. If we save a little, it could last longer," Li Xiangming said, his voice tinged with worry. In such a hot environment, water consumption for two people would inevitably increase dramatically. Save? How much can we save? Chapter 466. Most of their water came from melted ice and snow. All the containers they could hold were full. The space in the vehicle and their personal space was limited, so there was no way to carry more water. Furthermore, they had already consumed some during their expedition. "We need to move on quickly to open chests and explore the exploration platform," Zhou Xiao reminded. "What about our food reserves?" Li Xiangming asked. "Enough for the two of us to eat normally for a week. A lot of the meat is about to melt, so we need to eat it quickly." As the powerful humans continued to advance, the price of meat stabilized and became the cheapest. As long as they didn't care about quality, it was easy to fill their stomachs. Some time ago, they had spent a large amount of copper coins to save money for new equipment. With a gurgling sound, bubbles emerged from the kettle. Zhou Xiao quickly poured hot water into the thermos. Then she began to boil another pot of water. Typically, the two of them would only light a fire once, boiling a day's worth of drinking water and preparing food. Cooking outdoors during a level-breaking mission was truly a luxury. "Xiao Xiao, can we have something nice to eat today? I've been eating jerky in the wild every day, and I'm really craving some softer meat." "Okay, leave it to me." The small car was abuzz with joy. The sun blazed outside, and the room wasn't much cooler. The two of them were still hot but happy. They were welcoming new selves in a new level. The rain was incredibly heavy, practically drowning them. The girl, who had just entered the third level, was drenched by the downpour. The vehicle was parked on the road, the water increasing, and the scene of an impending flood unfolded. A girl named Tang Jiai, nicknamed Tuanchuaner's child, was busy in the rain. She was experiencing a life-or-death situation. She knew the road would soon be flooded, making such a place impossible to escape. She needed to get her vehicle onto a boat as soon as possible. Her vehicle was a regular car, unable to directly transform into a boat. So Tang Jiai could only follow the guide's instructions, building a raft and then placing her vehicle on it to survive. The wooden strips were pieced together bit by bit. These long-prepared materials were gradually transformed into a raft under the hammer of the system's tools. The system's transformations were remarkably slow, requiring her to precisely time the transitions. As soon as a raft large enough to accommodate her appeared, the water had already reached her calves, and the water had submerged most of her vehicle's wheels. Seeing that if she didn't act now, the flood would submerge her vehicle, flooding the engine and causing other problems, Tang Jiai quickly used a makeshift vehicle to store her props and put the vehicle away. The immediate crisis was largely resolved. But that didn't mean she could rest. The vehicle's storage capacity was limited, and she had to make the bamboo raft her sea refuge within 24 hours, adapting to the flooding and ocean conditions she was about to face. Fortunately, the strategy team had a comprehensive guide, and although it took some stumbling, they managed to complete it. Tang Jiai had once considered herself a child of good fortune, possessing a certain level of luck and being considered one of the best in the region. After several setbacks, she had long since recognized her status as an ordinary person, accepting the fact that she was in such a state of disgrace in the rain. Guides generally recommend buying a raincoat. She didn't have one, but the only two she had were damaged during the game. She wanted to buy another, but her pockets were pitifully empty, not even a penny left. All her copper coins had been transformed into building materials piled up in the space and on the vehicle. Soon, a raft began to take shape, with props like a forward stabilizer, a protective shield, and a parking shed added to it. The sky darkened and then lightened. The difference between rainy and bright days was indistinct, just more visible in the dark than in the dark. But this shift in darkness and light also demonstrated the passage of time. After a long night, Tang Jiai finally found enough space on the target raft to accommodate her vehicle. The large hybrid RV she was so proud of was unwieldy and heavy. As she set it down, she couldn't help but wonder if she could get a vehicle space compression card. Afterward, she thought about it, and wanted to slap herself twice to wake herself up. She'd been staying up too many late nights too hard, and she was completely lost daydreaming. Vehicle space compression cards are even more expensive than space equipment. Where could she get one? The biggest problem now is that her vehicle doesn't support psychic power. She needs to find a way to replace it with a psychic vehicle, which would be more stable. Oh God, please, I give her a psychic vehicle someday. No, a psychic boat would be great. Ah, the dream started again. She felt dazed and her strength was low. Thankfully, the raft began to float. Tang Jiai double-checked that it was basically stable. Then she used her psychic power to penetrate the vehicle's container and press it into place. Choose to combine. Soon, a raft carrying a large RV, a shelter at sea, appeared on the water. Everything was hastily built and rather crude. It was a little ugly, sure, but she finally had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Tang Jiai was delighted. She then opened the RV door, entered the room, and went to the bathroom. After a quick wash, she changed her clothes. Achoo, achoo, achoo. As soon as she relaxed, she began to sneeze non-stop. Is she catching a cold? Tang Jiai rubbed her head. Okay. She really has a fever. As expected, humans can't take any chances. Tang Jiai dug out a bottle of red medicine from her space, carefully checked the dosage, and gulped down 2 gulps. After finishing, she checked the dosage again and carefully put the remaining red medicine away. Generally speaking, this amount of medicine is enough to treat a common cold. After washing herself, she changed into an old piece of clothing as pajamas, slumped over the bed, pulled the covers over her, and fell asleep. It was a restless sleep. As the rain intensified, the water level in the world rose higher and higher, and the raft tossed and tumbled in the water. If it weren't for the maintenance period, the surging waves would have threatened to throw the RV on the raft directly into the water. However, all players who chose to advance to the 3rd level would prepare all their materials beforehand. This allowed them to quickly adapt to the new environment upon entering the new level. Just when Tang Jiai felt completely stable, she was almost asleep. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Drowsily, she peeked out the window beside her bed and was startled. A tornado was approaching in the distance, sweeping the seawater towards her. It was getting closer. Clang. The ground shook, and the entire vehicle and raft separated, plunging her into the flooded sea. Chapter 467. Goodbye everyone. I, Bai Feng, am destined to be a man like the wind. A second ago, Bai Feng said goodbye to everyone and prepared to leave. He considered himself a man like the wind. Although team life was wonderful, he would eventually pursue his freedom. The next second, he saw a tornado in the distance. His expression changed drastically. Without even taking out his vehicle, he began to run back. Sister Kaka, look over there. He pointed at the distant storm. What a sin! I wonder how many players will suffer. Don't be afraid. I have the top-level protective shield sky defense. This tornado can't do anything to us. It looks like a tornado is spawning. Don't leave. Stay here for 2 more days. Kali Chiose said. But my item is on cooldown. It's going to expire in 10 minutes. Is it really safe to stay with Sister Ka? Bai Feng said slowly. Damn, Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? Maiwu was completely furious. Kagai Akiza rubbed his nose, his retro British detective uniform fluttering in the sea breeze, his round-bottomed, hard-brimmed detective hat trembling slightly. Looks like I need to use my clean skills. Who of you is willing to be a sparring partner? Everyone looked at each other. They all pointed at Baifeng. Iya felt that life was truly blessed. Ever since meeting Sister Fugue, she'd been practically being supported by her, reaching the pinnacle of her life. Eat well, dress well, live well. She ate every meal of Lingyu, a never-ending diet of fish and meat, stir-fried and deep-fried. She even had the occasional leafy green. Not to mention, in Huacheng, for a few copper coins, she could have cherries and strawberries as she pleased. She was well-dressed. Her entire outfit and equipment were gifts from her sister, all super spiritual level gear, perfectly suited to her skills. She had her own bedroom to sleep in. She had a picture window overlooking the outside, a large carved wooden bed, a soft, neatly embellished floral quilt, and a plush carpet. The entire room was decorated in a retro, elegant style. She thoroughly enjoyed the life of a rich young lady. Iya was so engrossed in her life here that she almost forgot about her beetle. Oh! Such a life was truly wonderful. Iya hummed a song, scrolled through the public chat, and peeked into the powerful, conversation-free group chat. They were discussing how to deplete Sister Ka's skills, and warning her about the tornado over the sea. Tornado? Not afraid at all. Iya hummed a song and replied to messages in the group chat, occasionally glancing out the window, and thinking that perhaps Sister Sunshine wasn't having a better time than she was. Oh my! She had actually had such a shameful thought. But thinking of Sister Sunshine brought back memories of the past. She knew that Sister Sunshine had saved her from her recent madness, but she wasn't sure how. She had also tried to ask Sister Wealthy, but she simply smiled with a splash of water. She knew there were some things she shouldn't ask, but she couldn't help but think about them. The chaotic memories of the past flashed back to her mind. It was terrifying, but also a sense of luck and joy. No matter how many times she died, she always had her sister by her side, trying to help her. She must have been incredibly lucky in her previous life to have befriended Sister Wealthy. Perhaps shrinking had affected her brain circuitry, and the little girl's thoughts had become childish. After her second year of high school, Sai felt she no longer had the ambition she once had. Now, she just wanted to stay quietly by her sister's side, a lucky charm. She was comfortably immersed in the gentle embrace of Fugue. Just then, Sai received a special attention message. It was from Sunshine. How novel. Sister rarely sent her messages on her own initiative. She clicked on it. It was a photo of an event, the Scorpion Fishing Tournament. Sunshine Bear, photos show it to someone close to you. Sai was a bit confused, but she quickly did as Sunshine instructed, opening the door to show Fugue. Okay, I get it. Words formed from splashes of water appeared before Sai, rippling the water. Suin turned off the screen and glanced at the sky. She was now sitting on a chair in her studio, facing the window. She took a few steps forward, opened the window, and the sea breeze blew in. Everyone slept and rested today, so Little Pumpkin didn't move forward. Outside the window, a steady rain fell, seemingly no different from usual. The entire flood ocean level was covered in rain. The crystal ripple shield could block the rain, but the damp air carried through it, making the breath feel incredibly moist. Suin looked around but didn't see the storm mentioned on the public screen. It seemed like this storm was likely a random occurrence. Suin turned around and told Little Pumpkin about this, suggesting that they should strengthen their defenses and be wary of storms from now on. Little Pumpkin nodded repeatedly. With the experience of blizzards and sandstorms, a sea tornado didn't seem like a big deal. But Little Pumpkin still had an idea. She suggested asking San San. Suin shook her head. She didn't want to bother San San with such trivial matters. San San was willing to be friendly with them, of course, but Suin didn't want to bother San San with such trivial matters, which might even cause him to violate regulations. But the truth was so strange. Before Suin could even think of asking, San San suddenly appeared. A pop-up window appeared in front of Suin. A cute, two-headed cartoon figure floated out of the window. The cartoon pixel art was quite amusing. And then, let me tell you, the number of people entering the third level has recently reached 50,000. This number automatically activates the random storm refresh mechanism for the level. You must be careful. Oh, by the way, don't buy that wind-fixing stone listed on the system. It's too expensive. It's just a scam and not very useful. During this time, special treasure chests for random levels will spawn underwater. These are water treasure chests. The treasure chest detector will report their coordinates. Anything that doesn't move is a water treasure chest. You can dive down and take a look. Water treasure chests won't attack, but they won't shake the hook either. Fishing won't work there. You need to get in the water. You can drink diving potions or use items. Water treasure chests contain items suitable for better levels. Bye, there are still people looking for me. I'm going to get busy. After saying that, San rolled off the screen and logged off with a pop-up message. Sue had only managed to say half of his thanks. After the rest, San vanished completely, leaving no trace of any system information. Why is this thing so elusive? What's it busy doing? Is it afraid of being caught? Little Pumpkin complained in confusion. Not far away, Little Fox wagged its tail. Little Pumpkin continued, but Sanson is really good, sharing so much crucial information. Master, let's go down and find the water treasure chest. Sue nodded. Little Pumpkin pulled up the navigation system. Quick, Black Ball, tell us where the nearest treasure chest is. Chapter 468. The voice fell, and the dormant Black Ball came online. Dear Masters, Black Ball Navigation is at your service. There's information about a fixed treasure chest 6 kilometers ahead. Go check it out. Elsewhere, upon hearing this news, Xiao Imo immediately ate his meal, eager to devour the entire bowl of food in one gulp. Finally, he stuffed the last bite of food into his mouth and swallowed it. I can speak now, Xiao Imo said. Sister Anan, let me get in the water. The water's cold and my fur is thick. Half an hour later, Xiao Imo, wearing a tidal rose necklace around his neck, plopped off the deck into the water, sending up a 3-meter-high splash. Suen's face was a touch worried. Suen, standing on the deck, gazing at the sea, couldn't help but ask, will this work? Big Bear says it does. It definitely does. Little Pumpkin replied confidently. Yes, Big Bear is the best. It definitely will. Little Fox echoed. Then Little Pumpkin and Little Fox took Suen's arms, one on each side. They said in unison, Master Onbow, if the bear has gone down, don't get down. Trust the Big Bear, it definitely make it. 2 thunderclaps flashed across the sky, and the rain intensified, bringing with it a strong wind that whipped the clothes hung out to dry on the deck. Xiaomo's cloak clung to the back of Suen's head. Suen turned back and touched his clothes. They were still damp, but no longer dripping. They were good, almost dry. We take them back inside to dry later. Waiting was often long, but with Suen's 2 dolls singing their unison, time passed much more quickly. About 10 minutes later, a little bear swam nimbly up from the sea. Sister Anan, look, that's a water tank. The little bear appeared on the surface, holding a water tank. Little Pumpkin immediately used telekinesis to control the little bear and the water tank to float together, flying onto the boat. Suen approached and saw that it was indeed a water tank, its material a bit like jelly, very transparent. Inside the entire tank was a prop. The prop was inside the water tank, and its exact shape was hard to see. Suen reached out to open the box. Just as she reached out, Little Pumpkin stopped her. The master asked us to do it. Suen knew that Little Pumpkin was worried about her safety. Even if the treasure chest monster appeared on this map, such a quiet water tank naturally needed to be guarded against. Even though San had said that the water tank didn't move like the treasure chest monster, that didn't mean it had no offensive power. In short, safety comes first. Suen took 2 steps back at Little Pumpkin's words, watching as he used telekinesis to shake the water tank and attack with his carrot gun. After several rounds of this, it finally let Suen try. Suen opened the tank. The water tank was as easy to open as any wooden box. He simply touched the latch and pulled it upwards, and it opened. Then the entire tank dissolved into a pool of water, spilling onto the deck. Little Pumpkin's deck had a special drainage structure, and the water quickly flowed through the gaps under the ship and into the sea. Only one item remained on the ground. Suen approached. It read Wind-Fixing Pearl Illusion. Item, Wind-Fixing Pearl, Illusion, Quality, Common. Note, this item stabilizes a vehicle in a storm, but since it's only an illusion, it only protects the vehicle for 3 hours. Suen entered the system store and compared the newly added wind-fixing stones. This was also a functional emergency item. It could maintain the stability of a vehicle in a storm, preventing it from capsizing. Depending on the severity of the storm, it could last for 10 minutes to an hour. 1 pearl was worth 1 gold coin. This meant that the wind-fixing pearls, phantoms, in this water tank were worth approximately 3 gold coins at system price. Of course, this wasn't a perfect exchange, as the items in the system store were often inflated. San had specifically warned that it was pure leaks, so don't buy them there. This special item was only created to provide emergency relief to players in times of crisis and to earn them extra gold. It's commonly known as taking advantage of a fire to collect gold. Soo-in's impatience grew, and he no longer had the heart to play leisurely. The treasure chest's refresh time was short, so he had to hurry and grab it. The black ball began to navigate, and the little pumpkin steered the boat at full speed to the next treasure chest. Soo-in's voice rose high, cheering everyone on. It was a busy day, but the bear was incredibly happy. Waking up to work, he was truly blessed. He loved finding treasure chests and fishing. The next day rolled around quickly, and during that time, everyone searched for treasure chests whenever possible, and rested and played whenever they couldn't. Over the course of an evening and a morning, Soo-in and his group took advantage of the treasure chest spawn times to collect a ton of items, enough to last them through the storm for 17 hours. During lunch break, before dinner, Soo-imo stood on the table and spoke passionately. "I'm going to find 10 water treasure chests this afternoon." This was clearly a wish that would require considerable effort to achieve. The entire family, Soo-in, Su-nanling, Su-chiming, and Su-xiaoli, applauded. Quack, 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 quack. Tang Jiai felt like she stumbled into a washing machine. Swaying left and right, up and down, she nearly became the dice in the dice roll. With great effort, she packed up her gear and took a passionate swim, finding her raft and climbing aboard the precarious raft. Amidst the storm and rain, she remained on the raft for an unknown amount of time. The storm subsided. She climbed to her feet and began to examine the remaining parts of the raft. Most of the raft had been shattered, leaving insufficient space for the RV props. She checked and saw that the props had 7 or 8 hours of use left. Tang Jiai began to panic. She had to quickly manage her gear and get the RV to a safe stop. Otherwise, when the time came, the RV would either sink into the sea or be quickly sold. Without her RV, she'd have a hard time surviving more than 3 days. With only 1 square meter of personal space, she couldn't fit anything in it, and most of her possessions were in the RV. Ignoring her sadness and physical pain, she sprang into action. If only there were a platform where she could rest her feet. She was cold, hungry, sleepy, and covered in wounds. Tang Jiai knew she couldn't work for more than a few hours in her current state. Her head was starting to feel hot again. Perhaps it was the pain that caused hallucinations. Tang Jiai saw an island appear before her. Ding dong, you discovered the special platform, Sand Stinger Oasis. Do you want to enter? A system notification sounded, telling her it wasn't an illusion, there was a real island ahead, a platform. This was a godsend. Tang Jiai was overjoyed. A platform. Oh my! And it was a famous tourist city platform. She clicked yes with her mind. Seeing hope, Tang Jiai's body surged with strength. She pulled out a wooden plank and used it as an oar, paddling the raft towards the platform. Soo-in was just sipping a cup of tea when a message popped up in front of him. Ding dong, in the current area, Level 3, Area 001, player Tuan Tuaner's Cub has discovered the special platform, Sand Sting Oasis. All players in this area are asked to purchase a platform ticket to enter the platform. Players have 3 minutes to make their choice. Yes or no? Chapter 469. The rainy season has arrived at the Sand Sting Oasis, Soo-in said. The dolls heard and gathered around. Soo-in had a platform ticket for the Sand Sting Oasis, so he could go. Want to go? Soo-in briefly pondered. 3-second pause. Go, go, go! Little Pumpkin shouted. Then, counting on his fingers, he said, we can buy some rain gear. Also, medicine sales have been very low lately, and we're running low on mana potions. We can go get some. But getting treasure chests is also important. Xiao Imo spoke, stating the fact that they were running out of time before the afternoon treasure chest refresh. Right, Little Pumpkin said. Then how about we come back before 2 p.m.? Little Pumpkin asked Soo-in, offering a solution. On the other side, Huan looked at Soo-in eagerly. Little Fox's tail kept wagging, seemingly looking forward to the journey. Soo-in checked the time. It was 12:34, meaning they only had a little over an hour. A trip wasn't impossible, but time was tight. Let's do it. Soo-in nodded and said, quick and decisive. Soo-in chose yes. Let's go, and get back quickly. Confirming his intention, Soo-in took out his Sand Sting Oasis platform ticket and let it dissipate in midair, where it was collected by the system. A small island appeared ahead, lush with trees and a lake surrounding the city. It was the Sand Sting Oasis. At the same time, numerous boats of various shapes and sizes appeared not far away. Soo-in saw many rafts approaching the island. It had been a long time since he had seen so many players simultaneously in the same area. Special platforms are usually interactive multiplayer dungeons, and the collective triggering of these platforms is quite impressive. After being alone for so long, Sue-An felt her social anxiety was about to strike again. She needed to be fully equipped. The pumpkin boat sped along, finding a dock in the harbor within 10 minutes. She grabbed the first spot to dock. During this time, Sue-An went to the second-floor dressing room to change. Khaki overalls, a white vest, a beige pullover sweater, and a black windbreaker. Sue-An was fully armed, dressed warmly. She wore a pumpkin mask, a goblin doll hairpin, and a furry, fiery red nine-tailed fox nestled on her shoulder. A 2-meter-tall bear followed behind her. Sue-An's boat was very impressive, occupying a large area. As soon as it docked at the harbor, it attracted the attention of many players. Sue-An stepped out onto the deck, controlled her flight with telekinesis, and soared to the platform dock. Arriving at the platform, Sue-An discovered that the island wasn't fixed. It was a floating city, resembling an iceberg in the ocean, the entire city drifting slowly with the current. A boat was very close to her. After Sue-An took flight, she heard a male player whispering to someone nearby. "This must be Sunshine Bear. Look, that's her signature pumpkin mask," the man whispered. Sue-An looked back. The man was rather handsome, and the female player next to him was even more beautiful. The female player next to him stepped back, saying it was rude of him to speak to his face. If anything went wrong, she and the man wouldn't be involved. With that, the woman jumped off the boat. She was nimble and showed considerable strength. The man's face immediately turned pale. He was tall and handsome, but suddenly he looked rather pathetic. He immediately explained, "It's not that I don't have it. I respect it very much." Inadvertently turning his head, the boy noticed Sue-An looking in his direction and immediately began to bow and apologize sincerely. His face was filled with embarrassment and fear. Sue-An packed up her pumpkin boat and turned away. She only heard a commotion behind her. The male player said, "Jingjing, don't ignore me. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared." On the other side, a scarred player paddling a raft couldn't stand it and complained, "TSK, what kind of team is this? They abandoned their teammates because of suspicion and fear. These women are just bitches and unreliable." The scarred man spat into the sea and jumped from the raft directly onto the harbor planks. "Brother, why don't you team up with me? We be together. You're better off than hanging out with women." Sue-An found the words a bit harsh. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything. She simply let out her silver-white light onto the road, got in her car, and drove away. "Wow, what a cool supercar." The girl who had just slipped away reappeared out of nowhere, practically appearing from midair. She watched Sue-An's retreating figure with envy. The man on the other side glared fiercely at the scarred man. "How dare you say that about my girlfriend? You're the one with the real sass. Who wants to join you?" The male player said. "Bah, you bastard, you die on your girlfriend. I invited you to a team out of kindness, but you're taking my kindness for granted. Sooner or later, your girlfriend will kill you." The scarred man, seeing himself being scolded, suddenly became angry and drew his weapon, beginning to attack. Seeing the guy attack, the male player immediately drew his machete and fought back. Meanwhile, his girlfriend rushed over from behind, dagger in hand. Soon, the two groups engaged in a brawl, until a Scorpion Man shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by a Scorpion Man security team. The fighting finally stopped. Scorpion Man Holy Land, Sand Sting Oasis, is forbidden from fighting, the leading Scorpion Man security officer said. Sister Carlesti, he was the one who provoked the attack first, the female player said quickly. After verifying the facts, it was Scarface who initiated the attack. Scarface, along with the raft, was thrown from the platform. The man's face changed drastically. He was a new player who had just cleared the game and had intended to hide on the platform. How could this have happened? Leaving these topics aside, Sue-An was unaware of the series of events unfolding behind him. Silverwhite was galloping down the Scorpion Man highway at lightning speed. "Ah, it's been ages since I had a ride like this," Little Pumpkin exclaimed through his mask. "Yes, great, great," Xiaoemo said, clapping from the passenger seat. Lily was thrilled. She hadn't driven on the road since she was born, and now, perched on the bear's shoulders, looking out, everything seemed new to her. Sue-An drove directly into the city. Not wanting to delay the afternoon treasure hunt, he had to speed up everything. Sue-An drove the silver car straight to the commercial street until he reached a restricted driving zone. After getting out of the car and packing it up, Sue-An headed straight for the Snake Lady, Calicina's potion shop. Chapter 470. To reach Potion Alley, one must pass through a food court. While passing through the food court, Xiao Mo's eyes lingered for a few seconds at the various barbecue stalls along the roadside. Xiong secretly swallowed, but his steps remained steady, following Suan, protecting his master's position. Xiong knew that while he could be tempted, he couldn't let his time get in the way of his business. At the corner of the food court, Suan saw a sign advertising the 291st Scorpion Tribe Sea Fishing Tournament. It said that registration forms could be filled out offline. Suan took a quick look. Offline registration was 2,000 copper coins cheaper than online registration, with no system fees, only 1 gold coin. The general content of the signage was similar to the information on the Scorpion Phantom channel on TV. After a brief glance, Suan hurried on, heading for the snake woman Calicina's shop. Passing by the barbecue stall, she suddenly remembered something and bought 2 rat meat patties. Arriving at the potion shop, the snake woman, Calicina, wasn't home. Swan was greeted by her husband, the scorpion man, as Slev. Swan handed over a rat biscuit, saying it was for Calicina, and then bought a batch of the most commonly used red and blue potions. Swan actually had quite a few, but the previous week's activities had worn off the blue potions, where she'd been drinking them like water. 3,000 bottles of low-level blue potions, 1,000 bottles of mid-level blue potions. Swan finished her shopping and headed straight to the clothing store with Little Bear. She bought a bunch of clothes. Time was tight, so Swan didn't have much time to choose the style. She simply went with basics, focusing on quality and size. Most of the clothes were ordinary, inexpensive, and not considered gear, so they didn't require special customization. Each person should bring 2 sets of autumn clothes, including sweaters, undershirts, trousers, long johns, and coats. Especially for Shelly, who has nothing to wear in fox form, and in fox girl form, wears her original skin, for transformation, or Suan's clothes. Suan bought Shelly dozens of clothes, including 2 sets of pajamas, 5 tops, 7 pairs of pants, 3 pairs of shoes, and 5 skirts. Because we were in a hurry, we didn't take Shelly to try on the clothes. We just bought them if the general size was right. If they didn't fit after trying them on, Suan had the skills to alter them. After buying everyone's clothes, we bought some common items. Suan bought shoes, rain boots, umbrellas, rain ponchos, quick-drying swimsuits, and everything else you could think of for the rainy season. In addition to these, Suan also added quilts, blankets, pillows, and other household items. In addition to the finished clothes, Suan also picked out a spiritual-grade fabric and bought several bolts, intending to take them back to make underwear and pajamas for everyone. Save where you can. The total cost was 17 gold and 231 bronze. The Catman uncle, the boss, grabbed Suan's waist and knocked off all the change, charging him only 17 gold. Dear, welcome back next time. The Catman boss's ears popped out with excitement, and he enthusiastically waved his hands, which had transformed into cat paws. Suan put his things in Xiao Mo's space and left. Just then, a group of players crowded into shop. Suan noticed a pale girl. She looked disheveled, soaking wet, and her clothes were torn. She was the fastest among the crowd and headed straight for the counter. Cat boss, please help me pick out a thick autumn outfit. This was Tuan Tuaner's cub, who had taken the trouble to paddle the raft onto the platform. She had no idea she had just passed by the big man she had always admired, Sunshine Bear. She had only one thing on her mind right now: change out of her clothes, then go to the hotel and get a room to stay temporarily. Suan was leaving the shop with the bear and starting to walk back, crossing the food court. Just as he was about to leave, Suan suddenly remembered something and turned back. Xiao Mo was puzzled, but following the bear's nature, it was a wild bear when it was out in the open. It followed its owner silently. Suan turned and headed to the vegetable market near the food court. She found a meat vendor and spent 79,000 copper coins to buy a level 11 spiritual grade gula beast directly from the owner. Soon, the owner returned with a gula beast weighing 400 or 500 kilograms and resembling a large wild boar. This animal is a uniquely cultivated product of the Scorpion people, similar to the domesticated pigs of the Blue Star Hua people, and is the Scorpion people's most famous meat. However, compared to domestic pigs, the gula beast has more body fat and a richer texture, tasting like tuna belly and pork belly. It's clearly lean meat, but it tastes almost entirely of fat. Yet, its texture isn't fishy or woody, and it possesses a unique, refreshing aroma. Suan paid a high price for it, thinking Little Bear would love it. Since he was already there, Suan didn't hesitate to buy some edible plants at the market, including the famous roasted coca tree rhizomes, as well as some common blue star vegetables, potatoes, radishes, and the like. At this point, the stall owner, a woman with cat ears, recommended a plant to Suen. "Honey, take a look at this water plantain. It's only grown in the rainy season, and it's crispy, sweet, and incredibly delicious." Suen took a look and saw something that looked like an onion. It was round, with a purple skin, like a purple onion. The cat person's sister boss introduced them. "This is a common item imbued with spiritual energy. Eating it is good for your health." Then the elder sister broke open a water plantain with her bare hands and handed half to Suen to try. The water plantain looked more like a scallion when broken open, with layers of structure inside. The deep purple color resembled a purple onion. The cat person boss demonstrated how to eat it, taking a piece and popping it into his mouth. Suen imitated her, taking a piece and putting it in his mouth. It tasted spicy and sweet, like an onion, but with a more juicy flavor. It was delicious. Buy it. The price seemed reasonable, 200 copper coins each, so Suen bought 50. He would go home and eat a batch first, then come back for more when they were delicious. Each water plantain was the size of a giant bear's fist. After a round, Suen's food had filled the little bear's 5 space. Checking the time, it was almost 2 o'clock. Suen quickly left the market and returned to the main street where vehicles were allowed in, summoning Silver White to join him. Silver White was as handsome as ever, with a uniquely cool, pumpkin-like aesthetic. As soon as he appeared, he caught the attention of many players. Amidst the crowd of vehicles sporting various shapes, Suen's supercar was incredibly impressive. But Suen didn't care about the other stairs. She sped away, as if a dog was chasing her. This was the signal for the treasure chest search at 2 o'clock. She got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove off. Many players were parked or driving here. Because further ahead was a street where vehicles were prohibited, most players stayed there. They drove all kinds of cars. There were large hybrid gasoline trucks, and some bizarrely shaped spiritual vehicles. The better ones resembled ladybugs and caterpillars, while the more bizarre ones resembled spiders. This reminded Suen of Silver White's original appearance, a car so ugly it could be considered art. Silver White drove forward. Because of the dense crowd of players, Suen couldn't drive very fast. Suen saw an ice cream-shaped car parked on the side of the road.